Although the situation arose because of us, can we really just ignore so many minors? With just one sentence from Lingu, Qin Ruhan was left speechless. Although she didn't want the Qin family to get dragged into the mess, her brother-in-law was right. The Qin family couldn't really stay out of this matter. Standing by and doing nothing might weigh heavily on their conscience in the future. Don't worry, I will figure out a solution. Lingu gently reassured Qin Ruhan, patting her shoulder to indicate that she didn't need to worry. After that, he went into Qin Changong's room to give his grandfather a massage to help him sleep. Once Changgong fell asleep, Lingu returned to his hotel room. As scheduled, Qin Mingu called. Lingu, what's your plan next? Qin Mingu was already aware of the details of the situation and didn't blame Lingu, but directly addressed the difficulty. The iron mine is the largest mine in the non-continent. Just the bidding rights alone cost over 1 billion, and in recent years, it hasn't been profitable. Plus, paying the wages of thousands of miners is a heavy burden. The other members of the Qin family won't agree to invest money into this. Lingu also understood the current situation of the Changgong group. The group had faced bankruptcy crises and needed time to regain its strength. Moreover, Changgong had just invested 1 billion in their hometown, making it difficult for his wife to invest more money in acquiring the iron mine. Mingu, don't worry, I'll take care of this matter, and I won't spend a single penny from the Qin family, Lingu assured. You idiot. Qin Mingu thought he was being stubborn and chided. Is that what I meant? I want to help you solve this problem together. I also believe that the Qin family cannot sit idly by. You figure out how to minimize the burden on the Qin family while I find ways to raise money to help you. Qin Mingu's idea was to support the miners temporarily with funds and avoid acquiring the worthless iron mine. Instead of getting angry at being scolded, Lingu felt a little touched. He could sense that Qin Mingu genuinely cared for him and wanted to solve this problem together. It seemed like their hearts were already connected as a couple. Mingu, you really don't need to worry. I have a friend who is an expert in this field. Maybe I can have him take over the mine, Lingu suggested. Your friend? Qin Mingu hesitated for a moment. She thought he might be reluctant to involve himself and the Qin family, making up non-existent friendships. But since Lingu said so, she decided not to doubt him. She respected her husband's words. Well, if you insist, then I won't interfere anymore. If you can't handle it, then just say so. Although Qin Mingu's tone remained cold, Lingu could sense the warmth in her heart. His wife was no longer the icy woman she was when they first got married. After the call, Lingu thought for a moment and then called Nangongwu. Haha, you want me to invest in the iron mine? No problem, but master, you have to agree to one condition. What condition? Lingu asked casually. Though teaching him martial arts for the sake of supporting thousands of people's livelihood seemed troublesome, he reluctantly agreed. Nangongwu chuckled and said, Master, my Nangong family recently joined a teak martial arts platform organized by several major families and forces. It's not just about money but also about family honor. If you can fight for my Nangong family in the key competition, forget about just having the mining rights of the iron mine. I will even buy the whole thing and gift it to you without any problem. Lingu was taken aback. He didn't expect Nangongwu's condition to be so demanding. No, I don't have time to play such boring games with you, he replied. He had to find a way to help his wife build up the Qin family, join the National Commerce Association, and eventually dethrone the chairman of the General Chamber of Commerce. He had no time to help his disciple fight in competitions. Boring? How could this possibly be boring? Nangongwu immediately became excited. Master, you have to understand, among top powers, martial prowess is highly valued. Wealthy families and conglomerates alone won't be able to reach the pinnacle of the pyramid or gain the respect of other top powers. My Nangong family is determined to win this peak martial arts platform. If we perform poorly, the consequences for our family in terms of business and connections could be unimaginable. Despite Nangongwu's explanations, Lingu still didn't want to agree. His wife would surely worry and blame him for secretly participating in martial arts competitions. If you don't agree, then I won't help you with your matters. Nangongwu had to resort to a more forceful approach since Lingu seemed unyielding. Lingu, recalling the pleading and hopeful eyes of the villagers that day, sighed. I don't have time to play this game with you for too long, but I might participate in 1 or 2 matches. If you want more, then forget it. He could always figure out another way, maybe by asking for help from DUA. Nangang Wu laughed and said, "Sure, as long as you are willing to participate in the crucial matches, that's all I ask." They reached an agreement. For the Nangang family, problems that could be solved with money were not really problems at all. They had more than 10 mines of their own. Having one more wouldn't make a significant difference. The next day, Qin Mingyu returned home from work to the Qin family estate, only to find several aunties there. "Mingyu, we know about the mine issue. The Qin family, won't invest a single penny in it. That man Lingu, why should he represent our Qin family? Whatever he promised, let him handle it on his own. No way our Qin family will give him a single penny." Seeing the four aunts in agreement, Qin Mingyu didn't want to go against them. However, since Lingu had promised to handle it as his wife, she couldn't go against him either. "Aunties, Ding'an ancient town is our hometown. Grandpa actually wants to help the hometown." Qin Mingyu wanted to use Grandpa Qin Chang'an as a shield. Suddenly, before she could finish, Qin Zimai promptly interrupted. "Your grandpa wants to help the hometown, but he's already invested 1 billion. Does he want to throw the whole Qin family into it as well? 1 billion isn't enough." Qin Mingyu sighed. "If the mine closes, thousands of workers will lose their jobs, and the livelihoods of thousands will be at stake. Can't they find other work?" Qin Zimai shrugged indifferently. "Ding'an ancient town is so small, there aren't enough jobs. Then they can move to find work. Finding work outside is inconvenient," Qin Mingyu explained. "Then they can buy cars." Qin Zimai had never visited the town and had no idea about the situation there, so she was speaking carelessly. Qin Mingyu was starting to feel like she was talking to a wall, but she tried patiently. "If they're jobless, where will they get money to buy a car from? Then they can rent out their empty houses. It's a simple solution." Qin Zimai's words made Qin Mingyu feel frustrated. She thought she was disconnected from reality, but her fifth aunt seemed even more detached. Thinking she had convinced Qin Mingyu since she stopped talking, Qin Zimai coldly smiled. "In today's society, which family doesn't have hundreds of thousands in savings? I refuse to believe that our Qin family can't handle this mine mess and that those people won't be able to survive if we don't invest." Listening to her aunt's words, Qin Mingyu felt her blood boil with frustration. No wonder so many people cautioned against seeking advice from those who were out of touch with reality. This was the real-world version of it all. "Mingyu, don't waste your time with these people. It's like talking to a wall. If they won't help you, your mother can help you. Your mother still has tens of millions. If you need it, she will provide all the support for you and Lingu." Lin Fei also saw the difficulty Qin Mingyu was facing, and unexpectedly spoke up. Qin Mingyu was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting Lin Fei to support her this time. What can tens of millions do? It won't make a difference. Don't even think about using it to buy people's hearts." Qin Zimai guessed Lin Fei's intentions and quickly mocked her. Qin Hanshu also stared at Lin Fei fiercely. This woman, she won't let Lin Fei try to pull Qin Mingyu to her side. Can hearts be bought? Lin Fei also retorted defiantly. "If they could, you all have gotten more from the Qin family than I have. So what are you afraid of? You?" Qin Hanshu and her sister immediately gritted their teeth. Clearly, in this argument, Lin Fei had the upper hand. Qin Mingyu was truly troubled. Her grandfather wasn't around, and she was afraid they would start fighting again. Luckily, at this moment, Qin Ruhan called back. "What? The mine has already been acquired, and the miners' benefits have been improved. Who did it in the end?" Hearing Qin Mingyu's surprised voice, her aunts also shook. "The Qin family hasn't acted yet. Who is such capability?" "What? Your brother-in-law's friend? He invested 4.3 billion in one go." Hearing Qin Ruhan's excited report, Qin Mingyu was also quite surprised. That idiot Lingu, he really has friends with such financial power. The aunts could only be more astonished than her, their mouths agape, looking at each other in disbelief. This is hilarious." Seeing the shocked expressions of Qin Zimai and the other women, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel smug. The women of the Qin family. Each one of you feels so good about yourselves, always thinking others want to take things from your Qin family, not realizing you suffer from paranoid delusions. Now, do you feel ashamed? Lingu didn't even need a single penny from you to solve the problem. Yet, here you all are, being melodramatic, hurting others behind their backs. Disgusting, isn't it? This time, the four women were left speechless by Lin Fei. Because they were in the wrong, they couldn't believe they misjudged Lingu. Qin Honshu even looked at Lingu in new light, never expecting that man to be so capable. Seeing their faces turn red but not daring to retort, Lin Fei felt even more triumphant. She had long wanted to say these words to the women of the Qin family, but it was only with Lingu's help that she could finally say it out loud today, truly hitting these women in the face hard. All right, since the matter has been resolved, there's no need to worrying anymore. Qin Mingu was also very pleased with the situation. Lingu finally proved himself in front of the Qin family. But she still got along well with her aunts and didn't want to embarrass them, so she left the scene directly. After leaving the hall, Qin Mingu's lips were slightly curled up, with a satisfied arc. That idiot! How did he manage to do that? In Ding'an ancient town, at the end of a deep alleyway in an old house, there was a black Corolla parked. Zhao Wujin was sitting alone in the car, waiting. After a while, Mosu raised his pants and walked out of the alleyway in a refreshed manner, with a sense of nostalgia. Damn, I didn't expect this ancient town to have such heavenly places. Those women may look ordinary, but their skills are really not bad. Seeing him approaching, Zhao Wujin pushed his glasses and jokingly asked, "Done with charity work?" "Haha, if it weren't for you still waiting for me at the door, I was planning to continue until tomorrow morning. This sailor on the waves is not old yet. Helping 7 fallen women in a night is not a problem," Mosu said proudly. "Oh, come on. Lingu acquired the mine, solving the livelihood of thousands of people. That's real charity. You are far behind him." Zhao Wujin taunted Mosu again. Mosu immediately got angry. "Zhao Wujin, are you looking down on me? I may not be able to beat him in a fight, but when it comes to charity, I'm definitely not inferior to him. He saves men. I save women. We are both important figures in society. Why should I be considered less than him?" Zhao Wujin shook his head and smiled. Even if the sky fell, the ugly man's mouth might still hold on bravely. "Enough. Get in the car. Zhao Wujin, where are we going now?" "To set up the arena for you and Lingu." "What?" Just as Mosu was about to drive, he suddenly slammed on the brakes, but stepped on the accelerator by mistake, causing the car to speed off. "So we're going to fight soon. Fast. Weren't you asking me this morning why I didn't let you act last night?" "Yes," Mosu exclaimed. "Last night, 3 groups besieged the people in the Qin family. I could have easily outnumbered and defeated Lingu." The thick-skinned Mosu still boldly justified himself. After all, he never had the demeanor of a master. Winning a fight is what matters. Losing is just an excuse. "No. Even if you had acted last night, there was only a 90% chance of you taking down Lingu." Zhao Wujin lowered his eyes, a glint of light flashing in them. "But the next time you act, I can guarantee you a 99.9% chance of defeating Lingu." "Ha. Now that's really setting the bar high." Mosu laughed with a grin. He knew Zhao Wujin never liked to say 100%, because in the eyes of intelligent people like him, nothing is ever 100% certain. He also understood why Zhao Wujin didn't let him act last night. After all, Lingu was incredibly powerful, and it would be difficult for anyone to stop him. Besides, taking down the other members of the Qin family wasn't their goal for this trip. Moreover, Zhao Wujin knew that the town mayor's men would quickly arrive last night, so they refrained from appearing. Soon, the two arrived at a fenced house in a field. Lan Shengnan was already waiting for them there. Upon seeing Zhao Wujin, Lan Shengnan's eyes no longer held the previous arrogance. As she knelt down on one knee, her face filled with reverence. "Young Master Wujin, I finally understand why my sister dedicated herself to serving you. Your wisdom is truly unparalleled. Lingu will indeed appear in front of me within 3 days. If it weren't for my incompetence, the Sun Heart would have been in my hands last night." Zhao Wujin smiled slightly. He had long figured out Lan Shengnan's character. The woman was proud, and after last night's failed operation, she would never attribute it to his miscalculation, but instead shoulder the responsibility herself. "Don't blame yourself. All you need to do is wait here peacefully. Tomorrow night, both Lingu and the Sun Heart will come to you voluntarily." "What?" Lan Shengnan was quite surprised by Zhao Wujin's words. Mosu also paused and laughed heartily. "Zhao Wujin, are you a fortune teller now? We just wait here, and Lingu will come seeking death willingly." Zhao Wujin nodded confidently. "This is not fortune telling, it's precise deduction and rational planning. Just trust me, that's enough." "All right, I believe in young Master Wujin." Lan Shengnan's attitude towards Zhao Wujin had changed completely, and her eyes were full of anticipation. completely convinced that Lingu would come with the Sun Heart and meet his end the next night. The iron ore is located on a continuous mountain range. Nang Wang's body will be buried on a big mountain in the mining area, and the funeral is being held today. Lingu and Lan Wang did not have any relationship. After symbolically mourning with everyone, they left a scene with Qin Ruhan, heading towards another hill. He was going to burn incense for his father-in-law. Brother-in-law, what are you silently reciting? So serious. When they arrived at the father's grave, Qin Ruhan saw Lingu's sincere expression and couldn't help but tease him. After bowing to the tombstone, Lingu stood up and said, "Thank you for your dad and Lin Fei for giving birth to your sister, which allowed me to find a wife." Qin Ruhan first smiled, thinking her brother-in-law was too honest. Then she felt something was wrong and pouted, saying, "Then shouldn't you thank them for giving birth to me? Otherwise, how would you have such a beautiful and lovely little sister-in-law?" After saying that, she playfully poked her cheek with 2 fingers. "Ha ha, then let's thank them as well." Lingu casually laughed. Qin Ruhan got even angrier, thinking he was being too casual. HMPH, you bad brother-in-law. Just as Qin Ruhan was thinking about how to deal with her brother-in-law, she suddenly felt a tremor. "Hey, brother-in-law, what's happening?" Qin Ruhan staggered and fell into Lingu's arms. Lingu quickly looked around and saw 2 large vehicles coming down the road on the other side. Excavators and bulldozers. What's going on? Lingu was also very surprised. Did these 2 machines end up in the wrong place? Wasn't Lan Wang's grave supposed to be somewhere else? What are they here for? Next moment, Lingu felt something was wrong. The 2 machines were heading straight for Qin Ruxian's grave. As expected, when the 2 heavy machines arrived at the grave, they nonchalantly raised their mechanical arms and slammed them down on the tomb. Damn it! Lingu quickly hugged Qin Ruhan and rolled on the ground. The flying rocks and dirt almost injured them. Brother-in-law, stop them. They want to dig up Dad's grave. Qin Ruhan realized, shouting at Lingu. Lingu was overcome with anger. This was Qin Mingyu's father, his father-in-law's grave. How could someone disturb his peace even in death, let alone violently desecrate his grave? Lingu released Qin Ruhan, picked up 2 large rocks, jumped up, and fiercely smashed the mechanical arms of the 2 vehicles with all his might. Doom! Doom! With a huge impact accompanied by dazzling sparks. "Break from me!" Lingu roared, smashing the solid stones in his hands, breaking the mechanical arms. Damn it! The people operating the machines quickly realized that the machines were malfunctioning. How powerful was this man's strength? Qin Ruhan couldn't believe it and covered her mouth in shock. How could her brother-in-law be so powerful? Was he training in secret with her sister? Or maybe he hadn't even used his full strength before. Next, 4 people jumped off the 2 machines. 2 men and 2 women all dressed in camouflage, clearly special forces. "Who are you?" The tallest man among them questioned Lingu. "I should be asking you that. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, you won't make it out alive." Lingu's eyes turned red, his anger boiling. Although he had never met Qin Ruxian, he had heard about him from Qin Mingu and Qin Ruhan. Qin Mingu greatly respected him. As Qin Mingyu's husband, how could he tolerate the actions of these people? Qin Ruhan thought her brother-in-law looked so handsome at that moment. The 4 people in front of him hesitated for a moment, then burst into laughter. The laughter was full of disdain. A man alone dared to speak such crazy words to the 4 of them? They just found it amusing. "Anyone who obstructs our mission in the Shendan organization must die." The leader suddenly roared and leapt towards Lingu. His hands suddenly revealed a pair of knives, swinging them like the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe, with terrifying momentum. "Brother-in-law, be careful." Qin Ruhan knew Lingu was formidable, but seeing the frightening momentum of the other party, she couldn't help but worry. Would her unarmed brother-in-law be able to handle it? The other 3 stood by, smirking. To them, the leader's fierce swordplay left no possibility of survival for Lingu. However, the next moment, their expressions turned to shock. Lingu remained calm, dodging each of the leader's strikes as if he were taking a walk in the park. The leader's swift and fierce attacks were accurately anticipated by Lingu, who seemed to predict every move. After a series of strikes, not even Lingu's clothes were touched. Impossible! How can this be? The leader's proud expression disappeared, replaced by disbelief and rage as he roared. "How can I not even scratch, who with the fiercest and most intense swordplay in the realm of war? Want to know why?" Lingu asked expressionlessly. "Why? How can you predict my every move?" The leader was eager to know the answer, feeling that he might not achieve peace without understanding. Because this swordplay is my own creation, Lingu said with a slight amusement. He had combined practical combat techniques from the realm of war with the moves of an old drunkard from Hero Village to create this swordplay himself. While he had taught this technique to his brothers in the Werewolf Brigade, he didn't expect it would spread like this. Qin Ruhan was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then saw the baffled expressions of the four people. She couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, this is hilarious. Did you guys think you could use my brother-in-law's swordplay against him? What were you thinking? The leader, embarrassed and angered, once again slashed at Lingu. Lingu had no intention of letting him off. Arrogant evildoers may go unpunished, but those who desecrate my father-in-law's grave shall perish without a doubt. This time, Lingu directly used a restraining hand to twist the man's wrist, disarming him, and using the tiger strike sword style to end his life. The movements were fluid and flawless, and even after the man's death, his body had not hit the ground. Wow, brother-in-law is so cool. I love it. I love it. Qin Ruhan excitedly clapped her hands and jumped around, like a little fan seeing her idol. Her brother-in-law not only had great martial arts skills, but also spoke so nicely. Truly talented. The remaining three people were frightened that as professional special forces, they did not flee. The two women pulled out their guns and fired at Lingu. Ruhan, get down. Lingu quickly pushed the still excited little sister-in-law to the ground, rolling towards a large rock down the slope. The two narrowly escaped. However, the next moment, a deafening sound came from the grave. Poof. The remaining man had blown up Qin Ruxian's grave with a bomb, creating a large crater. Their mission was to find the heart of the sun here, and they couldn't afford to fail and return empty-handed. You bastards! You bastards! I'll kill you all! After the explosion, Qin Ruhan looked at the ruins of the grave in front of her, enraged hand on the brink of losing control, wanting to fight these scoundrels. Who could remain indifferent after seeing their father's grave blown up? How could her father, a kind and gentle man in life, not rest in peace after death? Ruhan, you stay put honestly here. Lingu pulled Qin Ruhan back. What is she fighting with those three people for? If there's going to be a fight to the death, it should be him as the son-in-law. The man and woman on the other side aimed their guns at Lingu and Qin Ruhan, waiting for them to leave the cover of the boulder before shooting. As for the other woman, she quickly used a knife to open Qin Ruxian's coffin. Her expression was somewhat smug. After all, nowadays, cremation is common, so burying with a coffin means there must be treasure here. Plus, the night before, Qin Chang'an had just said that the Stone of the Sun was in a graveyard, so it must be here. Brother-in-law, please, don't let them get away with lawlessness. Qin Ruhan raised her little head, tears shimmering with pleading. Lingu nodded. He had encountered this kind of situation many times on the battlefield before, so he was experienced. In the next moment, he picked up a rock from the ground and hurled it at the opponents. Dang, dang, dang. The rocks didn't hit the targets. It's not that Lingu didn't aim properly, but the opponents reacted quickly, showing they were not ordinary people. Hey, you think you can take us out like that? Dream on. The man smirked triumphantly, but before the laugh faded, a rock hit his head from the side. Direct hit. You dimwit. You dimwit. The remaining woman with the gun panicked. She hadn't realized Lingu had moved. Only then did she understand Lingu's strategy of distracting them. They were too young. Quick, retreat. The two surviving women dared not linger and threw a grenade in the direction of Qin Ruhan before retreating. Qin Ruhan huddled behind the rocks, unaware of the impending danger. Damn it, Lingu, who had wanted to take out the two remaining women, had to change plans and quickly tackle his sister-in-law, continuing to roll down the slope. Pop, the grenade exploded, scattering dirt lightly over them. Lingu shielded his sister-in-law with his body. Qin Ruhan was pressed under her brother-in-law, her heart beating wildly. Excitement, thrill, embarrassment, and a hint of happiness. No, Qin Ruhan quickly shook her head. How could she possibly like her brother-in-law? He's her sister's husband. Ruhan, are you okay? Lingu quickly got up from her and, seeing her dazed expression, couldn't help but worrying. Had he accidentally stunned her by pressing her down? Fortunately, Qin Ruhan quickly responded, brother-in-law, I'm fine. Lingu grunted and stood up, running towards the top. The two women had already disappeared. Qin Ruxian's coffin was empty, with nothing inside. How could this be? Lingu furrowed his brow. At that moment, Qin Ruohan also ran up, equally surprised. Without waiting for Lingu to inquire, she exclaimed, "Why is there nothing in Dad's coffin? Did those two women take everything, including Dad's remains?" "It is indeed possible." Lingu immediately ordered, "Ruohan, go back to the other hill. I will pursue those two women." To clarify the situation, they had to catch those two women. Whether the coffin was originally empty or those two women took Qin Ruxian's remains, Zmel needed to be found out. "All right, brother-in-law." Qin Ruohan understood the gravity of the situation and didn't hesitate, volunteering, "I'll join the others and keep you informed of our safety." "Good." Lingu nodded, then used the faint footprints on the ground to determine the direction the two women had fled and pursued them. Qin Ruohan returned successfully to the other hill and found Qin Chang'an attending Luan Wang's funeral. "What? Someone tried to dig up your dad's grave?" Qin Chang'an, upon hearing the news, was equally furious and shocked. Bai Lao immediately remarked, "Master, they must have done this because of what you said that night." Qin Chang'an wasn't very anxious, just sighed and said, "Ruohan, inform your brother-in-law to stop pursuing. The urn is empty." "Ah." Qin Ruohan was extremely surprised, having always thought that her father's remains were in the tomb. "Bai Lao, let's go to the Bagua Gate quickly." Qin Chang'an didn't explain further for the time being, with others present. "Yes, master." Bai Lao, next to Qin Chang'an, knew the most about the events of the time, and immediately nodded, escorting Qin Chang'an to the Bagua Gate. En route, with no one around, Qin Ruohan's probing led Qin Chang'an to narrate the events of 38 years ago. It all began 38 years ago. At that time, the Bagua Gate was at its peak, unsurpassed in terms of the size and structure of martial arts sects and the martial arts prowess of the sect head, standing far above the current Bagua Gate. Due to its strength, the martial arts world held the Bagua Gate in high esteem. The last two sect heads were nearing their end due to old age, and it was time to select the next head of the Bagua Gate. The brothers Bai Gan and Bai Kun were both candidates. In terms of martial arts talent, Bai Kun was actually not inferior to Bai Gan at all. Bai Gan was a few years older, but their martial arts prowess was quite similar at that time. Bai Kun had greater ambition. Desiring to lead the sect and gain the respected authority, he united some figures from both inside and outside the sect to support him and suppress Bai Gan. The master didn't like this about him, feeling that his character contradicted the core values of the Bagua Gate, and before his death, passed on the Bagua black and white dual system technique to Bai Gan. Bai Kun, upon learning this, became furious, unable to accept the reality, and united the majority of the sect to slander Bai Gan, labeling him as a traitor who stole the sect's techniques, and joined them in trying to kill Bai Gan. If it hadn't been for Qin Chang'an saving Bai Gan at the right moment, Bai Gan would have likely met an untimely end. Bai Gan became the current white old beside Qin Chang'an. "Oh, I see." Listening to the history of Bagua Gate, Qin Ruohan was amazed. "No wonder Bai Lao is so loyal to you, grandfather, because you saved his life." "Ha ha. It's not just that." Qin Chang'an laughed and finally told his granddaughter about the buried past. "In fact, Bai Kun and I were rivals in love back then. We were both after your grandmother." "Odd." Qin Ruohan was even more surprised. "So grandfather was quite the romantic back then. At that time, your conditions surely didn't compare to Bai Kun's, right?" "Indeed." Bringing up the matter, Qin Chang'an was quite proud as he said, "Feelings cannot be measured by other things. Your grandfather may not have had much capital back then, but he was highly successful in matters of the heart." He then proceeded to narrate the old stories from those years to his granddaughter. In the field's fence house, Lan Shennan has received news from her subordinates. Excitedly, she reported to Zhao Wuji, "Master Wuji, it's great. The heart of the sun is now in our hands, indeed hidden inside Qin Ruxiang's tomb." Mosu chuckled, "Ha ha, that old thief Qin Chang'an. Truly a cunning one. Who would have thought that, for the sake of his granddaughter's life, he would reveal such an important secret?" Zhao Wuji just smiled without saying a word. The next moment, Lan Shennan praised again, "Master Wuji, having witnessed your wisdom, I realize that intelligence is indeed a more powerful weapon than brute strength." "Ha ha. Don't praise me too much." Mosu quickly retorted, "Zhao Wuji indeed has some skills, but he said the heart of the sun would appear in 3 days. Isn't that delaying it? Besides, it's already getting dark now. Will Lingu come to die tonight on purpose? He definitely will. Zhao Wuji finally spoke. Not only that, as soon as he finished speaking, several more figures entered the room. Seeing these figures, even Mosu was quite surprised. The martial arts prodigy, Cat King Guo Mao, the former top player of the Lin family, Lao La, and another, a master from the Holy Fire Organization, who was present at the secret meeting in the bamboo forest, Dao 11. Any of these three, randomly picked, are outstanding experts on their own. The person they need all three of them to join forces against is a rare sight in the world, not to mention Blue Shengnan, a master of the martial world, and Mosu, who is stronger than a martial arts master. Haha. It seems Lingu is 99.9% doomed today. Mosu was also very satisfied with Zhao Wuji's arrangements today. With everyone ganging up on Lingu like this, if they still can't kill him, they might as well collectively go and knock their heads on a block of tofu. The next moment, something even more astonishing happened. Zhao Wuji, upon seeing everyone gathered, surprisingly about 90 degrees to them, and requested, "Everyone, tonight Lingu will definitely come here. Please help me kill him and retrieve the heart of the sun." The five great experts present immediately looked at each other. This is one of the four young masters of Yanjing, the extremely esteemed Zhao Wuji. This kind of attitude is too humble, isn't it? Master Wuji, this isn't necessary. Guo Mao quickly waved his hand. Lingu humiliated me twice before. Without Master Wuji's request, I would also kill him. Lan Shengnan also immediately said, "That's right, Lingu killed my sister. I will surely personally kill him." Even Lao La sighed and stated, "I have always served the Lin family, which serves the Zhao family. I am Master Wuji's loyal servant. If Master Wuji orders me, I dare not disobey. And because my granddaughter lost the Lin family's help due to losing to Lingu in the past, her career plummeted, I also hold a grudge against Lingu." Seeing everyone else express their intent, Dao 11 coldly hummed and said, "Master Wuji, you are being too polite. Last time the assassination of Lingu failed, you still paid us, so it's only right for me to kill Lingu for you. Thank you. Thank you everyone." Zhao Wuji expressed his gratitude once more. Upon seeing this side of him, Lan Shengnan couldn't help but gasp and say, "Master Wuji, you are the figure my sister admires. Your wisdom is unmatched in the world. Why stoop so low just to deal with a mere Lingu?" "No. You don't know." Zhao Wuji, without a hint of pride, candidly said, "In fact, I have fought against Lingu several times, and each time I lost. And I lost terribly." This. Lan Shengnan was momentarily at a loss for words. The other three experts also looked at each other in surprise. Mosu was even teasing. "Zhao Wuji, your reputation precedes you. Everyone thinks you are a victorious general in battle strategy. By telling us this, aren't you afraid we'll ruin your image by talking about it recklessly?" That was the thought of the others as well. In fact, none of them believed that Zhao Wuji would lose to Lingu. However, Zhao Wuji calmly stated, "A loss is a loss. There's no need to dress it up. Especially in matters of the heart, I was sterilely defeated." With this, the others had nothing more to say. If Zhao Wuji was so frank, there was no point in praising him further. Fortunately, Zhao Wuji suddenly made a turn, but I firmly believe that victory and defeat are common in military affairs. Only the one who laughs last is the true winner. So please help me tonight, everyone, to wipe away past shame. If I cannot kill Lingu and bring back the heart of the sun to Yanjing tonight, I will be looked down upon by my family. I will then become a castaway of the Jia family with no chance of turning things around. After hearing his heartfelt words, everyone present finally understood that even geniuses are afraid of failure. But for some reason, the more humble Zhao Wuji appeared, the more wholeheartedly they were willing to sacrifice for him. At that moment, they did not see the lofty young master of the Jia family, but rather their friend, their sworn brother. "Good. Zhao Wuji, if Lingu really comes tonight, even if it means risking my life, I will help you kill him." Mosu, this bone-shrinking lad, couldn't contain his excitement, but then suddenly changed tone. "But what if he doesn't come tonight?" Zhao Wuji also calmly stated, "If he doesn't come, you can kill me." Gasp. The five great experts could not help but gasp in shock. It seems that Zhao Wuji is extremely confident in his deductions. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Ruhan had just heard the story of his grandparents from his grandfather and learned a shocking secret. "What? So, the heart of the sun wasn't discovered by my father by chance. but it was passed down to him by my grandmother. After saying this, her small face was still full of surprise and astonishment. That's right, that stone originally belonged to your grandmother. Qin Chang'an decided to reveal the truth of that year, as he had decided to take out the heart of the sun and pass it on to these young people for inheritance. It was your grandmother who took her savings from the Lan family and that stone to accompany me to start a business in Yunchang. A financial conglomerate called Chanwu Group heard about my extraordinary stone and was interested in developing new energy products based on it. They were very interested and provided me with an investment for research and development. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruhan asked in surprise, "So, our Qin family's development relied on the money from this Chanwu Group?" "Haha, not quite." Qin Chang'an waved his hand. "The Chang'an Group was created with the money I earned and the savings of your grandmother. In my grandfather's era, it was a golden age of entrepreneurship, and starting a business was much easier than it is now. With your grandmother's company and help, I succeeded, and the company kept growing. When I mention the Chanwu Group now, it is because that consortium gave me fame. Back then, the Chang'an Group partnered with the Chanwu Group, which helped us gain the favor and cooperation of many companies. Not only that, the investment from the Chanwu Group played a crucial role in the research and development of our energy company. It was with that money that your father developed a 9-palace energy diagram." Qin Ruhan also knew about the relationship between the 9-palace energy map and the heart of the Sunstone. Rumor has it that by using the program of the 9-palace energy map, the heart of the Sunstone can break the law of energy conservation, continuously generate enormous energy and conversions, effectively turning this stone into another mini-sun. And this energy, significant enough to replace traditional energy sources such as electricity, oil, and natural gas. Once this new, low-cost, or even cost-free energy product is mass-marketed, it will bring disruptive impacts to the existing energy industry structure, even leading to destruction. The enterprises possessing this product and technology hold the code to controlling wealth worldwide, and they can undoubtedly defeat the current richest person in the world, becoming the new richest person in the world in one leap. People who possess boundless wealth, if they are evil, will lead the world into danger. No wonder Grandpa gave so many shares to Lan Yang back then. I thought it was because of Grandpa Wang, but it turns out it was because of Grandma. Qin Ruhan finally understood the story between them. Actually, both are true. Qin Chang'an continued. When your father developed the 9-palace energy map, he regretted it. He felt that this kind of power should not exist in this world, at least not at present, as it would bring unpredictable disaster to the world. So he tried to hide it desperately, even wanting to destroy the key technology of the 9-palace energy map. Unfortunately, at that time, he died in a car accident. Bringing up the past, Qin Chang'an felt heartache once again. He originally had 3 sons, all who met tragic ends, perhaps a punishment from the gods for his actions back then. He has been thinking, if he hadn't taken his wife and the heart of the Sunstone with him back then, this demon technology might not have come into being, and maybe his 3 sons would still be alive. Anyway, he firmly believes now that the heart of the Sunstone harbors disaster, and every time it appears, someone will die because of it. That's why he decided to hide it forever. But the Pandora's box has been opened, and closing it again is impossible. Even if he doesn't tell the Qin family heir, many people will dig it out. After much contemplation, Qin Chang'an decided to pass these 2 things on to future generations, especially after marrying Qin Mingu to Lingu. He placed high hopes on this young couple. He believed that by entrusting these 2 items to them, they would be able to use and handle them properly. So, Grandpa, where is this stone now? Is it at the Bagua Gate? Qin Ruhan finally remembered what she was going to do and asked curiously. Yes, it's at the Bagua Gate. Qin Chang'an nodded. Ah, why is it at the Bagua Gate? Qin Ruhan's small face was full of confusion. Qin Chang'an teased her a bit, temporarily not answering. Meanwhile, Lingu had followed the footprints and tracked down to the foot of the mountain. This was a temporary living area for the iron mine, with many branching roads, and the footprints on the ground became numerous. Lingu lost his direction for a moment and had to stop to observe and analyze further. Hey, you shade, why are you here? At this moment, from the iron boric area of the mine, 3 people walked out. They were Shen Xiaopang, Xiao Hanmei, and Lunana. Lingu was also curious how these 3 ended up together. But it was not surprising, as Xiaopeng had a crush on Lunana since childhood, and both had lived near the mine area. Now, him sticking to this village beauty was not uncommon. Besides, he had more important things to take care of at the moment, so he didn't have time to dig into their interactions. He directly asked, "Someone dug up my father-in-law's grave earlier and even stole his ashes. Have you seen any suspicious characters around?" "Oh, grave robbing for treasures? Could it be that exciting? I've only seen such plots in novels," Xiaopeng subconsciously exclaimed. After seeing Ling Yu's look, he quickly changed his tune. "I mean, those people are heartless, usually antagonists in novels. They won't last long." Seeing Xiaopeng say nothing substantial, Ling Yu could not rely on him. At the same time, Lunana grabbed his hand and ran, saying, "Yuzhe, I know this place well. I know where they'll likely run to. Follow me." Ling Yu was a bit surprised, but with the urgency of the situation, he had no time to think. He followed Lunana and ran down one of the paths. "This doesn't seem appropriate, does it?" Shen Xiaopeng quickly remarked to Sha Hanmei. "Yuzhe isn't paying attention. When I get married, I definitely won't be holding other women's hands." Sha Hanmei didn't react much to his self-praise and urge, "Stop dawdling. Let's catch up and see if we can help Yuzhe." "Oh, okay." Shen Xiaopeng suddenly felt like he was touched by electricity, blooming like a flower in happiness. "Oh my goodness." Sha Hanmei willingly held his hand, so it was not his fault for feeling excited. Next, he proactively grasped Sha Hanmei's hand firmly and hurried after her. Sha Hanmei felt a bit uncomfortable. Was this guy trying to outmuscle her? How rough. Ahead, Lunana led Ling Yu towards a flat area in the distance. The scenery around was beautiful. Wild flowers, green grass, and a clear stream, a typical tranquil rural scene. After running through a narrow path between two mountains, they arrived at a vast field. As Ling Yu chased after them, he didn't notice any traces of the two women, but felt the sweat trickling out of the hand held tightly by Lunana. He wasn't sure if he was being sensitive, but he felt the need to withdraw his hand. It wasn't an elopement or lovers' meeting. There was no need to hold hands. Sensing his discomfort, Lunana suddenly spoke. "Yuzhe, do you remember when we used to run in the fields with Yuxiu in our childhood?" Ling Yu hesitated for a moment but nodded. "I remember. I wish could relive those warm moments from the past, even if just once." Lunana expressed sentimentally. "Now is not the time for such talk," Ling Yu reminded her somewhat harshly. "I know." Lunana suddenly pointed ahead with her other hand. "I saw two women over there." Ling Yu quickly looked, and by the roadside, in the twilight of the field, two women in military boots were disguised by the green crops, quickly moving away. Weren't they the grave robbers? Ling Yu quickly pulled his hand away and accelerated to chase after them. "Yuzhe." Lunana suddenly felt a bit lost, as what she felt belonged to her suddenly left on its own. Ling Yu couldn't care less about her feelings and swiftly caught up to the women at a distance of about 100 meters. The women also noticed someone chasing them and turned, looking bewildered. How did this man catch up to them? Did he have special abilities? Get rid of him. The two women didn't hesitate and pulled out guns to shoot. But for Ling Yu, who had seen the horrors of battles, this gunfire was child's play. Like the Wolf warrior of the North coming, he leapt into the green cornfield and disappeared instantly. The two women felt panic, with shivers down their spine, fearing the Wolf might appear behind them and launch a sudden attack. The more frightened they were, the more they shot in confusion, for the fear only quickened the impending doom upon their heads. Phew! Ling Yu suddenly jumped out from the seedling field. The two women were so startled that they turned around, as if they had seen a fierce, angry Wolf ready to attack. They were frozen in place for a moment, as if their whole bodies were bound by some invisible force. This invisible force was called momentum, the momentum of the Wolf King. Could this be fear? Even these women trained in the military's blood and fire system could feel fear. But they were professionals after all. Quickly breaking free from this invisible mental shackle, they raised their hands to shoot. Unfortunately, it was too late. Ling Yu stretched out his hands, grabbed their wrists, and twisted them forcefully. The Wolf on the battlefield knows no mercy nor pity for delicate beauty, especially not for women who dared to desecrate their father-in-law's grave. Snap! The two women's arms were broken instantly. After Ling Yu let go, their arms naturally dropped down. Ling Yu then used another move to control and capture them, directly pinching their throats. Natural pleading appeared in the eyes of the two women. but Lingu paid no attention, directly pushing them down to the ground harshly. The two women fell like onions, sinking into the muddy field at the edge of the meadow, struggling for a moment before slowly losing movement. If there were another life, they would never dare to provoke this terrifying man again. "Brother, are you okay?" Luna panted as she rushed to the scene, only feeling relieved when she saw Lingu victorious. "I heard gunshots just now. Scared me to death." Lingu glanced at her, expressionless, and answered, "I'm fine." Then, he picked up the dropped her. Just as he was about to open and check it, the phone rang. "Hello, brother-in-law. Where are you? No need to chase those two women anymore." On the other end, Chin Ruhan said, "Oh. Why?" Lingu didn't tell her that he had caught and dealt with the two women already. "Because the heart of the sun is not in that tomb at all. The urn is empty, and my father's remains are not there." Chin Ruhan chuckled, finding it amusing. Those fools trying to steal the heart of the sun were all fooled by Grandpa. Lingu furrowed his brows, checked the urn, feeling that something was wrong. It wasn't empty. By now, night had fallen. Blue Shengnan, at the edge of the field, was growing impatient. She picked up her phone and saw an urgent message. This was a communication used exclusively by the Shengnan organization, sent by members when facing imminent danger. Blue Shengnan quickly called her subordinates, but no one answered, and she knew something had happened. "Lord Wuji, I'm sorry." Blue Shengnan came over, bowed to Zhao Wuji, and said, "The operation I sent out has failed again." "What?" The crowd was slightly surprised. Mosu even sneered. "What Shengnan organization? You've never succeeded once. What Shengnan are you talking about? You'd better be a good woman." "Ha ha." His laughter was harsh, but Blue Shengnan did not retort. She was not unproud, but after continuous failures, she had lost her face. "No matter." Zhao Wuji pushed his glasses and waved his hand. "Everything is within my calculation. Lingu will come here with the heart of the sun to meet his demise." What the heck is he talking about? The few experts present were all secretly shocked. Once again, a cruel verbal attack from Mosu, laughing loudly. "Zhao Wuji, are you really that go? Can you even predict Shengnan failing again?" "Ha ha." Blue Shengnan finally couldn't bear it, pointed the gun at Mosu. Mosu, however, was not afraid, continued mocking. "What? Can't take a joke. Ha ha, just a mere woman, insisting on being called Shengnan. What Sheng Root hair? You go die." Blue Shengnan finally couldn't bear it and fired the gun. Dang. The nerves of the experts on the scene were immediately aroused. They didn't expect Mosu not to dodge, but instinctively raised his hand to block his head. The bullet disappeared. Gu Wumao, Knife 11, and Lao Lao all took a cold breath. How dare Blue Shengnan shoot at the Zhao family members in Yanjing? Wasn't she afraid of death? However, Zhao Wuji remained expressionless, seemingly unaffected by the scene. Next, everyone heard Mosu's laughter again. "Ha ha. Women are women. How can a real man play with such a gun? Our men's real guns are much stronger, and you women can't handle them." Mosu laughed and then opened his hands. The still smoking bullet clattered to the ground. Hiss. The several experts all took a deep breath. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that there really were people who could suspect knives and guns to be ineffective. And it wasn't those ancient weapons, but modern firearms. It seemed that if Lingu really came here, he wouldn't need the help of these 5 experts. This ugly man alone could take care of him. They couldn't help but sigh. The Lord Wuji really was rigorous. How much did he want to kill Lingu? "Please stop bickering." Zhao Wuji stopped Mosu, walked towards Blue Shengnan, and politely said, "Miss Lan, please lend me your gun." Blue Shengnan didn't know what he wanted to do, but still handed him the gun. Zhao Wuji took the gun and pointed it at his own temple. What the heck? The 5 experts were shocked at the same time. What was he trying to do? Zhao Wuji simply said confidently, "Those who know me know that my reasoning ability is the best in Lone Wo, but I lost to Lingu in the previous 2 deductions. If tonight I'm wrong again, after midnight, if Lingu doesn't come here with the heart of the sun, I will shoot myself in the head." The 5 experts gasped again. How self-confident and determined. Mosu widened his eyes. "Zhao Wuji, are you serious or not? A gentleman's word is his bond." Zhao Wuji had a royal prestige at this moment. "Well, I admire you," Blue Shengnan said excitedly. "If Lingu really comes here tonight, it's either he dies or I perish." Knife 11 also respected Zhao Wuji, saying, "Me too." Gu Wumao snorted, "Me too." Lao Lao sighed, "If that's the case, This old body will also fight for Lord Wuji. Thank you all. Zhao Wuji thanked them and looked at Mosu. Mosu laughed. What are you looking at me for? I said, if the 5 of us can't take down Lingu, it's better to buy a tofu to kill ourselves. Okay. Zhao Wuji got the approval of the 5 experts and for the first time showed a fierce look. On the same day next year will be Lingu's Memorial Day. After that, he slightly tilted his head and silently prayed, King Xuan, today I will send Lingu west, as an offering to your spirit in heaven. Those who dare to steal from me, Zhao Wuji, are destined to die without doubt. In the fields, night has already fallen. Brother Yu, should we go back now? Luna stood with her hands behind her back, looking up at Lingu and blinking her eyes. Her eyes were beautiful, especially with their long, curly lashes, very attractive to the opposite sex. What's the point of staying here? Lingu casually replied with a smile, not looking at Luna but seemingly exchanging messages with someone. Luna didn't dare to peek, afraid that Lingu wouldn't like it. Brother Yu, do you remember when we used to play in the fields a lot when we were kids? Luna brought up the past again. It seemed that only memories were left between them. I remember. Lingu nodded. Can you stay here and chat with me? Luna's eyes were full of pleading. Before the marriage law, she had already lost Lingu. Now she just wanted to relive some memories with him. Lingu finally looked at her eyes, nodded after a moment, and the two sat down, looking at the spring sky like a curtain. Brother Yu, do you know why I chose you as the groom when we played house as kids? Luna asked. Lingu shook his head and said, I thought you would choose Yurangxiu. Everyone said he was the most handsome in the village, and you were the most beautiful. I didn't think I was worthy of you. Ha ha. Luna laughed, her lashes like crescent moons. Yurangxiu was not only handsome, but he also understood girls better than you. He even gave me flowers back then. Then why didn't you choose him? Lingu smiled bitterly. Because his grandfather is not a hero, but a villain. Luna also confessed directly. And your grandfather is a hero of the nation, a hero of the ethnic group. I wanted to marry into the Ling family. Lingu suddenly fell silent, just because he could see the seriousness in Luna's eyes. Is that wrong for me to think that way? Luna asked, eager to get Lingu's answer. I don't know. Lingu shook his head, smiling bitterly. They all say I'm straightforward, not an expert in emotions. Well, I used to like your straightforwardness. Such a man won't deceive a woman. Luna didn't get an answer from Lingu, still a bit unwilling. She bit her lower lip lightly. Did you ever think back then, when we grew up, you would marry me? No. Lingu shook his head directly, his expression indifferent. Luna was very disappointed, even desperate. Lingu continued, I never thought about that back then, and I wouldn't dare to think about it. I'm not worthy of you. You are. Who said you're not worthy of me? Luna slapped the ground angrily, her chest proud. She liked to wear tight clothes so much that the white outfit seemed like it would burst. Our classmates in the class say so, your younger brother says so, and even. Lingu suddenly pointed in another direction, saying, even God Fatty says so. God Fatty had been chasing after little red sister all this time. Who would have thought that just as he found brother Yu and Luna, he would be called out? Luna stared at God Fatty, angry, and asked, why did you all say that back then? Are you jealous of brother Yu? Ow. God Fatty felt a bit embarrassed, but Lingu was right in front of him, his survival instinct strong. He quickly laughed, ha ha. Right. We're just jealous of brother Yu's luck. Such a beautiful girl. Only I. Halfway through, feeling wrong, he quickly looked at little red sister, explaining anxiously. Little red sister. Listen to me. Liking someone in childhood doesn't mean you still like them as adults. Little red sister blinked innocently, as if to say, why are you so nervous to explain to me? Forget it. Let's not disturb brother Yu and sister Nana. Let's go chat over there. God Fatty, with a strong survival instinct, quickly pulled little red sister away to another area. Seeing this scene, Lingu was quite relieved. It seems that his junior brother has a chance to be single, and the alcoholic master no longer needs to worry. Brother Yu, did you hear that? They're just jealous. You're worthy of me. Why didn't you confess to me back then? Luna looked regretful, her emotions quite agitated, but Lingu didn't join her in being emotional, just saying, Nana, you've had more than two boyfriends. Is it meaningful to bring up childhood memories like this? Is it meaningful? Luna's tears fell instantly, her fair face slightly red. I couldn't wait for you to come back, so I found a substitute. Don't you know, the person I've always liked is you. Overwhelmed by her emotions, she tightly hugged Lingu. Her soft body, seemingly boleless, carried a captivating fragrance. But Lingu remained unmoved. After a while, he gently moved Luna away, smiling at her. Nana, thank you for being honest with me today. And thank you for liking me, but I'm already married. It's not that he didn't believe Luna, but whether he believed it or not, what could he do? He never thought of marrying her before, and now he couldn't do it in the future. They could only be friends after all. I don't mind, Luna said excitedly. I can be your secret lover. I don't need a title. I just want to be with you in the future. Lingu looked at her, unable to discern any insincerity. He never knew she liked him so much. Nana, don't be like this. Lingu still firmly rejected. I don't understand romance, let alone love. It's hard enough for me to take care of my wife's feelings. I can't give any more love to another woman. Luna cried intensely, coldly saying, Lingu, are you so heartless? I'm not heartless, Lingu said straightforwardly. I believe we can always be good friends. Good friends? Luna's beautiful eyes were unfocused, and she smirked coldly. People say, wives and mistresses are to be cherished, while good friends are to be betrayed. Lingu smiled helplessly, thinking, how can I explain it differently if you insist on thinking like that? Lingu, why don't you like me after all? Luna finally couldn't help but frown after asking this question. Nana, that's a very silly question. Lingu couldn't help shaking his head. I didn't dislike you originally, just that I didn't like you. But since you insist on asking, I can only try my hardest to think of reasons why I don't like you. It's because you're stubborn, you're too calculating, you're fickle, you don't give people a sense of security. As he spoke later, Lingu's mind was filled with thoughts of Qin Mingu. Even though the iceberg lady was cold, with such a wife, he felt secure. After listening to him, Luna's tears had already dried up. Cruel. This man was too cruel to her. Luna's smile became extremely bitter. Lingu, thank you for your answer. Thank you for pointing out my flaws. I think I understand now. That's good. Lingu stood up. It's getting late. Shall we go back? Luna thought for a moment and said, Lingu, can you accompany me to a place? Which place? Lingu wrinkled his brows slightly and asked. Luna didn't answer but pointed to the big fence house at the end of the field. On the other side, when Bai Lao and Qin Chang'an, the master and grandson, arrived at the Bagua gate, it was already 8 o'clock at night. As soon as they saw Bai Lao, the members of the Bagua gate rushed out to surround the three of them. Traitor, how dare you come back so brazenly? You're too arrogant. Sister Z pointed at Bai Lao, scolding angrily. Bai Lao, hands in his sleeves and eyes half closed, reply, if you want to fight, let's go. I'm in a hurry. My goodness. The disciples of the Bagua gate, numbering in the tens, were immediately enraged, never expecting this old traitor to be so audacious. But even so, no one dared to act recklessly. They all knew deep down just how powerful this old man was. Even the gatekeeper looked like a child in front of him, and it would be futile to act together. If we're not fighting, then bring out Bai Chimu. We have some business at the Bagua gate. Bai Lao continued. HMPH. Bai Qian, you came just in time. Without needing a disciple to inform him, Bai Chimu heard the commotion outside, and led his disciples out, pointing at Bai Lao. Today, if you don't hand over the techniques of the black and white sects, I will clean up the Bagua gate. It was the same old threat. Bai Lao remained unfazed, showing no emotion at all. It was as if he had heard a vendor in a market shouting, my vegetables are cheap and delicious. Bai Chimu, I just want to ask, at this moment, Qin Chang'an couldn't help but interject, wasn't it Bai Kun who was supposed to pass on the position of sect leader to your brother Bai Chimu? How come you are now the sect leader? What about your brother? As these words fell, Bai Chimu's face turned uncertain and gloomy. Answer me. Bai Lao suddenly opened his eyes, exerting a senior's pressure to suppress Bai Chimu. Bai Chimu immediately started sweating profusely. Seeing this scene, the surrounding disciples felt embarrassed for him. With such strength and courage, how could he dare to speak so arrogantly just now? Did he really have the ability to clean up the Bagua gate? It was Bai Kun who relinquished the position of sect leader himself. He couldn't bear the responsibility and left alone. Bai Chimu said through clenched teeth. Is that so? Qin Chang'an half believed and didn't continue speaking. Bai Lao narrowed his eyes again and said, all right, tonight I can return the Bagua gate techniques to you, but on one condition. Really? What condition? Bai Chimu was ecstatic. Even though he knew the chances of forcing Bai Lao to return the techniques were close to zero, it was just a show of strength to maintain the dignity of the sect leader. Now that Bai Lao had said this, he secretly rejoiced. Once he learned the techniques of the black and white sects, he could settle the score with that ugly man and Lingu, avenging the past shame. He might even really be able to clean up the Bagua Gate. Let me enter the sacred tomb of the Bagua Gate, and none of you can come in. What? Bai Lao's words shocked the Bagua Gate disciples, and some even started cursing. A traitor wants to enter the forbidden area of the Bagua Gate. On what grounds? Exactly. Don't be delusional. However, Bai Chimu stopped the disciples and agreed to Bai Lao, saying, "Fine, I'll allow you to enter, but if you break the promise, I will kill you all." What he wanted was to increase his power. The experiences of these days had made him see the reality clearly, that without power, there was no dignity. So now, regardless of how his disciples viewed him, regardless of losing face, he had to do everything possible to obtain the techniques of the black and white sects. "My word is my bond," Bai Lao calmly responded to Bai Chimu, then turned to Qin Qianggong and his granddaughter, saying, "Let's go in." Qin Qianggong acknowledged, and under Bai Lao's guidance, they swaggered into the Bagua Gate. Wow, I didn't expect the Bagua Gate to be this big. The environment is quite unique. Upon entering the Bagua Gate, Qin Ruhan was curious like a tourist, looking around and touching everything. She had traveled to many places before, visited many famous sites, but none were as authentic as the Bagua Gate. The Bagua Gate has been passed down for 1,000 years, of course, it's amazing. Bai Chimu proudly led his disciples behind them towards the tomb, hearing Qin Ruhan's sighs of admiration. But Qin Ruhan immediately sneered. The sect itself is respectable, but the people are not worthy, especially the sect leader. Too weak. You. Bai Chimu was enraged and wanted to take action, but just a glance from Bai Lao made him grit his teeth and hold back. "All of you stay outside." Upon reaching the tomb, Bai Lao ordered Bai Chimu to remain outside, despite his displeasure, for the chance to acquire the techniques of the black and white sects. Bai Lao manipulated his techniques to rotate the solid stone door open. When the disciples outside saw this, they were amazed and looked at each other. Even Bai Chimu couldn't force the door open. As the sect leader, he had never entered the tomb. "Sir? Miss? Please?" Bai Lao invited Qin Qianggong and Qin Ruhan in, and followed last inside. Then, he closed the stone door. Bai Chimu, the sect leader, could only stretch his neck outside to sneak a peek. What's going on? Inside, Qin Qianggong had Bai Lao lift a stone coffin and found that the urn inside was empty, sending chills down his spine. Bai Lao also looked surprised, saying, "Sir, this urn is not the one we put in there originally." Qin Ruhan, puzzled, asked, "Grandpa, what happened exactly?" Qin Qianggong sighed and briefly explained, 18 years ago, when your father passed away, to protect his body and the Sun Heart, I set up two barriers. The first was to build a false grave for your father with an empty urn inside to prevent tomb looting. The second was to move the Sun Heart to the Bagua Gate tomb, where besides Bai Lao and Bai Kun, no third person could open the stone door. It was as solid as a rock. But Bai Kun passed away almost simultaneously with your father 18 years ago. So how did this happen now? Qin Qianggong couldn't understand. Bai Lao also couldn't understand. The only thing they could ascertain was that the empty urn now was the one they had placed in the fake coffin of Qin Ruxiang back then. Who had brought it here? Furthermore, even Bai Kun's body lying in the stone coffin had disappeared. Normally, even after 18 years, there would still be some remains, but the coffin was completely empty. Sir, the only explanation is that Bai Kun faked his death back then. He took the real Sun Heart with him, dug up Ruxiang's fake grave, put back the empty urn to mock us. Bai Lao expressed his speculation. Qin Qianggong agreed, sighing deeply. Well, this is troublesome. It seems the Sun Heart is no longer ours, the Qin family's. On the other side, the night sky over the fields grew darker. Looking around, there was only a faint light coming from a distant cottage. What are we going there for? Lingu didn't agree or refuse, but asked Luna directly. Have you forgotten? Luna's eyelashes sparkled with tears that had not completely dried up, her voice filled with emotion. When we got married, it was in a cottage in the fields, just like this one in front of us. Lingu remained silent, looking at the cottage. Although the night was dark, he could still see clearly that the cottage indeed resembled the one from his childhood in Yingshang village. It was almost like a replica. Let's go there once more, so I can bury these emotions where they began. Can we? Luna's eyes were filled with longing. Lingu felt a bit uneasy. Luna was not as straightforward as Zhang Milan, but Lingu's resistance to her was not any less than it was towards Zhang Milan. If Zhang Milan had said the same to him, he definitely would not have gone. But Lingu, being sentimental, Luna was his childhood friend, and he couldn't bring himself to do something so cruel. All right, let's go. Lingu nodded. Luna's lips curved into a smile, her eyes revealing a mix of emotions. Side by side, the two slowly walked towards the cottage. During the half-hour journey, they didn't speak at all. As they neared the cottage, they saw the front yard and the house with its doors wide open. Lingu stopped and asked, "Is there someone inside?" Luna nodded. "Yes, there is." She was not worried that Lingu would flee. Lingu thought for a moment, then continued, "Do you still want me to go inside?" "It's up to you." Luna's expression turned cold and indifferent. She had completed her mission. Lingu sighed lightly, realizing everything, and asked, "When did you meet Zhao Wujin?" Luna was briefly surprised by Lingu's quick grasp of the situation, but she still answered candidly, "Before Chinese New Year. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that we both returned to the village in the same year, with partners? I've been keeping an eye on you for a while." "I see." Lingu nodded. It seemed that after their first encounter at Xiaoyan restaurant, Zhao Wujin had been determined to eliminate him, and had been setting up various schemes all along. "Do you want to know who was behind the poisoning at Xiaoyan restaurant the second time?" The enmity between them was clear, so Lingu no longer held back with Luna. He wanted to get answers. "Do you want to find out?" "Just come in," Luna said calmly and confidently, walking into the cottage alone. Hearing footsteps, a group of people who had been waiting in the large room became excited. Seeing it was a woman entering, Mosu immediately joked, "What's going on? Whenever I wait for a beauty, I never get one. Now that we're waiting for a man, a beauty comes in. It's past 11 p.m. Zhao Wujin, get ready to shoot yourself." Seeing this close bodyguard, the other experts were speechless. They couldn't tell if he was protecting Zhao Wujin or hoping for his demise. Lan Shengnan was slightly anxious as she looked at Zhao Wujin. She rarely admired a man. Had she misjudged him? No need to rush. Lingu will come in on his own to face his death. Zhao Wujin was very confident. As he finished speaking, Luna promptly said, "That's right, Lingu is already outside." "What?" The group of experts were all surprised. Lan Shengnan was even more excited. "Young Master Wu, shall we rush out now and kill that man? Avenge my sister." Dao Shi and Guima also seemed eager to act. "No need to." Zhao Wujin pushed up his glasses, his eyes glinting with firmness. "Lingu will come in on his own. We don't need to chase him." The others frowned, in confusion, wondering where Zhao Wujin's confidence came from. Mosu couldn't help but enjoy the drama, reminding Zhao Wujin, "It's almost midnight. If Lingu turns to run, you'll lose face." Zhao Wujin smiled ruefully. If Lingu truly knew about the oath he had taken, he might not have come, but Lingu was ignorant. So, Lingu walked in. The group was shocked to see this man knowingly walking into an ambush, revealing a level of boldness that surprised them. Only Luna sighed softly, saying, "Lingu, are you brave or arrogant? Do you think you have a chance once you enter?" Zhao Wujin smiled and said, "Because you don't know this man at all." Luna bit her lip lightly. According to the plan, she was supposed to charm Lingu and then lead him into this strat, but Lingu's lack of interest in her was surprising, and now, Zhao Wujin had exposed her, leaving her embarrassed. "Lingu, did you enter here to kill me?" Zhao Wujin asked with a smirk. He wanted to eliminate Lingu, and Lingu wanted to do the same to him. Lingu believed Zhao Wujin's appearance had caused Lin Qingshuan's death. However, he had personally witnessed Zhao Wujin throwing Lin Qingshuan off a cliff. "That's right," Lingu nodded. "The heart of the sun is on you, isn't it?" Zhao Wujin inquired further. "What do you think?" Lingu never confirmed it directly, but his answer was almost an admission. At this, Lan Shengnan's admiration for Zhao Wujin peaked, filled with disbelief. Even Mosu and others were stunned, praising Zhao Wujin's wisdom in foreseeing the future and admiring his foresight. "Thank you for bringing it to me." Zhao Wujin expressed his satisfaction. "There's no need for thanks," Lingu retorted, his eyes slightly red. "I didn't come to bring you anything but to kill you and avenge Qingshuan." Zhao Wujin chuckled. "In this situation, do you still think you can kill me?" Lingu didn't respond. his eyes all seriousness, striking fear into those around him. "Shengnan, you can make your move now." Zhao Wujin didn't understand where Lingu's confidence came from, but the prey had arrived, and the hunt had to be carried out swiftly to avoid complications. "Lingu, give back my sister's life." Lan Shengnan didn't use a gun. She lunged directly at Lingu. It was embarrassing for fight experts to surround a single man and still require firearms. Plus, she had heard that this man had once defeated her sister in 3 moves, and she couldn't believe it. She wanted to test his skills for herself. In the field, after Lingu and Luna left, there was still a chubby boy and a thin girl watching the stars. Little Red Sister felt quite bored being with the chubby boy, even though he told cold jokes all night. Little Red Sister also knew that he was trying to make her laugh, but unfortunately, his jokes weren't funny. Little Red Sister wanted to go back, so she looked to the other side, and realized there was no one there. "Strange. Did you and Luna leave? Why didn't they come over and say hello to us?" Little Red Sister decided to stop listening to the chubby boy's jokes and ran over quickly. The chubby boy was still clueless. He had just turned around, feeling like the atmosphere was set, and decided to come up with another cold joke to express his feelings. Otherwise, he was worried that Little Red Sister wouldn't understand his true intentions after listening to his jokes all night. "Little Red Sister, do you know which animal is the most faithful?" "You might say a mermaid, because they don't cheat, but the most faithful animal is me, because I have short legs, and since I saw you, I couldn't move my legs ups." "What's going on?" the chubby boy said excitedly, then turned around, only to find a young girl wearing shorts and long socks standing in front of him. She was wearing a loose top with bandages underneath. "Little sister, I mean Little Red Sister, how come it's you?" The girl was none other than Nami. Thanks to Lingu, she survived. Not only that, this girl's vitality was stronger than a cockroach, as she could already walk within 2 days. Upon hearing the chubby boy's words, Nami felt goosebumps and couldn't help but sarcastically say, "Chubby, with your looks and flirting skills, it's a miracle you can get girls at all." While the chubby boy wasn't good at flirting, he was quick-witted in arguments and immediately retorted, "If I can't get girls, I won't spend 3,000 yuan on you. Forget it. I won't sell out for 3,000 yuan anymore." Nami's eyes were a little proud. After chatting with Qin Chang'an, she realized her previous perspective was too low, and now she was no longer that messy girl. She would live the rest of her life with dignity. Despite Nami's intentions, the chubby boy cut in, saying, "I won't spend money on you even if you lower your price." "You." Nami wanted to hit someone, but any sudden movement caused a searing pain in her wound, so she had to stop. At that moment, Little Red Sister's voice came from ahead. "Chubby, come and see. It seems like there's a fight by the fence house." The chubby boy hurried over and indeed heard a bang coming from the fence house. He was skilled in martial arts and had sharper senses than Little Red Sister. He clearly saw a woman crashing through the wall and flying out. Inside the fence house, several top experts looked shocked. Lan Shengnan's skills were not weak in their eyes, but after just 2 moves, she was defeated by Lingu. No wonder Zhao Wuji had gathered 5 top experts to ambush him. If you don't act soon and are prepared for one-on-one battles, it may end up in disaster. Zhao Wuji reminded them. Lingu seemed to prefer this mode of combat, as he was about to send Lan Shengnan away with his 3rd move. "Compared to your sister, your martial arts are slightly weaker." This was Lingu's evaluation of Lan Shengnan. While he didn't witness the battle between Due and Lan Ji, Due later recounted it, mentioning a bit of luck in defeating Lan Ji. Furthermore, Lingu had directly sparred with both of them, and could give a fair assessment. Lan Shengnan had never believed that her sister was defeated in just 3 moves by this man, but after taking the field herself, she couldn't help but admire her sister, wondering how she managed to withstand 3 moves from him. She was indeed incredibly powerful. The Kung Fu Lan Shengnan acutely mastered and that was revered by hundreds, was full of flaws against this man. Lingu's 3rd move arrived, and Lan Shengnan had no time to draw her gun. She had to close her eyes and await the incoming death. Then, a rapidly spinning curved knife, carrying a fiery arc, disrupted Lingu's advance. This knife was thrown with incredible wrist strength and great force. Moreover, the control the person had of the thrown knife was exceptional, as it pushed Lingu back and seemed to return to the owner like it had a mind of its own. Knife 11. After receiving the knife, he leapt forward and launched 11 consecutive strikes towards Lingu, taking advantage of the situation. In that moment, Lingu felt like he was facing divine punishment, as he could be shattered by the lightning-like strikes of the curved knife at any moment. Avoiding them as much as possible, he found himself forced into a corner and decided to act proactively. With a clap of his hands, he firmly grabbed the curved knife. What a move to catch a blade with your hands! Lao, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but exclaim in awe. One should never underestimate the skill of catching a blade with both hands, assuming it's simple. It requires perfect eyesight, speed, and strength. If any of these were lacking, the result wouldn't be merely stopping the knife but rather splitting Lingu in half. Lao didn't know exactly what transpired, but he could see that Lingu's martial arts had remarkably improved in just 2 months. He had transcended levels compared to the showdown in Cloud City. What astonished him even more was Guomao. Every time he saw Lingu, the kid's skills had advanced significantly from the last encounter. At this rate, even the gods would find it challenging to deal with him in the future. Guomao envied, resented, and loathed Lingu, and the best way to overcome these feelings was to kill him. Seizing the opportunity, Guomao launched a sneak attack from behind. Lingu, prepare to die. Falling Flower's palm was exquisite, and Guomao split it into 7 palms, instantly blocking all paths behind Lingu. This strike was surely going to land. Knife 11 held the same belief. If Lingu loosened his grip a bit, he had no doubt that he could split him in 2. Ha ha. Is it over? Mosu smirked. Though he desired to defeat Lingu to gain fame, winning without personally intervening felt great. No. Zhao Wuji shook his head. If Lingu were that easy to deal with, he wouldn't have been plotting meticulously and waited until tonight to strike. Indeed, Lingu didn't relax his grip at all, but instead increased the force, clutching the knife with both hands. He lifted his legs and kicked 8 times in succession while blocking the falling Flower's palm, then kicked Guomao away. What? Mosu gasped in shock. He thought Lingu had reached his limits, but was surprised that he could unleash even greater fighting potential. Not only did he not fall, but he instantly turned the tide of battle. This is the terrifying thing about Lingu and why he's here tonight. Zhao Wuji pushed up his glasses and analyzed Mosu beside him. He may seem low-key, but in reality, he has an unmatched fierceness. He aims to unleash his combat potential through life and death fights, breaking through his martial limits. Moreover, he's confident in his potential, and I'm sure he can turn the tables tonight. Rising against the current, tempering oneself into steel. Zhao Wuji knew very well that this was the battle creed of the Northern Territory Warvolf. Lunana watched Lingu's heroic figure, lightly biting her lower lip, her eyes filled with complex emotions. As nobody had been paying attention to her all along, she remained motionless for the time being. Hey, Zhao Wuji, you've said so much just to get me to make a move, right? You want me to strike before he reaches his limit and strangle him. Mosu also loosened his muscles, his eyes bursting with fighting spirit. Although he didn't want to confront top experts head-on, when faced with such opponents, his body would still feel a strong sense of thrill. This thrill would trigger his terrifying combat potential. Seeing the situation unfold this way, Lao sighed and had to get ready to join in. After all, everyone had promised earlier that if Zhao Wuji's predictions were accurate and Lingu actually fell into their hands, they would all step in. Now that everyone was taking action, he couldn't just stand by. Phew. Just as Lingu had just repelled Guomao, a strong whirlwind attacked him from the side. At the corner of his eye, he saw that it was actually Lao, which made him somewhat regretful. In Lingu's mind, Lao was different from the others. They had crossed paths in Yun City before but as respectful adversaries, so he couldn't understand why Lao chose to listen to Zhao Wuji now. He also felt regret for the current situation. Are you underestimating me? Dao Shiyi saw that Lingu's attention had been constantly elsewhere and his eyes showed a hint of embarrassment, but a sinister smile played at the corner of his mouth. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, his body unexpectedly released multiple hidden weapons, glinting with a damp cold light in the dim lamplight. Poisoned. Lingu was taken aback, quickly loosened his grip on the sword, twisted his body, dodging both the hidden weapons and Lao's attacks. Just as he loosened his grip on the sword, Dao Shiyi took advantage of the moment to twist his sword, causing Lingu's blood to drip from the blade. Lingu's blood. Lingu immediately felt a sharp pain in his palm. Taking on for opponents was too much of a stretch, as each of these for individuals was a skilled expert in their own right. Lingu, You will soon be a dead man. Dao Shiyi didn't pursue his advantage but stood in place, holding his sword with a wicked smile, the blade emitting a faint dark green light. Lingu realized the danger and quickly pressed acupoints on his own body, forcing out a large amount of black blood. Poisoned. So it's you. Lingu gritted his teeth lightly, finally identifying the culprit who had poisoned him back in the restaurant. Although it might not be the same poison, he could tell that the current poison he was suffering from was of a similar type to the one from the restaurant. Ha ha. Last time, I failed to poison you to death, but now you will die under my Dao Shiyi's poison. Dao Shiyi smirked. Lingu felt his arms beginning to go numb. He knew that if he continued like this, his mind would soon become clouded. What should he do? However, things could always get worse. Lingu hadn't thought of a solution yet when, suddenly, a heavy hammer came crashing towards him from behind. The force was immense, like a cannonball. Lingu was shocked to find out that the strongest among the five had made a move. Lingu had no choice but to roll on the ground to dodge the attack, his body covered in a mix of cold and hot sweat. When he got up, he was covered in dust, looking disheveled. Not only that, his head was starting to feel heavy and he was seeing double. The hideous man in front of him appeared even more repulsive in his eyes. Hey, Lingu, I have no grudge against you. Killing you is just because I took Zhao Wuji's money. After you go to hell, don't blame me. Blame that kid Zhao Wuji, Mosu said. Then dealt another heavy blow. The other top experts around were secretly amazed. This ugly man's moves held no profound mysteries, but their fists were not made of flesh and bone like theirs. Rather, they seemed to be made of metal. Had they been in Lingu's shoes, facing such fists would have left them no way out but death. So, the scene that shocked them to the core unfolded before their eyes. Despite being poisoned, Lingu managed to turn around, using a precise technique to intercept Mosu's fist firmly with his two fingers. No, he didn't just intercept it, he incorporated the power of the fist into his own movements with skillful techniques. Mosu suddenly felt his fist being drawn into a vortex, uncontrollably surging in another direction, changing heaven and earth. Lan Shengnan saw Lingu's superb technique and couldn't help but exclaim. Gu Wu Mao's jealousy grew stronger. Lao La's admiration deepened. Dao Shiyi's eyes were filled with disbelief. Who exactly was Lingu? He was like a god of war. Despite the chaos surrounding him, Lingu remained calm. From the start, his goal was not to defeat the five top experts but only one: to kill Zhao Wuji. At this moment, Mosu's invisible power encapsulated Zhao Wuji. While the world knew Zhao Wuji as the supreme of wisdom, very few were aware that he was also a martial arts expert. Though he was no match for Lingu, he was definitely not weak. Currently caught off guard, he was unable to counter the controlled power within Mosu's fist. It seems that I will be the one to avenge Xingzhuan in the end. Lingu's lips curved slightly. The Wolf of War never sought the title of the world's best but would face any contender fearlessly. He didn't care whether someone was a martial arts peak master or a wisdom peak master. Once he set a target in his heart, he would put in all his effort to accomplish the task. However, just when Lingu thought he was close to completing his ultimate mission, a graceful figure suddenly shielded Zhao Wuji. She opened her arms, a lovely smile on her face, her eyes filled with determination. No. Lingu wanted to halt his actions upon seeing this woman, but it was too late. With a thud, the graceful woman was sent flying, blood flowing from her mouth, and her clothing torn by the overwhelming power, making her look like a blooming red flower in the air. Nana. Lingu couldn't care less about anything else. He let go of Mosu's fist, immediately rushing towards the woman in the air, catching her to prevent her from receiving further injury from the impact. Despite his efforts, the woman in his arms was barely breathing, gradually losing her vitality. Why did you sacrifice yourself to save Zhao Wuji? Lingu asked loudly. He truly couldn't understand why Lunana chose to become his enemy, and further, why she would go to such lengths for Zhao Wuji. Because I am a woman. Lunana's mouth was stained with blood, but she wore a smile of utter relief. This smile struck Lingu's heart with a powerful impact, as if threatening to break it. No. I don't understand. I really don't understand. Lingu shook his head vigorously. So what if you are a woman? Does that mean, as a woman, you must devote yourself to Zhao Wuji, even giving your life? No. Lingu. You're wrong. Lunana's smile grew more radiant, but her eyes reflected increasing pain. I'm not sacrificing myself for him. I'm sacrificing myself for you. A loud rumble, Lingu's heart was completely penetrated by this invisible force, leaving his mind blank. He couldn't comprehend the meaning behind Lunana's words. Do you know what the cruelest thing in the world is? At the brink of life, Lunana posed a soul-wrenching question to Lingu. Before he could answer, she hastened to provide the response. It's when the same thing is true for one and false for the other. 5 top experts watched as the embracing couple stood there, and all of them instinctively stopped their movements. Lingu was as stiff as a statue. He stared at Luna, murmuring continuously. Nana, I really don't understand. I don't understand what you mean by this. Do you want to pretend not to understand? Luna's smile became somewhat mocking and bitter. I've always taken the idea of marrying you seriously. How could you treat it as a joke? I've been waiting for you to return to Hero Village. Both of my ex-boyfriends were fake. I only used them to provoke you after I knew you married Chin Mingu. Did you really think of me as easily swayed by emotions? Jeej. Doom. Lingu felt like he was struck by lightning. The words Jeej shouted out by Luna tore at his heart and lungs insanely. Waves of tearing pain coursed through his body. Why is this happening? Lingu's eyes were bloodshot as he stared fiercely at Zhao Wujio, asking, did you know about this earlier? Zhao Wujio pushed up his glasses and smiled before nodding. Yes, I knew earlier. I also knew you were a heartless man. Lingu clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could tear the man in front of him to pieces. He felt used by Luna. However, he still loudly asked, Nana, why did you do this? Why couldn't you just tell me directly? I didn't know anything. Why should I tell you? Luna's smile had a touch of jealousy, infused with a woman's resentment. When we were young, you said, you were willing to marry me. You treated that promise as a joke, so why should I treat you well? Lingu was speechless. Completely speechless. He didn't hate Luna's childish behavior, he blamed himself for being too straightforward in the past. He truly didn't understand women. So I said, the cruelest thing in this world is that I took marrying you seriously, and you treated marrying me as a joke. Luna closed her eyes with a malicious smile and slowly uttered her final words. Jeej, if there's a next life, I want to choose a good background, to be able to boldly express my love to you, and for you to willingly marry me. No. Nana. Don't die. Listen to me. Lingu wanted to clarify some things with Luna, but she gradually closed her eyes. His thoughts abruptly moved back 20 years ago. Lulalali. Luna is a wild child. At that time, the drama Dejangium was a hit in the Dragon Kingdom. Luna became the object of ridicule and mockery by the children in the village because of her name, as it collided completely with the theme song of Dejangium. Her mother, who was daring and passionate in her youth, actively pursued a man from outside but ended up losing her innocence and being ridiculed and dumped by others. Sun even said her mother returned to the village with a big belly to marry her father, which is why Luna was teased as a wild child from birth. Due to her background, she had been quite insecure during her childhood. Nana, listen to your mother. You must never pursue a man actively in the future. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it. Her mother always admonished Luna like this. Lingu had heard this as a child but didn't fully understand, and with his personality, he didn't gossip about such matters. Because of her beauty, all the beaux of her age in the village were circling around Luna. It just so happened that when playing house and marriage games, Luna didn't choose anyone but Lingu, the quiet beau who had never teased her, as her husband. Luna, do you agree to marry Lingu? Will you stay with him through poverty, sickness, and everything? Lingu remembered. It was played by Yuan Zhu, the pastor, asking Luna. Yes, I agree. Luna smiled beautifully, her eyelashes curved, answering in front of many children. What about you? Lingu, do you agree to marry Luna as your wife? Will you stay with her through thick and thin? I agree. Lingu also cooperatively replied. Yet, he didn't realize that he had always treated it as a game, while Luna had always taken it as a vow. Due to her mother's warnings and experiences, she never expressed her love for him. She was afraid of being ridiculed, afraid of walking the same path as her mother and being despised by the whole village. Despite this, she eventually confessed to him but received his heartless rejection, as he was already married. But wait, she was the one who fell for him first. Why was fate so unfair to her? Failing to secure his love, she decided to destroy him in the end. Luna remembered her mother saying that she wouldn't let the man who abandoned her off the hook and didn't want Lingu to be handed over to Qin Mingu. Luna used to look down on her mother, but she ended up living a life she least liked. Lingu. Farewell. Luna died with a smile. Dying at the hands of Lingu made her feel extremely satisfied. That way, he would remember her for a lifetime, right? Nana. Lingu choked back tears and howled to the sky. Zhao Wujia's glance, and Machu immediately threw a punch. Lingu, in his shattered state of mind, was completely unguarded at the moment and got hit directly, crashing through the fence wall and flying out. Great, we've finally taken down this man. Lan Shengnan got up from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, excitedly speaking. She didn't feel ashamed of winning against 6 opponents. Instead, she felt very proud, as Lingu was indeed so strong. At that moment, the chubby man with little red just arrived at the door, seeing a man flying out. Wow, is the fight that intense? Shen Xiaopang, in a curious tone, called out, eager to watch the show. However, the next moment, Little Red exclaimed, Jay. It's Jay. What? Shen Xiaopang was taken aback, but upon closer inspection, the man lying on the ground spitting black blood was indeed his handsome senior brother Lingu. Quick, Xiaopang, save Jay. Little Red urged anxiously. All right. Shen Xiaopang didn't dare to dawdle, hurried over, dug Lingu out of the dirt pile, and hoisted him up. But as he turned around, Lan Shengnan was already blocking their way. Hehe, trying to leave. It's not that easy. As Lan Shengnan slowly approached, with more people coming out of the house, Shen Xiaopang panicked. All of these people who appeared didn't seem to be pleasant characters. Because she was injured, Mei Jiali didn't catch up with the two. Seeing the situation at the door, she quickly hid in the shadows. What should I do? Mei Jiali recognized Lan Shengnan, the woman who shot and killed someone that night. Put Lingu down now, or I will leave you all in pieces. How about that? Lan Shengnan didn't even consider Shen Xiaopang and Xia Hongmei in his eyes. One is fat and short, the other is thin and weak. It's like a match made in weakness. Ha ha. I have to comment, your conditions are really not attractive. Shen Xiaopang said with cold sweat on his forehead. If you let us go and give us 10 million as hush money, maybe we'll listen to you. Lan Shengnan coldly smiled. I have to say, your cold jokes are really not funny. Xiaopang said again, if it's not funny, why are you laughing? Women, always saying one thing and meaning another. All the cold jokes all night didn't make Xia Hongmei laugh, but now making this man laugh, she won't admit it. Isn't that bullying? If you don't put him down in 3 seconds, I'll have to kill you all. Lan Shengnan had taken out his gun, aimed at Xiaopang. Xiaopang was truly at a loss. What to do? Just then, the sound of a police siren suddenly rang out in the darkness. What's going on? Are the police here? Mosu was the most sensitive, as he had heard this kind of sound many times during his years at helping fallen women. He would usually react the fastest before the police arrived, using some distraction technique, doing good deeds without leaving a name, and writing it in his diary at home. But tonight, he couldn't leave yet. Zhao Wujia also couldn't help but frown slightly, who reported to the police. Help! Someone is trying to kidnap me. At this time, another girl was shouting for help in the night. It was Mei Jiar playing the same trick again. She was trying every method to distract the attention of these people. Xiaopang and Xia Hongmei reacted quickly and hurriedly ran away. Don't get distracted. Don't let the prey escape. Zhao Wujia quickly reminded, the police won't come tonight. Lan Shengnan then woke up as if from a dream, and immediately aimed his gun at Xiaopang's back and shot. Careful! Xia Hongmei, seeing this, exclaimed to warn. Dang! The gun fired as expected. A burst of blood blossomed in the dark night. Xiaopang turned around. The tragic scene in front of him seemed frozen. He was so heartbroken that he couldn't even make a sound. Zout! Xia Hongmei fell to the ground, full of cold gasps, but still weakly said to him, Go. Hurry and go. Xiaopang's tears rolled down instantly. It burned. It burned so much that his skin felt scorched. Sister. Mei Jiar also ran over without regard. Although she didn't interact much with Xia Hongmei usually, she was still her unique sister, always nagging but caring for her sister. Kill them all. Don't let the night get too long. Zhao Wujia paid no attention to the pathetic drama of the three. He wanted to kill Lingu and get the heart of the sun. Yes, Young Master Wujiao, Len Shengnan was now completely obedient to Zhao Wujiao. Lo Lao sighed helplessly. He always felt that Zhao Peng and the two sisters were innocent. Dao 11 and Guo Mao had no interest in dealing with these insignificant ants and chose to remain bystanders. As for Mosu, he still felt a bit sorry to kill the two young girls. They were quite young and pretty. Zhao Wujiao was really ruthless. Just then, footsteps were heard around. Police, hands up. Hearing this voice, Zhao Wujiao felt a slap in his face. He had said the police wouldn't come. Who would have thought they would arrive in such a large number? The leading male and female were not local police officers, Yexia and Xiaxu from Yuncheng. What's going on? Mosu was a bit surprised. The other experts also looked towards Zhao Wujiao. Zhao Wujiao's face remained calm as water, without showing any panic. Xiao Peng, put me down. At this moment, Lingu, who was on Shen Xiaopeng's back, spoke. Senior brother, you're still alive. Shen Xiaopeng smiled through his tears. That's great. I thought you were dead just now, and I was wondering how to take care of your wife. I was really afraid I would have to raise your wife for you in the future. What a beautiful thought. Lingu gave a faint smile, stepped down from his back, pale-faced, and said to Zhao Wujiao, who is the hunter, who is the prey? Sometimes you really don't know. Zhao Wujiao also smiled in admiration. Indeed, you've kept your cards hidden. Did you start planning when you were with Luna? Lingu nodded. You're not bad either. You guessed it all. Zhao Wujiao then glanced at Meijiao on the other side, showing the mysterious curve. Perhaps he heard the police siren, and the real police finally noticed this place. Tonight was becoming more and more interesting. Only a man like him has the qualifications to be Zhao Wujiao's opponent. At the next moment, Xiaxu led the charge, holding a gun and rushing towards Mosu, aiming the gun at him. Hands up. All of you. You are suspected of multiple murders. If you dare resist arrest, don't blame us for being impolite. Mosu looked helpless, spreading his hands. Beautiful police officer, are you biased? Why are you aiming your gun at me? You should be pointing it at Zhao Wujiao. He's our boss. Xiaxu looked at Zhao Wujiao, with a complicated look in her eyes. This man, he was one of her idols. Zuer. Long time no see. Zhao Wujiao smiled and greeted, not showing any signs of panic. Young Master Wujiao, please stop. Xiaxu could only sigh and persuade gently. Every time she saw this man, she would think of his elder brother, the scumbag who once played with her feelings. You know I have no choice. Zhao Wujiao spread his hands. I can't take those things back to Yanjing, or I'll lose to my brother. You don't want to see that man become the heir of the Zhao family. You, standing in your shoes, shouldn't you support me? Xiaxu smiled bitterly. Young Master Wujiao, a smart person like you shouldn't say such things. I am a police officer. How can I watch you kill people? But you hate Lingu, don't you? Zhao Wujiao asked again. Xiaxu's expression immediately became complicated, gently biting her lower lip. Even if I hate him, I must protect him now. I said, I am a police officer. Zhao Wujiao smiled gently again, nodding. I understand you. The implicit meaning was, please understand me too. Xiaxu naturally understood him. She also knew what kind of family the Zhao family was, so when she spoke vehemently, it was to prevent her inner doubts. Take them all back. Yexiao saw Xiaxu suddenly fall silent, knowing that this female subordinate was getting emotional again, so he quickly gave orders himself. Zhao Wujiao pushed his glasses frame again, his eyes becoming different from usual, and said coldly, I'm sorry. You can't take me away. What? Yexiao was immediately on guard. Where did this confidence come from for young Master Yanjing to say such a thing? Be careful. Get down. Lingu suddenly shouted loudly. Yexiao also felt the danger, looked up, and saw several hand grenades falling from the sky. Get down. Yexiao shouted as well, quickly diving to the ground. Doom. Doom. In the dark field, one after another golden flowers bloomed. Then came the piercing sound of gunshots. The battlefield escalated instantly. Under the cover of the night, the members of the group organized by Shengnan appeared in large numbers, engaging in a life-and-death gun battle with the elite subordinates brought by Yexiao. Lingu, dragging his battered body, quickly got up from the ground, and in a moment, his gaze met with Zhao Wujiao covered in mud. Lingu, you were right. Zhao Wujiao showed a slightly excited curve. Who is the hunter? Who is the prey? Sometimes you really don't know until the end. In the dark fields, it instantly turned into a fierce battlefield. The originally warm fenced houses turned into ruins full of holes in an instant. Even those martial arts experts could not dominate such a battlefield. But with their agile skills, self-preservation was not a problem. The melee began, and the personnel dispersed instantly, expanding the battlefield 100-fold. The entire field became a battlefield. Captain, not good. These are well-trained, armed forces. Zhu gradually formed a back-to-back fighting formation with Yi during the battle. Although they were also well-trained, they always specialized in different directions. In this large-scale intense battle, the male organization with numerical superiority had the upper hand. Casualties have already occurred among them. If this went on, it would be a problem not only to capture suspects, but also for their own safety. Yi was also caught in contemplation and hard battle. Little Red Sister, you can't die. You must not die. Fatty no longer cared about anything else. He had already taken Little Red Sister to a relatively safe place earlier on, now watching his senior brother trying to save her. Although Lingu was seriously injured, his medical skills were still there. Unfortunately, Little Red Sister had already passed away, and he had no power to bring her back to life. Tears also fell from Lingu's eyes in an instant. Little Red Sister was killed by Lan Shengnan for trying to save her. He had to avenge Little Red Sister. I will kill that man. I will avenge Little Red Sister myself. Fuming, Fatty shouted, losing control as he searched for Lan Shengnan under the cover of darkness. Fatty, Lingu could not stop him at that moment, enduring the pain, gritting his teeth as he rushed out. The fighting spirit of the War Wolf King was reignited tonight. Clearly, with several broken ribs and poison in his body, he stood unwavering like an Iron Man. He ambushed a male organization member in the darkness, snatched his gun, and instantly shot down 3 male organization members. Captain, look at Lingu, that lunatic. Zhu looked at Lingu in amazement. That lunatic actually charged into an exposed area, engaging in a gunfight with a large number of members of the male organization. However, each time, he managed to shoot down the opponents before they could even fire, denying them the chance to shoot altogether. Ha, Zhu, you better not blink next. Yi, excited, exclaimed, you will witness the arrival of the war god. It had been more than 3 years. Yi had waited for more than 3 years just to witness the grand figure of his leader on the battlefield again. The unarmed War Wolf King was already very powerful. If he were to wield hot weapons, he would be invincible, like a dragon in water or a god in a gun. Only 2 words could describe it: invincible. Zhao Wuji soon realized the problem. Lingu's unforeseeable actions once again disrupted his calculations. He had severely underestimated Lingu's abilities. Indeed, he is a legend from the north. Zhao Wuji sighed, saying to the ugly man next to him, Mosu, go finish him. Don't tell me you can't even handle a heavily injured and poisoned guy. Damn it, Zhao Wuji. Dare you play mind games with me? Mosu flew off the handle, but still jumped out and declared loudly, unfortunately, it seems I've been swayed by you. I naturally enjoy finishing off kings. Self-preservation was one thing. Mosu also sought honor and glory. He wanted to be a hero too. Seeing Lingu wreaking havoc, his adrenaline also surged. Mosu wanted to defeat the king, to become the strongest king. Please cooperate. Thank you. Zhao Wuji turned to the several masters behind him. Blade 11, Old Wu Mao, and Lan Shengnan, who had not forgotten their objective for coming here tonight. Lao sighed, and reluctantly joined in. In a short period of time, Lingu knocked down more than 20 members of the male organization, then felt the familiar powerful momentum approaching from behind. Turning around, he saw Mosu's terrifying iron fist coming at him. In Lingu's current state, he couldn't block Mosu with just his fists and feet, so he quickly resorted to grappling and dodging. Unexpectedly, Mosu wasn't afraid of bullets at all and continued to smash towards Lingu. What on earth? Even Lingu, at this moment, was quite shocked. As the War Wolf King, he rarely encountered opponents this powerful, but he soon realized that the opponent practiced a form of hard qigong, almost reaching the peak. Doop. Lingu grit his teeth and rolled backward to avoid Mosu's iron fist, which left a large pit where he had stood. Lingu now had a better understanding of Mosu's strength. This man was powerful in hard qigong, but his technique wasn't as proficient as grandmother Gu Wu Mao. Unfortunately, given Lingu's current state, He couldn't find a way to deal with his opponent at the moment. In the darkness, Lan Shengnan, standing over 100 meters away, had her gun aimed at Lingu's back. This was the moment she had been waiting for, to shoot Lingu and avenge her sister's death. But before she could pull the trigger, a ball rolled swiftly towards her from afar. What the? Lan Shengnan had to leap aside to dodge the sudden impact. Whoosh! 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 I will kill you! I will avenge little red sister! As the ball hit the ground and transformed into a human form, it was none other than Fumin. His eyes were bloodshot as he locked onto Lan Shengnan, his gaze completely different from his usual self. Oh. Just based on you. Lan Shengnan didn't even consider the little fatty in front of her, aimed her gun at his head. On the other side, Blade 11 saw Lan Shengnan being held back, so he took the opportunity to attack Lingu. However, as soon as his curved blade flew out, it was swatted away by a strange object. Blade 11 was surprised but quickly leapt over to retrieve his curved blade. Who's there? Blade 11 snapped, although he already knew who it was. He hadn't expected their arrival. The next moment, the familiar figure he had anticipated emerged in the darkness. Hiss! At the same time, venomous snakes swarmed around him, hissing at him with their tongues, eyeing him maliciously. Blade 11. Last time you followed the saint and broke my tendons and almost killed me. The snake doesn't forget grudges. Today, I am here specifically for revenge. Enter the snake spirit. Tonight, the field was his, and the snake spirit had not forgotten the past grievances. Gu Wu Ma excelled in trickery. Seeing the situation taking a bad turn, he, who had planned to besiege Lingu, now considered a quiet retreat, but as he turned around, a jade-faced wild beast blocked his path. Master Gu, you are suspected of several murders. Come with me peacefully for investigation. If you don't want to comply, then I will have to spar with you, as a fellow master. Yi holstered his gun, loosened his neck, flexed his muscles, feeling spirited as he spoke. After leaving the Northern Territories, he rarely had the chance to arm wrestle with such high-level masters. HMPH. Are young people nowadays all so arrogant? Gu Wu Ma was very dissatisfied with Yi Xiao's attitude. If Yi Zi used a gun to threaten him, maybe he would have been a little afraid, but this kid actually wanted to subdue him barehanded. As the master of the Falling Petal Palm sect, he had to teach this young man a lesson. He suddenly struck out with a palm, which transformed into 7 palms. Yi Zi was greatly shocked and quickly crossed his hands in defense. After blocking 7 consecutive palms, he felt his whole body almost falling apart, and had to admire the opponent's strength. He thought to himself, was Lingu once really so powerful that he could defeat such a skilled opponent? If that was true, then Lingu was truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Ziazu, although also concerned for Yi Zi, had more important things to do. The next moment, she raised her gun and aimed it at Zhao Wuji. Don't move, Ziazu coldly shouted. Finally, Lao Lao, who emerged from behind Zhao Wuji, also stopped in his tracks. Lao Lao, deal with her, Zhao Wuji ordered directly, evidently not taking Ziazu seriously. Lao Lao sighed helplessly, seeming hesitant but still slowly moving forward. You are the top martial artist of the Lin family. Lao Lao. Ziazu pointed her gun at him, not daring to underestimate him. After becoming a police officer in Yuncheng, she specifically inquired about the top martial artists in the city, and Lao Lao was recognized as the top martial artist in Yuncheng before being defeated by Lingu. I dare not claim to be the top martial artist, but I am indeed Lao Lao. Lao Lao nodded, showing no intention of making a move. Ziazu could also see that he harbored no ill will towards her and quickly advised, I have long heard of your great reputation. I do want to spar with you, but not under these circumstances. If you lay hands on me now, it will be resisting an officer, which is against the law. Zhao Wuji knew Ziazu's intention and immediately threatened. Lao Lao, think about your granddaughter. Lao Lao sighed again. Don't move. If you move, I'll shoot. Ziazu shouted loudly. Lao Lao, think carefully. You are the only top martial artist around Zhao Wuji without a criminal record. If you surrender, actively assist in the investigation, and make amends, I can ensure you'll be absolved of guilt. Lao Lao was torn. The situation had escalated far beyond Zhao Wuji's expectations that night. He had lost his usual composure and only displayed a stern tone. Lao Lao, if you dare to betray me now, not only will your granddaughter's prospects be ruined, but her life may also be at risk. Lao Lao was in unbearable pain. Ziazu did not back down, asserting, Lao Lao, You must believe in justice. If you cooperate with our investigation and assist the police, we will protect your family. But if you make the wrong choice, you will be seen as a criminal in your granddaughter's eyes, a stain on her life. Think carefully. Lao Lao was in great turmoil. At that moment, 3 police officers with guns approached in a semicircle, surrounding him and Zhao Wuji. Fine, I surrender. I am willing to assist your investigation. Lao Lao finally raised his hands. Though Zhao Wuji was angry, he did not consider it a failure or attribute his loss of words to Ziazu's persuasion. He knew he had been defeated by the kindness in Lao Lao's heart. People who had never killed or committed a crime were hard to corrupt. So he quickly smiled, then praised Ziazu as she slowly approached him. Ziazu, you've grown up. You're no longer the naive girl my big brother used to toy with. Ziazu clenched her teeth. Lord Wuji, you disappoint me. I thought someone as talented as you would have better means to obtain the heart of the sun, rather than blatantly killing and smuggling. Clearly, she also knew some things about the Zhao family. Zhao Wuji pushed his glasses and his smile softened. But this is the best method. Not only can I obtain the heart of the sun but also avenge our Princess King Xuan, isn't it? Ziazu felt that his smile was no longer as attractive as before and her perception of him and Lingu had changed significantly. She initially believed it was Lingu who killed Lin Qingshuan during the first handling of her case, but after experiencing so much, the truth began to emerge. Ziazu no longer believed that Lingu was the one who killed Lin Qingshuan. Therefore, she did not respond to Zhao Wuji's words but simply tried to persuade him. Lord Wuji, stop now. Stop. Zhao Wuji chuckled. Ziazu, do you not understand my predicament? Giving up the heart of the sun is akin to giving up my position as heir, becoming a worthless son, with a fate worse than a dog, and no future. Even life becomes uncertain. Ziazu knew all this, so she sighed softly. Ziazu, you hate Zhao Wuqia very much, right? Then you should help me seize the heart of the sun. Unexpectedly, Zhao Wuji turned around to persuade Ziazu. Once I become the heir, I will definitely help you punish him, making him kneel before you and repent. You can even get more, everything you desire. Ziazu's expression also softened slightly. She did indeed despise Zhao Wuqia, even having nightmares every time she thought of that man. She wanted to see that scoundrel receive retribution, but unfortunately, she did not have that power. Zia, be careful not to make a mistake. At this moment, a colleague behind her couldn't help but speak up. Ziazu awakened from her nightmare, never expecting to hear the chilling sound of gunfire in the next moment. Dang, dang, dang. Zhao Wuji fired 3 shots, each hitting the vital spots of her colleague, instantly fatal. You bastard. Ziazu immediately pointed the gun at Zhao Wuji's head, but before she could fire, Zhao Wuji reached out and knocked the gun out of her hand. Ziazu was greatly shocked. Despite knowing that the Zhao family was a martial arts clan, Zhao Wuji's appearance and demeanor had led her, like many others, to subconsciously assume he was a bookish weakling. Being disarmed by him made her complacent, but in reality, his martial arts might not be inferior to hers. Zhu, I beg you, please help me. Can you? Zhao Wuji actually bowed and pleaded with Ziazu. Lao Lao, who had just been handcuffed, also couldn't help but be surprised. What kind of demon was this young Zhao Wuji? He killed without blinking. Yet how could he still maintain such sincerity and clear-eyed gaze? Ziazu felt deeply fearful. There were 2 doors in her heart at that moment, but she firmly refused. Zhao Wuji, give up. Even if you kill me, I will not betray my principles. I will always stand on the side of justice. Ridiculous. Zhao Wuji scoffed at Ziazu's words, saying seriously, don't you know, in this world, strength is righteousness. Your thoughts are too simple and naive. No wonder you were toyed with by Zhao Wuqia. This sentence struck a chord deep within Ziazu, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Zhao Wuji spread out his hands and returned to a gentle smile. Zhu, come on, join me, and I can not only help you seek revenge, make Zhao Wuqia kneel before you in repentance, but also give you more, everything you desire. Zhao Wuji is indeed a devil. Ziazu felt that every word he said could hit her heart, hitting her weak spot. She came with a firm belief in fighting evil and punishing evil, but this man could make her tremble all over and shake her faith with just a few words. Luckily, at this moment in the night, another shot came from the other side of the field. Ziazu, pull yourself together. It was Ziazu's other idol, Yizi. He was competing against Guo Mao, and the outcome was hard to determine. But upon hearing the gunfire from this side, he instantly changed his mind. This was a mission to capture fugitives, not a martial arts competition. Seeing a colleague being shot by Zhao Wuji, he didn't hesitate to pull out his gun and shoot Guo Mao. He didn't know what Zhao Wuji was saying to Zia Zhu, but seeing Zia Zhu's expression, something seemed off. Thanks to this shout, Zia Zhu woke up from her daze. That's right, I can't lose myself. I am the righteous Inspector Zia Zhu. My duty is to apprehend the bad guys. Zia Zhu gritted her teeth and said, I will make Zhao Wuxian pay on my own. I don't need anyone's help. Zhao Wuji saw that her eyes were no longer unfocused and knew that he couldn't brainwash her for the time being, so he had to pause and assess the situation. Guo Mao had already been wounded by Yi Zi and lost his fighting capability. Although Dao Shiyi was a master of the Holy Fire Organization, compared to the top 3 killers of the Blood Spider, Snake Spirit, he was defeated in a one-on-one fight and seemed to become a meal for the poisonous snake. And Lan Shengnan was being suppressed by the angry little fatty, which was quite surprising. It seems that the people who came out of the hero village should not be underestimated. Although Mosu had the absolute upper hand against the heavily injured Lingu, he couldn't kill Lingu, who was in critical condition. The situation was dire. Zhao Wuji once again felt a strong sense of defeat in his heart. This was his 3rd failure against Lingu. However, he did not despair because of this. He was even a bit excited. From childhood to adulthood, except for Zhao Wuxian, he had never encountered an opponent that excited him. Lingu's appearance truly made his blood boil. Zhuer, your choice makes me feel regretful. Farewell. Zhao Wuji turned to leave. Zia Zhu, quickly catch him. It wasn't until Yi Zhao's shout came that Zia Zhu woke up as if from a dream, but it was already too late. Taking advantage of the night and the terrain, Zhao Wuji successfully escaped. But, Zhao Wuji, you loser. Mosu spat, also turning to Lingu and saying, haha, let's end it here this time. We are not enemies. After you recover, don't come looking for revenge on me. Everyone has their own grievances. If you seek revenge, go find Zhao Wuji. Goodbye. With that, he also prepared to escape. Lingu, panting heavily, watched his blurry figure disappear. If the other party didn't escape, he couldn't hold on any longer. Though this man was ugly, his strength was indeed formidable. Once Mosu disappeared, Lingu's will collapsed, and he fell over. Luckily, Yizi had run over and helped him up. Boss. Boss. No matter how he called out, Lingu didn't respond. When Lingu opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a crude hospital room. When he saw the beautiful woman dozing off at the head of his bed, he could hardly believe it. It was actually Bing Shannon. Ah, brother-in-law is awake. Outside the hospital room, Qing Ruhan happened to walk in and, seeing Lingu open his eyes, called out excitedly. Qin Mingu also opened her eyes immediately, visibly more relaxed. Parting her vermilion lips slightly, she asked, "Are you awake? How do you feel?" Hearing his beloved wife's concern, Lingu instantly felt most of his physical pain dissipate and smiled, saying, "I'm fine." "Mingu, why are you here?" Qin Ruhan then chuckled and said, "Sister rushed over from Yunchuan as soon as she heard that you were poisoned and seriously injured. Brother-in-law, how do you feel? Aren't you feeling very happy?" In her understanding, which man in the world wouldn't feel happy to receive such care from her sister? Lingu was no exception. He nodded candidly and his smile became even more radiant. However, Qin Mingu gave her sister a stern look and said, "You talk too much." Qin Ruhan immediately felt as if she had been frozen and quickly covered her mouth, no longer daring to speak. By the way, Mingu, Sun Heart. Lingu immediately remembered the most important matter, but before he could move, Qin Mingu gently pressed his big hand with her jade hand and said, "You suffered severe injuries and were poisoned. Officer Yi brought you to the clinic in Gujin at the first opportunity. They changed your clothes during treatment, and Officer Yi has already given me that stone." "That's good." Lingu breathed a sigh of relief. That thing was the foundation of the Qin family, and countless people had died because of it, so it was truly important. Only then did Qin Mingu ask proactively, "Luna's body, still in Gujin. What do you plan to do?" "Ah, such a sensitive topic." Qin Ruhan on the side quickly widened her eyes at her brother-in-law, signaling that he needed to give a good answer or it might turn into a life or death dilemma. Lingu, however, remained completely calm and honest, saying, "Luna is my childhood sweetheart, my in-game wife, and she died because of saving Zhao Wuji. I want to personally take her body back to Hero Village for burial. Qin Ruhan immediately widened her eyes in surprise, thinking that her brother-in-law was being a fool. Was he afraid that her sister would get angry? Qin Mingu was indeed a little angry. She could understand Lingu's sorrow, but she didn't expect Lingu to express his feelings so openly. Did he not consider her as his wife, or did he think too highly of her? Oh well, let's go with the latter. Since her husband thought she was magnanimous, she should also be more understanding, right? She died trying to save you, Qin Mingu asked. Lingu shook his head, looked at Qin Mingu, and smiled bitterly. On the contrary, she died trying to save Zhao Wuji because of me. He then went on to explain the situation and past events. Qin Mingu listened silently. Qin Ruhan's tears flowed uncontrollably, crying out loud directly. She had always loved a man, but didn't dare to confess due to her background. In the end, she watched him marry someone else and refused her straightforwardly. How tragic this was. If she were in Luna's shoes, she might collapse too. Sister, Luna is so pitiful. Let brother-in-law take her back, okay? Qin Ruhan, who had been wary and targeting Luna before, now turned around to speak up for her. If she had known the truth earlier, she wouldn't have been on guard against Luna for her sister. Lingu, then I'll accompany you back to Hero Village. Not only did Qin Mingu agree, but she also wanted to accompany Lingu to bring closure to Luna's tragic story. Seeing this scene, Qin Ruhan widened her eyes as if she had seen a ghost, never expecting her sister to have this sigh. Wasn't this too sweet? Thank you, Mingu. Lingu smiled. Fool. Thank you for what? Qin Mingu pretended to be cool and glared at him. This fool of a husband, along with this fool of a sister, made her seem like she was jealous and angry. At that moment, another person entered the hospital room. The two leaders are none other than Qin Qiangong and Bai Lao. Behind them are also Yizi and Ziazu. Ziyu, are you awake? This is really great. After Qin Qiangong finished speaking, he let out a long sigh of relief. Bai Lao also silently marveled at Ling Yu's physical resilience. Given the severity of his injuries, even at his peak, it would not have been possible for him to wake up so quickly. This proves that this man indeed possesses extraordinary talent. What surprised him even more was Ziazu, because she was present at the scene and understood Ling Yu's condition better. This man not only has excellent physical resilience, but also astonishing willpower. It seems that the northern border Wolf King is truly as renowned as they say. No wonder even their boss admires him so much. Grandpa, I'm fine. Ling Yu replied with a smile. Yizi then quickly found a moment to brief Ling Yu on the situation. Zhao Wuji escaped. Due to his status and the backing of the Zhao family, without concrete evidence, it will be very difficult to convict him. Lan Shengnan was captured. She took all the blame upon herself. It's unclear how Zhao Wuji brainwashed her, causing her to be so loyal to him. Gu Mao and Lao Lao were both apprehended. Dao Shai Dai, and the snake spirit helped detoxify you. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't have made it here. To protect Ling Yu's identity, Yizi spoke in a professional tone and did not refer to him as their boss. Hearing this, Ling Yu was quite surprised. In fact, in his condition last night, he had no way to control the life or death of the snake spirit. If the snake spirit had wanted him dead, there would have been no need to detoxify him, and they could have even quietly killed him, thus allowing him to regain his freedom. So Ling Yu never expected that the snake spirit would actually lend a helping hand. Could it be to repay the debt of saving him before? If so, although the snake spirit looks terrifying, it seems to have more humanity than many people. Qin Lao didn't pay much attention to these matters. The heart of the sun was obtained safely. Ling Yu was safe, and his mission was completed. He and Bai Lao left the ward, and a lively young girl approached them. Mr. Qin, are you going back to Cloud City? Qin nodded. Yes, Jiali, we are going back. Then you must take me with you. Mei Jiali was excited and shook his hand directly. Impudent. Bai Lao directly scolded her. Qin, however, signaled Bai Lao not to be so surprised. In fact, he also had a special bond with this girl, not just because she had saved his life once. If one were to label this bond, perhaps it was because in this girl, he found a familiar flavor. Jiali, it's not that I don't want to take you away, but if your sister is not in this world, and you leave the town, what about your grandmother? Why don't you just take her along, old man? I'll take care of her. Mei Jiali immediately pledged. Her relationship with her grandmother was actually not good, but she was afraid that if she didn't say this, Qin Changong wouldn't take her away, then go back and talk to her. If she agrees, there's no problem on my end. Qin Changong smiled kindly. For him, accommodating to more people upon returning to Cloud City was no big deal. All right, I'll make sure to convince my grandmother. Mr. Qin, please don't leave without my message. Mei ran off in excitement. Seeing her expression, Qin Changong chuckled, envious of her youthful vigor and vitality. Grandma, Grandma. Half an hour later, Mei burst into the house excitedly, saying, Mr. Qin said he will take us away from this town to Cloud City to live a wonderful life. Let's pack our things quickly. The old grandma, still teary-eyed over her eldest granddaughter's passing, turned to see her youngest granddaughter in such high spirits and naturally felt very displeased. Jiali, what nonsense are you spouting? Your sister has just passed away, and it's not even the 7th day yet. We're not going anywhere. Grandma, can't you be a bit more flexible? After we go out, we can still watch over sis just the same. Shut up. The granny angrily struck her leg with her cane. Mei winced in pain, staring at her grandmother firmly, feeling helpless in communicating with such an old-fashioned person. I'm not going anywhere. Just stay put here in town. The grandmother spoke in an unquestionable tone. Nearly 80 years old, how could she adapt to life outside? So she just wanted to live and die in the town where she was born, like a leaf returning to its roots. Now that her son was gone, her daughter-in-law was gone, and even her eldest granddaughter had passed on, she only had this one granddaughter left to accompany her to her end. Thus, she was not going to allow her to leave. Grandma, if you want to grow old and die in this rundown place, I can't control that. But don't stop me from going out and finding my path in life. What path in life? The Mei family is rooted in Ding, an ancient town. Our path is here. We have no money or connections outside. Where would we stand? What do you mean no connections? Mr. Qin will take care of us. That old man has no relation to us. Why should he take care of us? I don't care. He promised in person. If we need to have relations for him to take care of us, then I'll marry him and be his concubine. Mei suddenly became emotional, resolute not to budge, and started packing her things in the room. You shameless brat. You would really marry a man 60 years your senior. Are you trying to make me drop dead? How dare you? Dare to walk out and see if I don't break your legs. The grandma was so angry she raised her cane to strike. At first, Mei endured her, but soon grew impatient. With a forceful push, she shouted in anger, Are you finished, you old hag? Crack. The grandmother, already in poor physical and emotional condition, stumbled and fell to the ground, motionless. Grandma, Grandma. Mei was horrified and rushed over, checking her grandmother's breathing. She was still alive. However, her condition grew worse. Mei felt conflicted and struggled internally. She needed to call 120 emergency services, possibly saving her grandmother's life, but if her grandmother survived, she might not be able to leave this wretched place. After much hesitation, Mei clenched her fists tightly, gritted her teeth inwardly, and whispered, Grandma, you're almost 80. Your life has reached its end, but mine has just begun. I cannot give up my life because of you. Farewell on your journey. Mei chose inaction, watching her grandmother lying on the ground, her condition deteriorating. After a while, hearing a knock at the door, Mei was suddenly startled. Grandma, open the door. It's Xiaopeng. Outside, Xiaopeng carried some food and daily necessities, knocking on the door. Little Raid's sister had left, and he was now responsible for supporting her grandmother and taking care of her sister. But unexpectedly, he heard someone inside exclaim, Help! Someone come save my grandma! Help! What was happening? Xiaopeng was taken aback and rushed in through the door. 2 hours later, Qin Changong and Bai Lao once again arrived at the clinic in the ancient town, where they found Mei Jiali and Shen Xiaopeng standing guard outside a hospital room. Jiali, what happened? What's going on? How is your grandmother now? Qin Changong asked in succession, his nervousness evident in his words. Woo-woo. Mr. Qin. My grandmother has also passed away. Mei Jiali burst into tears as soon as she saw Qin Changong. Seeing this scene, Shen Xiaopeng was also shocked. He had just been comforting Mei Jiali for so long, but the girl had only cried. Now, upon seeing this old man, she actively embraced him in tears. Bai Lao also felt that something was not quite right, but the old master seemed to have a deep affection for this girl, so he did not say anything. "All right, please accept my condolences." AI. Qin Chang'an gently patted Mei Jiali's back to comfort her, and sighed deeply. At this moment, Qin Mingu also came to the hospital room with Lingu by her side, accompanied by Qin Ruhan. They clearly noticed that upon returning to their hometown this time, their grandfather seemed much older than before, and his eyes had dimmed due to various emotions. "Who is that girl?" Qin Mingyu's icy gaze chilled as she stared at Mei Jiali. She had never seen someone embrace her grandfather so tightly before. "Sister, her name is Mei Jiali. She saved grandfather's life," Qin Ruhan hurriedly explained. Not only that, grandfather had a long conversation with both her grandmother and sister, and had a good relationship with them. Now that both her grandmother and sister have passed away, she must be very sad. Lingu added, "Is that so?" After listening to the story, Qin Mingu did not disturb further, but like Bai Lao, she couldn't shake the feeling that Mei Jiali was not as simple as she seemed. "Little red sister, stop crying." Shen Xiaopeng felt that Mei Jiali continuously crying on Qin Chang'an's shoulder was not a solution, so he quickly came over to comfort her and gently pulled her away. "Your sister is gone. I promise, I will take good care of you in her place," Shen Xiaopeng said earnestly. Lingu watched with a smile. This chubby beau could be nervous around the woman he liked, but fearless when it came to others. Mei Jiali wiped her tears and did not respond to his words. She didn't need this chubby beau to take care of her. What she wanted was Qin Chang'an's care. Mr. Qin was much wealthier than this chubby beau. This old man could provide her with an exciting life, give her material things, money, and even connections to the upper class that she couldn't get before. In contrast, what could this chubby beau offer her? Nothing. He couldn't provide anything, not even good looks. She didn't need his care. "Yes, Jiali, please stop crying." Qin Chang'an did not understand Mei Jiali's thoughts. He just wearily instructed Shen Xiaopeng, "Since you are willing to take care of Jiali, then stay with her in this town and help with the arrangements for her grandmother and sister." "All right, Mr. Qin." Shen Xiaopeng nodded. However, Mei Jiali nervously said, "Mr. Qin, you don't want me anymore. Didn't you promise to take me away from this place?" Seeing her anxious eyes, Qin Chang'an finally said, "Deal with things here first, and when you have no worries, you can come out." Then, he turned to his granddaughter and instructed, "Mingu, give them some money." "Okay." Qin Mingu nodded. Shen Xiaopeng did not refuse, but Mei Jiali replied excitedly, "Old man, I don't want your money. I just want to be with you. Listen to your teachings, and let you show me a wider world. I want to broaden my horizons." Qin Chang'an chuckled. "I said, first deal with things here, then you can explore the world freely." Seeing how special his grandfather treated this girl, Qin Mingu inexplicably felt a sense of worrying. Could this girl have grand ambitions, wanting to replace her grandmother? Absurd. The girl was much younger than her. But in the end, Qin Mingu remained silent for now. "Mingu, the chubby beau is my junior brother. I'll take care of the money matter for him." Lingu took the initiative to say, "Okay." Then, Qin Mingu was not one to ramble. After understanding the situation here, she left with Lingu to handle other more important matters. 2 days later, Qin Mingu accompanied Lingu back to the hero village. Knowing that Luna had passed away, many people from the village came to attend her funeral. Chen Nailin and Ling Ruoxu also returned, and Qin Mingu gave Chen Nailin some money to pass on to Luna's parents on behalf of the Ling family, to express their condolences. Even Lin Fen specially took a leave from the city to come back once. Luna would be buried at the mountain peak next to the fields. Her soul could now overlook the scenic village fields at any time. The ancestors have arrived. Just as Luna was about to be buried, someone called out. Everyone looked up the mountain trail to see Yuan Qi and a young girl pushing the ancestors' wheelchair up to the mountaintop. Everyone paid their respects to the ancestors. Only Qin Mingu, with a moment to spare, curiously studied the young girl. She had a beautiful appearance and a clear aura, like a tranquil lake. "Who is she?" Qin Mingu curiously asked Lingu beside her. Lingu was also somewhat surprised. The iceberg woman was interested in someone else. It seemed like she was becoming more willing to integrate into their world. Yuan Bingsh, Yuan Qi's younger sister, 10 years younger than Yuan Qi. Lingu whispered. Qin Mingu nodded. She had heard from Lingu earlier that Yuan Shi was 1 year older than him, meaning Yuan Bingsh had just turned 20 this year when Lingu left the village. Well, this woman should not have much to do with her husband anymore. Qin Mingu didn't know why she had become so sensitive, perhaps because she noticed that Lingu was as popular with women as she was with men. Lingu was a man, and his emotional intelligence was a bit slow, so he wouldn't be too sensitive to rivals. But she was a woman. How could she not be sensitive when seeing one woman after another collide with her husband, and even two women die for him? Qin Mingxing couldn't help but be sensitive. If she didn't like Lingu, she wouldn't be so sensitive. Lingu, please tell me honestly, how did Nana die? After Yuan Shi and the ancestor entered, she immediately questioned Lingu. Everyone looked at Lingu, including Luna and her parents. In fact, before Lingu had brought Nana's body back, the Yun City police had already informed them that Nana had died from a blow from a man named Mosu. However, they wanted to know more details now. Yuan Ji's question came to suddenly and a bit forcefully, so Lingu hesitated before honestly answering. Someone wanted to kill me. When I redirected the attacker's punch, Nana blocked it with her body and was fatally struck. What? The whole crowd gasped. The people from the Lu family stared at Lingu, their eyes full of anger. So, you didn't protect her properly. You let her die in front of you. Yuan Ji's gaze towards Lingu also turned increasingly hostile. Qin Mingu couldn't help but lightly pinch Lingu. Ling Ruoxu also looked at her younger brother with a bit of nervousness, even though she had no idea of the truth. Lingu nodded. Yes, not only did I not protect her properly, her death was directly related to me. What? The villagers in the village were once again shocked. Luna was especially excited and rushed forward, grabbing Lingu's collar tightly, shouting loudly, "Are you saying that my sister was accidentally killed by you?" Lingu ignored his anger and nodded directly. "You bastard!" Luna cursed loudly. "No wonder your mother came back and gave my family a sum of compensation. It turns out you used that money to buy my sister's life. You better die." Roaring, he raised a fist to attack Lingu's face. Lin Fan was astonished and rushed to protect his friend but was too late. Unexpectedly, Luna's fist didn't hit Lingu but was kicked away by Qin Mingu. Wow, so fierce. Lin Fan was amazed. Ling Ruoxu was also shocked. The whole scene gasped. Who would have thought that Lingu's wife was so gorgeous and fierce in a fight? Qin Mingu kicked someone, without saying a word, looking very aloof. This kind of woman, wanting to fight her husband, not 100 years early. You wretched couple. Luna continued to curse loudly, trying to get up and fight Lingu. Stop it. Stop it. At this moment, Shen Xiaopang also hurried up the hill, shouting loudly, "I was also there at the scene. This can't be blamed on Yuzhe. It was Nana Yat who deliberately wanted to die in front of Yuzhe." This statement caused another uproar on the scene. This matter was becoming more and more complicated. Lingu and Shen Xiaopang couldn't explain it for a while, but Yuan Zhu understood. He said to Lingu, "I believe you didn't intentionally kill Nana, and I understand why Luna acted this way. That the responsibility for this matter still falls on you." Lingu was slightly surprised, looking at Yuan Shu's sharp eyes like a blade. Although Qin Mingu felt that Yuan Shu was more difficult to deal with, she did not look down on him, as she did with Luna. Lingu, you must understand why I am saying this. You caused Nana's death. I want to challenge you and avenge Nana. Yuan Zhu said without hiding his feelings. The villagers gasped again, even exchanging looks with each other. Yuan Zhu, do you have to do this? Lingu looked embarrassed, even a bit pained in his eyes. His relationship with Yuan Zhu wasn't very good, but they had been childhood playmates. Nana Ji's death had already made him very sad. He really didn't want Yuan Zhu to confront him over this. I must. Yuan Zhu sighed as well, openly stating a not-so-secret, because I liked Nana. I've liked her since we were kids, you must know that. Lingu nodded, indicating that he knew. He had known since childhood when they played games. He married Luna, and Yuan Shu's eyes were filled with envy and pain. That was Luna's choice, and Yuan Zhu had to respect Luna's decision. Come on. Lingu. Yuan Zhu threw a punch directly at Lingu. Chen Ailan and Ling Ruoxu were instantly terrified. Even Shen Xiaopang was frightened. Are they really going to fight now? Lin Fan quickly opened his arms, shielding Lingu and Qin Mingu, saying loudly, Yuan Zhu, are you crazy? You know Lingu didn't do it on purpose, yet you still want to go against him? With a hair's breadth away, Yuan Shu's fist stopped in front of Lin Fan, the powerful force blowing through Lin Fan's hair. Lin Fan never learned martial arts, and if Yuanzu hadn't stopped, he would have been knocked out by a single punch. Move aside. You're not my opponent. Yuanzu ignored Lin Fan's words, saying coldly. The villagers immediately looked nervously at the old ancestor. Chen Nailin and Ling Ruoxu also looked at the old ancestor. They knew Yuanzu's temperament, and no one could restrain him except the old ancestor. Yuanzu, stop it. The old ancestor promptly spoke up. Lingu didn't do it on purpose. The situation has come to this. There's no need to further enlarge the grief. Though Yuanzu stopped his hand, he couldn't return to his former calm demeanor. Yuan Bingsh looked at his brother, knowing he must be feeling very upset right now. His brother had liked Luna for over 20 years, always waiting for Nana Ya to change her mind. Especially after knowing Lingu got married, he believed Luna would choose him in the end. His brother had always known that Nana Ya had never really had a boyfriend. The men she brought home on Chinese New Year were just to provoke Lingu intentionally. His brother was the one who understood and tolerated Nana Ya the most. But his brother surely couldn't have imagined that he wouldn't wait for Nana Ji's change of heart and instead receive news of her death. How disappointing and painful is the love that never gets a response. Lingu, since it was you who caused Nana's death, the amount of money your family gave us definitely isn't enough. Nana's mother, Wang Xiaorong, walked over, sharply demanding payment from Lingu. Without waiting for Lingu to speak, Qin Mingyu asked coldly, how much more do you want? You only gave our family 300,000, but my daughter is so beautiful, she must be worth at least 1 million, right? Huan Xiaorong boldly asked for. Even her husband and Luna thought the same, let alone the surrounding villagers. The average annual income in Hero Village was only 30,000. How could someone's daughter be worth 1 million? Qin Mingyu scornfully smiled. Fine, I'll give you another 700,000. Don't mention this matter to Lingu again in the future. Really? Huan Xiaorong instantly looked pleasantly surprised, seemingly forgetting it was her daughter's funeral today. Even her husband and Luna stopped grieving momentarily. I don't have time to joke with you. Qin Mingyu took out a prepared card and handed it to Chen Ailin, saying, Mom, there's 1 million in this card. After the RU family repays the 300,000, give it to them. This. Chen Ailin hesitated, feeling uncomfortable letting her daughter-in-law pay. Besides, this was Nana's voluntary choice. All right, Mom, just do as Mingyu says. Ling Ruoxu quickly persuaded Chen Ailin. 1 million was nothing to Mingyu. It was the siblings taking care of their brother's feelings and helping him resolve the issue. So why be hesitant, Mom? Well, all right. Chen Ailin nodded, deciding to resolve this conflict for her son and daughter-in-law. Lingu also smiled at Qin Mingyu. Mingyu, thank you. He felt this wife was so kind to him. Not only did she not blame him, but she also took the initiative to handle the matters with his childhood friend behind him. What kind of wife could he find in his next life? Thank you for what? I just want you to solve problems quickly and go home to rest. Qin Mingyu pretended to act indifferent. Lingu liked to see his wife's indifferent appearance, subconsciously holding her hand tightly. TSK, it's killing us single dogs, Xiaopeng quipped to Lin Fan. Thinking he would get a response, Lin Fan unexpectedly looked puzzled. Who are us? Who said you were a single dog? Damn. Xiaopeng stared at Lin Fan in surprise. Could it be that even you have found a girlfriend? Lin Fan raised his head proudly. The look on his face said it all. Even without speaking, it made Xiaopeng understand. After the funeral ended, everyone left the mountaintop, leaving just Yuanzu behind. He stood in front of Luna's grave, humming the theme song from Dead Jiang. His smile was warm but tinged with a heart-wrenching sadness. As night fell, Yuan Bing slowly approached with the elderly ancestor, and seeing his brother like that, his sister felt heartbroken. Yuanzu, it's time to go back. The elderly ancestor's voice remained as steady as ever. At over 100 years old, he had witnessed too much joy and sorrow, so everything had become routine to him. Elder ancestor, Yuanzu stood up, performed the standard junior salute to the elder, and then sighed. I'm not going back, and I can't go back. When asked why, Yuanzu replied seriously, because the biggest concern is gone. For me, Hero Village is no longer the same Hero Village of the past. Upon hearing his brother's words, Yuan Bingsh became angry but remained silent. Hero Village is still the same as before, the elderly ancestor said. Some things change, but some things will never change. Perhaps, your concern might still be within the village. Perhaps, Yuanzu suddenly said, Elder Ancestor, I want to leave the village. Why? Yuan Bingsh finally couldn't contain his emotional outburst. You haven't left the village in 30 years. Why do you want to leave now? Yuanzu remained calm and replied, precisely because I've never left the village. That's why I want to leave urgently. Pausing, he then continued, staring into the distance. They've all changed after leaving the village. I want to know why. What outside forces have changed them? And I also want to make a change. So, what kind of change do you want to make? The elderly ancestor asked slowly. I want to become a hero, Yuanzu confessed. That way, perhaps I won't lose to Lingu anymore. He had always been troubled by his background. He knew that Luna chose Lingu over him because he was not as noble as Lingu. Lingu was the descendant of a hero and marrying him would bring honor and glory, while he was the offspring of scoundrels and would never be able to hold his head high. He had already lost from the starting line. Hearing his brother's words, Yuan Binch's heart broke, feeling heartache not just for his brother but also for himself. Go then. The elderly ancestor understood the determination of the young disciple and did not try to dissuade him. You've been practicing in the village for over 20 years. It's time for you to explore outside. I just hope that if you encounter Lingu outside, even if you can't get along, don't resort to conflict. Yuanzu didn't answer. He simply kneeled before the elder and kowtowed 3 times. Bingsh, from now on, look after the elderly ancestor for me, Yuanzu said before turning and walking down the mountain. On the other side, Lingu had returned to Cloud Mountain community with Qin Mingu, and after their long absence, their relationship seemed even better than before. Lingu hadn't forgotten the military order he made in front of Qin Qiangan, but tonight was not the right time. Despite his physical strength, his ribs were still injured, and he needed time to recover. As the saying goes, a full stomach makes one think of lust, and with his body still not at its best, how could he indulge in such thoughts? What's wrong? I feel like you've been staring at me. Qin Mingu, who had bathed and only wore a simple nightgown, looking radiant. It wouldn't take much for an accident to expose her. She seemed less guarded against Lingu. No. Lingu felt guilty and quickly turned away. Are you blushing? Qin Mingu was also surprised. This steel-hearted man, who had seen her body before, was now blushing just by looking at her. To see Qin Mingu approaching, fragrant and radiant, made Lingu, harboring impure thoughts, feel uneasy. I might still be feeling unwell, so I'll go rest in my room first. Lingu, who had never been a deserter on the battlefield, now fled like an escapee in front of his wife and rushed into his room. Qin Mingu was stunned for a moment, then found it somewhat amusing. This steel-hearted man seems different from before. Did Grandpa teach him to plot mischief, so now he's feeling guilty? Smart as she was, she had figured it out right away. However, such a husband seemed quite amusing. The next morning, Lingu resumed his usual work routine and drove Qin Mingu to the company. Before she got out of the car, Qin Mingu asked, Lingu, are you really not planning to seriously work? Lingu laughed. Why? Are you tired of me being a full-time husband? This fool had learned to joke around with her. Qin Mingu glared at him. I don't mind, but my aunts might. That's true. Lingu nodded. Mingu, I found a job with good benefits. Oh, what job is it? Qin Mingu's eyes sparkled. She knew Lingu was a capable man, having defended the Sun Heart for the Qin family and his medical skills exceeding most men's. But being trusted by her and Grandpa was not enough. Lingu needed to present concrete conditions to silence her aunts, or their marriage would never gain the approval of the Qin family. I won't tell you for now. You should go to work first. Lingu teased her with suspense. It wasn't intentional. His real identity and job couldn't be revealed to Qin Mingu. Humph, being mysterious. Qin Mingu glared at him again before getting out of the car to go to work. She could accept having some secrets between husband and wife, and eventually, he would have to reveal his work to her. Once his wife was at work, Lingu quickly made a call to Dua. Boss, why didn't you call me for the Dingan ancient town matter? Dua complained as soon as she answered the call. The boss had taken Yi Xiaoyu to the battlefield but had not brought her along. How could she not be angry? Lingu hurriedly replied. You and Yi Xiaoyu have different roles. You're in charge of logistics. Haven't I assigned you important tasks? HMPH, I can handle logistics and fight on the front lines too. Dua emphasized before adding, the boss's investment company is established now, and the structure is almost complete. As it's a new company, I suggest you appoint a trustworthy person to be an inspector in the company. Okay. Lingu praised her. DUA was always reliable. He had mentioned having a job, of course, to be the boss. Quietly supporting the Tiag gang group to grow stronger would help him prepare for future risks with his wife. Now that DUA had made this suggestion, Lingu naturally thought of Lin Fan. This buddy had been close to him for many years, and even in Cloud City, where they both worked, Lin Fan had risked his life to shield him from Yuanzhu the day before at Hero Village. Lingu might have doubts about himself, but he couldn't doubt his loyal friend. He wondered if this friend would be willing to change jobs and come help him. On that evening, Mingu had official business to attend to and didn't need Lingu to pick her up. Lingu happened to invite Lin Fan to come out for some skewers. Upon receiving Lingu's phone call, Lin Fan was naturally excited. Ever since Lingu got married, they hadn't gone out for skewers together, and he began to suspect that Lingu was valuing romantic relationships over friendships. Come, let's have a drink. The two of them sat at a barbecue stall on the side of the road, feeling like they were back in their younger days. Haha. I never would have thought that you'd get married in the blink of an eye, and I've also become single. Lin Fan laughed. Lingu also chuckled. You're just trying to tell me that you found a girlfriend, right? Actually, Fatty already told me yesterday. Haha, so you already knew, huh? Well, I won't hide it then. I'll show you a photo. Lin Fan couldn't wait to take out his phone. Lingu was curious to see what kind of woman his best friend had found, and seeing Lin Fan's excited and happy expression, he must be very satisfied with her, right? Sure enough, when Lin Fan opened a picture, a goddess appeared, although her makeup was a bit heavy, and the photo likely had a beauty filter. How about it? Beautiful, huh? Her name is Luo Miao, also known as Luo Lu Miao. Lin Fan was very proud. But after he spoke, he remembered that he wasn't talking to Fatty or any other single guy. He was talking to Lingu, whose wife was Mingu. She's indeed very beautiful. Lingu nodded. From the photo, she was undoubtedly a goddess, but the most important thing was that Lin Fan liked her. Haha. Yeah, I really like her. The first time I saw her live streaming online, I gave her a gift. Lin Fan laughed. Although she's not as beautiful as your wife in person, she's better than many women. She definitely scores above Vadi. Hold on. Lingu suddenly interrupted. You met her through live streaming. Is she some sort of internet celebrity? Yes, she is. Lin Fan was honest. You don't look down on internet celebrities, do you? Lingu raised his hand. No, I'm just curious about this industry. Have you met her offline much? He had heard that some internet celebrities were unreliable, and Lin Fan was his best friend. He didn't want him to be deceived. I haven't met her offline many times. I only met her last month. We've rented a room once. Heh. Lin Fan wasn't embarrassed in front of Lingu and said directly. That was quick. Lingu was surprised. His best friend's progress was faster than his own. He had been married to Mingu for over 4 months and hadn't done that kind of thing yet. Haha, you're just too inexperienced. Lin Fan boasted. That night I gave her gifts worth 15,000, and she agreed to be my girlfriend. We had our first date the next day, and things just naturally progressed from there. Talking about that, Lin Fan still felt a bit nostalgic. One thing he was sure of was that his girlfriend was definitely better than Mingu in at least one aspect, her expertise in that area. Certainly, Mingu wouldn't provide Lingu with such services, right? Lingu, however, found his friend's words increasingly suspicious. Even if he didn't want to damage their brotherly bond, he couldn't help but subtly remind him, does she often seem busy and rarely able to see you? How did you know? She often has to live stream at night, and I have to work during the day. After seeing her once, we haven't managed to schedule another date. Lin Fan answered immediately. Lingu realized that Lin Fan still didn't understand, so he directly asked for the live stream link to see it. Lin Fan didn't mind at all and even watched the live stream with him. However, Luo Miao unexpectedly went offline early that night. Why did she go offline at 8 o'clock? Lin Fan found it strange and worried that his girlfriend might not be feeling well, so he quickly called her. Hey, don't nag me. I'm heading to Yunzun Hotel right now. When Luo Miao answered her phone, she sounded a bit impatient, but her tone was still playful. Yunzun Hotel? What are you going there for tonight? Lin Fan was surprised. Ha, it's you. Fanjay, I'm working there tonight. I got a gig for a printed shoot. Luo Miao immediately explained. I see. Do you have time after you finish shooting tonight? Let's have supper together. I miss you. No time. Let's make another appointment. She hung up quickly with a pout. Lin Fen looked disappointed. Lingu listened to their conversation and felt that something was off. He couldn't help but say, Lin Fen, if you care about your girlfriend's work, maybe I can help. Lin Fen knew that Yunzun Hotel was part of the Qin family's business, and with just one call from Lingu to Qin Mingu, they could find out what Luo Miao was doing there that night. However, he was a bit afraid. He was afraid of getting results he didn't want, and he was even more afraid of facing the consequences. It's better to clarify some things sooner rather than later, Lingu added. Lin Fen finally nodded. All right, buddy, I'm counting on you. Lingu nodded and immediately called Qin Mingu. He thought that if his wife was busy, he could call Qin Ruhan. This kind of small matter should be easy for his sister-in-law to handle. However, Qin Mingu answered the phone, and after hearing Lingu's concise words, she agreed immediately. Wait, I'll have the hotel's general manager contact you. Not long after the call ended, the general manager called Lingu. Mr. Ling, Miss Luo Miao didn't book a room for tonight. It might have been booked by someone else. If you send me her photo, once she enters, I'll notify you immediately. All right. Lingu immediately sent a photo of Luo Miao. Lin Fen once again envied. Compared to your wife, my girlfriend is light years away. With just one call from Lingu, his wife had arranged everything for him. On the other hand, Lin Fen called Luo Miao, and that woman was dismissive. It was like night and day. Luo Miao was an internet celebrity. Could she really be busier than the female CEO of Chiagang Group? This was plainly about attitude. It's truly a case of dying over people and throwing away goods. Don't say that. As long as she genuinely likes you, that's what matters. Lingu comforted Lin Fen by patting his shoulder. The truth of the matter had yet to be clarified, and he didn't want to rush to conclusions. But in the next moment, the general manager sent him a message and a video. After watching the video, Lin Fen was struck by lightning. A surge of anger rose within him. Luo Miao was hugging and snuggling with a middle-aged man as they entered the hotel. Not only that, they spoke in a flirtatious manner the entire way, utterly shameless. How could that be an ad shoot? Lin Fen might even believe if someone said they were filming an explicit video. Bastards! I'm going to kill that woman. Lin Fen was beside himself with anger. Losing money was one thing, but being emotionally deceived was unbearable. Let's go see what's going on together. Lingu felt they needed to confront the situation, even if everyone already had a general idea of what was going on. Moreover, the middle-aged man looked familiar to him. Wasn't he the company general manager Due had recommended? He felt that appointing such a person as a manager in his company meant they would only be operating during lunchtime because eventually they would go out of business. Let's go. I'm going to take care of that adulterous couple. Lin Fen downed a bottle of beer in one go, his rage reaching new heights as he stood up. After half an hour, Luo Miao, come out. Get out of here. I know you're in the room. Lin Fen banged on the door of a room. The general manager said, this is a romantic couple room. Inside not only is there a big round bed, but there are also concubine chairs and various adult items. Luo Miao and the man come here to book a room for a reason. Click. Lin Fan's shouts made Luo Miao reluctantly open the door. She was only wrapped in a towel, with water droplets on her body, clearly just out of the bath. Lin Fen, are you crazy? Luo Miao not only didn't panic, but also scolded Lin Fen back. I said I came to the hotel for a shoot. What are you doing here? Lingu saw her true nature and felt somewhat disappointed. Compared to Qin Mingu, Lin Qingshuan, and Luna, there was a stark difference, looking plain without makeup, not even as pretty as the Zihong sisters. Not only that, she lacked grace and star quality. So, this is an internet celebrity. Without makeup and filters, she was plain and unremarkable. Of course, appearance is secondary. Poor character and quality are the main concerns. Shooting. Is it filming videos of you with men and then documenting it? You shameless woman. Lin Fan, even more understanding, angrily accused Luo Miao. Lin Fan, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Luo Miao persisted, blocking the door with her hand. Still pretending, huh? I'll make you stop. Lin Fan suddenly pushed past her, kicked the door, and walked into the room. Inside, a middle-aged man was lying naked from the waist up, covered with a white towel at the bottom. There were some adult clothing at the foot of the bed, and condoms on the bedside table. It was obvious what the two were about to do. Lolo meow. Are you still pretending now? Lin Fan was furious, but smiled sarcastically. His heart was bleeding, thinking he found a beautiful girlfriend to get rid of his single status, only to be deceived by this woman. Well, I'll stop pretending that. Luo Miao remained unfazed, decided to come clean. I was considering maintaining a relationship with an underdog like you, but since you found out, let's break up. We're done. You. Lin Fan was temporarily at a loss, unable to deal with this woman. So, what if he caught her? Could he just hit her? Lin Fan, take a good look at yourself in the mirror. Are you, an underdog like you, even worthy of being my boyfriend? Smirking, Luo Miao scolded Lin Fan harshly. I gave you over $10,000 last time, which was a jackpot for you. What else do you want? Do you really think over $10,000 makes you qualified to marry me? Compared to my current sugar daddy, you are nothing. If my sugar daddy had appeared a month earlier, you wouldn't even be worthy of touching me. My sugar daddy gives me over $100,000 in a month. Can you do the same? Lin Fan was devastated, shaking in place, not knowing what to say. Lolo Miao, come over and give me a kiss. The man lying on the bed, enjoying the argument between the two, felt superior. Coming. Daddy. Luo Miao's expression changed instantly as she walked over and kissed the man on the bed. He looked at Lin Fan purposely, smirking. Do you want to stay and watch us perform? Or leave and close the door behind you? Clenching his fists, Lin Fan was about to charge over and beat the couple, regardless of the consequences, whether it would lead to financial compensation or a visit to the police station. However, Lingu gently put his hand on his shoulder, stopping him from acting impetuously. This is a society under the rule of law, not a fantasy world where violence goes unpunished. Plus, there are better ways to deal with this couple. Zhang Pao, with such a busy night's work, do you still have the energy for work during the day? Lingu suddenly inquired. What the hell does it matter to you? The man lying on the bed shouted loudly, feeling something amiss. Why would this guy know his name? Looking closely, he froze. Zhang Pao was a manager in another company who had recently moved to Lingu's Mingu Building Investment Company as a general manager, of course, receiving a significant salary increase. As one of the few in the company who knew the boss's identity, wasn't the man in front of him that very boss? How could this be so coincidental? A bad feeling crept in. But Luo Miao, oblivious, continued to mock Lingu alongside Zhang Pao. That's right, who are you? My sugar daddy has amazing stamina. He can go to heaven with me 7 times every night. You underdogs can't even compare. Disdainful towards Lin Fan and Lingu, she thought they were just working-class underdogs. Such men, they have no idea that some herbal remedies are excellent for men's vitality. Since they can't afford it, they assume others are the same. Settling for once a day wouldn't be enough. Daddy, right? After ridiculing Lingu, Luo Miao sat on Zhang Pao's lap, massaging his thighs and trying to curry favor. Who would have thought that Zhang Pao's face, which was already turning a purplish green, would now be flushed red as he roared, "Get lost." Luo Miao was so frightened that she jumped up and fell to the ground, losing all her composure. What happened? Why did her sugar daddy suddenly get so angry? Lin Fan was also surprised. Why did Zhang Pao suddenly change his attitude? To his surprise, Zhang Pao hurriedly jumped out of bed, bent over, and walked over to Lingu with a smile on his face. Mr. Ling, is this your friend? Lingu nodded. Yes, my best friend. It's over. Everything is over. Zhang Pao started sweating coldly. He had quit his previous job to come here. Would his new job be over before it even started? Sout. The next moment, he knelt in front of Lingu and Lin Fan. This scene almost scared Luo Miao to death. Her eyes were wide open and she couldn't blink. Lin Fan was also dumbfounded. Is this old man out of his mind? Just a moment ago, he was so arrogant, and now he's kneeling in front of me. Mr. Lin, I don't know your girlfriend. This is my first time booking a room, and we haven't done anything. No. Tonight, I booked the room for you. I'll leave now. I'm leaving now. Please, enjoy. After saying this, he quickly picked up his clothes and ran out. He only hoped that by being so understanding, his boss would spare him, as it was a job worth several million a year. After Zhang Pao left, Lin Fan and Luo Miao were still standing there with their mouths wide open, completely unable to understand what had happened. Lingu patted Lin Fan on the shoulder and said, You handled the rest yourself. Lin Fen nodded and stared intently. Luo Miao. Lingu also left and closed the door behind him. Although Luo Miao didn't know the details, she could still understand that either Lin Fen or Lingu's social status far exceeded that of John Pao's. John Pao earned a few million a year, but how wealthy were they really? They couldn't believe it. In the next moment, she quickly rushed towards Lin Fen, with her bathrobe conveniently slipping off. Like a boneless snake, Luo Miao tightly clung to Lin Fen, cooing, "Brother Fen, don't be angry, I still love you." "Love me? How so?" "By being intimate with other men and then coming to love me." Lin Fan's anger was still boiling. "Wait until I get my hands on you." "Darling, I haven't been intimate with any other man. Can I be intimate with you right now?" Luo Miao knelt in front of Lin Fan, using her hands like cat claws to try to pull down his pants. "Get lost." Lin Fan used to enjoy her services, but now he felt disgusted and kicked her to the ground with one swift kick. He was completely furious, not showing any compassion. Luo Miao was left sprawled on the ground, even her wig falling off. Ouch. How could this loser dare to treat her like this? Disgusting. Lin Fan only felt like he had been completely fooled, wondering how he could have been attracted to this kind of woman. He didn't even know how many parts of her body were real. He had heard people say that internet celebrities were unreliable, so why couldn't he see it without experiencing it firsthand? The more than 10,000 I gifted you before can go to the dogs. Breaking up is breaking up, but I'm dumping you. Shame on you. Lin Fan turned around and walked away. Although the outcome was the same, the feeling of being the one to end things was different from being the one left. Feeling good now? Lingu asked with a faint smile as soon as Lin Fan walked out of the room. Feeling good? How could I possibly feel good with her? And besides, did I really feel good that quickly? Lingu paused, saying, I meant, did you feel satisfied emotionally, not physically? Lin Fan also paused, realizing that his mind was clouded from anger. His best friend didn't have such thoughts. I'm satisfied. Very satisfied. Let's go. Let's continue enjoying our BBQ. Let's go. Seeing Lin Fan's mood lighten up, Lingu was also happy for him. It was better to break up with that kind of girlfriend sooner rather than later. At most, he had lost some money. Returning to the stall to keep grilling skewers, Lin Fan couldn't help but ask, Lingu, that guy surnamed John, was he intimidated by your wife? Why did he react like a mouse seeing a cat when he saw you? Lingu openly admitted, actually, he was intimidated by me because he's the CEO of my company. What? The CEO of your company? Then you. Lin Fan widened his eyes as he looked at Lingu, unable to hide his envy. Wouldn't his best friend marry a wealthy woman and become the boss of his own company? Lingu had invited him to his company, so there was no need to hide it from him. After Lin Fan agreed, Lingu went back home. Lingu spent the next 2 days at home recovering from his injuries and following the methods his master had provided to further repair his damaged meridians. He hadn't expected the ugly man beside Zhao Wuji to be so powerful, making breaking his golden bell shield with his current strength uncertain. The next time he faced Zhao Wuji, he would inevitably have to contend with that ugly man again, so Lingu couldn't afford to slack off and needed to restore his strength urgently. On the other hand, after attending Luna's funeral, God Chubby returned to Ding, an ancient town, driving his beat-up off-road vehicle. Why did it take you so long to come? You said you would take care of me. When God Chubby saw Migiali, she immediately started blaming him with a stern face. The journey was long, and I had other things to do when I went back to the village. God Chubby wasn't angry and treated her like a willful younger sister. Although he and Little Red Sister didn't have a definite relationship, he liked her, and she had died protecting him. God Chubby already considered Little Red Sister his ex-wife and even secretly erected a monument for her in Hero's Village as a virtuous wife. Humph. Drive me to Cloud City quickly. So soon? God Chubby was surprised. It had only been 3 days, and he should at least stay until her sister and grandmother's 7-day mourning period was over before leaving. I decide when to leave, and I don't want to stay in this shabby place anymore. I don't want to be here for another day. Migiali asserted strongly. In the 3 days since her ex-boyfriend had come to harass her daily, she now couldn't stand the men in this small town and believed they would never amount to anything in their lives. So she wanted to leave the ancient town quickly and start a new life in the big city. Alright then. God Chubby had no choice when they came to women, so he decided to drive her to Cloud City. After a few hours' drive, they arrived in Cloud City, where he rented a small house for Meigiali. But Meigiali insisted on not living with him and forcefully kicked him out, even though the money was from him. God Chubby was filled with frustration, but didn't argue. After all, she was his younger sister. Taking care of her was necessary, and it wasn't appropriate for a man and woman to live together. He considered renting another place for himself, but after checking his pockets, he realized he was out of money. He wanted to ask his senior for money, but hesitated, thinking it might damage his dignity. Forget it, I'll find a way to make money on my own. God Chubby stayed up all night and made a resume at an internet cafe, applying to over a dozen companies. The next day, he started running around Cloud City for interviews. Yet after several rejections, all stating he lacked education, height, and even looks, God Chubby was disappointed with Cloud City's job market. The next morning, he arrived at a company named Bright Moon Real Estate Investment Company to apply for an administrative position. While it sounded fancy, it was basically a gopher for the company, a role that didn't require qualifications or looks. God Chubby thought that if he couldn't even apply for such a position, he might as well take his sister back to the village to raise pigs. Dang. The elevator stopped on the 6th floor, and God Chubby, holding his resume, observed the company environment similar to Liu Lala entering the Grandview Garden for the first time. Surprisingly, it wasn't bad at all. Running errands in such a place was much better than raising pigs back in the village. Dang. Due to not paying attention while walking, God Chubby accidentally bumped into a man around 30 years old, dressed in a sharp suit, who was on the phone and didn't notice because of his height. "Ah, sorry." The man chuckled, remarking about how the resume seemed to have a life of its own, flying out the window along with it. "Oh, looks like your resume decided to take off on its own." The man laughed, teasingly commenting on how lively the resume seemed to be, choosing to fly outwards. God Chubby, feeling provoked, pointed at the man and scolded, "Will you watch where you're going? Do you know you just threw away my future? Ha ha. Young man, your future will soar ahead with just one hit, but it's also quite fragile, isn't it?" The man chuckled as he patted the chubby boy's shoulder and walked into the elevator. The chubby boy was explosively angry. It seemed like fate had decreed that he would have to go back to the countryside to raise pigs and shovel manure. At that moment, an elegantly dressed, beautiful woman at the front desk walked over and asked, "Excuse me, are you here for an interview?" The chubby boy took a look and realized that this professional lady was quite eye-catching. "So, I'm willing to leave just like that," he bravely said. "Yes, I am the hero of God, here for an interview." "Then please follow me." The front desk lady led him to a spacious and bright office where another middle-aged man was sitting. As the chubby boy sat down, the middle-aged man said, "I'm Manager John from the company's HR department. Where is your resume?" I don't have a resume." The chubby boy felt his scalp tingle. Sure enough, Manager John furrowed his brows and said, "No resume, and you came for an interview." In all my years as an interviewer, I have never seen such a strange case. The chubby boy, who was already filled with rage, thought it was all going downhill anyway. He had been looked down upon by so many interviewers before and hadn't fought back, so this time he decided to let it all out at once. Bam! The chubby boy slammed the table hard, stood up, pointed at Manager Zhang's nose, and scolded, "What's wrong with not having a resume? Does not having a resume mean I can't interview? I still have a mouth to speak, don't I? What do you want to know? I can answer." Jeez. Manager John was also stunned. Such a strange case was truly rare. Other interviewees had always been respectful to him, afraid of leaving a bad impression, but this chubby boy dared to scold him to his face. "What's going on?" The chubby boy didn't care about Manager Zhang's expression. He continued to vent, "I am very disappointed in your company. Your methods of selecting talents are too rotten, unscientific. I look down on you. Goodbye." Dang. He finished speaking and slammed the door as he left. Damn it. Manager John was so enraged. Encountering such a strange case made him really want to punch someone. However, at that moment, the front desk lady quickly walked in and whispered, "Manager John, that chubby boy is not simple at all. I just saw the CEO chatting and laughing with him at the elevator." "What? The CEO was chatting and laughing with him?" Manager John was taken aback, his eyes rolling. Could it be that he's a relative of the CEO? No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. With this thought in mind, Manager John quickly rushed out and grabbed the chubby boy who was about to enter the elevator. "What's up? Do you want to fight?" The chubby Wo quickly shook off his hands. No. Manager Zhang didn't dare to get angry, quickly smiled and said, based on the observation just now, I found that you are the talent our company needs. Your straightforward and non-sycophantic qualities are exactly what we value. What the heck? This left the chubby Bo stunned. Can this really happen? Seeing Manager Zhang being so appreciative of him, the chubby Wo didn't hold back either. He straightforwardly pushed his luck. As such a talent, I don't want to be an administrative officer. Can I join the marketing department instead? When he left just now, he accidentally saw several pretty girls in the marketing department wearing black stockings and tight skirts. If he could join the marketing department and interact with those pretty girls every day, wouldn't that be so enjoyable? Sure. No problem. Manager Zhang nodded after a brief moment of astonishment, thinking to himself that you're a relative of the CEO. Which department can't you join? Not only that, Manager Zhang personally escorted the chubby Bo to the marketing department. Then, he entered the office of the marketing department manager. The marketing department manager was a 30-something woman, also dressed in black stockings and professional attire, wearing glasses, looking very knowledgeable and sexy. Manager Zhu, I have brought you a new person for your marketing department. What new person? Our marketing department is already full. Manager Zhu frowned as she heard this. If it's full, then you have to lay off one person. In any case, you must take this new person. He is the CEO's relative. Manager Zhang said in a firm tone, if you don't take him, the CEO won't be pleased with you. This. Manager Zhu sighed softly. All right. After Manager Zhang left, Manager Zhu pondered for a while and could only follow the rules of first come, first served, and fired the newly arrived employee. After all, wasn't he still in the probationary period? Decision made. Manager Zhu stood up and left the office. At that moment, the chubby Bo was sitting at a desk in the marketing department, looking around at the girls in their office uniforms and black stockings. What a feast! Working in a place like this, even unpaid work would have men willing to do it. He was one of them. Hey! Suddenly, someone forcefully patted the chubby Bo's shoulder from behind. The chubby Bo was startled, turned around, and was stunned. It was Lin Fan. What are you doing here? The chubby Bo was surprised and excited. Ha, the question should be asking you, right? Did you come in through connections? Lin Fan asked with a smile. He thought that the chubby Bo knew that this was Lingu's company, and he came to work in the marketing department full of beautiful women because of his senior brother's connections. Little did he know that the chubby Bo looked puzzled and said excitedly, you are the one who came in through connections. Your whole family came in through connections. This cute little one got in by merit. Okay. Manager Zhu happened to walk behind the two men and overheard their conversation, secretly surprised. Did even this new employee Lin Fan know that this chubby Bo was the CEO's relative? No. Such things should not ferment in the office, or else everyone would find out. With this in mind, Manager Zhu briskly walked over to Lin Fan and said, Lin Fan, your internship didn't pass, so please leave the company now. What? Lin Fan was taken aback. He could hardly believe his ears. He was arranged by Lingu to come in as a supervisor. How could he be fired just after 2 days? What's going on here? But as Manager Zhu said so, he had no choice but to leave the office and find out the situation from Lingu later. Witnessing this scene, the colleagues in the marketing department were all whispering around. What they saw was Lin Fan patting the chubby boy and then getting fired. It looks like that chubby boy has a strong backstage, isn't it? Not only that, Manager Zhu extended a friendly hand towards the chubby boy and said, Hero of God, welcome to join the marketing department. I am the department manager. If you encounter any difficulties at work, feel free to come to me. I will help you solve them. This scene astounded the employees of the marketing department both inside and out, who didn't know that Manager Zhu was a cold beauty and had never shown such care to subordinates. The chubby Bo was also pleasantly surprised, quickly reached out, and shook the manager's tender hand. The people in this company were too nice to him as a new employee, right? It seems that he is definitely the talent the company has longed for. The new general manager of Bright Moon Construction Company is named Huan Lihan. He used to be the general manager of industries under Diyu's command and was also one of Diyu's confidants. A couple of days ago, Lingu and Diyu discussed an incident involving Zhang Pao, which led to Zhang Pao's dismissal. To prevent similar incidents in the future, Diyu arranged for Huan Lihan to come and help manage Lingu's company. Just now, Wan Lihong received a call from DUA, informing him about the Zhongpao incident and telling him that Lingu had arranged for a supervisor to enter the company, reminding him to behave properly. Wan Lihong wondered who it could be. Walking in the office, he saw a group of beautiful women and handsome men from the marketing department surrounding a chubby guy. "Hello, General Manager." A female employee greeted Wan Lihong respectfully. The marketing department employees quickly dispersed from around the chubby guy and greeted, "Hello, General Manager." "Hello, everyone." Wan Lihong nodded in response. His gaze fell on the chubby guy. The chubby guy quickly stood up from his seat and smiled apologetically, too nervous to speak. "Oh my, isn't he the man who accidentally bumped into him during the job interview? He's actually the general manager of this company. This is bad. He may have messed up the position he just recently obtained." As the chubby guy nervously fidgeted, Wan Lihong, with a smile on his face, patted his shoulder and asked, "Are you the new employee, General Manager?" "Yes, it's me." The chubby guy quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. Earlier today, at the elevator's entrance, I bumped into you." "No big deal. You're being too polite. We're colleagues after all." Wan Lihong also smiled warmly. Manager Zhu heard the general manager had come to the marketing department and quickly walked out of his office, coincidentally witnessing this scene. It seems he was right. This chubby guy must be a relative of the general manager. He better keep him satisfied from now on. The surrounding employees observed the friendly conversation between the general manager and the chubby guy but dared not approach and quickly returned to their respective workstations. Wan Lihong then quietly asked, "Young man, do you know Lingu?" Lingu is the true owner of the company, and only high-level executives, like him, are aware of this. Even Manager Zhu did not know. Unexpectedly, the chubby guy looked surprised and said, "General Manager, how did you know?" "He's my senior brother." "I see." Suddenly, Wan Lihong understood. The chubby guy must be the supervisor sent by the boss. Finally, the mystery was solved. It seems he needs to establish a good relationship with him from now on. Otherwise, he might end up like John Tao, getting fired after just a few days on the job. "Ha ha. Just asking casually. Feel free to come to me if you had any issues in the company in the future. No need to rush to speak with your senior brother," Wan Lihong said with a smile. The chubby guy nodded in confusion, thinking the company was being overly kind to him, especially the general manager, who didn't get angry even after he bumped into him and was so accommodating. What a great company culture. He loved it. After the general manager left, Manager Zhu quickly called the chubby guy into his office. "Manager Zhu, did you need me for something?" The chubby guy was a bit nervous. Firstly, Manager Zhu's black silk seemed very attractive, and she had long legs. Secondly, he was very satisfied with this job, so he easily got anxious. "A hero. Please take a seat." Manager Zhu warmly invited him to sit on the sofa, personally brewed tea for him, then opened a box of high-class cookies and placed them in front of him. The chubby guy was truly overwhelmed. Who is he to be treated so specially? Is he really that talented? Manager Zhu said, "You're a new employee in my department. If you have any requests, please feel free to let me know. Don't rush to the general manager with any issues." Manager Zhu's words were almost identical to the general manager's. The chubby guy was starting to feel a bit scared. Was this company a paradise? They were treating new employees so well. Although he was a bit good-looking, cute, and capable, he didn't expect this treatment. Luckily, the chubby guy was not introverted. He impulsively made a request. "Manager Zhu, could you place my workstation between Lily, Ziluo, and Laura?" Upon hearing this, Manager Zhu didn't expect the general manager's relative to be such a flirt, but dealing with such a person was easy. When she didn't respond immediately, the chubby guy nervously laughed. "I was just kidding. If it's not possible, okay, why not?" Manager Zhu quickly agreed. The request was too simple. She was afraid the chubby guy might have more challenging demands. "I'll arrange it right away," Manager Zhu shouted, and Lily, Ziluo, and Laura, the three most beautiful female employees in a marketing department, quickly enter. "Manager, what are your orders?" "You all help the new employee move to his new workstation. From now on, he will sit between you three. If he has any difficulties at work, help him out." "Yes, Manager, we got it. New colleague, add me on WeChat. If you need anything, remember to find me." The three female colleagues were also enthusiastic. The chubby guy felt like he didn't just find a job but a paradise. In other companies, male employees did the heavy lifting, but here, female employees were helping him move his workstation. The girls were not only beautiful, but also sweet and fragrant. He loved it. The chubby guy was so happy, he almost felt melancholic. Which princess should he choose to serve him tonight? On the other hand, Lingu returned home with his wife as usual tonight. On the way, he received a call from Lin Fan. What? You were fired from the company. Lingu was very surprised. He had requested DUA to arrange for Lin Fan to enter his company, yet Lin Fan was still dismissed. What's going on? What happened? Qin Mingyu, who was next to him, curiously asked. It's rare to see Lingu, this blockhead, so agitated. Lingu couldn't reveal his business dealings to his wife, otherwise, it would be hard to explain. So, he quickly regained his composure and said, nothing. Lin Fan lost his job, and I feel sorry for him. Qin Mingyu knew about his relationship with Lin Fan, so upon hearing this, she immediately said, if he's willing, he can come work at the Chia Gang Group headquarters. I'll arrange a position for him as a supervisor in my company. Lingu was stunned. He thought his wife had found out about his business, or how would she mention a special position like a supervisor? Qin Mingyu, on the other hand, thought he hadn't heard of such a position, and added, since the Chia Gang Group finally dismissed Lin Young and his son, now I am cleaning up the remaining mess and restructuring the company. However, I don't know who else might be traitorous. So I need to arrange trusted people to enter the company to monitor some middle and high-level employees. But if I place my people in there, those high-ups might see through it. By employing your brother secretly and maintaining confidentiality, he can observe these individuals and see if they act inappropriately. So that's it. Lingu had planned to place Lin Fan in his company, but hearing his wife's words, it seemed he had to reluctantly give up on that idea. When Lingu returned home, he received a call from his sister. Ziyu, Mom hasn't been feeling well lately, she said. What's wrong? Is Mom sick again? Lingu's heart immediately tightened. I asked her where she was feeling discomfort, and she said it was in her heart. Ling Ruoxusai, lately, things between my older brother and Yu Tingting haven't been going well. That Zhang Ryu keeps trying to seduce my older brother. God knows what she's after, making Yu Tingting uncomfortable. She's already had less contact with your older brother. I see, Lingu hurriedly said. Let's have a meal with Mom tomorrow and have a talk with her together. Yes, I've been busy with the store recently. We really have been neglecting her. Ziyu, you arrange it. Mom will be very happy to see you and Mingyu. Okay. Lingu nodded, realizing they had indeed been neglecting their mother recently. His sister was never home, and he had spent some time in the ancient town. With Mom alone at home, even without being sick, she must have felt unwell. Lingu quickly called Ling Shitan to understand the situation. To his surprise, a woman answered the phone. Ziyu, is it you? John, are you? Lingu heard the excitement in her voice and felt uneasy. After confirming he had not dialed the wrong number, he exclaimed, why are you answering my brother's phone call? It was already late at night. Was John are you with his brother? What was going on? I'm at your brother's house, helping Ziwei with his homework. This. Lingu was momentarily at a loss for words. It took him a while before he said, then, where is my brother? He's taking a shower. Do you have something to tell him? I can relay the message for him. John Ryu seemed to be Shitan's woman. Lingu was speechless. What had his brother been up to during this time? Had all the effort put into pursuing Yu Tingting gone to waste? Tell my brother to have dinner at the Yunzun Hotel Banquet Hall tomorrow. Okay. I'll pass on the message for you. John Ryu was in a good mood, knowing the Yunzun Hotel was owned by the Qin family. Having dinner there tomorrow meant she would see Lingu and Qin Mingyu, a great opportunity to enhance their relationships. Lingu couldn't be bothered with John Ru's schemes for now. He just wanted to figure out what had been happening during this time. His brother wasn't so foolish as to reject Yu Tingting and choose to be with John Ryu, right? On the other hand, after hanging up, John Ryu saw Ziwei approaching her. Aunt John Ryu, please don't answer my dad's calls randomly. Ziwei was also repelled by this woman, always claiming to help him review homework but actually trying to get close to his dad. He also knew about her intentions to buy a house in Yunhai Bay and how she had insisted that his dad must buy her a house there if he wanted to marry her. Ziwei, understanding a little but not enough, thought this woman was crazy. How could his dad afford to buy a house there? His dad would definitely not agree to such demands. Ziwei, your dad is currently dating this woman. What's wrong with me answering his call? Zhang Aryu didn't like Ziwei playing the role of a troublemaker, but for now, she couldn't afford to turn against the bow, as she needed him to get closer to Ling Shitang. Dealing with the straightforward Ling Shitang was much easier. Showing goodwill to him made it hard for him to reject her advances. Last time, she had used the excuse of tutoring Ziwei to come to Ling Shitang's home. Ling Shitang, who only had a high school education, had agreed. Little did he know that after the tutoring session, she deliberately left behind an intimate piece of clothing, which Yu Tingting discovered, causing some resentment. Another time, she had pretended to fall and ended up hugging Ling Shitang, an act witnessed by Yu Tingting, which easily drove her away. Ling Shitang still believed it wasn't intentional on Zhang Ru's part, and even thought Yu Tingting was being overly sensitive. After conveying the situation to Ling Shitang once he finished showering, Zhang Aryu left his house. Ling Shitang thanked her. Zhang Aryu, thank you for tutoring Ziwei again. You have a bachelor's degree, so you must be better at teaching than I am. Hehe. It's nothing. I can continue teaching Ziwei when he reaches middle school, Zhang Aryu said proudly. Ziwei had just entered first grade, so the lessons were very basic, and anyone who had finished elementary school could teach them. Ling Shitang just struggled with expressing himself. Hehe. Thanks anyway. Shall I walk you to your car? No need. I can go back by myself. Zhang Aryu didn't want Ling Shitang to accompany her as she had no interest in older men like him. She was simply using him to get Lingu and Chen Mingu to buy her a luxurious house. Hooking his heart was her way to reach her goal. Unexpectedly, on her way home, Zhang Milan called her. She had heard about Zhang Ru's boastful talk about having dinner at Yunzun Hotel the next day, and her suspicion was confirmed as she saw it. Sis, who are you going to have dinner with at Yunzun Hotel tomorrow? Isn't it with that old man? Where did he get the money? That's the highest star hotel in Cloud City. Hehe. I'm going with him. It doesn't matter if the old man has no money, as long as his younger brother and Chen Mingyu do. Sis, are you insane? Are you really willing to be with that old man just to buy a house in Yunhai Bay? Who said I'm going to be with him? I'm just reaping benefits. I'll get divorced after. Sis, look at all the men I've dated before. What did I gain? Now, as long as I get along with this old man for a while, I have the chance to secure a luxurious house. You rarely come across such an opportunity. Zhang Milan was left speechless. She admired her sister. She probably couldn't do what she was doing. But given her sister's circumstances, she could only resort to such a lowly fake marriage. Sis, let me tell you in advance that I must separate Lingu and Chen Mingyu and bring down the freeloader. So, if things go south, don't blame me. Milan, are you out of your mind? Wait until your sister gets the benefits before making any decisions. I can't control myself anymore. When Lingu was mentioned, Zhang Milan's emotions started to get out of control. That man has insulted me so many times, he ruined my chance to marry into a wealthy family. I despise him to the core. The longer he enjoys good days, the more I suffer. This. Zhang Aryu didn't expect her cousin to defy her words this time. It seemed she had to hasten her plans and reap the benefits through Ling Shitang first. With this in mind, she decided not to return home and hurriedly went back to knock on Ling Shitang's door. Zhang Aryu, what's wrong? Did you forget something? Ling Shitang opened the door, seeing her in a fluster, intrigued. Brother Tang, the driver just now was flirtatious. He touched my thigh. I dare not go home alone at night. Zhang Aryu fabricated a story, pretending to be helpless. Ling Shitang, being the honest man that he was, fell for it. Then, what should we do? Ziwei is at home, and I can't escort you back either. Let me stay at your place tonight. This. Ling Shitang was a bit hesitant, but Zhang Aryu had already walked into the house. He couldn't just ask her to leave, could he? Oh well. There's a spare room at home anyway. After Zhang Aryu returned to Ling Shitang's home, she immediately went to take a shower. Ling Shitang had just put Little Wei to sleep and walked out of the hall when Zhang Aryu came out draped in a small towel. This. Ling Shitang's eyes widened. Then he quickly turned his face away, his dark face turning red. Zhang Aryu, why aren't you wearing any clothes and coming out like this? Zhang Aryu secretly despised this old man in her heart, clearly enjoying the view yet pretending to be serious. But she said, I don't have any pajamas at your place. What else am I supposed to wear? Ah, that's right. Ling Shitang felt a bit melancholy. I don't have any women's clothes at home. You should go into a room and rest. Okay then. Zhang Ru's eyes wander as she obediently went into an empty room. Ling Shitang also prepared to go to bed, but suddenly heard Zhang Ru scream. Odd, there's a mouse. Where's the mouse? Ling Shitang rushed in, only to find no mouse, but instead saw Zhang Ru's towel fall to the ground, revealing her ample bosom. Ah, I'm sorry. Ling Shitang's heart pounded wildly, turning to leave, but Zhang Ru grabbed him. Brother Tang, I'm really scared of mice. Can you sleep with me tonight? What? How can that be possible? Ling Shitang was all tensed up. It had been a long time since he had been intimate with his wife before divorcing Ziqian, and even longer since he had been with a woman after the divorce. Now knowing that there was a naked woman behind him, how could he not entertain inappropriate thoughts? Brother Tang, I'm really scared. Zhang Ru pleaded. I have important things to do tomorrow. If I don't rest well tonight, I won't have energy for tomorrow, and I won't be able to help Little Wei with his homework tomorrow night. Then, all right. Ling Shitang's heart softened, and he reluctantly agreed. You go lay in bed first, and I'll turn around. Zhang Ru did not deliberately seduce. She understood Ling Shitang's mindset as an older man very well. The more intentional she acted, the more he resisted. So whether it was the last time at Ling Yu's house or the multiple times at Ling Shitang's house, she never once showed any deliberate intention. Each time she pretended to accidentally reveal herself, at least Ling Shitang's intellect couldn't figure it out. Now she lay in bed, purposely covering herself with the blanket, and then told Ling Shitang to turn around. Ling Shitang saw her wrapped up like a zonzi and finally felt relief that the image of her just now, even though seemingly unconscious, lingered in his mind. Brother Tang, can you sit at the head of the bed? Once I fall asleep, you can leave. Zhang Ru extended her slightly plump arm and patted at the head of the bed. Ah. Well. All right. Ling Shitang hesitated. Unlike Ling Yu, his willpower was far weaker. He was just an ordinary man with desires and emotions, but his morals held him back. As he sat at the bedside, Zhang Ru feigned sleeping. Ling Shitang thought she was asleep, ready to stand up and leave, but was caught off guard as Zhang Ru subconsciously grabbed his leg, using it as a pillow. Ling Shitang felt as if he was being tickled by a cat, and it was unbearable. To make matters worse, Zhang Ru then placed her head on his thigh, breathing and exhaling gently, warm and hot. Ling Shitang was about to lose control. The blanket covering Zhang Ru seemed to slide off on its own, almost driving this older man crazy. He wanted to cover her, but before he knew it, Zhang Ru had pulled him down onto the bed. Ling Shitang thought she was intentionally doing this, but her eyes were closed. Was she sleepwalking? The next morning, with a sharp scream, Zhang Ru exclaimed, Tang, brother Tang, why are we sleeping together? What did you do to me? Ling Shitang quickly got up, flustered, waving his hands. I didn't do anything. You last night. Ling Shitang felt too embarrassed to finish the sentence. What if Zhang Ru didn't believe him and accused him of lying? Zhang Ru pretended to cry in bed while clutching the blanket. Why are you crying? Ling Shitang was panicking. If Little Wei woke up and saw this scene, what would happen? He might think his dad was intentionally misbehaving. Of course, I'm crying. Brother Tang, are you trying to back out? I'm not that kind of person. So, are you planning to marry me then? What? This. Just as Ling Ruoxu and Ling Yuxia had guessed, Ling Shitang was no match for Zhang Ru. A couple of sentences had him all in a dilemma. If he admitted it, he would be seen as interested in Yu Tingting. If he didn't, and Zhang Ru spread the news, he would be labeled as a scoundrel. And when Yu Tingting found out, she definitely wouldn't want him. He would be disgraced. What should he do? Seeing this, Zhang Ru quickly said, Cousin, just agree to marry me. I will take good care of you and Little Wei. I have a bachelor's degree, and I can guide Little Wei to university in the future. Don't you want Little Wei to succeed? These words struck Ling Shitang's soft spot. What was he living for now? Just to raise Little Wei into a successful person. Zhang Ru knew how to talk and, with a bachelor's degree, she was indeed much better than Ziqian. Although she wasn't stunning and had been divorced before, she was more than enough for this divorced, unattractive man like him. With things at this point, he really didn't have the right to be picky about others. Well, if you don't mind, I'll marry you. Really? Your word is your bond. I will keep my word. After agreeing, Ling Shitang sighed heavily. For some time, he thought he had a chance with Yu Tingting, but with Ling Yu gone to the ancient town and nobody helping to matchmake, his relationship with Yu Tingting drifted further away. His insecurities crept in, feeling that he could never catch up to Yu Tingting. Now, he settled for second best, and felt somewhat at peace. Brother Tang, you're really kind. Zhang Aryu hugged Ling Shitang down to the bed and lay beside him. As luck would have it, Little Wei had just woken up and heard noise in the room, rushing in directly. Dad, he called out, but upon seeing the scene on the bed, Little Wei was shocked. Ah, Little Wei, don't look around. Dad will come out with you. Ling Shitang hurriedly got out of bed, picked up Little Wei, and left the room. Zhang Aryu heard Little Wei crying outside, but she didn't care. As long as Ling Shitang agreed to marry her, it was all she needed. Next, watch how I milk money from your Ling family. Heh. Zhang Aryu looked self-assured, smiling triumphantly. On the other side, Ling Yu visited the police station today, cooperating with Yi Shao and Zia Zhu on a case. Coming out of the station, he went to pick up his wife. Qin Mingyu knew that she was supposed to have dinner with Chen Ailan this afternoon, so she didn't schedule any other engagements for the evening and left work on time. Soon, the two arrived at Yunzun Hotel. Little did they know, Zhang Milan had been waiting outside the hotel's entrance. Seeing Ling Yu driving a Maserati and entering the hotel with his beautiful wife in such a high-profile manner, a fire of hatred and jealousy burned within her. HMPH. Ling Yu, you white-faced man. Watch how I get revenge on you today. Zhang Milan gritted her teeth. When Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu entered the private room, Ling Ruoxu and Chen Ailan had already arrived early, ordered dishes, and were waiting for the couple. Mom, Ruoxu, you're both here. Ah, Mingyu, you finally came. Quickly sit down and let Mom have a good look at you. When Chen Ailan saw her daughter-in-law, her spirits improved significantly. Ling Ruoxu couldn't help but feel speechless at this scene, thinking that being a daughter-in-law was really better than being a daughter. Qin Mingyu still enjoyed this feeling, as Chen Ailan could provide her with a sense of maternal love better compared to Lin Fei. Mom, are you just looking at Mingyu? What about looking at your son? Ling Yu, seeing how much his mother doted on his wife, couldn't help but feel jealous along with Ling Ruoxu. What's so good to look at? After all this time, you still haven't given me a grandchild. Chen Ailan teased her son on purpose, putting pressure on him. Ling Yu instantly dared not speak. Qin Mingyu also felt strange, thinking how unreasonable it was that she had to be the one to make advances on him. Humph. The family of Fer had been happy together, but in the next moment, their joy disappeared instantly upon seeing someone entering the room. Mom. Zhang Aryu came in with Ling Shitang and sweetly called Chen Ailan Mom as well. Ow, hello. Chen Ailan was a bit stunned but still politely responded to Zhang Aryu. Ling Ruoxu stood up directly, staring coldly at Zhang Aryu. What are you doing here with my cousin? Ling Yu couldn't help but ask Ling Shitang immediately. Cousin, why didn't you invite teacher Ting Ting to come with us? Zhang Aryu immediately put on a look of grievance. Ling Shitang sighed softly. I'm not good enough for teacher Ting Ting. I thought about it and decided to come with Zhang Aryu instead since she doesn't mind me. What? Ling Ruoxu exclaimed in shock. Ling Yu didn't know what to say either. After all the effort they had put in, it seemed to be all in vain. Qin Mingyu, with her cold gaze, scrutinized Zhang Aryu. She felt that this situation was something Zhang Aryu had plotted. However, she couldn't help but admit that it was difficult to support Ling Shitang in finding a good woman, given his current level. Chen Ailan, on the other hand, took it in stride. Even though she admired Yu Tingting, now that Shitang was with Zhang Aryu, as long as she could find a woman for him to complete the family, she was willing to lower her standards a bit. So, she smiled and said, Come on, Shitang, Zhang Aryu, sit with Little Wei, and let's have a good meal as a family. Zhang Aryu was extremely pleased. As long as Ling Shitang was willing to marry her and Chen Ailan approved, she wouldn't hold back anymore. Once they sat down, she immediately linked arms with Ling Shitang and said, Shitang, now that you've promised to marry me, let's discuss the marriage today. Well, Ling Shitang couldn't refuse, he had already agreed verbally. Chen Ailan was quite enthusiastic upon hearing this. Since you both are planning to get married, we really should discuss things thoroughly tonight. Ling Ruoxu held in her anger for now and stayed silent, observing what Zhang Aryu was planning. Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu also remained silent, since it was Ling Shitang's own choice. They, as outsiders, couldn't do much about it. When Chen Ailin heard what John Ryu said, she straightforwardly brought up, regarding the betrothal gifts, as previously agreed, 500,000 will suffice. What? 500,000? Is this woman worth 500,000? Ling Ruoxu was the first to get excited and hit the table. John Ryu looked pitifully at Ling Satang, holding his arm tightly, saying, "My parents had agreed on at least 1 million initially. I'm sincerely marrying you, and I've already reduced the betrothal gifts by half. You wouldn't go back on your word, right?" Ling Satang sighed helplessly. He had taken advantage of her last night due to his lack of self-control, and now he didn't know how to handle the situation. "Hey, 500,000 is no problem. Satang called me mom, and I'll find a way for him." Chen Ailin was willing to accept it. With the financial status of the Ling family improving, she could bear giving 500,000. Seeing Chen Ailin agree, Lingu had no choice but to accept it, as he was her son after all. John Ryu was even happier and continued, "After we get married, we'll need a set of wedding accommodations, right? I found a house in Wahai Bay that I like. Let's buy it. It's not too expensive, just over 2 million, and an initial payment of 800,000 will do." "What?" Ling Ruoxu stood up immediately, pointing at John Ryu. "You look at yourself in the mirror. You think you're worth over 2 million. Are you even qualify?" John Ryu's eyes reddened instantly, hugging Ling Satang's arm tightly and lamenting, "What woman doesn't ask for a wedding house upon marriage? Am I supposed to settle for less just because I'm marrying you and will help raise little Wei?" Ling Satang sighed deeply. "John Ryu, it's not that I don't want to marry you, but I simply can't meet your conditions." John Ryu quickly suggested, "Then can't you borrow some money from your family? We can pay the initial amount, and then we'll work together to pay off the rest." "HMPH, you conniving woman, your true colors are finally showing." Ling Ruoxu sneered. "You purposely tried to seduce my cousin, hoping he'll borrow money from my younger brother and sister to marry you, right? You're after their money, aren't you?" Sure enough, Lingu's sister was sharp. Qin Mingu liked Ling Ruoxu's straightforward personality. She had long seen through John Ryu and understood her tactics. This woman was patient and persistent in her methods, just like the political term slicing the sausage, making it difficult to deal with. However, due to Qin Mingyu's personality and status, even though she saw through the other party's tricks, she couldn't directly address it like Ling Ruoxu would. "Ruoxu, how can you say such things? If I marry your cousin, does that mean I deserve to be treated unfairly?" John Ryu resorted to crying. This move also worked, as it garnered sympathy from Chen Ailin. "Ruoxu, don't speak out of turn." Chen Ailin reprimanded her daughter. However, the matter of the 2 million house wasn't agreed upon immediately. Chen Ailin couldn't promise right away, only smiling and saying, "Let's talk about the wedding accommodations later. Let's enjoy the meal tonight." John Ryu wasn't in a hurry. With the betrothal gifts settled at 500,000, she could take her time with the house. She believed that the amount was insignificant to Qin Mingu, and with some patience, they could reach an agreement. Ling Satang and Lingu were as close as real brothers, so as long as Qin Mingu was Lingu's wife, they would have to find a solution for him, right? After borrowing money and not returning it, would they have the audacity to ask Ling Satang to repay the debt later? Hey! Little did John Ryu know that while she was making plans here, Zhang Milin was already causing trouble outside, preparing to break up Lingu and Qin Mingu. She paid 3,000 yuan to a pregnant woman and instructed her quietly, "When you go in, just show them this prenatal checkup report, then rush to Lingu and say he got you pregnant. Insist that he takes responsibility. Make sure to split him up from his wife. Understand? Is this really a good idea?" The pregnant lady looked resolute as she shook her head. "My stomach wasn't enlarged by him. It's unjust to blame an innocent person like this, destroy someone's family. It will be condemned by the heavens." Zhang Milin cut in sharply. "Stop the nonsense. After it's done, I'll give you 7,000 TL. The pregnant lady immediately made an okay gesture. "Like you, Miss Zhang, I also look down on those men who rely on women for a living. It's my duty to strike against such men." Zhang Milin gave her a contemptuous look, letting her figure it out on her own. From being condemned by the heavens to feeling obliged, all it took was 7,000 yuan. The power of money indeed. "By the way, Miss Zhang, I don't know the Ling you mentioned." The pregnant woman was about to go to the private room, but suddenly turned and said, "Since there are only 2 men in the private room, The good-looking one must be him. It was Zhang Milin who provided the information, so she was clear that only Ling Shitang and Ling Yu were in the private room. Okay. That's on me. The pregnant lady made an okay gesture and headed to the private room. Soon, someone knocked on the door of the room where Ling Yu was. Coming. Ling Yu called out, and the door was pushed open. Lin Fan, why are you here? Sit down and have a meal together. Chen Ailin was also very happy to see Lin Fan. After all, they were from the same town, and he was her son's best friend. Thanks, Aunt Chen. Lin Fan didn't hesitate and sat down next to Ling Yu. Ling Yu had called him over to have a meal together and discuss with Qin Mingyu about his plans to become a supervisor at Chonggong Group. Of course, it wasn't convenient to talk about it now, but as soon as he sat down, the door of the room was pushed open again. Miss, who are you? Ling Ruoxu was standing at the door of the room, looking at the woman with a revealing outfit and a bulging belly. Ling Yu also thought she had come to the wrong place, as he had never seen this woman before. But the next moment, the woman suddenly rushed towards him, crying and causing a scene. You heartless man, you got me pregnant and abandoned me. Now you've found another woman, haven't you? If you don't marry me, I'll show you by dying in front of you. To lives lost. You deal with it yourself. What on earth was happening? Everyone on the scene was stunned, especially Chen Ailin. She simply couldn't believe that her son could do such a thing. But the facts were right in front of her, and she didn't know what to say at that moment. Lin Fan also didn't know how to react. He had always thought that his buddy wasn't involved in such matters, but Ling Yu seemed to be way ahead of him, about to become a father. Qin Mingyu sat beside Ling Yu, watching the woman causing a scene. Her beautiful eyes cold and terrifying. No one knew what she was thinking. Hey, are you crazy? How could my brother get you pregnant? Ling Ruoxu quickly stood up and pointed at the woman, scolding her. She just couldn't believe that her brother could do such a thing. If this woman wasn't crazy, then she must be trying to frame him, right? Zhang Aryu was well aware that the pregnant woman must have been staged by Zhang Milin, but she didn't speak out. Humph, I'm not crazy. It's Ling Yu who got me pregnant. If he doesn't marry me, I'll expose his deeds and make him lose face. The woman was determined, all for the sake of getting her hands on the 7,000 yuan. Ling Yu, are you even a man? Will you dare to own up? This. Chen Ailin was hesitant to speak, as the woman even mentioned her son's name. Was there a mistake? She looked at Qin Mingyu, fearing that this incident might ruin her son's marriage. Zhang Milin was watching from afar, feeling triumphant. Ling Yu, you little white-faced man, I'll break up your marriage this time. Let's see how arrogant you'll be in the future. We're now even. Since I can't get married, you won't get a wife either. But she didn't realize that Ling Yu had keen ears and eyes. The door of the room was left open, allowing him to notice Zhang Milin's presence. Initially, Ling Yu thought that the pregnant woman had entered the wrong room, mistaking him for someone else. However, when she repeatedly mentioned his name and Ling Milin's presence was revealed, Ling Yu immediately understood the situation. Although Ling Yu usually appeared clueless, he was quick to react in times of crisis. Before Qin Mingyu could get angry, he quickly addressed the pregnant woman. Oh, you came to find Ling Yu, right? But I am not Ling Yu. Oh, it's not you. The woman was startled. It turned out she had mistaken someone else for Ling Yu. The others hadn't quite caught on yet, except for Qin Mingyu, who felt relieved and smiled slightly, realizing that her silly husband wasn't so foolish after all. Following that, Ling Yu pointed towards the room next door, stating, "He is Ling Yu. You've got the wrong person." Lin Fan was left dumbfounded, wondering what was going on. Why was he suddenly part of the mix? Moreover, the pregnant woman immediately rushed over and started hitting Lin Fan. Ling Yu, you heartless man, you impregnated me and now you pretend not to know me. Tell me, do you want to marry me? Finally, everyone else on the scene understood what was happening. The woman didn't know who Ling Yu actually was, yet she claimed he had caused her pregnancy. It was clear that someone had deliberately set her up to frame him. Lin Fan looked at Ling Yu, as if saying, "Why me? What do I do now?" Ling Yu then glanced at Ling Shitang. Understanding his brother's gesture, Lin Fan quickly pointed at Ling Shitang and said, "Well, I'm not Ling Yu either. He is." The woman was bewildered, looked at Ling Shitang, then at Lin Fan and Ling Yu, and in a shocked tone, exclaimed, "You're talking nonsense. Miss Zhang clearly said that Ling Yu was handsome. That man is so ugly. How could he be Ling Yu?" At last, the truth was revealed. Ling Ruoxu couldn't help but laugh quietly. Chen Mingu couldn't hold back her amusement either, and she gave Lingu a stern look, as if saying, "You rascal, look at what you've caused." Chen Nailin stood up with a mix of tears and laughter, saying, "Miss, please don't come here with such false accusations. You don't even know who my son is. How could he have impregnated you? Please leave, or we'll call the police." Upon hearing the mention of the police, the pregnant woman stomped her foot in frustration and quickly left. It seemed she wasn't going to get those 7,000 yuan after all. But who really was this Lingu? Ha ha. What a mix-up. Trying to break up my brother and Mingu with such a silly trick. Purely laughable. Miss Zhang must be Zhang Milin, right? Looks like her plan has failed. Zhang, are you? Go back and advise your cousin to stop getting into such foolish schemes. After the woman left, Lin Fan and Ling Ruoxu continued to mock the foolish woman together. Laughter filled the private room. Ling Ruoxu even gave her brother a thumbs up, finally showing his intelligent side in front of his sister. Only Ling Shitan let out a sigh, feeling that Zhang Aryu was willing to marry him, but he shouldn't be too picky. After all, if everyone in the world thought he was ugly, he had no right to disregard others. Halfway through the meal, Chen Nailin suddenly made an excuse to go outside and called Ling Yu out with her. Originally, there was a Ling Yu between Lin Fan and Chen Mingyu, but now that Ling Yu had left, Lin Fan could directly see Chen Mingyu up close. Oh man. Although she was his brother's wife, she was the icy and beautiful CEO of the Cloud City. Sitting so close to her while having a meal together, how many men's dream was that? Lin Fan had always known that Chen Mingyu was very beautiful and charming, but now that he was sitting so close to her, he realized that her charm was beyond measure. He couldn't resist it. Bright eyes, white teeth, and flawless skin. This natural beauty couldn't be compared with those women who relied on filters and skincare products like Luo Miao. Not to mention her grace and elegance, she completely nailed the image of an ice-cold beauty, something other women couldn't imitate. Lin Fan stole a glance at Chen Mingyu, only to find her looking back at him. Oh no. Lin Fan quickly turned his head, almost pulling a muscle from the sudden movement. He felt embarrassed and a bit guilty towards his brother, so he turned back and awkwardly said, But before he could continue, Chen Mingyu unexpectedly spoke to him. Lingu told you about coming to work at my company, right? Huh? Lin Fan was taken aback, feeling like he could brag about this for the rest of his life. The top-hold and beautiful female CEO of Cloud City actually took the initiative to chat with him, a nobody. If he didn't know that Chen Mingyu was married to Lingu, he would have thought he had become the male protagonist of a web novel against all odds. Didn't he tell you? Chen Mingyu furrowed her brows as she saw his reaction. Yes, he did. Lin Fan nodded repeatedly. Then come to work tomorrow. I will have someone arrange a position for you. Chen Mingyu thought Ling Yu's friend seemed a bit unreliable. Why was he always so nervous for no reason? Birds of a feather flock together. Okay. I will definitely come. Lin Fan couldn't hide his excitement. Just a few words with the miss of the Qin family, and he was this thrilled. Who knows how Ling Yu managed to handle him at home. And, cousin. Chen Mingyu suddenly called out to Ling Shitang. I'm here, Miss Qin. Do you have any instructions for me? Ling Shitang was also slightly surprised. Earlier, he didn't have such an exaggerated respect for Chen Mingyu, but seeing Lin Fan's submissive attitude towards her made him nervous too. If you're willing, you can also come to work at Chiagang Group. The benefits will be better than before. Chen Mingyu extended an olive branch, also considering Ling Yu's relationship. Oh, this? Ling Shitang was pleasantly surprised. Miss Qin, can I only have a junior high school education. If you don't mind, how about being a security team leader? With experience, you can become a captain, and with additional benefits, you could earn over 10,000 a month. Really? Ling Shitang immediately expressed gratitude. Okay, I'll go. Chen Mingyu nodded slightly. Zhang Aryu couldn't help but feel a bit envious. What kind of fairy wife did Ling Yu marry? He was driving a Maserati. Ling Ruoxu became a store owner because of it, and now even Ling Yu's friend and cousin got high-paying jobs. What was this? One prospers, all prosper. Miss Qin, wouldn't it be detrimental to the company if you show favoritism like this? Zhang Aryu couldn't help but ask, isn't this nepotism? Chen Mingyu sneered. The company is owned by the Qin family. Having more reliable people come in wouldn't be a bad thing, right? People Ling Yu trusts are the people she trusts. Chen Mingyu couldn't let the past crisis happen again, so the more people on her side, even at the grassroots level, the better. Zhang Aryu quickly added, "Well, Ms. Qin, can you arrange a position for me as well? I'm not asking for much. If Ling Shitang with just a junior high school education has a chance to earn over 10,000, with my university degree, a monthly salary of 30,000 would be fine." Ling Ruoxu couldn't help but laugh hearing this. This woman really knew how to play her cards right. Qin Mingu immediately sneered, "Didn't you just say favoritism isn't good? I think what you just said makes sense, so let's just forget about it, okay?" "Oh, this." Zhang Aryu looked embarrassed, but fearing Qin Mingu's power, she had to swallow her insults. You don't speak up when it's about others, but when it's about yourself, you suddenly realize it's not good. That's clearly bullying. Ling Ruoxu found this amusing and couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Qin Mingu. Siblings are awesome. Plus, the sister had great instincts. She knew who to use and who not to. At this point, Chen Ailin had already taken Lingu to a leisurely fountain pool in the hotel. "Mom, what do you want to talk to me about? Is your health okay?" Lingu took the initiative to ask. Seeing no one around, Chen Ailin sighed and said to her son, "My health is fine. I've been feeling unwell lately. Aside from your cousin's issue, my main concern is still your sister." Hearing this, Lingu quickly reassured her, "Mom, don't worry too much about sister. She's focused on her career now and doesn't need to depend on a man. What's there to worrying about?" What do you know?" Chen Ailin was even more worried hearing him speak like this. "Your sister is still young. She can indeed live on her own for now. But what about when she gets older? When you and Mingu have your own family, I'm gone, and she's left alone. Who will take care of her?" Oh, the worries of parents. Chen Ailin had been feeling lonely lately, always alone at home, so she was deeply concerned that Ling Ruoxu might end up like her in the future, and she was only temporarily without children by her side. That if Ling Ruoxu couldn't find a partner, how miserable would her old age be with no children to care for her, no one to see her off in the end. Every time she thought about these things, she couldn't sleep at night. Lingu understood his mother's current feelings, so all he could do was gently pat her back, not knowing how to comfort her for the time being. "Mom, don't worry. I will definitely help sister find a partner and help cousin find a good wife too." Lingu immediately made a promise to his mother. "What I'm most worried about now is your sister. She doesn't want to listen. That's why I talk to you alone. As for your cousin's matter, if he really wants to marry Zhang Aryu, let it be." Chen Ailin's words made Lingu worrying even more. It seemed like his mother was considering agreeing to his cousin and Zhang Ru's marriage. But his cousin, he really missed out. They paved the way for him, but he missed the chance to pursue Tingting, which was truly speechless. At 8 o'clock in the evening, after the dinner party was over, Lingu drove home with Qin Mingu. On the way, they were still discussing Ling Ruoxu's matters. The couple had reached a consensus that they wanted Ling Ruoxu and Xia Qiat to meet again, as the last blind date was like they never actually met. However, to arrange another blind date, Ling Ruoxu's side could be persuaded by Lingu, but it was uncertain if Xia Qia would be willing to meet again. "We have to find Xia Zhu again," Qin Mingu said. "Xia Dai and Xia Qia are only cousins, but Xia Zhu is his real sister." After saying that, she looked at Lingu. Lingu was slightly taken aback and smiled. "Mingu, what are you implying? You don't want me to go find Xia Zhu, do you? We have a grudge between us, and it's complicated." Qin Mingu shook her head. "I used to think that way too, but when we were in the ancient town, I noticed the way she looked at you was different from before. Has something happened between you two?" Lingu was momentarily speechless. He couldn't confess the things that happened in Country Y to his wife. "Forget it. I don't want to talk about it," Lingu said hastily, while internally noting his involvement in Lin Qingshuan's case and the poisoning case to justify his connection to Xia Zhu. Qin Mingu nodded and didn't inquire further. As they were about to enter the residential area, they noticed a car parked at the entrance, which seemed familiar. The security guard respectfully approached them, saying, "Miss Qin, Mr. Ling, welcome back. Someone has been waiting for you for a while." Lingu and Qin Mingu followed the guard's gesture and were surprised to find Xia Zhu waiting for them. "Lingu, I need to talk to you." Xia Zhu walked quickly towards their car. After speaking, she glanced at Qin Mingu, fearing she might not agree and might set certain conditions. Unexpectedly, Qin Mingu said directly, "Lingu, you go and talk to her. Remember to come back home early." Lingu knew that Qin Mingu was passing on the task of matchmaking to him, Since his wife had spoken so, he had no choice but to step out of the car. Qin Mingu drove into the residential area herself. "What's the matter?" Lingu asked. "Since your wife has entrusted you to me, come with me. We'll find a place to sit and talk slowly," Ziazu said, heading towards her Porsche. Lingu shrugged, finding this woman difficult to deal with, but he had promised his mother he would help his sister find a partner, so he had no choice but to follow Ziazu into the Porsche. They arrived at a high-end private club and found a quiet section to sit down. The club was crowded with affluent young people seeking entertainment. The place was spacious enough, offering privacy, allowing them to chat without worrying about being overheard. After they each had a drink, Lingu initiated the conversation. "What do you need me for?" "Someone is looking for you, and they asked me to arrange a meeting," Ziazu said, after finishing her drink. "Oh, who's this person?" Lingu wasn't interested in the mysterious person. "A woman, a beauty, super beautiful," Ziazu teased. "Why does she want to see me?" Lingu was indifferent to the idea of meeting a beauty. "I have no idea." "What's her name?" "Zhao Wenjun, a friend I met in Yanjing. She's a talented woman." "Oh, what's her relationship with Zhao Wujin?" Lingu asked slyly. Ziazu was taken aback. Sometimes she felt that this man in front of her was very wise despite acting foolish on the surface. How could he repeatedly outsmart Zhao Wujin? "She's Zhao Wujin's sister, his real sister," Ziazu admitted. "Then I won't meet her." Lingu's attitude was clear. He had a deep feud with Zhao Wujin, and meeting his sister wasn't necessary. In fact, Ziazu had anticipated this. Her relationship with Zhao Wenjun was good. She was one of the few female friends Ziazu had. During Ziazu's relationship with Zhao Wujin, they were like sisters. Zhao Wenjun finding Lingu meant she was aware of his enmity with Zhao Wujin and was concerned about her brother's safety. Ziazu understood the dynamics within the Zhao family, and if anything happened to her brother, she wouldn't survive to that extent. They fell into silence for a moment, listening to the surrounding discussions. "Hey, have you heard? Miss Qin from the Qin family seems to have gotten married. I heard about it earlier. I heard her husband is an ordinary person. It's a pity I didn't have the qualification to meet the Qin family." "Ha ha, but you didn't know, did you? That guy. He's quite extraordinary." Lingu and Ziazu were taken aback by these rumors. Especially Lingu. He didn't realize he had become a celebrity in the entertainment world. If it weren't for being here with Ziazu tonight, he wouldn't have known about his newfound fame. "What do you mean?" A man who was discussing earlier was approached by others, especially the women, who wouldn't want to hear stories about impressive men. "Don't you know, that man once dealt with the second young master of the Liu family, even made one of the four elites at Yanjing, Zhao Wujin, suffer multiple defeats. I also heard he did something for the Qin family, had a fierce battle with Master Wujin in the ancient town, single-handedly facing off against 5 top experts." "What? The top experts of the Zhao family? They are renowned nationwide. Even facing one alone, few people in the country would dare challenge them." If these rumors are true, that man is truly outstanding. We could say Miss Qin has a keen eye. No wonder the second young master of Liu family pursued her for years, without success, and she wouldn't look at Lin Qinglan. It turns out that they don't meet her standards. As the crowd enthusiastically discussed, a peculiar man with a few henchmen entered the scene. He was very low-key and had been listening attentively to the discussions for a while without speaking. However, Lingu noticed him, as the man's attire was strange. He wore an iron mask and his clothing resembled that of a medieval wizard. Though he hadn't spoken or made any moves, Lingu could tell his identity through his eyes as he quickly figured out who he was. "Ha ha, are you all discussing Lingu? I know a lot of stories about him too. Do you want to hear them?" The iron-faced man laughed loudly. Everyone's gaze immediately turned towards him. "Ah, how terrifying." Many people were startled. Some women even screamed and stepped back. The iron-faced man's mask was very eerie, and his blood-red eyes were like a fierce ghost. Not only that, it was unclear if it was his mask deforming or his head deforming, but it looked very eerie, even horrifying. "Ha ha. Weren't you discussing the man Qin Mingu? Let me join in. Okay, I know a lot about him." A man walked into the group and instantly became the center of attention. Everyone gathered around him. "Don't scatter." The man's cold drink, with a terrifying and aloof aura, scared the men and women around him into staying still. The man then smiled wickedly and said, "Perhaps some of you don't know the man's name. I do. He's called Lingu. His skills are indeed extraordinary. I even suspect he's one of those warlords from novels. He's too amazing. Bullets can't kill him. Even when a Ferris wheel falls on him, he doesn't die. And he seems impervious to poison and alcohol. Faced with such an opponent, how do you think the villain should survive? Everyone listened quietly to his stories, even if they didn't know if they were true or not. Many young men and women's faces showed admiration. Of course, they admired Lingu. The iron-faced man's eyes became increasingly red, until they turned completely bloodshot. This world is actually quite sad. After hearing his story, you must admire him, right? But how many of you would think about, or sympathize with, the poor creatures he defeated? You don't know. There was a man who was drugged by him at the Chin family, and then locked in a room by him, and then even by several men. It's not suitable for kids. I won't say it. I won't say it. Anyway, you all know that man ended up becoming a pig's head. The iron-faced man continued speaking, laughing even with tears streaming down his face. His tears seemed to possess a magical power, making the lively clubhouse suddenly become quiet. You could hear a pin drop. Moreover, that man later wanted to avenge himself against Lingu, only to be thrown under a Ferris wheel, flattening his head. Originally, that pathetic creature wanted to die, but Lingu intentionally saved him, letting him live, making his life worse than death. Do you think that man deserved it? Was he supposed to die? What's the point of him being alive? Everyone sees him as a monster. Women scream when they see him. He has no friends, can't have women, and even sitting down burns his backside. His whole body seems to be on fire. His words made everyone tense. Many people shuddered at the thought of that man's fate. It was indeed too tragic. Ha ha ha, was the story I told exciting enough? The iron-faced man asked loudly with open arms. His eyes were blood red, his face seemed to deform, and his voice was sharp. No one dared to answer his question. He seemed like a devil crawling out of hell, gripping everyone's hearts with his invisible claws. At that moment, everyone fell into the horror and fright he created, feeling as if they were in a cold hell, shivering. Ha ha. Why isn't anyone answering me? Are you all discriminating against me? So you don't want to talk to me, is that it? The iron-faced man mocked himself, even self-deprecating. That's right, you're all handsome and beautiful. It's normal to despise a monster like me. I'm the ugly duckling who doesn't know its ugliness, intruding into your swan flock. I'm a mouse dropping falling into your feast pile. Aren't you disgusted by me? Every word he uttered made people uncomfortable. Every time he laughed, it felt like he was mocking the whole room. Some wanted to kick him out, but knowing that the iron-faced man had brought many people with him, they didn't even dare to leave on their own. A moderately handsome man with a fringe, wanting to show his bravery in front of his girlfriend, approached and said, "We don't discriminate against you. It's just that you suddenly changed the subject of discussion, causing confusion in our perspective, so we didn't know how to respond." Others nodded, looking slightly nervous, some even swallowing in secret. So what you're trying to say is that I disturbed you, ruined your mood. I'm that unwelcome villain, right? The iron-faced man questioned the man with the fringe. The man with the fringe suddenly felt embarrassed. I didn't mean it that way. He was already starting to regret why he had voluntarily approached. Others also felt annoyed, finding this atmosphere tormenting. They had come out for fun and joke, not to feel uncomfortable. Yet, no one dared to leave on their own. But that's what you all think, so kneel before me. The iron-faced man suddenly said viciously. The man with the fringe was actually wealthy, and his girlfriend was right behind him. It would be a shame for him to do so. But seeing the blood-red eyes of the iron-faced man, he suddenly knelt with a thud. This scene made the men and women around feel heavy-hearted, but no one dared to ridicule the man with the fringe, as they were afraid that even the slightest sound might make them the next unlucky one. "Oops, my shoes are dirty," the iron-faced man suddenly said. The man with the fringe understood what he meant, gritted his teeth, and used his clean clothes to wipe his shoes. The iron-faced man used his foot to step on the man with the fringe's head. The man with the fringe's face hit the ground with a thud, and blood began to seep out. Some women screamed instinctively, but quickly covered their mouths the next moment. "You got lucky. Do you know what you almost did? You could have ended up like the previous one. Ha ha." The iron-faced man laughed heartily. The man with the fringe dared not speak again, knowing full well who the man was now stepping on his head. He was aware that the clubhouse was his family's property. "Get up, brother," the iron-faced man said with a smile, in a very friendly tone, that if someone had just entered the clubhouse, they might have thought that he and the man with the fringe were really close brothers. The man with the fringe either couldn't or was too hurt to get up. "If you don't get up soon, I'll crush your head." The iron-faced man's tone suddenly turned cold. The man with the fringe scrambled up in fear. His girlfriend rushed over to help him. The iron-faced man extended his hands, lightly patting the buttocks of this couple, chuckling, "Sorry, brothers and sisters, did my story scare you?" No one dared to respond. The couple closest to him, not daring not to answer, had to shake their heads. "So, do you still want to listen?" The iron-faced man continued with a smile. This situation was truly a dilemma. Others dared not respond, while the man with the fringe and his girlfriend could only nod, fearing that shaking their heads might incur the most severe punishment. "Ha ha, since you're interested, why don't I perform a little? Do you want to know how that unlucky villain now lives and eats?" The iron-faced man was very excited, but the surrounding audience didn't seem interested. They had already guessed who the masked man in front of them was. Definitely the super fop from Cloud City. They regretted bringing up the matter of Qin Mingu in such a setting. They knew that Liu had been pursuing Qin Mingu for many years, yet they still participated in the discussion. Wasn't this rubbing salt in other people's wounds? "Bring the wine," the iron-faced man ordered loudly. "Ah Xiao, do you really want to drink?" The close bodyguard immediately hesitated, as the madam had ordered that Ah Xiao should not touch alcohol. "Just bring it if he asks for it. Hurry up," the iron-faced man shouted angrily. The bodyguard had no choice but to bring him a bottle of icy liquor. He was worried that giving Ah Xiao a bottle of strong alcohol might end up killing him, as everyone knew that Ah Xiao had long lost the will to live. "Ha ha, come, please watch my performance." The iron-faced man was in high spirits, as he pressed a button on the mask, causing it to rise halfway and revealing his terrifying lower face. Twisted, distorted, he poured the icy liquor down his throat. It turns out that his deformation was not only limited to his head, but even his throat had issues. As the alcohol went down, his throat bulged like a toad. Whether it was due to not drinking for too long, unfinished business, or incomplete function, suddenly, with a puff, the alcohol spurted out of his nostrils. No, it wasn't liquor. It was blood. Ah. Finally, a woman couldn't help but scream. This was too horrifying. This was too bone-chilling. This guy was simply a monster. Not just women, many men were afraid to watch this horrifying scene, especially in such a suffocating atmosphere. It was scarier than watching a 3D horror movie in the cinema. Yet they dared not look away, fearing the iron-faced man's potential wrath, which could be even worse than with Liu Hainan. How was that? Was the performance spectacular? Ha ha. The iron-faced man's eyes were red, his face flushed. Pain. Excitement. He felt that this might be the only Joe left in his life. Why isn't anyone answering me? Frustrated by the audience's lack of response, the iron-faced man roared and sprayed blood onto Liu Hainan, who was sitting with his girlfriend. Liu Hainan's girlfriend was terrified, crouching on the ground holding her head, trembling. Others were scared, but they had to laugh and applaud, their smiles uglier than tears. "Since you're applauding, let me perform for you again, showing how I dealt with the person, Lingu, who harmed me," the iron-faced man said with a smile. "That's enough." Xia Zhu had been watching from her seat all this time, and finally couldn't bear it anymore. She felt that the iron-faced man's actions amounted to a public crime. How could he force so many people to watch his horror show? Before she could leave, Lingu gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Xia Zhu turned back, staring coldly at him. "Why are you stopping me?" Lingu sighed softly. "Let me handle it." "You?" Xia Zhu was puzzled. "Are you not planning to kill him this time?" If it were Lingu instead, he would definitely kill a pervert like Liu Hedong. It was repulsive. However, Lingu said, "No, I want to save him." "Save him?" Xia Zhu was even more puzzled. "Do you mean send him to hell for Buddha to redeem him?" Lingu shook his head and walked straight towards the iron-faced man. "No, stop. Don't perform anymore." The girl squatting in front of the iron-faced man, seeing that he was about to take off his pants for a performance, cried out in desperation. "What are you yelling for, you bitch?" The iron-faced man, having his mood ruined by her, kicked her down to the ground. Not only that, he lifted his foot and viciously kicked her buttocks. Liu Hainan thought he had gone too far. Seeing his girlfriend being bullied like this, he could no longer tolerate it and threw a punch at the iron-faced man. But before his fist could reach the iron-faced man, The close bodyguard of the iron-faced man kicked him away in one swift motion. Liu Hainan crashed heavily onto the table, breaking it in the process. The audience gasped in shock. No one dared to confront this terrifying iron-faced man anymore. The scene was shrouded in horror. Just then, a clear voice pierced through the crowd, as if a lightning bolt had broken through the darkness. "Stop playing these disgusting tricks. How about having a drink with me?" Lingu walked into the crowd, casually picked up 2 bottles of beer, and handed one to the iron-faced man. Everyone was extremely surprised. Who was this man? How dare he drink with this perverted, iron-faced man? Surprisingly, the iron-faced man hesitated for a moment, then smiled wickedly and took the beer from him. However, Lingu didn't clink glasses with him, and drank from his bottle instead. The iron-faced man gritted his teeth, his deformed half-face resembling a fierce demon. "You were born with a silver spoon in your mouth, raised in luxury since childhood, with a mother who doted on you. Living in such a family, you are actually quite pitiful." Lingu spoke up. The others couldn't understand his logic. Was that considered pitiful? Then they all wanted to be pitiful too. Zhu didn't quite understand Lingu's logic either, but she seemed to grasp it. The formerly irascible iron-faced man listened quietly as Lingu spoke, suddenly appearing like a child. "Every time you did something wrong in the past, your mother could cover it up for you. You never faced any consequences. Because of this, you never learned the difference between right and wrong." Lingu continued, "Even if you drugged women, even if you committed murder with a gun, your family could always shield you. Gradually, you started to believe that you were always right. Even when punished for your mistakes, you thought it was the fault of those punishing you. That's why you always felt discontented." Sorry, I don't know if discontented is the right word to describe your feelings. Is resentful or bearing grudges more accurate? But I think you shouldn't even have those feelings, because in reality, everything that happened to you was your own fault. All the suffering you went through, you deserved it. If you could think that way, maybe you wouldn't be so miserable. This speech left everyone in shock. Who was this person? How dared he lecture the iron-faced man like this? How dare he say that the iron-faced man deserved it? The iron-faced man, momentarily overwhelmed, backed step by step. "Liu Hedong, look at what you've become now. Honestly, I suggest you just turn yourself in and go to prison. At least you can take responsibility for your actions once, and be a man with integrity," Lingu earnestly suggested. The spectators were astonished, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. What brave words! Did he actually suggest that the young master of the Liu family turn himself in and go to prison? "Oh, I know who he is now." Someone suddenly shouted out, "He's Lingu. He's Qin Mingyu's man." What? The shocked crowd became even more surprised. They didn't expect to see Miss Qin's man here, let alone him facing Liu Hedong directly. With new and old grievances, Liu Hedong would definitely want to settle the score with him. Many women look at Lingu with a bit of fascination in their eyes. Not only women, but some men as well. They are terrified of Liu Hedong, scared to death, yet Lingu dares to face him like this, even speaking to him. Moreover, Liu Hedong was bullied to this point by him. At this moment, they feel like mere mortals, while Liu Hedong is a demon, and Lingu is a deity. "Kill. Kill him for me," Liu Hedong roared in a hoarse and eerie voice. His eyes were bloodshot, and his whole body trembled non-stop. It can be said that the only purpose of his existence is to kill Lingu. To kill this man who took away his goddess, and made him look no longer like a human, nor like a ghost. Several bodyguards behind him also immediately lunged at Lingu. Fists and feet clashed. However, their exceptional martial arts skills were simply flawed in front of Lingu. Lingu only knocked them down, without seriously injuring them, because he knew these people were just making a living. Maybe they had wives, children, and elderly parents at home. There was no need to kill them. But perhaps because he was too gentle, and because Liu Hedong kept roaring, more and more thugs rushed towards Lingu. Lingu remained calm and composed, taking down each of them one by one. After knocking down about 20 people, no one dared to make a move again. The young men and women at the scene could not help but gasp in amazement, and some even applauded Lingu. If they hadn't just experienced the fear of the iron-faced man, they might have thought they were in an action movie. Humph, that guy is pretending again. Zhu had been watching from the sidelines. With her skills, how could she not see that Lingu was showing mercy to his subordinates? If it were her, perhaps she could also handle so many people, but she definitely couldn't hold back like Lingu. After all, it was very difficult. Are we done with this? Lingu finally stood up and walked towards the iron-faced man. With each step he took forward, the iron-faced man took a step back until his buttocks hit the corner of the table, causing a humiliating and burning pain. You don't come any closer. The iron-faced man raised his hand to stop, his eyes filled with fear. Seeing this scene, the young people who had just been shrouded in his fear suddenly felt that fear disappear from their hearts. Turn yourself in. Lingu sighed and said, living like this has no meaning, and it will bring disaster to the people of Cloud City. I really hope you can act like a man for once. At over 20 years old, it's time to grow up. Hearing his words and seeing his expression, Liu Hedon was about to go crazy. What could be more humiliating than this? His most hated enemy, the man he longed to kill, was treating him like a child, educating him as if he were a child. In the eyes of his enemy, he was not even worthy of being his opponent. Lingu, I challenge you to a fight. The iron-faced man's emotions collapsed, and he rushed towards Lingu regardless of everything. Slap. Lingu slapped him across the face, halting his actions. Another slap, and he knocked him down to the ground. The iron-faced mask of Liu Hedon also fell to the ground with a clang, revealing his deformed and hideous face. The surrounding men and women were in an uproar, whispering and gossiping. The iron-faced man had to force himself to calm down. In the face of such a huge gap, no matter how hard he fought, it would only result in his own humiliation. This is your punishment for your recent misdeeds, Lingu said slowly. Remember, in the adult world, if you do wrong, you will be punished. You may escape for a while, but you will never escape for a lifetime. The more you run, the heavier the final punishment. I hope you understand this principle. Woo. Liu Hedon's heart completely collapsed, crying like a helpless child. Whatever wrong he did in the past, his mother Zhao Wei would always indulge in and shield him from consequences, but this time, even his mother couldn't help him. Lingu was the big demon in his life, and both his mother and he were no match for him. I surrender. I surrender. Isn't that enough? I don't want to play with you anymore. I don't want to see you again in the future. Liu Hedon cried out, like a helpless child. In the eyes of others, he was a demon, but to Lingu, wasn't he also a demon in front of him? For the rest of his life, whenever he thought of this man, he would have nightmares and just wanted to hide in a safe place and never see him again. Then come with me. Xia Zhu finally walked over and handcuffed Liu Hedon, glancing at Lingu. This man, a devil hunter. Everyone was afraid of the psychopath who could be seen anywhere. It seemed that she didn't lose too much face when she fell into his hands before. After Xia Zhu took Liu Hedon back to the police station, the second young master of the Liu family confessed openly to all his actions. Apart from attempting to murder Lingu, tainting Qin Mingu with drugs, and even tasked criminal activities against others, everything was laid bare. He only stopped short of admitting to beating up the little girl next table in kindergarten. Seeing how deep his fear of Lingu ran, he was afraid of being outside because he might run into Lingu, the big demon, and be humiliated and crushed again. Another case solved. When Xia Zhu returned to her apartment in the residential area late at night, she was quite pleased with herself. The poisoning case was solved, the mastermind behind the Ferris wheel incident had surrendered, and now she only had the Ion car accident murder case left out of the 3 cases Captain Yi had assigned her. It looks like I won't have to go back home to inherit the family business after all. Xia Zhu could finally breathe a sigh of relief, but she couldn't help but think of Lingu again. Without that man, how could these cases have been solved so smoothly? Should I make a call to thank him? Xia Zhu took out her phone but put it down the next moment. No. That man is a husband. If I call him so late, what if his wife finds out? No. No. Qin Mingu is so arrogant. What if I provoke her again? Remember how haughty she was last time. But, is it appropriate? Morally, it's unfair to myself. What if others misunderstand and think I'm trying to be a homewrecker? For a moment, this single female police officer living alone became a bit neurotic. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the screen of her phone lit up. What's going on? Lingu is calling me? Xia Zhu couldn't believe it. It was almost 12 o'clock at night. Why would that man call her at this hour? Could it be that he was being dishonest and trying to cheat on his wife? Bah! What am I thinking? Xia Zhu shook her head. She had interacted with Lingu quite a bit, and unless she was an idiot, she could tell that Lingu was straight. I heard that man hadn't even touched his wife. How could he possibly cheat? Sure enough, When the call was connected, Lingu cut to the chase. Inspector Zia, have you ever thought about thanking me for tonight's events? This jerk, he was so straightforward about wanting compensation. Although Zia had intended to be grateful, she deliberately pouted. What are you saying? Why should I thank you? All right, since you don't appreciate it, then I won't help you catch the main suspect in the car accident case. Lingu's move indeed paid off. Zia quickly said, Can't I thank you? Simply being grateful is not enough. You must return the favor, Lingu said directly. This man, no matter how you listen to him, always sounds so stiff. Zia was a bit annoyed, wondering how such a straightforward guy managed to marry a wife, especially since his wife is so stunningly beautiful. It's truly infuriating to even think about. So what do you want? Zia's attitude was not good. In the past, no man dared to make such demands of her. If they did, she would have given them a beating already. But unfortunately, she couldn't beat this man, which made the situation even more frustrating. I want you to arrange for your brother to come to Yunchun again and meet my sister, Lingu said straightforwardly. What? Again? Zia was genuinely surprised. Isn't that unnecessary? My brother said your sister is so ugly. She is not his type. She usually is not so harsh with her words, but blame it on Lingu always getting on her nerves. Unexpectedly, Lingu was not angry and directly said, Last time he didn't see my sister. My sister is very beautiful, at least not inferior to you. Wait, what does at least not inferior to you mean? Am I that ugly? Zia was immediately enraged and felt the urge to strangle Lingu with a pillow. Anyway, help arrange it. Once you set the time, let me know. That's it. Lingu, seeing that she did not refuse, decided to make the decision for her. After all, helping his sister find a partner was a promise he made to his mother. Beep beep. After hanging up the phone, Zia was so angry that she pounded the pillow beside her. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. You jerk, Lingu. Letting you be so conceited. After venting, Zia reluctantly said, Fine, I'll help you this once, just to settle the score. But this won't happen again. After finishing the call with Lingu, Zia received another call unexpectedly. Hello, what's up? Are you afraid I'll reject you, so you called again? I didn't expect you to be so clingy. Doesn't match with your appearance. Zia answered coldly, thinking it was Lingu again. However, a melodious voice like that of a warbler came from the other end. Zur, who do you take me for? Ah, it's Wenjun. Zia quickly responded, I thought it was that annoying ghost calling me again. Hehe, which annoying ghost? Listening to the tone of your voice, Zur, you don't truly dislike him, Zhao Wenjun said with a smile. Zia blushed instantly and became hesitant in speaking. Wenjun, why are you speaking nonsense? I really dislike him. No. I hate him. Is it Lingu? With every word, Zhao Wenjun struck a chord with Zia. It's him, but you. Don't jump to conclusions. I truly dislike him, Zia insisted. However, Zhao Wenjun, being her intelligent elder sister, and one of the four beauties of Yanjing, how could she not see through her thoughts? All right, I got it. Zhao Wenjun continued with a smile. You dislike him very much, so you treat him especially. In the past, if you disliked a man, you just beat him up and ignore him. Now, you speak so much to him. It seems you really dislike him. Okay. Wenjun, if you tease me further, I'll hang up. Zia's cheeks were burning with anger. How could Zhao Wenjun misunderstand that she liked the man she truly despised, especially since that annoying ghost had a wife, whom she equally detested? Hehe, I won't say anymore. Zhao Wenjun quickly changed the topic. Have you arranged for me to meet him? Did he agree? Whether she spoke or not, the focus was still on that man. Zia was a bit speechless but said, that annoying ghost refused. He said there's nothing to talk about between you two. So, he knows my identity. Yes, I told him directly. No wonder. After a moment of silence, Zhao Wenjun said, Thank you, Zur. I'll figure out another way to meet him. Curious. Zia asked, Why do you insist on meeting that annoying ghost? I want to ask him to spare my brother. Zhao Wenjun revealed her intentions to Zia. Zia trembled slightly, finding this reason incredible. Zhao Wenjun actually wanted to plead for Zhao Wuji, and even if she did plead, shouldn't it be to Zia or the Yunchun authorities to spare him instead of Lingu? It all seemed absurd. Does your brother know about this? Zia asked urgently. If Zhao Wuji found out, his pride would be hurt, and he might even erupt in anger. Of course, he can't know. Zhao Wenjun stated, Zuer, you'll keep this a secret for me, right? Of course. Zia Zhu smiled wryly. Firstly, she was close friends with Zhao Wenjun, and secondly, she couldn't contact Zhao Wuji now, so there was no way to tell him anyway. After ending the call with Zhao Wenjun, Zia Zhu phoned her brother. What? You want me to meet that black dinosaur for a blind date again? I'll never go even if I die. Zuer, if you force me, I'd rather die than go on a blind date with that woman again. Is it that serious? Hearing her brother's tone and lines, Zia Zhu couldn't help but laugh, almost forgetting Ling Yu's first words and only remembering when he said his sister was prettier than her. Wasn't that a downright lie? Her brother was a great artist, and his taste must be impeccable. Yes, definitely. The problem was with Ling Yu's lousy taste. It is serious, and my brother already likes someone else. He won't accept any more blind dates. Zia Chia grew more agitated as she spoke. That's final. Even if the earth explodes, even if you force me to jump off the 5th floor, I will absolutely not go on a blind date with that woman. Ling Ruoxu. Again. Beep beep. Finishing her impassioned tirade, she hung up the phone directly. Her brother was so firm and resolute, there was nothing more Zia Zhu could do. As for Zia Tia, after being urged by his sister to go on a blind date, he couldn't contain his impatience any longer. He needed to find the goddess of fire from that day and pursue her vigorously. He decided that if he couldn't win her heart even by taking the initiative himself, he would be a bachelor for life, absolutely refusing any more blind dates, because the only blind date he had left a shadow in his heart, giving him a fear of blind dates. Unexpectedly, the next morning, he received good news from his chubby assistant. Young master, we found her. The goddess of fire turns out to be a female boss of a clothing store. She's not some ordinary woman. That's great. Where is her shop located? I'll fly over immediately. Zia Chia couldn't wait. Firstly, she was the first woman to captivate his heart. He really wanted her to be his model, to travel together to capture the beauty of the world through photographs. Secondly, he needed a girlfriend urgently to shut his sister and parents up about getting married. It's in the Yunbai commercial city. All right, I'm heading there now. Zia Chia hung up, full of excitement and artistic charm, exclaiming, Goddess of Fire, my perfectly agile fire spirit miss, young master has arrived. Prepare to receive a storm-like assault of my love. Early the next morning, Ling Yu sent his wife to work and decided to go check on his older sister's situation. Arriving at Yunbai commercial city, even before entering Ling Ruoxu's shop, he saw some quite sensitive large characters. Qin Dynasty Snowstorm female boss is a demoness. Murdered her husband. Shameless woman. Although most of it had been painted over, traces could still faintly be seen. Ling Yu suddenly felt a bit sorry for his sister. Despite getting a divorce, it seemed like her ex-husband hadn't intended to let her off easily. Welcome. Oh, Xiao Yu, why are you here? Ling Ruoxu was personally managing the shop that day. When she saw Ling Yu, she put on a different smile. Sis, are you running the shop alone? Where's Shaoli? Ling Yu had originally wanted to ask his sister out for a cup of coffee to talk about trying to set her up on another blind date, but he found only his sister in the shop. Oh, she quit. Couldn't find anyone lately, so I've been busy and haven't had time to go home to see mom. Ling Ruoxu shared her predicament. Is it because of Uji and Zhang Milan? Ling Yu immediately guessed that those two were doing everything possible to badmouth and tarnish his sister's reputation, affecting her business, and putting her in such a difficult situation. Ling Ruoxu nodded slightly and sighed. I've reported to the police and hired a lawyer, but Uji pays others to do these things. It's hard to deal with him. Ling Yu clenched his fist lightly. How could he not have realized that a failed marriage had brought his sister so much harm? No wonder his sister refused to talk about relationships now. Trying to set her up on a date again would be tough. Unexpectedly, there was a commotion outside the door moments later. A man with long hair, exuding an artistic vibe, walked in carrying a large bouquet of bright red roses. Because the roses were so eye-catching, they attracted the attention of many outside. Ling Yu and his sister were both slightly surprised to see him. Ling Yu couldn't help but smile wryly. Isn't this Zia Chia? What was he doing bringing a bouquet of roses to his sister's shop? Was he trying to pursue his sister? If he had known he was already aggressively pursuing his sister, he wouldn't have called Zia Zhu last night to arrange another blind date. You again? Ling Ruoxu's brows were slightly furrowed. showing a hint of impatience. She didn't like this type of man. Although his appearance was acceptable, his lack of refinement and entirely different style didn't suit her taste. Goddess of Fire, I've come to be friends with you. The flowers are for you. Xia Chia wasn't one for subtlety, directly offering the bouquet of roses to Ling Ruoxu. He may not be Ling Ruoxu's type, but she definitely caught his eye. Standing at 1.73 meters, with a standard model physique, the most important thing was the fiery mature aura that completely fit his taste. Seeing this scene, Lingu finally couldn't help but smirk from the sidelines. It seemed he wasn't wrong. Xia Qian was indeed fiercely pursuing his sister. Ling Ruoxu didn't accept the flowers, wondering how to refuse when she heard people outside gossiping. Look, there's a clueless man pursuing that demoness. Doesn't he know how fierce that woman is? Does he want to lose his manhood? Doesn't he know how wicked that woman is? Words can cut like a knife. Ling Ruoxu didn't bother explaining, instead warning Xia Qie, "Did you hear that? Before pursuing a girl, do some background research. I'm a witch. Stay away from me." Xia Qie was indeed startled by her aura. However, he wasn't a fool, but instead of running away in fear, it was because Ling Ruoxu had already given him a heads up the last time. "I trust my judgment. I don't think you're a malicious woman," Xia Qie said, looking into Ling Ruoxu's clear eyes. "Give me a chance to truly get to know you. Your story deeply intrigues me." HMPH. Ling Ruoxu scoffed. "I'm a 30-year-old woman. Your poetic words won't work on me. I'm immune to it. You're attracted to me, probably just because of my figure, right? Don't you just want to get me into bed?" Ling Yu was dumbfounded. His sister was quite bold in her speech. Xia Qie was also surprised, indeed deserving of being the goddess of fire. Her words were fiery and direct, unlike other women who act meek and gentle. "Well, yes, I like you, and my ultimate goal is, of course, to get you into bed, but I will do so only after we marry. I assure you I'm not a playboy." Xia Qie pledged sincerely. Ling Ruoxu didn't know how to deal with him at the moment, contemplating whether to kick him out with a broom when Ling Yu received a phone call. "I see, got it." After listening, Ling Yu walked over and said, "Sis, I tried to arrange a blind date for you, but that man said, even if the world ended, even if he was pushed off a building, he would never go on a date with you." Huh. Xia Qie was stupefied. Why did that statement sound familiar? He didn't know if Xia Zhu had passed this message to Ling Yu, and Ling Yu then conveyed it to Ling Ruoxu with some deviation, mistakenly believing that another man had used similar phrases. That man had terrible taste, right? Given the chance to date the goddess of fire, he still spoke like that. If it were him, he would definitely run towards the opportunity. "You heard that?" Ling Ruoxu ironically said, "I'm a terrible woman scorned by the world. Don't bother me. I don't like you, and you're not worth liking. Don't interfere with my business. Go." "No, that man is just blind," Xia Tia exclaimed. "If you arrange a meeting with him, I will definitely humiliate him thoroughly, even give him a beating on your behalf." Ling Ruoxu wanted to roll her eyes. She didn't understand why she attracted such a lapdog. Ling Yu sensed that Xia Tia I genuinely like his sister and decided to give him a chance, stepping forward and asking, "Are you sure you mean what you said?" "Absolutely," Xia Tia responded sincerely. "All right, then I permit you to accompany my sister on a blind date. When you meet that man, I want you to give him a good beating." Ling Yu was also quite angry. Xia Tia dared to belittle his sister's blind date arrangements, undermining her confidence. He had to teach him a lesson. "If you do as I expect, then I'll help you pursue my sister. Teal. It's settled then. Your future brother-in-law." Xia Tia smartly played along, affectionately calling Ling Yu by that title. "Xiao Yu, have you gone mad?" Ling Ruoxu couldn't fathom what Ling Yu was up to. Wasn't her younger brother different in the past? "It's settled." Ling Yu ignored his older sister and, with a half-smile, said, "You stay here with my sister for now. I'll figure out how to get that jerk of a man out here." "Ha ha. Sure." Xia Qie was ecstatic. He had never fought for a woman, but he had this passion in him, believing that engaging in a duel with another man for the woman he liked was quite romantic, even though he wasn't a fighting expert. He thought it was an artist's way of expressing love for someone they adored. "Ling Yu, are you crazy?" Xia Zhu had a duty of going out today, and just walked out of the police station when she received a call from Ling Yu. She couldn't help but taunt, "Didn't you hear what I just said? Even if the earth exploded, even if he jumped from the 5th floor, my brother still wouldn't want to go on a blind date with your sister." After saying that, she felt extremely pleased with herself. Didn't Lingu say yesterday that his sister was prettier than her? What about now? He's helping his sister set up a blind date, but her brother still refuses. Can't this prove the problem? Can't she slap his face? However, Lingu didn't care about what she said, and remained calm, saying, "Things are different now. Just tell him to go to the Cloud Respect Hotel's 5th floor restaurant, table 8. He will definitely go today." Zhu was stunned again, then burst out laughing. "Lingu, is he your brother or my brother? Don't I know him better than you?" Lingu couldn't do anything about Zhu. Luckily, he understood Zhu's strong personality, so he could only provoke her. "Let's make a bet. How about this? You just tell him to go there, and if he doesn't go, I lose." For the 3rd time, Zhu was stunned. As Lingu had expected, with such a bet, she got fired up. "Fine, Lingu. It's a deal. If my brother doesn't go, I want you to tell your sister in front of me that I am prettier than her. And you have to say it 3 times in a row." Hearing Zhu's request, Lingu also laughed. The female dragon is still a woman, and women are sensitive about their beauty, unable to tolerate anyone saying someone else is prettier than them. "Deal. You're on." Lingu readily agreed. "All right, you wait." Zhu also made a bet with him. Moreover, she followed Lingu's instructions and directly sent a message to her brother, informing him to go to the Cloud Respect Hotel for a blind date, telling him that the woman will be waiting for him there at noon. If she wanted to win, she also wanted to win with dignity. Anyway, whether her brother wanted to go was up to him. At that moment, still in the Kinchi Fenshu shop, licking ice creams with Ling Ruoxu, Zhu received the message from his sister and was speechless. They were so clear about it last night. Why is his sister acting like this now? "I'm not going. Even if the sea flows backward, even if the earth is destroyed, I will absolutely not go to Cloud Respect Hotel today. I said it." Little did he know, just after replying to his sister's message, Ling Ruoxu received a call from Lingu. "What? The other party agreed to go on a blind date at Cloud Respect Hotel." "Yes. Sister, just go again, please. I promised Mom that I would arrange a blind date for you, and I can't explain it if you don't go." Lingu used a soft approach. Despite that, Ling Ruoxu furrowed her brows. It was really difficult for her to go on another blind date with that smelly fat guy, but she only had one little brother who had always been so good to her. "All right, since it's the first time you've asked sister like this, I'll go, okay?" Ling Ruoxu couldn't say no to her little brother, even though she always persuaded him to go on blind dates in the past. Who would have thought that now her little brother was persuading her? The world is full of surprises, and nobody can escape fate. After hanging up the phone, Ling Ruoxu said coldly to Zhu, "I'm going on a blind date at Cloud Respect Hotel. The shop has to close. You can leave." "What? Where are you going on a blind date?" Zhu was taken aback, surprised. "Cloud Respect Hotel, can't you hear properly?" Ling Ruoxu had even more disdain for him. Unfortunately, Zhu liked her aloof demeanor, and he enjoyed the feeling of chasing after a goddess. The colder she was, the stronger his desire to win her over. Of course, he didn't realize that this feeling was already scientifically defined as puppy love syndrome. "All right, I'll go with you." "No need. Who are you to me? Do you even know my name? Why should you accompany me on a blind date?" Ling Ruoxu was truly at a loss with him. She couldn't avoid him, and now this man wouldn't leave her alone. He was like chewing gum that she just couldn't get rid of. Turning around, she said, "Stop following me, okay? I don't like you. I'm not a good woman, and I'm not worthy of your interest." Unfortunately, Zhu liked this about her. He hated women who pretended to be innocent while openly stating they were not good women, and Ling Ruoxu was the first one he had met. "Miss Fire, it just so happens that I'm here to go on a blind date too." Zhu shrugged. Ling Ruoxu only regarded him as mentally unstable, turned around, got out of the car, and left. "Who is Miss Fire?" "She is Miss Ling Ruoxu, or Miss Snow, and she has nothing to do with fire." With such a perfect figure, such straight legs, and the way she walks so elegantly, what a waste for her not to be a model. Zhu was now infatuated with Ling Ruoxu's back figure. After being in a daze for a while, he hurriedly called Zhu. "What? Brother, did you say you're going on a blind date? Are you out of your mind?" Zhu almost couldn't believe what she was hearing. What was this man up to? He just said a moment ago that even if the world exploded, Even if the seas flowed backward, he wouldn't go, and now he's contradicting himself so profoundly. Xia didn't care about her emotions and just told her to inform the other party, getting his end of the deal done. He just wanted to find an excuse to accompany Ling Ruoxu to Cloud Respect Hotel, so that when Ling Ruoxu asked, he could say he had a legitimate reason. In pursuit of the fire goddess, he was willing to go back and have a blind date with that chubby girl, never mind getting slapped in the face. Love's warmth shines even in the coldest places. Love's sweetness transforms sadness into beauty. Love's completeness keeps hearts close even across great distances. Love's eternity makes brief encounters last a lifetime. Oh, love is truly grand. You've changed me. Xia sang a few artistic quotes before driving to Cloud Respect Hotel himself, even arriving before Ling Ruoxu did, waiting for her at the entrance. Why are you here again? Ling Ruoxu saw the long-haired man as she got out of the car and was a bit speechless. He was like a ghost that just wouldn't leave. Miss Fire, I really am here to go on a blind date. What are the chances that we're both here on the same day, at the same place? It must be fate. Xia smiled gracefully, but unfortunately, Ling Ruoxu didn't like the long-haired artistic type and couldn't be bothered with him. Walking straight into the hotel, she was here this time because of Lingu, and she didn't plan on finding a substitute for the blind date. She just wanted to go through the motions herself and then make things clear with the other party. In fact, she still hadn't figured out why her little brother was arranging this meaningless blind date. It was so unlike his usual style. Yunzun Hotel. Lingu soon arrived at the entrance. As he had been here with Qin Mingu several times before, the receptionist recognized him and greeted him with a smile as soon as she saw him. Mr. Ling, hello. Has my sister gone in? Miss Ling, she seems to have just gone to the restaurant on the 5th floor with a man with long hair. Okay. Thank you. Lingu nodded and was about to head to the elevator when Xia hurriedly caught up from behind. Lingu, what magic did you use to make my brother suddenly change his mind? Xia looked extremely surprised. She really suspected if Lingu knew some kind of magic. Otherwise, how could her brother, who refused blind dates just a second ago, agree to one in the blink of an eye? Want to know? Lingu smiled mischievously at her. Of course, why else would I be here? To specially see you? Xia said angrily. Unknowingly, the receptionist beside her blurted out, covering her mouth. Miss, you really do look like you've come specifically to see Mr. Ling. Huh. After speaking, she felt Xiaozu's gaze, remembered Lingu's identity, and realized she had spoken out of line. She quickly bowed and excused herself. HMPH. Don't listen to that woman's nonsense. I really can't stand you. I'm just here to see my brother on a blind date. Xia quickly explained. Lingu didn't mind and just shrugged, heading towards the elevator. That annoying guy. Xia muttered under her breath, then hurriedly followed him. When they reached the 5th floor, Xia saw Xia sitting alone at table 8, looking incredulous, and hurried over. Brother, Zuer, why are you here too? Seeing his sister, Xia was also quite surprised. Did she come to supervise me because she was afraid I wouldn't come on the blind date? Bah. Xia wasn't. She hoped her brother wouldn't come so Lingu could tell him she was prettier in front of her. Now that her brother was here, she bet she lost. So she was very emotional. Brother, didn't you say even if the earth turned back, the world was destroyed, even if you jumped from the 5th floor, you absolutely would not come on a blind date with Ling Ruoxu? Seeing her sister so emotional, Xia felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head, very artistically said, Yes, but then I discovered that love can really break through everything. For the goddess of fire, I can get lost. I can also do things I don't like. Who is your goddess of fire? Xia was truly puzzled. Which woman had such great charm that she could make her brother fall head over heels? She's here. Xia pointed casually. Xia immediately followed his point and thought she was seeing things. Wasn't that Lingu's sister? Ling Ruoxu, what's going on? Lingu also sat in a corner of the restaurant. Seeing Xiaozu's expression, he found it amusing. She probably didn't know that both her brother and his sister had used stand-ins for their blind dates last time. Alright, you go on. Don't be a hindrance here. Xia saw Ling Ruoxu coming over and quickly sent Xia away, not wanting her to interfere with him approaching Ling Ruoxu. Xia had no choice but to walk back somewhat confused and sit down next to Lingu. Dumbfounded. Another unexpected scene happened. Xia Qiao was sitting at table 8, while Lingu was seated at table 9. Different tables, but very close to each other. Xia Qiao was still no, perhaps persistently would be more fitting trying to strike up a conversation with Lingu. What is going on here? Even though Xia Zhu was a detective, she couldn't make sense of the intricate and bizarre story. When she thought of walking over, Lingu quickly grabbed her wrist, smiling and said, "Do you still think your brother will find you prettier than my sister? You annoying guy." Xia Zhu was so frustrated that she wanted to punch him, knowing she couldn't win in a fight. "If you want your brother to be single, don't go over and disturb him." Lingu pulled Xia Zhu back to his side. Xia Zhu's face looked odd for a moment. This man was really bold. He clearly had a wife but dared to hold her hand. But when Lingu let go of her hand, she suddenly felt a bit lost. Lingu didn't care about her thoughts, hurriedly took out his phone, and invited his mother and wife to join the video call. He intentionally informed Lingu about table 9, remembering how his sister and Xia Tia had teased them last time. He wanted to keep their identities hidden from each other for now. Of course, there was another motive. He was afraid his sister would leave if she knew her blind date was the guy who had been bothering her all the time. This way, they would have more opportunity for contact. "Mom, what do you think of this man? He really likes my sister." Chen Nailan joined the video call first, and Lingu immediately asked, "A grown man. Why does he still have long hair? But in other aspects, he's not bad." Chen Nailan also didn't like long hair, so she frowned slightly. Xia Zhu was angry to see them chatting and commenting about her brother butting in. Her brother was the future heir of the Xia group, worth billions. When did it become a middle-aged woman's place to comment on him? But seeing her brother fawning over Lingu, she could only seethe in anger. She blamed her brother for being so unreliable. How could he fall for Lingu's sister so easily? Luckily, Qin Mingu managed to join the video call amidst her busy schedule. Hearing Chen Ailan's words, she immediately spoke up for Xia Tia. "Mom, Xia Tia is a famous photographer, an artist, so keeping long hair fits his artistic temperament." "Oh, I see." Chen Ailan finally understood, but her expression still wasn't great. Understanding was one thing, accepting was another. After all, people from their generation disliked men with long hair. At that moment, Lingu looked at the time. It was already past 12 o'clock, and her blind date was late again. What's going on? A fat deadbeat was playing diva there. Seeing her look restless, Xia Tia started chatting. "What's wrong? Your blind date is late?" Lingu nodded impatiently. Xia Tia immediately said, "Unacceptable. How can a gentleman be late for a date with a beauty? When I see him, I definitely won't let him off the hook." With that, he took the chance and sat at Lingu table. Lingu didn't shoo him away, only because Xia Tia did strike a chord with her. Moreover, she even self-deprecatingly said, "Not only is that man late," he said, "even if the world ended, even if someone forced him to jump off a building, he wouldn't come on a blind date with me." What? Outrageous. Xia Tia was about to explode, but suddenly froze. Wait a minute. Not only was that line familiar, it sounded exactly like something he said before, didn't it? "So, do you know now?" Lingu also didn't know why he was stunned, continuing self-mockingly, "Even a dead fat man with a body odor doesn't want to go on a blind date with me. I must be a wicked and ominous woman. Don't linger around me anymore. It's all for your own good." Xia Tia skipped over her whole sentence, seizing a crucial point, astonished. "A dead fat man with a body odor? You mean your blind date prospect is a fat guy?" "Yes." Lingu glanced at him with a strange look, unable to help furrowing her brow slightly. Little did she know, Xia Tia suddenly exclaimed excitedly, grabbing her hand, Are you Lingu?" Lingu furrowed her brows even tighter, pushing his hand away. "Curious, when did you find out my name?" "Oh my goodness, my goodness." Xia Tia got so excited that he couldn't control himself, slapping his thigh several times before exclaiming, "I am Xia Tia." "What? It's you." Lingu indeed looked surprised, although it wasn't like a drama where a frog turns into a prince, purely based on looks. This long-haired man was indeed much more attractive than that fat man. "Indeed, it's me." Xia Tia beamed with joy, even excitedly holding Lingu snow-white jade hand. Seeing this scene, Xia Zhu was astonished, never having seen her brother like this. Lingu was also shocked. He had anticipated a spectacular moment when the two recognized each other's identities, but never expected Xia to be so bold. Chen Nailin and Chen Mingu, though not present, wondered if the plot was developing too quickly. Xia, disregarding everything, exclaimed, "Last time, I didn't know you were my blind date prospect. I thought it was that black dinosaur." "What black dinosaur? You're talking about my high school classmate. That's too harsh and impolite, isn't it?" Ling Ruoxu quickly pulled her hand away, glaring coldly at him. Sorry. Xia hurriedly apologized. "What I meant was, she looks far worse than you. If I knew the blind date prospect was you, I wouldn't have waited for so long. Do you know these past 2 weeks, I've been thinking of seeing you every day. Do you know your name?" Ling Ruoxu, judging from his expression, could tell that this man really liked her. But so what? We pursued her back then. Wasn't it the same? And the result? Incompatibility, destined for no good outcome. The next moment, Ling Ruoxu stood up to leave. "Hey, misfire. No. Ruoxu, don't go." Xia quickly grabbed her, anxiously saying, "I like you. Since we're here for a blind date, I'm willing to marry you. How about a betrothal gift tomorrow? No, today. 5 million, 8 million? Just name your dowry. Get a grip, let go of me." Ling Ruoxu had no interest in money, forcefully shaking him off. Xia was a bit dumbfounded. Did she find the dowry amount insufficient? Ling Ruoxu retorted, "We're meeting for the first time, and you already want to marry me. Do you take marriage so lightly? I'm not afraid to tell you, I've been married before, and I hurt my ex-husband deeply. I know I don't deserve a few million dowry. I just came to appease my family and had no choice but to go through the motions. Now that it's over, goodbye. Ruoxu. No matter how Xia called out, Ling Ruoxu didn't turn back. This scene left Lingu and Xia dumbfounded, especially Xia, feeling frustrated, not understanding what her brother saw in this woman and why Ling Ruoxu looked down on her brother. Chen Ailin was equally perplexed, exclaiming, "What is Ruoxu up to? Rarely does Xia like someone this much. Why won't she give him a chance?" On the other end of the video call, Chen Mingu remained silent. Perhaps he understood Ling Ruoxu. She felt unworthy of Xia and had developed a severe fear of marrying into wealth due to her previous failed marriage. "Mom, there's no rush. I'll talk to my sister properly." Lingu quickly reassured Chen Ailin. At least she met the blind date prospect, which counts as progress. "Well, see you. Have a good chat with your sister." "Mom, I got it." Lingu ended the video call, not chasing after his sister, but instead intercepting Xia, who was trying to follow Ling Ruoxu. Smack! The two collided head-on, and Xia felt like he had hit a wall. This future brother-in-law was sturdy. "Move aside." Xia wasn't afraid of Lingu, still intending to skirt around him to catch up with Ling Ruoxu. Lingu grabbed his arm, saying, "Xia, let's talk." "Ow, talk about what?" Though eager to catch up with Ling Ruoxu, Xia had to show some respect to his future brother-in-law. "After all, let's talk about my sister," Lingu said. "Oh, if it's about that, I suddenly feel sleepy. Come on. Let's sit down and talk slowly." Xia, indeed, had a strong interest in Ling Ruoxu. Ling Ruoxu's good physique aside, he felt that this woman was different from those he had seen before. Perhaps, this was what they meant by beauty being in the eye of the beholder. To men discussing a woman, Xia couldn't intervene, having come during work hours, nearly time for duty. She had to slip away. "Xia, do you know why my sister rejected you from miles away?" Lingu went straight to the point. He found Xia somewhat different from we, not simply lusting after his sister's body, but his eyes had a fiery intensity. Maybe it was love. Why? Is it because I'm not handsome enough? Or not rich enough? I'm not actually a destitute artist. Stop. Lingu quickly cut him off, feeling he was getting off track. "If you truly want to pursue my sister, you should get to know her properly." "Of course, I want to know her, but she doesn't give me a chance. By the way, little brother, could you tell me about your sister? I'm quite curious about all aspects of her." Xia held on to Lingu's hand tightly. Lingu glared at him, signaling to let go. Not accustomed to talking like this, especially with a man. "My sister, though sometimes with a fiery temper, is a straightforward and kind woman. Maybe she feels that you're not a match for her, and doesn't want to hurt you, which is why she doesn't let you get close to her." Listening to Lingu, Ziachia immediately reacted. Not a match. Height, age, gender, temperament. We're all compatible. These are just surface matters. Lingu sighed slightly, recounting his sister's past with Wei for Ziachia. Angered after listening, Ziachia clenched his teeth. That guy Wei is simply despicable. To bring your sister home and not take care of her properly, always wanting her to obey him, to satisfy his desires. Is that what a brute does? Knowing Ling Ruoxu's strong personality, Ziachia didn't just dislike or fear her, he felt she was more like a goddess of fire. This was the modern feminine beauty he admired, 100 times stronger than those who pretended to be gentle and weak. I hope you understand the key points I'm making. Lingu straightforwardly continued. Because of the situation with her ex-husband, my sister is now misunderstood by relatives and friends, bearing all kinds of insults. After experiencing a failed marriage, she now has a fear of marriage in her heart. The main reason she doesn't accept you is probably due to feeling unable to overcome the conflicts between you and your family. Hearing this, Ziaqian's mood also became complex, tapping the table lightly with his hand. This is indeed a problem. His mother also places a high value on family background. This is also why he has been avoiding marriage. The women introduced to him by his mother and family are all proud, aloof, and hypocritical. He doesn't like those high society ladies donning masks, so when he met Ling Ruoxu, a genuine woman, he was deeply attracted to her, finding her unique. In any case, I hope you consider this carefully before deciding whether to continue pursuing my sister. After all, love without marriage as the goal is nothing but playing tricks. Lingu finished speaking and stood up to leave, leaving Ziachia alone, lost in thought. As he left the hotel, Lingu received a call from Qin Mingyu. Has the blind date for your sister ended? It has temporarily ended. Lingu briefly explained the situation to Qin Mingyu, even recounting the conversation he had with Ziachia. Well, you are right. Marriage involves both families, and without compatibility, it's hard to last long. Qin Mingyu shared the same view, not just because of Ling Ruoxu's previous experiences, but because her relationship with Lingu faced challenges. Despite their efforts to maintain their marriage, her grandfather and his mother strongly supported them. However, Lingu had yet to gain recognition from the Qin family internally, and their relationship in the city wasn't fully public. Qin Mingyu also did not know if their marriage could last long. In the next moment, Lingu seemed to understand her thoughts and firmly stated, "But I am convinced that if two people truly love each other, they can overcome all difficulties. I talked to Ziachia because I wanted him to have this determination. If he lacks this determination, it's better not to be together." This fool. Qin Mingyu once again felt whether Lingu was pretending to be foolish. His words sometimes easily resonated with her heart, which others couldn't achieve. Enough of their affairs for now. Tonight, accompany me to the Qin family. Qin Mingyu then brought up the main topic. Okay. Lingu immediately agreed, feeling a hint of pressure inside. Every time he visited the Qin family, he had to face her many aunts and their relatives. None of those women supported his marriage with Qin Mingyu. Despite it being noon, with hours left until his wife finished work, Lingu decided to stop by his company first. He needed to see why that guy Huang Lihan had fired Lin Fan. How bold of him. Meanwhile, Shen Xiaopang continued to work at the Mingu building company, enjoying a heavenly work life. For lunch every day, he dined with Lily, Ziluo, and Laura, shamelessly admiring their elegant attire, indulging in delicious food, and not even bearing the cost after finishing. The male employees in the company envied his romantic bliss to death. Some people didn't understand how this chubby guy, lacking in appearance and work capability, was surrounded by the female employees in the marketing department, but upon learning he was the general manager's relative, they immediately understood. Indeed, relationships are the top priority these days. Kiro, there's a girl waiting for you at the company entrance. After lunch, Shen Xiaopang returned to the office with the three beautiful colleagues in the marketing department when the receptionist approached, smiling as she spoke to him. Chubby bro, is she your girlfriend now? Wow, chubby bro has a woman. Now people won't dare to get too close to you. Lily and Ziluo teased playfully. Haha, I'm still single, but being charming all the time isn't necessarily a good thing. I have to turn down women's advances every day, which can be quite annoying. Lily, Ziluo, Laura, rest assured, I won't rush into a relationship to save you all from heartbreak. After Shen Xiaopeng assured them, he swaggered downstairs to see which woman was looking for him. His popularity after entering the company had blurred his self-perception of charm. To his surprise, as soon as he stepped outside, he was scolded, "You slowpoke, are you always this slow? I've been waiting for you downstairs forever." "Out. It's Jolly. Why are you here?" Shen Xiaopeng was taken aback. Since Mei Jiali didn't live with him, they hadn't met for 3 days after he entered the company. "I'm broke. Came to ask you for some money." Mei Jiali bluntly held out her hand towards him. "But I haven't received my salary yet." Shen Xiaopeng was also in a dilemma. Even if his company had good benefits, he couldn't advance salaries. "I don't care. You promised my sister to take care of me. If you can't give me money, then take me to Mr. Qin's house." Mei Jiali's tone was somewhat unreasonable. Shen Xiaopeng was again troubled. He didn't know where Qin Tiangan lived, and what was the purpose of taking Mei Jiali to that old man's house. "How about you come into the office with me first, and I'll figure something out." Shen Xiaopeng thought about either borrowing money from a colleague or requesting an advance from the manager. After all, he was a talent the company highly desired. Then you have an afternoon to figure it out. If you don't give me money today, I won't bother with you ever again." Mei Jiali coldly snorted and walked into the office with him, raised eyebrows signaling her impatience. "Chubby bro, who is she?" "Yet, the company isn't allowed to bring random people back." As Shen Xiaopeng entered the office with Mei Jiali, Laura and the female colleagues kindly reminded him, "She's my sister. No one to take care of her at home, so brought her to the office for a while." Shen Xiaopeng answered, but the female colleagues were secretly displeased. They were adults. Why did the brother have to take care of her? Nevertheless, they greeted Mei Jiali with smiles. In turn, Mei Jiali ignored them, here only to ask her brother for money. "By the way, Manager Zhu isn't in the office today," Shen Xiaopeng suddenly asked. He needed to ask Manager Zhu for an advance on his salary, and it was worrisome that she wasn't around. "Oh, looking for Manager Zhu. She has a management meeting with the general manager this afternoon," Laura quickly informed him. "That's troublesome." Shen Xiaopeng could only turn back to Mei Jiali and scratch his head, saying, "Jiali, wait for a moment. The manager is not here, so I can't ask for an advance on salary." Mei Jiali never looked up and coldly replied, "If you don't give me money this afternoon, I'll go find Mr. Qin on my own." At her threat, Shen Xiaopeng grew anxious. "You have no money on you, and you don't even know where Mr. Qin lives. How are you going to find him? That's none of your business. Since you can't take care of me, I won't go look for Mr. Qin. Do you want me to starve to death?" Although Mei Jiali's words were harsh, they left Shen Xiaopeng speechless. "All right, I will definitely find a way to get money before the end of work today. Don't rush to leave, just wait in our company for a while." Shen Xiaopeng was really worried that she might wander around. A girl without a penny and unfamiliar with life, what if she gets lost? If it were a man, Shen Xiaopeng wouldn't be as worried, but unfortunately, she's a 19-year-old girl. If she were targeted by bad people, the consequences could be serious. Such incidents are often reported online. "So, I have to just sit around for the whole afternoon. How boring." Mei Jiali is playful by nature. She found it better to be killed by a sword than to sit honestly in the pantry for an afternoon. Shen Xiaopeng also understood this, so he didn't know what to do for a moment. His gaze casually swept over and happened to see the general manager's office and his large LCD computer. He got an idea. Shen Xiaopeng clapped lightly. Didn't the general manager say that if he had difficulties, he could find him? Now, borrowing his computer for a while, he shouldn't be angry, right? Mei Jiali, do you like playing computer games? Let me take you to play. Hearing him say this, Mei Jiali's expression finally looked better. When she was studying before, she often skipped classes to play games in internet cafes with other buzz. Having computer games to play could pass the afternoon. Soon, Shen Xiaopeng brought Mei Jiali to the general manager's office and opened Huan Lihan's computer without permission, only to find that it required a password. Helpless, he could only find the front desk receptionist. The front desk receptionist asked him to wait and then found the general manager's secretary. "Are you crazy? You come to me for this kind of thing. Can anyone use the general manager's computer casually?" The secretary was indeed very angry. However, the front desk receptionist said, "Shen Xiaopeng is a relative of the general manager. His sister should also be a relative of the general manager. Shouldn't it be fine for them to use his computer? The secretary couldn't help but frown. Office matters can sometimes be quite troublesome, but after thinking about it, she felt that if she didn't allow them to use it and they complained to the general manager, she might risk being fired. If she let them use it, and something went wrong, it would be their family matter, and she wouldn't have to bear the responsibility. With this in mind, she ended up telling the front desk receptionist the password. After the front desk receptionist told Chen Xiaopeng, he opened Huan Lihan's computer. Although there were no game programs on the computer, it had high specifications, which Meijiali was very satisfied with. She could download whatever games she liked. Seeing her satisfied, Chen Xiaopeng finally wiped the sweat off his forehead and returned to his position in the market department. Before long, the management meeting ended. Huan Lihang returned to his office and was bewildered to see someone at his seat. The situation puzzled him. How could someone dare to sit in his place without permission, let alone tamper with his computer? Who are you? Who let you in? And who helped you turn on the computer? Huan Lihan, former general manager of DUA Industries, had an imposing presence that not just anyone could endure. Meijiali was immediately scared and speechless when confronted. Trembling and shivering, she couldn't speak at all. Secretary. Secretary who? Seeing that she wasn't speaking, Huan Lihan quickly yelled. The secretary heard the general manager's call and rushed in. Seeing the general manager looking stern and puzzled, she also felt uneasy. What's going on? Who is she? Why was she able to turn on my computer? Huan Lihan stared intently at secretary who. Besides him, only the secretary knew the password for his computer, so she must have been aware of the situation. General manager, isn't she your relative? Secretary who asked nervously. Huan Lihan exploded in anger at the suggestion. Nonsense. I don't have any relatives in this company. Who spread such rumors? What? Secretary who was momentarily bewildered. Who spread such detailed rumors? They were deceiving themselves. However, she quickly thought of something and walked in front of Meijiali, pulling her up and sternly rebuking. You, get out. Don't touch the general manager's computer again. Tisk. I'm leaving. Who cares about a crappy computer? Meijiali realized the situation and didn't care at all. Since this wasn't her company, no matter how fierce these people were, what could they do to her? Seeing her attitude, Huan Lihan was infuriated. Secretary who? Which employee brought this woman into the company? Notify their department manager to fire them immediately. What? Yes. Secretary who didn't dare say much and quickly headed towards the market department. At that moment, when Chen Xiaopeng saw Manager Zhu returning from the meeting, he immediately entered her office. What's up, Chen Xiaopeng? Manager Zhu pushed up her glasses, smiling. Chen Xiaopeng, who knew she was a relative of the general manager, had to treat her well. Ha. Manager Zhu, here's the thing. Can you advance me a month's salary? I need it urgently. Chen Xiaopeng saw her pleasant expression and boldly made his request. Oh, really? There shouldn't be a problem. I'll apply to the general manager. As long as he approves, it's fine. Because it was a newly established company, Manager Zhu didn't have the authority yet. When she heard that she just needed to consult the general manager, Chen Xiaopeng was happy. Since the general manager was so easy to deal with, what could possibly go wrong? However, at that moment, secretary who came in angrily. Seeing her stern face, Manager Zhu hesitated and subconsciously asked, Secretary who? What's the matter? Manager Zhu, someone from your marketing department brought an outsider into the company, and they caused a mess with the general manager's computer. The general manager is very angry. You must handle this matter seriously. What? Who dared to do that? The company doesn't allow outsiders to be brought in. Doesn't he know that? Manager Zhu was also immediately angered. Secretary who then looked coldly at Chen Xiaopeng. Chen Xiaopeng chuckled. Manager Zhu, that's my sister. She had nowhere to go, so I let her stay in the company for an afternoon. I promise it won't happen again. Manager Zhu was hesitant and whispered to secretary who, does the general manager not know Chen Xiaopeng's sister? They should be relatives, right? What nonsense. The general manager said he has no relatives in this company. Don't spread rumors. It affects Mr. Huan's reputation. Secretary who replied firmly. What? Manager Zhu was so angry that her face turned red. She stared at Chen Xiaopeng fiercely and questioned, You have no relationship with the general manager? No. Chen Xiaopeng looked surprised and innocent. When did I say we were relatives? Manager Zhu felt deceived and manipulated. She, a department manager, had been trying to please a barely educated boy with only a middle school diploma for several days. If people found out, it would be embarrassing. You're fired. Get out now. Manager Zhu immediately pointed at the door and shouted at Chen Xiaopang. Well. Zipang was instantly flustered. Manager Zhu, even if I don't have any family relationship with the general manager, and even if I wanted to prepay a month's salary, it shouldn't result in immediate dismissal, right? Pausing for a moment, he even mustered up the courage to ask proudly, aren't I the talent that the company has been longing for? Talent? Manager Zhu almost burst out laughing in anger. You, trash like you, even if I throw you in the trash can, I still find it insufficient to being environmentally friendly. I really want to kick you so hard that you fly into the sun and evaporate into ashes to prevent you from polluting our environment further. Although Zipang felt that Manager Zhu's scolding was too harsh, he couldn't help but silently give a thumbs up. A cultured person is indeed cultured, even when scolding someone. And with a bit of rhyme, it's truly impressive. Get lost. Secretary who immediately reprimanded Zipang coldly, blaming him for getting her scolded by the general manager, leaving a bad impression. Manager Zhu, I promise not to bring outsiders to the company next time. I won't prepay my salary anymore. Can you let me stay? Zipang still tried to struggle. After all, where else could he find such a good job, where he could eat and chat with the lady in black stockings every day? But in the next moment, security guards and male colleagues rushed in and dragged him out forcefully. The ups and downs of life. In no time, Zipang was holding a broken box, standing at the company gate with Meijiali. Humph, with your abilities, you dare say you'll take care of me? I'll start following you. Useless fool. Meijiali sneered at him before walking away directly. Hey, Jiali, where are you going? None of your business. Take care of yourself first, poor loser. Meijiali completely ignored the chubby man and got into a taxi and left. Panicked, Zipang quickly waved at a Maserati without checking if it was a taxi or not. He was truly worried that the rebellious younger sister of Little Red might resort to extreme measures to make money or might be deceived by men. But to his surprise, the driver of the Maserati recognized him and called out, Zipang, why is it you? Oh, senior. Zipang was surprised and excited to see Lingu, and the next moment, he rushed over crying, Senior, meeting you is such a relief. Please take me to find Jiali quickly. I'm afraid she might be engaging in transactions with strangers for some quick money again, charging 3,000 each time. Lingu, not to mention that Meijiali's car had already left. He simply couldn't catch up, and even if he could, he didn't want to chase after her. If she wanted to make money this way, she would do it sooner or later. You can't handle her for too long. That girl is not someone you can deal with, Lingu said directly. While he felt sad about Little Red's sister's death, Little Red's sister was Little Red's sister. Meijiali was Meijiali, and the emotions related to Little Red's sister shouldn't be transferred to Meijiali. Sighing, Zipang realized that Senior was right. In just a few days of interaction, he found out that he couldn't handle the rebellious girl at all. She didn't take him seriously and just saw him as a fool. By the way, why are you working at this company? Do you know why Lin Fan was suddenly dismissed? Lingu quickly asked. I have no idea. The people in this company are a bit unpredictable. Zipang recounted his experience to Senior in detail. As the two brothers talked, Wang Lihan happened to walk out of the company gate and saw a Maserati parked there. He was taken aback when he saw the man opening the car window. Oh my, wasn't that the hidden big boss, Lingu? Who was the boss talking to? Wang Lihan suddenly had a bad feeling, and when he saw the man's back in conversation with Lingu, he was even more shocked. That chubby figure, even without seeing the face, he knew who it was. Who was so bold as to dismiss the supervisor sent by the boss? The next moment, Wang Lihan hurried over. Even though he couldn't string together complete words for a while, he managed to catch the attention of Lingu and Zipang. President Huan, why is it you? Zipang still didn't know Lingu's true identity. Seeing the general manager hastily chasing out, he found it puzzling. Wang Lihan quickly offered a smile and nodded respectfully towards Lingu before nervously asking Zipang, Hero of God, what are you doing? Why are you holding a box? As soon as he asked, Zipang's anger erupted. President Huan, Are you pretending to have amnesia or playing tricks on me? It was clearly you who told me to bring my sister to the company and then fired me. And now you're asking me." Quan Lihong was flabbergasted, realizing that the teenager who manipulated his computer was Zipang's sister. That's why he was dismissed. Who among the employees would dare do such a thing? Quan Lihong was agitated, feeling like an idiot for not thinking of this earlier. Now the boss and supervisor was fired. The boss himself was present. What should he do? Unexpectedly, Lingu chuckled and said, "President Huan, well done." Ow. This. Huan Lihong was taken aback. Was the boss being sarcastic? Was he really pleased? Company rules must be strictly enforced. Whoever violates them must face punishment, Lingu confirmed. Ah. Yes. Huan Lihong nodded repeatedly, realizing that Lingu wasn't speaking ironically. Reacting swiftly, he quickly added, "However, the company also has some tolerance towards new employees. The god hero hasn't even been with the company for 3 days. It could be a first offense, so he doesn't necessarily have to be fired." Really? Zipang suddenly perked up. As long as he wasn't fired, he could continue working with the Black Stocking Sisters. Everything else was negotiable. Of course, it's real. I'll take you back to work right away. Huan Lihong hurriedly took Zipang away, casting a furtive glance at Lingu. Seeing that Lingu didn't give any further instructions, he felt confident enough to proceed. Zipang was ecstatic at the thought of getting his job back, not sparing a moment to analyze the interaction between President Huan and Lingu. Meanwhile, in the marketing department, as the workday was about to end, discussions were in full swing. "I heard that Zipang got fired. What happened?" "He deserves it. He not only brought his sister to the company, but also messed with the general manager's computer. The general manager ordered his dismissal." Wasn't he said to be a relative of the general manager? A total lie. The general manager said there were no relatives at the company and no favoritism was allowed. We were all deceived by him. I was nice to him for 3 days, and he turned out to be a fraud. If I see him again, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Lily clenched her fists, tapping the table repeatedly, visibly upset. Laura and Shalua were smirking on the side because they knew why Lily was so furious. These past few days, they had all thought that Zipangzi was related to the general manager, so of course, they all wanted to please him in hopes of gaining the general manager's favor and making promotions and salary increases easier in the future. Laura and Shalua were still somewhat restrained, but Lily directly ate with him, even feeding Zipangzi, which was akin to indirect kissing. Little did they know, in the end, they realized that Zipangzi was just a fraud, and he had deceived her so badly. And unexpectedly, just as they were all mocking Zipangzi, he actually came back. "Wow. You actually have the nerve to come back. Believe me." Lily rushed out of her seat, raising her hand as if to hit him, but suddenly froze. Everyone thought it was strange. What was wrong with Lily? But in the next moment, they also froze, because the person accompanying Zipangzi back was none other than Manager Huang. What was going on? Huang. Manager Huang. Lily quickly smiled ingratiatingly, and her reaction was quick too. Even though Zipangzi had clearly packed up and left, now Manager Huang was personally accompanying him back. There must be a story in between. "Why are you so worked up?" Manager Huang asked coldly, staring at her. I. Lily's reaction was also not slow, quickly lightly holding Zipangzi's arm and saying, "I can't bear for Zipangzi to lead the company. Now that I see him back, I just got a little excited. My hero, I really can't bear to see you leave." Damn. How can this be possible? The colleagues around couldn't help but sigh in secret. Lily's move was genius. So that's how it is. Manager Huang nodded and said, "Hero is indeed a talent in our company. If you can't bear to see him go, it also proves that he is well liked by everyone and gets along harmoniously with colleagues, so our company must keep him." I go, "What the hell?" The employees in the marketing department were all dumbfounded. "Weren't you the one who told Manager Ju to fire him? How come you changed your tune faster than the weather?" Manager Ju walked out at this time, amazed, and asked, "Manager Huang, what's going on? Did Hero's sister mess up your computer, and now you're forgiving him?" Manager Huang quickly waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's just a computer. Isn't it meant to be used? I don't use it sitting there. It's just idle, right? Moreover, Hero is a talent that our company needs. We must be open-minded in welcoming talents. Only then can the company thrive and have vitality." In short, we must not be rigid in how we treat talents. Everyone listened with jaws hanging. Especially Manager Ju, who forced a smile and nodded. Anyway, you're the boss. Whatever you say goes. How much of a talent is Hero? Well, she still didn't know. Is he just your relative, Manager Juan? But you have to maintain your image and refuse to admit it, right? Hero, they really thought you were leaving. Almost cry. Once the boss and manager left, Lily quickly linked arms with Zipangzi, with a tearful voice, saying, "Yes, thinking that we couldn't eat dinner together, work together in the future, we were very sad too. Luckily, you're back." Laura and Shaluo quickly walked over as well. Zipangzi patted his chest, smiling at Lily. "So that's it, you scared me earlier. When you raised your hand, I thought you were going to hit me." Lily blushed instantly, but her response was quick, immediately coquettishly saying, "How could that be possible? Come on. Let's go eat dinner together." "Ha ha. Great. But first, I have no money." Zipangzi was extremely happy, thinking he was really going to lose this godlike job. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. On the other hand, after figuring out the situation between Zipangzi and Lin Fan, Lingu also left the company. Originally, he had arranged for Lin Fan to come to his company as a supervisor, but through a twist of fate, it turned out to be Zipangzi instead. But now, this setup was fine too. Lin Fan was more reliable. Entering the Chia Gang group to supervise for his wife was better than staying in his new company. And it seemed like Zipangzi also liked this job, so Lingu provided him with the opportunity to find a girlfriend and bid farewell to being single. In the afternoon, Qin Mingyu clocked out on time and went back to the Qin family's manor with Lingu. Today, the elders of the Qin family were mostly present, and Qin Tiagang had arranged a sumptuous dinner. A few ants saw Lingu returning with Qin Mingyu, and although their eyes were still cold, they didn't say anything. The atmosphere at the table was initially quiet until Qin Tiagang suddenly announced something major. "I invited everyone back for dinner today to inform you all that I want to officially hand over the shares of the Chia Gang group in my hands, as well as Ru Zhang's legacy, to Mingu and Lingu to manage." "What?" The banquet immediately exploded. While Lin Fei was surprised, she was not the first to protest this time. Instead, Qin Zmei was the most agitated, banging her knife and fork on the table. "I strongly object." Everyone's eyes immediately turned towards her. Qin Chiagang frowned. "Why? Mingu is the heir of the Chiagang group, and she has managed the group well these years. Don't you trust her?" "I have no issues with Mingu. It's Lingu that I have an issue with." Qin Zimei's tone was firm this time, as the tension between her and Lingu had been ongoing, and the mode of conversation had already changed. Now that they are married, when you pass things to them, it becomes their joint assets after marriage. "I absolutely disagree." Qin Zimei was resolute. "Yes, I also think it's inappropriate, unless Mingu and Lingu divorce." Qin Qinji also staunchly agreed. "Dad, for such a big matter, we should have a thorough discussion." Qin Hanshu also joined in dissuading. Qin Mingyu's expression was cold, her mood not great. Ultimately, the aunts were still unwilling to fully accept Lingu. The class issues in their marriage were even more severe, and those of her sister Snow. "My mind is made up on this matter. I invited you to come back only to inform you. I don't need your agreement." Qin Chiagang was also angry, slamming the table directly. In the past, when he was angry, his daughters would usually keep silent. No one dared to defy his wishes. But this time, Qin Zimei chose to push back. "Dad, if you insist on doing this, I'll divest my shares of the Chiagang group, and I won't have anything to do with the Qin family in the future." "What did you say?" Qin Chiagang stared in disbelief for a moment, not daring to believe it. Qin Hanshu did the same, signaling with her eyes to her youngest sister. Wasn't that a bit too much to say? Unexpectedly, Qin Zimei did not change her mind. Instead, Qin Qinji followed suit, saying, "I'm the same. Since the Qin family is a one-man show with you and Mingu, what do we, your daughters, need to do? We should have started our own paths a long time ago. You. Qin Chiagang hadn't expected this outcome, struggled to breathe, and clutched his heart tightly. Lingu and Qin Mingu nervously stood up. "Master, quickly take your medicine." Bai Lao quickly gave Qin Chiagang the special medicine to take, and Qin Chiagang gestured that he was fine, but his expression was still very grim. "Dad, we need to consider this matter carefully." Qin Chiagang, the Chiagang group, the Sunstone, and the 9 Palace energy diagram are the most important and core assets of the Qin family. Passing them on signifies a change in the nature of this family. The eldest daughter, Qin Yuer, also analyzed, "We are your daughters, we have guarded the Qin family with you for decades, but now that you're passing the Qin family to Mingu, it means our responsibility to protect the Qin family is no longer on our shoulders." Ethics and morals, whether in a large family or a small one, are essentially the same. When sons grow up, they should form their own households, and when daughters grow up, they should get married. The children of sons and daughters are already two different branches, belonging to two different families. Qin Chuanggan understands this principle, he just couldn't accept it when it actually happened. "Grandfather, how about you reconsider? There's no rush for this kind of thing." Qin Mingu finally spoke softly. She also knew that this kind of thing would have to be faced sooner or later, but she needed to give everyone some time as a buffer. Lingu was also feeling heavy-hearted, even feeling an urge to expose his identity and assets to earn the respect of a few ants. However, after balancing the pros and cons, he prioritized the SSS-level mission in the Northern Territory, as it concerned the nation's affairs. "Well, then I'll reconsider it." Qin Chuanggan also understood Qin Mingyu's intentions. Those things would eventually be passed down to her and Lingu for inheritance, but since there was so much internal resistance, he wanted to find a way to smooth things over before continuing. After all, his old bones should still hold out for some time. The matter was temporarily set aside. Qin Chuanggan also felt dispirited and asked Bai Lao to help him back to his room early to rest. The others gradually dispersed. "Lingu, I want to talk to you." Lin Fei also stood up, wanting to have a chat with him before Qin Mingu and Lingu left. Lingu looked at Qin Mingu. Qin Mingu nodded slightly, and so Lingu followed Lin Fei to her room. "Humph, when two outsiders get involved, nothing good can come out of it." Qin Zimite whispered softly, just loud enough for Qin Mingu to hear. "All right, let's go." Qin Qingju pulled Qin Zimai away. Qin Honshu approached and gently held Qin Mingyu's hand, speaking softly. "Mingu, don't blame your aunts. Everyone has their own standpoint. We are one family, but each person has their own small family, so perspectives cannot be entirely the same." "Third aunt, I understand." Qin Mingu nodded slightly. Perhaps before, she didn't have such a deep feeling, thinking that everyone with the surname Qin was family. But after marrying Lingu, she deeply realized that each marriage was a new family. Although she was surnamed Qin, legally she belonged to the Ling family after all, so contradiction naturally arose between her and the Qin family members. On the other side, Lingu entered Lin Fei's room and, as before, made tea for his mother-in-law to drink. However, Lin Fei's attitude towards him was noticeably different this time. "Lingu, I heard that in the ancient town, you and Zhao Wuji almost perished together." Lin Fei took the initiative to speak. Lingu smiled. He didn't know where she had received this information. Though not entirely accurate, it was close enough considering they both nearly died there. So, he simply nodded. Lin Fei sighed softly before continuing. "Actually, I was rather hoping you killed him, even if it would bring great disaster to you and the Qin family." "Oh. Why?" Lingu looked up at her, naturally not questioning the possibility of great disaster. Lin Fei also understood what he was asking and sincerely said, "That man not only used the Lin family's support, but also used me. The Lin family is now in disarray, far different from what it once was." Lin Fei sought out Lingu to discuss the situation of the Lin family. General Lin had relied on the support of the Zhao family to attain a high position in the war realm. As a result, he could never escape from being a puppet of the Zhao family. Earlier, the Zhao family intended to use him to undermine the Qin family's energy, but when that failed, they removed him and had Zhao Wuji take over. The moment General Lin left the Lin family, its backbone was already broken. Their assets were acquired. Lin Qingshuan was killed, and all Lin family members were at the mercy of the Zhao family. As for the heir Lin Qinglan, there had been no news since his departure from the Lin family. So Lin Fei really hoped that Lingu could put an end to Zhao Wuji. In this period, she had come to realize that perhaps she had been manipulated by the Zhao family from a young age. The Zhao family had brainwashed the Lin family elders to have her married into the Qin family early on, with the aim of seizing the Sun Heart and the 9 Palaces energy map. If it wasn't for Qin Mingu touching her feelings, she might still be in ignorance. "Mom, don't worry, I will surely take care of Zhao Wuji. After hearing her out, Lingu solemnly said, I will also protect those two things with Mingu because they belong to the Qin family. Lin Fei smiled, her smile different now, less restrained. The moment you called me mom, I suddenly felt very warm. She had no sons and had always wanted one. Now, a son-in-law could fill that role to some extent. Formerly fixated on wealth and looking down on Lingu, she now felt that as long as he and Qin Mingu recognized her as their mother, money was just an external thing that ultimately didn't matter. After chatting with Lin Fei, Lingu and Qin Mingu left the Qin family. As they discussed Lin Fei's matters, the car arrived at the mansion's gate. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Please, let me in. I'm here to see Mr. Qin. The guards of the Qin family stopped a young woman from entering. This later was when the old master rested. How could he be disturbed by someone like her? Lingu looked through the car window to see that it was Amijiali. Please, I really want to see Mr. Qin. Can I kneel to beg you? Despite her plea, the guards remained unmoved. Lingu couldn't help but look at Qin Mingu and asked, should we let her in? Qin Mingu sighed softly and said directly, why ask me? You can make decisions for yourself. I can make this decision. Lingu smiled wryly. I'm asking you because she once saved grandfather's life, but I can sense that her motive for getting close to grandfather might not be good. I feel the same way, which is why I sighed. If I block Amijiali from entering now, it's no different from how they're acting towards you and me regarding our marriage motives, Qin Mingu honestly expressed. The logic is there, but in the end, we are legally married, and she has no legal connection to grandfather, so the nature of both situations is different. Let's go. Qin Mingu ultimately decided not to let the young woman in. Since she knew the motives were impure, she had to act according to her own principles. All right. Lingu directly drove away. However, they were still discovered by Amijiali. Amijiali quickly followed behind the car, shouting, Mr. Ling, Mr. Ling, please let them allow me to see Mr. Qin, please. Amijiali, in her haste to chase after the car, accidentally fell to the ground, scraping the skin on her palms and knees. She felt a sharp pain. Qin Mingu looked at the rearview mirror, still expressionless. Lingu, unable to bear it, stepped on the brakes. Qin Mingu sighed lightly, but didn't say much in the end. Amijiali, what are you doing here? Lingu got out of the car and asked loudly, Mr. Ling, I want to see Grandpa Qin. Amijiali said tearfully. The night wind tousled her long hair, making her look especially desolate and helpless. He is resting. Why do you want to see him? If you have nowhere to go or need money, I can give it to you. Lingu couldn't completely ignore her sister Amijiali. Amijiali shook her head vigorously and said, no, I don't want money. I just want to see Grandpa Qin. Lingu felt a bit helpless at her response. Qin Mingu also got out of the car, her cold gaze fixed on Amijiali. Amijiali suddenly felt like she was in an ice house. Who was this woman? Why was she so cold? If you can't explain why you want to see my grandpa tonight, I won't forgive you. Qin Mingu exerted enough pressure on Amijiali. Her temperament and gaze, even many high-level executives of Tia Gang Group would find it hard to endure, let alone a teenager. Amijiali couldn't help but tremble subconsciously but still bit her lip and said, Grandpa Qin said he wanted to show me the world, so I must see him. I want to hear his teachings. I just want to be with him, touring the world together. As she spoke, she noticed Qin Mingu's gaze felt like an icy blade, as if she wanted to cut her into pieces, causing her to tremble and stop. Qin Mingu was very angry. How could she not be? This girl was even younger than Qin Ruhan and had no relation to them, but she wanted to travel the world with her grandpa. How would outsiders view this? Didn't her grandpa care about his reputation and face? As for him wanting to adopt her as his granddaughter, was she worthy of it? Lingu looked at his wife's profile and knew she must be very angry now. He quickly held her hand gently and said, maybe we should wait for Grandpa Qin to handle this personally. Let her in first and let her meet Grandpa in the morning. Qin Mingu sighed deeply. As she had just said, whether Grandpa would want to travel the world with this girl, that was his business. And if she wanted to stop this girl from being with her grandpa, how was it different from her aunt stopping her from being with Lingu? Besides, she believed in Grandpa's wisdom. Such a wise old man would not be swayed easily. So, what was she afraid of? Let her in. Qin Mingu finally told the guard, then turned and got back into the car. Lingu followed suit. Thank you, Miss Qin. Thank you, Mr. Ling. Mei Jiali was overjoyed and quickly ran into the manor like a child fulfilling a wish. However, she underestimated the size of the Qin family manor. Once inside, it felt like a maze. Luckily, the guard at the gate guided her to the entrance of a big building. About to inform the butler, he was surprised to see the butler already waiting at the door. Butler Bai, she said she wants to see the master. I know, the master is already resting, so please escort her out. When Butler Bai spoke, even the guard was stunned. This girl had been finally allowed in by the young lady, yet she still couldn't see the master. Mei Jiali hurriedly ran up to Butler Bai and, with tears in her eyes, looked up at him pleadingly. Butler Bai, please let me see Grandpa Qin. I can wait for him outside until he wakes up. No, the Qin family manor never entertains outsiders. Leave. Butler Bai's voice was cold and indifferent, as he was aware that the girl's motivation for approaching the master was not simple. She had very strong ulterior motives. With decades of life experience, he believed he wouldn't be wrong. The guard could only grab Mei Jiali's arm and escort her out. No, I don't want to leave. Grandpa Qin, can you hear me? I am Jiali. I came to see you. Please, come out and meet me. Mei Jiali screamed in the front yard. The voice was desolate and powerful, reaching even the ears of Lady Lin in the room. She didn't know the exact relationship between Mei Jiali and Qin Chang'an, but the yelling made it seem as if a couple was being separated by their families. Even she found it absurd. Cover her mouth. Butler Bai feared her screams might reach the master's ears and quickly ordered the guard to cover the girl's mouth. Mei Jiali struggled and hesitated, but Butler I directly commanded the guard to drive her out and then turned to walk into the villa, heading to Qin Chang'an's room. Unexpectedly, before reaching the door, he heard Qin Chang'an calling him. Butler Bai, Master, is something the matter? Butler Bai hurried to the door, hands holding the sleeves, nodding and bowing to ask, did someone call me outside just now? Qin Chang'an, after hearing the mention of Jiali, immediately assumed it was her. The estate was large, his hearing was not as sharp, and so he didn't catch the sound clearly. Yes, Master. Butler Bai answered, then added, I have already asked her to leave. Ah, why did she arrive so late? Qin Chang'an sighed. He remembered his promise to the girl. Now that Butler Bai had turned her away, he couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Butler Bai remained expressionless. Qin Chang'an owed him a life debt, and for anything beneficial to him and the Qin family, he was willing to do it, even if it meant taking the blame. He didn't expect Mei Jiali to be different from other women. If it were anyone else, being driven away by the estate guards, they would have obediently left. After all, who dared to be presumptuous in the Qin family? But this girl took advantage of the guard's distraction and pushed him aside, running inside. Hey, stop. Even the guard was surprised at how audacious the girl was. Didn't she know what consequences she would face for trespassing into the Qin family manor? In the cover of night, Mei Jiali ran around the estate, finally hiding in a flower garden. The guard searched inside out but couldn't find her. When the guard went elsewhere to search, she dared to come out and seeing a room with lights on, she ran towards it recklessly, paying no heed whether it was where Qin Chang'an was. Mei Jiali was lucky that it did turn out to be Qin Chang'an's room. The old man was hard to fall back asleep once awakened, so he was reading quietly. Mei Jiali didn't dare to shout loudly again, fearing if caught again, she might face dire consequences. She wanted to investigate first if the person in the room was Grandpa Qin. However, there was a small courtyard inside the room, so she had to climb over the wall. Mei Jiali sat on the wall. Just as she was about to jump down, she heard a low, terrifying sound coming from the courtyard. A woo. Mei Jiali was startled. By the faint light coming from the room's window, she saw a Tibetan Mastiff tied below her. With a fierce green face, sharp teeth, the saliva on its teeth glowed ominously, giving her goosebumps. Who is outside? Qin Chang'an asked upon hearing the commotion of the Mastiff. Mei Jiali was about to answer when she heard the guards shout from behind. Quickly, capture the intruder. Don't let her off lightly. Mei Jiali knew that if she didn't dare to jump into the yard, she probably wouldn't see Grandpa Qin tonight. So she gritted her teeth, knowing there was a vicious dog guarding the yard. She jumped down anyway. Grandpa Qin, I'm here. I'm Jiali. Help. Save me. Oh. Accompanied by Mei Jiali's loud cry, there were piercing screams that tore at the heart and lungs. Jiali. Qin Chang'an, disregarding his thin clothes and the strong night wind, quickly opened the window to take a look, and was instantly shocked by what he saw. Manhwaedit's delicate thighs were almost torn through by the Tibetan Mastiff. "General, let go." Qin Chang'an quickly smashed the guard general with a boke. The Tibetan Mastiff howled twice and then leapt back to its territory. Qin Chang'an picked up a flashlight and hurriedly walked out of the room to go to the backyard. Bai Lao quickly followed behind him, with a few servants from the Qin family trailing. Arriving at the backyard, the air was filled with the strong smell of blood. "Jiali, are you okay?" Qin Chang'an shone the flashlight on the young girl and couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Her leg that was bitten was already a mess of flesh and blood. Qin, sir." Manhwaedit, at this moment, did not cry. Instead, when she saw Qin Chang'an, she even smiled at him. That smile instantly pierced through the old man's heart. Quickly help her with the wound." Qin Chang'an hastily instructed Bai Lao. "Yes, sir." Bai Lao promptly covered Manhwaedit's wound while waiting for the family doctor from the Qin family to arrive. "Jiali, why are you so foolish? Knowing that there are vicious dogs in the courtyard, you should have jumped back." Qin Chang'an sighed. "If I did that, I might never see you again, sir." Manhwaedit looked at him and said with a smile. This demeanor gave Qin Chang'an an unparalleled impact, making his thoughts instantly go back decades. Back then, he was a poor boy, looked down upon by the elders of the Lan family who did not allow his wife to associate with him. In order to have a date with him, his wife also sneaked out at night and was bitten by the dog from their own mine as a thief. Coincidentally, when Qin Chang'an asked her why she was so foolish back then, she smiled and said, "If not for that, I might never see you again." The same words, the same scene, reminded him of his deceased wife, and his eyes gradually became wet. "Sir, we're here." Medical staff from the Qin family arrived at the scene. "Quickly, make sure to treat her wound properly and not leave any sequelae." "Yes, sir." The medical staff quickly lifted Manhwaedit onto a stretcher. "No, Sir Qin, I don't want to leave you. Don't carry me away. I want to talk to Sir Qin," Manhwaedit exclaimed. Bai Lao felt that something was not right as he watched. Qin Chang'an, usually wise, seemed a bit confused and quickly reassured her. "Jiali, rest assured, no one will rush you out tonight. Get your wound treated first, and we'll have a good talk later." "Really?" Manhwaedit, with a childlike look in her eyes mixed with a hint of panic, said, "I'm so scared of not seeing you again. I have no family now, and you are the closest person to me." "Ah." Qin Chang'an thought of her experience and his eyes became compassionate, gently patting her head and saying, "Don't worry, I won't neglect you." "Yes, sir, I trust you." Manhwaedit finally felt relieved and let them take her for treatment. Bai Lao watched the scene and hesitated to speak. Whether the girl had ulterior motives or not, reaching this extent showed her determination. When Manhwaedit was being taken away, Lin Fei also came out of the room to have a look. Manhwaedit was too young, she couldn't think like Qin Mingu. Perhaps she was here for money. Honestly, though a bit humble, she was indeed determined. With the Qin family's wealth, it didn't matter to have one more woman, not to mention 100 or 1,000, so this trivial matter was not a concern. The next day was Saturday, and Qin Mingu decided to take a day off at home. It was rare for his wife to have a day off at home, so Lingu naturally wanted to take care of her and prepared a hearty breakfast. Unexpectedly, Qin Mingu didn't eat much and suddenly said, "Lingu, let's go out today." "Huh? Where to?" Lingu was a bit caught off guard. It was the first time that the iceberg lady took the initiative to ask him out for a stroll. "I promised you last time to buy you a few sets of clothes. Let's go to the Yunbai Mall and check out your sister's business on the way." Qin Mingu looked much more relaxed than him. After all, she was the iceberg lady CEO and rarely showed excitement. "Great." Lingu tried to remain calm, but couldn't hide his inner joy. He didn't know why he felt this way, a happiness that buying clothes couldn't give. "Let me pack up, and we'll go." Lingu quickly tidied up the breakfast table, but when he entered the kitchen, couldn't help but dance a little to release his joy of love. Coincidentally, Qin Mingu helped take the milk cup to the kitchen and saw his series of actions. "What are you doing?" "Huh, I suddenly remembered a morning exercise routine. Just trying some moves." Lingu blushed and quickly started stretching. "This idiot." Qin Mingu barely held back a laugh, always thinking that he was a tough guy. She didn't expect him to have such a cute sigh. As soon as Chin Mingu left the kitchen, Lingu stopped his morning routine, feeling embarrassed. His wife invited him to go shopping. Did he need to dance a little? It seemed that after retirement, his self-control had weakened a lot. Soon, the two of them got into the Maserati. On the way, Chin Mingu received a call from Chin Ruhan. Sister, did you know? Grandpa actually hired a personal maid today. It's that girl from the ancient town, Meijiali. How surprising. Hearing Chin Ruhan's news, Chin Mingu frowned slightly. For so many years, only by law served by Grandpa's side, and he never wanted a woman to serve him personally. Now he took in Meijiali, indicating that the girl held a significant position in Grandpa's heart. Oh, sister, you don't know. Meijiali broke into the Chin family estate last night just to see Grandpa and got bitten on the thigh by the general dog. She probably won't be able to walk normally for some time. If Grandpa were a few decades younger, the events of last night would have been just like Romeo and Juliet or a romantic life and death love story. Chin Ruhan, being naive, thought that the age gap between Grandpa and Meijiali was so huge that she never thought Meijiali might have any special motives. I see, Chin Mingu responded quietly. She didn't understand what Grandpa was thinking, and even though Meijiali might be his personal maid now, she probably wouldn't cause any trouble, at most swindling some money. But why did she feel a bit uneasy deep down? Sister, are you not working overtime today? Then, I want to come over and tag along, even invite myself for dinner with you. After reporting the news, Chin Ruhan wanted to stick close to her sister. Chin Mingu chuckled. Sorry, I'm going out with your brother-in-law today, so don't come. The implied meaning was clear. She didn't want to shock the single miss too much. How could Chin Ruhan not understand this? She was amazed. Oh my god. Sister is actually going out to shop with a man. This is headline news in Yun City this month. Yunbai Shopping Mall, a brand store of Qin Dynasty-style snow and wind. Lingu is still managing the store alone today. Suddenly, she heard some movement behind her and quickly turned around with a smile. Welcome. Before she could finish the word, her expression froze, turning into disgust. It was Uji and Zhang Milan again. Ha ha. Did you think you had customers? Dream on. With this Banshee's shop opened by you, who dares to patronize? Zhang Milan linked arms with Uji, proudly saying, What are you to here for? Lingu coldly rebuked, You are not welcome here, get out. Not welcome? Uji smirked, his smile turning more sinister. Not welcoming guests? Then why bother opening a shop? Close down early. His hatred towards Lingu was evident. After the last time he and his sister caused trouble, helping her clear 760,000 in goods, he vowed not to rest until he brought down this shop. To achieve this, he spent a lot of effort and money, finally leaving Qin Dynasty Snow and Wine shop deserted. Today, he came with Zhang Milan to deliver a fatal blow to Lingu and enjoy the joy of victory. Whether my shop closes or not, it's none of your business. Lingu saw Uji, and the anger in her heart could no longer be suppressed. The two faced off. Zhang Milan, on the other hand, purposely shouted at the door, Come and see, the owner of this shop is not doing business. Never enter, otherwise, she will chase you away with scissors, and might even cut you. Those who often wander in Yunbai Commercial City knew the story of this shop. Those who occasionally heard such words also steered clear. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll call the police. Lingu took out her phone directly. But Zhang Milan was not afraid at all. Go ahead and call the police. I'm not making up stories. Listen to what she said. This woman obviously came prepared, recording on her phone the words Lingu just used to drive them away. The surrounding tourists just walked away, and this incident was bound to spread. Lingu was furious. If this went on, her shop would truly be forced to close. Lingu, do you still want to start a business? Dream on. Uji leaned in front of her, speaking fiercely, I guarantee you'll never get married and won't be able to live in Yun City. Such arrogance. Lingu could hardly bear it, but she also knew that since Uji inherited the family business, his power was much stronger now. He was willing to go all out to suppress her, making it difficult for her to move an inch. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion on this floor of the commercial city. Look, that woman is so beautiful. Her temperament is so cold. Shh. Keep your voice down. Don't you know who she is? Who is she? Miss Qin from the Qin family, the first high-cold female CEO in Yun City. What? We are meeting the big star of Yun City today. She actually came shopping. Is the man next to her rumored husband? Yunbai shopping mall had a large flow of people. Someone was bound to recognize this beautiful female CEO. Soon, the news spread, and more tourists came to see Qin Mingyu. This was also why Qin Mingyu never went shopping. Her reputation in Yun City was definitely not inferior to the top stars, easily attracting attention. Today, she came out for a date and shopping with Lingu, naturally without bodyguards, so the scene was difficult to control. Until she and Lingu arrived in front of Qin Dynasty Snowang wine shop, the onlookers paused. Qin Mingyu. Lingu. Seeing Qin Mingyu, Buji instinctively felt fear, but he knew these two were his enemies. Even if he had to act tough, he couldn't afford to be weak. Besides, the Uji family now had a backer, not to be as afraid of the Qin family as before. As for Zhang Milan, of course, she knew she wasn't a match for Qin Mingyu, but her hatred for Lingu was no less than Uji's toward Ling Ruoxu, so she gritted her teeth and stared coldly at Lingu and Qin Mingyu. Qin Mingyu directly ignored the two of them, and walked into Ling Ruoxu's shop with Lingu. Ruoxu, I want to buy a few sets of new clothes. Any recommendations? Qin Mingyu said, deliberately smirking, pointing to Lingu beside her. Since a man is paying on my behalf, you can choose the expensive ones without any problem. Oh. Lingu was stunned. Who could have thought that the Ice Queen would speak like this? Even he didn't expect it, let alone the onlookers outside, who were surprised. Okay, I'll pick for you. Ling Ruoxu also became interested. She had long wanted to gift a few sets of clothes to her brother and sister, but could never find the opportunity. It was rare for her to come today, so she must give enough. No, not giving, but making her younger brother pay. Ling Ruoxu didn't really choose much. She believed that with Qin Mingyu's figure and temperament, anything she wore would look good. Indeed, wearing a simple business suit, Qin Mingyu emerged, showcasing the simple and sophisticated style of a professional goddess. People outside were busy taking photos, even starting live broadcasts. After all, the first live broadcast of a female CEO changing clothes, even though it was behind a changing room curtain, could still lead many men to daydream. Lingu was a bit uncomfortable with this, even though others couldn't see much. But with so many people watching his wife change clothes, it was a bit uncomfortable. However, for the sake of his sister's shop, he had no choice but to endure it. Qin Mingyu changed into a casual outfit, comfortable and free, exuding natural beauty. Next was the British style, high-end and fashionable, showcasing the dominant air of the female CEO, instantly captivating the hearts of all men and women. Whatever this woman wore could highlight the clothes and exude charm, so not to mention passers-by. Even Zhang Milan looked extremely jealous. How unfair was the creator to give all the good things to this woman? Alright, just these few sets. After trying on 5 sets, Qin Mingyu no longer continued. With a glance, Lingu obediently went to settle the bill for her. Thank you for shopping. Ling Ruoxu packaged the items for them and escorted them out of the shop. Even though it was her little brother paying, it was done in front of everyone. What she didn't expect was that as soon as Qin Mingyu left, a group of women crowded into her shop. Not only women, but men too. Women saw how good Qin Mingyu looked in those clothes and insisted on buying a set, thinking they would look just as good wearing them. As for men, they had to buy a set matching the one worn by the Qin family's miss to give to their women, so they could fantasize that their women were the Qin family's miss. In an instant, business at Qin Dynasty Snow and Wine Shop boomed. Ling Ruoxu was overwhelmed, showing a happy but wry smile. Huji and Zhang Milan, the two folks who didn't buy anything, had long been pushed out of the store by others. Seeing Ling Ruoxu's business booming, Huji was disheartened. Zhang Milan also suddenly felt that the two of them wanting to compete with the Ling siblings was a bit of a death wish. Huji spent so much money to ruin and bankrupt Ling Ruoxu's shop, yet Qin Mingyu effortlessly turned things around simply by buying a few sets of clothes here, making business thrive and rendering Huji's schemes and efforts useless. That's what they call getting crushed in an instant. What's the point of their games? Leaving the 3rd floor, where the Qin family snowstorm was located, Qin Mingyu and Lingu were preparing to go to the top floor store. Lingu, I'm sorry. Qin Mingyu suddenly apologized. I promised to help you buy clothes, but you ended up buying so much for me. Lingu laughed and quickly replied, what are you saying? If you keep talking like that, I might get angry. I'm your husband, so what's wrong with buying clothes for my wife? It's my responsibility and privilege." This serious flattery inadvertently struck Qin Mingyu's heart. This idiot, why does he always say things that make her melt all over? "I'm just worried that you're spending too much money, especially since you're unemployed at the moment with no source of income." Originally concerned words from Qin Mingyu made Lingu nervous. If his wife further pressed him about where the money was coming from, he truly didn't know how to respond. Luckily, Qin Mingyu's phone suddenly rang. This time it was Zia Shouty. "What? There's a party tomorrow night, hosted by the Zia family in the East City." Qin Mingyu was slightly surprised to hear this. Why would the Zia family from the East City come to Yen City to host a high-class party? Shouty, hold on. Qin Mingyu needed some time to discuss matters with Zia Shouty, so she said to Lingu, "Lingu, you go ahead to the top floor brand store to pick out clothes. I'll come find you later." "All right." Lingu could wait for her to finish her phone call, but since his wife said so, he didn't want to linger around. He walked into a high-end brand store alone. "Welcome," greeted a female salesperson as she approached Lingu, noticing his attire, her speech transitioning from warm to cold. Lingu probably knew why. This was one of the most expensive clothing areas in Yun City, and his appearance upon entering likely hinted that he couldn't afford to buy, just here to look around. "Sir, what would you like to buy?" The saleswoman, named Tang Ro, directly blocked Lingu and asked, I'll just browse for now." Lingu thought she was being friendly, but upon hearing him say so, Tang Ro was convinced he wasn't here to make a purchase. She coldly stated, "Everyone's time is precious. If you're not sure of what you want to buy, you can go figure it out and return." What kind of statement is that? Lingu wasn't angry, just found it unreasonable. Who enters a clothing store with the certainty of what they want to buy? Tang Ro, however, was irritated and icily said, "This is a brand store, and the clothing here is quite expensive. I suggest you figure out your spending level before coming in to avoid wasting everyone's time. I need to know the prices before I can decide, right?" Lingu chuckled, "If your time is so valuable, then I don't need you to guide me. I'm sorry, our items are expensive. We don't accept aimless browsing and touching." "Sir, please leave." Tang Ro raised her hand to dismiss Lingu. Feeling slighted and even humiliated, Lingu pointed at other customers in the store, asking, "Then why are they allowed to browse and shop at the same time?" Tang Ro glanced at the other customers and let out a cold laugh. "Those customers are all wearing high-end clothing when they come in. Many of them are our VIP customers. Look at yourself. Do you think you can compare with them? Huh?" With this treatment, Lingu wasn't insistent on buying from this store, but feeling slighted, his good mood vanished instantly. Just then, a high-cold beauty entered the store. The moment Tang Ro and other salespersons noticed her, they immediately greeted and showed respect to the woman, Qin Mingyu. Qin Mingyu casually responded and approached Lingu, gently linking her arm with his. Witnessing this scene, all the salespersons were stunned. Tang Ro was even more frozen on the spot. "What's going on? Have you made your choice?" Qin Mingyu, straight to the point, asked Lingu without showing any emotion. She was here to stand up for Lingu and help him regain his shopping mood. When Tang Ro saw Qin Mingyu offering this apology, the anger that had been burrowed inside Lingu came out at once. Unexpectedly, Tang Ro harshly slapped herself across the face before admitting, "I looked down on him, thinking he couldn't afford the clothes in our store. I'm sorry." She wanted to continue hitting herself, but Lingu intervened and said, "It's okay, just don't do this again next time." It wasn't that he had a good heart, he was just not used to this, and Tang Ro did have a point. His appearance did not measure up to the other clients, and since she sincerely apologized, there was no need for him to hold on to the grudge. "Thank you." Tang Ro quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for forgiving me, Miss Qin." Qin Mingyu didn't respond to her, but she gave Lingu a stern look. "You're constantly so casually dressed. Do you feel looked down upon? Today, I'll help you smarten up." Lingu rubbed his head, smiling slightly foolishly, but his eyes were filled with happiness. "What are you standing there for? Pick out clothes for him." Qin Mingyu immediately instructed Tang Ro. "Oh, yes, Miss Qin, right away." Tang Ro quickly pulled Lingu for assistance, but then realized it was inappropriate and promptly let go. Luckily, Qin Mingyu seemed not to notice. She sat on an exclusive red sofa, waiting to see Lingu's transformation. "Sir, please try this outfit first." Tang Ro promptly brought a trendy casual suit for Lingu to try on, enthusiastically leading him to the fitting room, even offering to help him mend dress. The moment she touched Lingu's arm and felt his muscles, she regretted underestimating him earlier. He was strong and had a great physique. No wonder Qin Mingu took an interest in him. No. I can change by myself. No need for help. Lingu quickly refused her assistance. What was she thinking? His wife was still outside. He couldn't let another woman undress him. Tang Ro realized she had made a mistake once again. In the past, some VIP male clients liked her helping them change and even requested additional services, so she had become accustomed to it. Shortly after Tang Ro left the premium VIP dressing area, Lingu stepped out wearing the casual suit she had picked out. Upon seeing him, Qin Mingu, seated on the couch, was momentarily stunned. She always thought Lingu was a stiff person, suitable for wearing formal attire. She never expected him to look so charismatic in this idol-style suit, giving women a strong impact on their hearts. Tang Ro also widened her eyes, knowing that her judgment was correct. This man, over 1.8 meters tall, wearing this light beige casual suit, exuded a noble air. The cropped narrow trousers emphasized his long legs, paired with a white t-shirt and jacket, simple yet charming. It was because his chest muscles were solid yet not overly large, giving off a healthy vibe without any greasiness. Mingu. How is it? Lingu thought that he didn't look good when he saw their expressions. After all, he had never worn such clothes before. Clap, clap. Tang Ro clapped excitedly. The other female sales associates also joined in, their eyes filled with fascination. Truly, the saying clothes make the man was not wrong. When he walked in, they did not notice his charm, but once he put on the high-end branded clothes in the store, his entire demeanor instantly elevated, resembling that of a top-tier celebrity. Not bad, right? Try others. Qin Mingu forced a calm demeanor, while hiding her inner delight. Seeing the female sales associates clapping for Lingu, she felt a strange sense of pride. After all, he was her man. If other women acknowledged him, didn't it prove her good taste? Moreover, he belonged to her, so no matter how other women screamed, it was useless. All right. Lingu was a martial world figure, someone who cared the least about clothing. He used to wear tattered clothes and still complete missions in the deep mountains for over 10 days. So wearing nice clothes now made him feel uneasy, afraid he might accidentally soil or damage them. But with his wife watching, he could only try on. The second outfit was a pair of white casual pants paired with a white overcoat, covering the knees. Underneath, there were black crop trousers, and Tang Ro paired them with white sneakers. This outfit was for young handsome guys, yet Lingu gave it a literary style, appearing quite elegant. Qin Mingu was astonished again. How could this idiot look so good in this outfit? Clap, clap. Tang Ro and the other women clapped enthusiastically, as if watching a fashion show. This male model was too outstanding. Mingu, this outfit doesn't look good, right? Lingu didn't like this style and thought he would be ridiculed if he wore it outside. It's so-so, change it. With another command from Qin Mingu, Tang Ro quickly picked out an English-style outfit and pushed Lingu into the dressing room. This time when Lingu came out, one female sales associate couldn't contain her excitement and directly leaned against her colleague, completely intoxicated, saying, "So handsome. He looks like a prince from a fairy tale." Tang Ro almost clapped her hands to exhaustion. Even Qin Mingu was stunned for 2 or 3 seconds. She thought Lingu was good-looking before, but now, wearing such high-end clothes, his charm had increased significantly. No wonder women like Lin Qingshuan, Yu Tingting, and Guan Ruru all liked him. HMPH. Show off. Qin Mingu suddenly let out a cold snort. Other women had no idea what she was thinking. Just who was this Miss Qin? Could it be that even this type of man was beneath her standards? How high were her standards? It seemed the rumors were true. Was she really that picky? I also think this doesn't suit me. Let's try the other one. This time, Lingu selected a military-style outfit on his own. Tang Ro immediately slapped her forehead in excitement, saying, "Right, why did I forget about this one?" She also felt that Lingu's physique was suited for this style, as if he belonged in the military. This outfit was tailored for him. Indeed, when Lingu put on the military outfit and came out, he even captured Qin Mingu's heart. This man, at that moment, looked like a young general. This is too ostentatious. It doesn't suit me. Lingu walked out feeling unsatisfied, wanting to change. He couldn't get used to this fashionable military style. The military outfit he wore in the north was much more formal. Stop. Chin Mingu quickly stopped him and said, "This outfit is quite good. Then should I buy this one?" Lingu asked immediately. Being a man, he didn't enjoy shopping for clothes. If it weren't for Chin Mingu accompanying him this time, he wouldn't have come at all. Ling Ruoxu knew very well that in the past, when Lingu bought clothes, he would just walk into a store, ask for a size, take it, and leave without even trying them out. Now, being able to try on so many outfits, it was all credit to his wife. "Continue," Chin Mingu said with a flick of her finger. "Do we have to try more?" Lingu started to feel impatient, but seeing his wife's cold gaze, he obediently walked back into the fitting room, taking it as a form of physical exercise. He tried on 12 outfits in a row, tiring Tang Ro out with sweat all over. If the person sitting on the sofa wasn't Miss Chin from the Chin family, she might have scolded someone. "Mingu, let's stop, alright? Just pick one for me." Lingu also pleaded. "Alright, let's end it here." Chin Mingu stood up confidently. "Do you have any favorites, Miss Chin?" Tang Ro quickly approached, respectfully asking, afraid that after all that effort, they wouldn't sell even a single outfit. "I'll take them all." "What?" Tang Ro exclaimed. The other staff members also widened their eyes in disbelief. So, this was how a wealthy young lady shopped. Lingu was also taken aback and hurriedly said, "Mingu, I can't wear all of these, then change twice a day." Chin Mingu remained authoritative. After Tang Ro realized this, she quickly brought the bill. Without even swiping a card, Chin Mingu signed a few strokes as if it was done. "Send the clothes to the Yunsan community." After instructing Tang Ro, Chin Mingu gave Lingu a glance. "Let's go." Lingu felt as if he were in a dream. When he was young, the best part of Chinese New Year was when his mother got him new clothes. Who knew that now, after getting married, the feeling of his wife buying clothes for him made him even happier. Even though his wife was spending money, it wasn't a small sum. Would she feel distressed? Little did he know that Chin Mingu was even more delighted. Earning money wasn't that fulfilling, but spending it felt rewarding. For Chin Mingu, money had always been a set of numbers, and today, she truly enjoyed the pleasure of spending money like a woman. No wonder so many women enjoy shopping and buying things. This is the feeling, Chin Mingu thought to herself. She found herself increasingly fond of this marriage. In the months spent with Lingu, she experienced a joy she hadn't felt in many years. However, several aunts didn't accept him, and he never managed to integrate into the Chin family. What should she do about it? "Lingu, should we go back to the Chin family?" In the afternoon, the couple had finally finished strolling on the streets and were about to return to the Yunshan district when Chin Mingu suddenly spoke. "Why do you suddenly want to go back?" Lingu looked at Chin Mingu and could tell that she had decided on a whim. "My grandfather mentioned something last night that I haven't had a chance to discuss with him one-on-one. I want to know what his current thoughts are," Chin Mingu said with a slightly worried expression. "Since he plans to hand over the Chin family to me, I must find a way to unite the family and not let it fall apart." Lingu nodded in agreement without saying a word, silently supporting his wife's decision. However, he also knew that the most challenging factor in uniting the Chin family was his own existence. "Lingu, are you mentally prepared? Sooner or later, we will have to move back to the Chin family estate." Chin Mingu officially brought up this point. The last time, grandfather had asked Lingu and her to return to the Chin family estate, but Lingu had refused. However, refusing once could be done, but not refusing forever. Unless Chin Mingu gave up inheriting the family business as her husband, Lingu could not avoid taking charge of the Chin family estate. Lingu also understood this logic, so even if it meant feeling uncomfortable, he would accompany Chin Mingu back to take over the Chin family estate. Lingu had also noticed Chin Chang'an's deteriorating health, describing it as declining day by day, especially since they returned from the ancient town. He appeared visibly worn and aged. Perhaps the deaths of Lan Wang and others had dealt him a significant psychological blow. "Mingu, no matter what happens, I will walk with you on the path ahead, unless you don't want me." Lingu spoke, causing Chin Mingu to be slightly taken aback. "You fool." Chin Mingu scolded Lingu this time without further explanation, leaving him to ponder why he was being scolded. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chin Honshu had also arranged to meet with a few sisters to return to the Chin family. They also felt that the current situation of the Chin family was becoming increasingly precarious. Inheritance of the family business is a big deal. I made it clear last night that Dad intends to hand over the Chin family to Mingu, and I have no objection. But Lingu must divorce Mingu first. Qin Zimai exclaimed excitedly as they walked through the estate. Yes. I just don't understand why Dad trusts Lingu so much. What does he see in him? I still suspect he married you for ulterior motives. Qin Qingji shared a similar viewpoint with Qin Zimai, expressing her worrying and anger. When the hundreds of billions of assets of the Qin family are transferred to Mingu's name, he automatically gets half. The risk is too great. Their concerns were also the main worries of several sisters. Although Lingu's performance so far was still acceptable in Qin Hanshu's eyes, he had no background, no guarantees, and they were afraid that he would turn out to be different than they expected. The five sisters did not expect that when they walked into the villa's main hall discussing, they found both Qin Mingu and Lingu present. Not only that, but Qin Ruhan was also there, looking a bit strange. Perhaps they had heard what they said when they entered. Auntie. Qin Mingu took the initiative to greet the elders. Mingu, why are you back? Qin Hanshu quickly walked over with a smile, gently holding her hand. Well, planning to come back and have a talk with Grandpa. Qin Mingu did not hide her intentions, but upon hearing her words and seeing Lingu by her side, Qin Zimai turned her head and muttered, could it be that someone is trying to persuade Grandpa to forcefully transfer the shares and assets to your name? Zimai, be quiet. Qin Hanshu quickly reprimanded. Lin Nafei had initially wanted to come out to see Qin Mingu, but upon hearing the commotion, she decided to hide behind the corridor in the living room, not wanting to reveal herself. The main conflict in the Qin family was no longer between her and the daughters, had shifted to other matters. Mingu, Auntie wants to hear your thoughts. Qin Hanshu spoke up, as the situation needed to be addressed. Qin Mingu looked hesitant. She hadn't made up her mind, nor did she anticipate her aunt's coming back today. There were only three choices before her: now give up her inheritance rights, give up Lingu and accept the inheritance, or refuse to give up Lingu and accept inheritance, respecting her aunt's wishes to leave the Qin family. But no matter which choice she made, she didn't want to do it, and she knew it would be challenging to find a perfect solution. She had considered convincing her aunts to accept Lingu, but after hearing their discussion at the entrance, she found it unlikely. At least, not currently. I am not planning to divorce Lingu. Under the pressure of her five aunts, Qin Mingu stated her decision in a calm tone. The five aunts were shocked, never expecting that the Qin family daughter they had always trusted would be so infatuated with a man. What had Lingu done to win Mingu's favor? What kind of sorcery had he used? So, you intend to take over the Qin family with him, even if we leave the family? Qin Zimai immediately confronted her. Lin Fei, who was eavesdropping, also pricked up her ears, hoping for a favorable response from Qin Mingu. However, Qin Mingu's answer was not what she hoped for. Auntie, I don't want you to leave the Qin family. Why won't you consider accepting Lingu? Do you not trust my judgment? I assure you, Lingu is not a greedy person, let alone a fraudster. Qin Mingu's firm tone left Qin Zimai speechless. Stuck at a standstill, it seemed there would be no resolution to this discussion. Qin Hanshu quickly intervened, saying, Mingu, the aunts don't doubt your judgment. They just say that only time will reveal one's true nature. How long have you and Lingu known each other? Moreover, do you understand the size of the Qin family business? Many initially innocent people have turned dark due to greed. Auntie's concerns are valid. Qin Mingu fell silent after hearing this. It wasn't that she couldn't argue with her aunts. She just didn't want to get into a fight with her best three aunts. Qin Ruhan had been watching the scene, feeling a bit sorry for her sister. She believed in her brother-in-law and her sister's judgment, but the aunt's perspective and concerns were also entirely valid. Well, how about this? Finally, Lingu couldn't help but step in, speaking calmly to his aunts. You're worried that I might deceive the Qin family's assets. So let's make an agreement. Mingu and I sign an agreement where our assets are separate. She will inherit the entirety of the Qin family assets, and it will solely belong to her. Would that be acceptable? The five aunts were momentarily stunned. Qin Zimai's expression turned sour. She felt as though Lingu's words were a challenge and maintained a skeptical attitude, suspecting some ulterior motives. Lingu paid no heed to Qin Zimai's opinion, knowing that when one person looks down on another, everything they do is considered wrong. No, I do not agree. A cold voice broke the brief silence in the hall. Mingu, haven't we signed this kind of agreement before? Signing it again or adding more clauses, what difference does it make? Lingu looked at Qin Mingu, feeling a bit confused because he never expected her to refuse. "Stop talking," Qin Mingu said with some anger. She had long torn up that marriage contract. Now, she felt that signing such an agreement was like a thorn in their marriage. "Tear up the agreement in your hands too. Our marriage is a marriage. We don't need any special constraints, let alone additional agreements," Qin Mingu said coldly to Lingu. "Signing such an agreement signifies a lack of trust between them. If that's the case, what's the point of getting married?" If she really had to choose to sign such an agreement, she'd rather divorce Lingu now. Seeing her sister's attitude, Qin Ruhan was simply shocked. When did her sister become so protective of this marriage? She remembered that initially, it was under strong pressure from their grandfather that she had no choice but to agree to the marriage. Haha. It's truly ironic how she was so arrogant before marriage and now acting clingy after marriage. "So, Mingu, you don't want to listen to Auntie's words and insist on doing things your own way," Qin Zimai said angrily. She was very disappointed in Qin Mingu's behavior. Is love always a woman's weakness? Even her niece, who she had high hopes for since childhood, and who even had misandry at one point, would eventually fall for a man. "All right, let's not argue for now. Let's wait for Dad to come out and decide. He's the head of the family." Qin Hanshu, sandwiched in the middle, found it difficult to balance the conflicting sides and had to quickly call for peace. Qin Mingu also realized at this point, why hasn't grandfather come out yet? Didn't the servant just notify him? At this moment, Mr. Bai walked over from beside Lady Lin, hands in sleeves, and walked out. "Mr. Bai, where's grandfather?" Qin Ruhan asked hurriedly. "The old man is taking a bath. Please wait," Mr. Bai said with narrowed eyes. "A bath? Who is attending to him?" Qin Mingu asked subconsciously. In the past, it was always Mr. Bai who attended to grandfather's daily life, and now Mr. Bai was in the hall, so who was helping the old man bathe? "Meijiali," Mr. Bai said slowly. "What?" Almost everyone in the living room was surprised. Meanwhile, in Qin Changong's exclusive suite bathroom, Meijiali, in a maid outfit and leaning on a cane, with a youthful and enthusiastic smile, approached Qin Changgong. "Mr. Qin, let me help you with your clothes." She extended her small hands to unbutton for Qin Changgong. "Your legs are not that convenient. Why don't you rest for a few days?" Qin Changgong gently refused, but Meijiali ignored him. With a sparkle in her eyes, "Mr. Qin, do you dislike me?" Her demeanor was not artificial. Qin Changgong, a discerning person, naturally knew that her emotions were genuine and couldn't help but sigh. "You're a young girl. Why would you choose to serve an old man like me? If you need money, I can give you a substantial amount. You can make your own way in the big city." After a trip back to the old town, Qin Changgong's desire to return to his roots grew stronger. He knew his time was limited, so he no longer had any desire for money and cherished emotions even more. Meijiali was the granddaughter of the old lady. Zi Hongji saved Lingu, and Meijiali even saved his life, so Qin Changgong's feelings for Meijiali were not shallow. "Mr. Qin, are you underestimating me again?" Meijiali's eyes showed a hint of grievance. "I said, Mr. Qin, you are my only relative now, and I just want to serve you for a lifetime. If you drive me away, I won't live alone." Her sincere manner made Qin Changgong sigh once again. He could tell that Meijiali was determined and had a stubborn character. Most importantly, he saw his wife's shadow from tens of years ago in her. As people age, they become lonely. When they are lonely, feelings of longing multiply. Seeing Meijiali, Qin Changgong missed his deceased wife even more. "Mr. Qin, let me wash you first, then you can lie in the bathtub, and I'll massage you to relax, okay?" Meijiali suddenly knelt on the ground, serving Qin Changgong. Qin Changgong nodded, allowing this maid to serve him. Though Mr. Bai was a skilled martial artist and physically healthier than him, he was still an old man. It was a different experience to have a young girl attend to him now. Outside the hall, a group of Qin family women had been waiting for an hour but still hadn't seen Qin Changgong come out. They were getting anxious. "Dad, what's going on?" "I'll go check." Qin Hanshu couldn't sit still and went straight to Qin Changgong's suite. Mr. Bai didn't stop her, and the other women followed suit. Eventually, even Qin Mingu and Lingu joined in. Qin Mingu's sense of unease grew stronger. Those absurd thoughts resurfaced. "No, grandfather is such a wise man. He wouldn't make such a mistake," Qin Mingu thought to herself, shaking her head. The next moment, Lingu gently held her hand, as if guessing what she was thinking, shaking his head at her to signal her not to overthink. Qin Mingyu's lips curved slightly, realizing having a man by her side wasn't such a bad thing. Little did she know, Qin Ruhan behind her felt like she was being tortured to death. No, she also needed to find a boyfriend, dad, grandpa. A group of people arrived outside Qin Chang'an's room, calling out. After a long wait, the door opened. "What's the matter? Why are you all looking for me here?" Qin Chang'an asked seriously, opening the door. In a bathrobe behind him, Migu, due to her mobility issues, moved slower. Her hair was wet, and she had steam rising from her body. It was clear she had just finished bathing. Seeing this scene, Qin Mingu found it hard to accept. Naturally, a scene of an old and young person bathing together flashed in her mind. Although she knew it was normal for grandfather's personal maid to assist him in bathing, she couldn't help but feel like something might be off about the process. However, they couldn't ask about such matters. "Dad, why did you take so long in the bath this time? Is it because this maid is too slow? Fire her. I'll find you someone more efficient." Qin Hanshu, although not familiar with Migu, had a hunch that something was amiss. Why did Dad, who had so many efficient servants, insist on having this young girl serve him? There had to be some special emotional attachment, especially since they had all heard about how this girl found her way to Qin Chang'an, showcasing a complicated romantic drama between people of different ages. In short, letting this girl stay by Qin Chang'an's side felt unsettling to the women, based on their intuition. "Migu, you can leave now. I'll pay you triple the salary." Qin Mingu also supported Qin Hanshu's decision, and being someone who acted swiftly, she was ready to chase Migu away. But Migu immediately knelt in front of Qin Chang'an, crying, "Mr. Qin, please, don't make me leave. I'll serve you better next time. Please. Shut up all of you." Qin Chang'an suddenly shouted angrily. The Qin family women trembled in fear. It had been a long time since Bai Lao had seen the Lord so furious, even more angry than when he saw Qin Hanshu and Lin Fei fighting last time. "Jiali, get up." Qin Chang'an helped Migu up and said, "Don't worry. As long as I'm in the Qin family, no one can drive you away." Migu quickly wiped away her tears, hiding behind Qin Chang'an, enjoying his protection. This scene in the eyes of the Qin family women was unbearable to watch, especially Qin Hanshu and the other four women. At this moment, they looked at Migu with even more disgust than they did when they saw Lin Fei back then, even more so than when they saw Lingu. They were only worried that Lingu was marrying for deceit, but in appearance, he was barely suitable for Qin Mingu. On the other hand, Migu attaching herself to Qin Chang'an made them feel like a leech clinging to an old man's leg. "HMPH, when have you ever cared about me? But now you want to interfere in my affairs." Qin Chang'an finally reprimanded a few daughters. The other daughters dared not retort. Qin Zimai retorted, "Who says we don't care about you? Haven't we always helped maintain the Qin family's business empire? During the last stock crisis, we all invested money to buy shares." She didn't say it, but as soon as she did, Qin Chang'an's pent-up anger erupted. "I'm not talking about business matters. And for business matters, most of the time, it's Mingu who is holding it up, and you only occasionally help out." Qin Chang'an pointed at Qin Zimai and said, "On your mother's Memorial Day last year, were you present? What about the year before that? And on my birthday, how many times have you not returned home because you had something else to do?" With that, Qin Zimai lowered her head, still a bit reluctant, saying, "We all have our own matters." Qin Chang'an slammed his cane in anger. "So you all have your own matters, and as a father, I have never forced you, let alone understand you. But now you dare to interfere in my affairs. Have you ever tried to understand the position of other family members?" Qin Hanshu quickly signaled the fifth sister to stop arguing back. Qin Mingu also knew that Grandpa was always alone at home, lacking the company of family members, so now he wanted Migu by his side, right? "I've said that when it comes to passing on the business to Mingu, you're all just afraid of losing out and unwilling. Don't think I don't know that deep down, you actually want to separate the family property, right?" Qin Chang'an continued his tirade. He knew their intentions all too well. These five were his own daughters. According to inheritance law, they should inherit the Qin group and the heart of the sun before Mingu, which was the main reason they didn't want him to hand over the two to Mingu. The five daughters remained silent, but their expressions were full of discontent. They had also contributed to the Qin family. Why should they end up with nothing when it came to inheriting the family business? It was one thing to be behind Qin Mingu since she contributed the most to the family, but why Lingu, an outsider? That's why they continued to focus on this point. Apart from their reluctance, the more important reason was that their family members were also reluctant. People are selfish by nature. It's normal. Who would want to see their family business, when divided, they get nothing while not complaining? Therefore, Qin Mingu and Qin Chang'an saw through it, but did not reveal it. Now that he was angry, Qin Chang'an didn't hesitate to speak out. Since it was all out in the open now, Qin Chang'an wasn't afraid to continue. Pointing at each daughter, he said, if you and your husband had a son, I wouldn't be in such a hurry to have Mingu bear a great-grandson, but you are incompetent and had 2 daughters. Jinzi, same goes for you. Why do you only have daughters and not sons? Hong Mai, Kinji, Zaimai, how many years have I urged you to get married? You just refuse. You just refuse. And now you want to divide the property a bit more. Is this reasonable? Dad, I didn't. Qin Hanshu quickly clarifying. She didn't have such intentions. She had no children of her own, and she was now a wealthy woman, not coveting the family property. But in terms of caring for her father's life, she had indeed fallen short. Even buying clothes for him was infrequent, let alone looking after him. So, in the matter of driving Meijiali away, she couldn't be stubborn. HMPH. Qin Chang'an coldly hummed at the 5 daughters, and after scolding them into silence, his gaze turned to Lingu and Qin Mingu. Lingu immediately had a bad premonition. Sure enough, Qin Chang'an didn't spare them either, saying angrily, HMPH, when I asked you to marry back then, you were reluctant, and when I asked you to have a son soon after, you refused to listen. Now, if you have a son, I will have him carry the Qin surname, and leave all the shares and properties to him. Let's see who dares to oppose that. Lingu quickly smiled bitterly, turned his face slightly. He had never thought of dividing anything from the Qin family. Qin Mingu also turned her face away without speaking. It was all Lingu's fault. Did she have to take the initiative regarding having a child? Ridiculous. All right, all of you leave. After reprimanding the entire room, Qin Chang'an drove them away again. Lingu was also prepared to leave with Qin Mingu, but Qin Chang'an called out, Lingu, you stay and talk to me. Jiali, you go out too. Yes, Mr. Qin. Meijiali nodded, walking out with a look of fear in her eyes. She also knew that the women of the Qin family were hostile towards her. Humph, you little vixen. Quite the act you have there. Sure enough, as soon as they left Qin Chang'an's room, Qin Zaimai started berating Meijiali. At such a young age, you dare to seduce my father. Have some shame, man, get out on your own, or I'll kill you myself. Pa. With that, she slapped Meijiali's thigh hard where the dog had bitten her. Oh. Meijiali's thigh immediately started bleeding again. The pain made her cry out, but she gritted her teeth and didn't say a word. Qin Mingu was shocked by this kind of woman, seeing a fierceness in Meijiali that normal people didn't have. Unless she was killed now, Qin Mingu really feared that Meijiali would eventually subvert the Qin family. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Shameless impudent wench. Qin Zaimai was not one to show mercy, continually hitting Meijiali. Meijiali sat on the ground, crying non-stop but refusing to say she would leave. Enough. In the end, it was Qin Hanshu who stopped Qin Zaimai, saying, Stop hitting her. Dad will know soon, and you'll be in big trouble. Trouble? Qin Zaimai laughed in anger. I'm his biological daughter, and he's going to scold me for teaching a wench a lesson. She couldn't believe that not being able to drive Lin Fei away was one thing. Lingu sticking with Qin Mingu was another. At least it was entering the family through marriage and age-appropriate. But what was Meijiali? What right did a teenager have to seduce her father? If she succeeded, would they have to call her mom? Ridiculous. To her surprise, something unexpected happened. Qin Chang'an suddenly opened the door, his face dark. He walked out and, seeing Meijiali being beaten, stared hard at Qin Zaimai. Dad. Qin Hanshu turned around and shouted. Qin Chang'an's face was covered in dark clouds, intimidating even her. Qin Chang'an did not respond to her, but walked over directly and slapped Qin Zaimai's face. Crack! Instantly, it was as if the whole world had become silent. Everyone in the Qin family was stunned. Qin Zimai never dreamed that Qin Tiangong would actually hit her for the sake of a lowly girl. Even Lin Fei, who had been watching from the side, clenched her fist slightly, feeling a bit uneasy. After being bullied by Qin Tiangong's daughter for so many years in the Qin family, and even being hit by Qin Honshu last time, she had never seen Qin Tiangong stand up for her like this before. Now he was actually going this far for such a young girl. At this moment, she had to take Meigle seriously, this lowly girl, who might actually be more powerful than her in the future. I don't remember the Qin family having such manners, to be so cruel to someone who has no grudges, and even owes a debt of gratitude to the Qin family. Qin Tiangong pointed at Qin Zimai in anger. What is Jiali to you all? Why do you need to persecute her so cruelly? Hearing this, Meigle on the ground couldn't help but cry. No grudges. Just wait. The Qin family will eventually be divided by outsiders. Dad, you're getting more and more confused as you age. When the Qin family falls apart, don't you dare cry. Qin Zimai had tears in her eyes too. After a furious rant, she turned and left the Qin family. She was furious. Since birth, she had the Qin surname, and she was Qin Tiangong's biological daughter. But in her memory, she had never been bullied. Her father had never laid a hand on someone for her. And now, he actually hit her for a low-class girl. The injustice she felt inside her was exploding. She had been serving the Qin family all along, and in return, she received this kind of treatment. She was wary of Lin Fei, wary of Lingu. Now, driving away Meigle wasn't everything she did for the Qin family. Qin Tiangong was really getting confused. He was no longer the courageous businessman he used to be in Yuncheng. He couldn't distinguish between family and outsiders anymore. Youngest sister, Dad. Let's go talk to the youngest sister. Several ants left the scene one after another. Qin Mingu stood still, silently watching Meigle. The thing she was worried about seemed to be turning into reality step by step. She had realized that the more the Qin family tried to drive Meigle away, the more it backfired. That not driving her away meant this girl's ambition seemed to be quite substantial. Dalao. Qin Tiangong's face also turned pale, and his right hand trembled. It was not just his heart shaking, but a feeling he hadn't experienced in many years. Master, what are your orders? Send Jiali back to her room to rest, and protect her. Absolutely no one should bully her again. Yes, Master. Although Beilao also had biases against Meigle, he obeyed Qin Tiangong's orders without question. Soon, Qin Tiangong returned to his room, his face red and white, not looking good at all. Lingu quickly helped him sit down, saying, Grandpa, your heart is not in good condition. It's not good to get angry often or have such emotional fluctuations. Qin Tiangong sighed, feeling a bit dizzy, holding his head. Lingu helped him sit on a chair, stabilizing his blood pressure with his 9-yang finger technique. After a while, Qin Tiangong gradually recovered a bit and sat slumped in the chair, saying, Lingu, close the door. Today, let's have a good heart-to-heart talk. Lingu nodded, closed the door, and sat back beside him. Lingu, tell me honestly, what identity are you hiding? Qin Tiangong suddenly sat up, staring at him intently. This. Lingu was caught off guard for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Grandpa, I don't understand what you mean. Don't hide it. You can't hide it. Qin Tiangong's state today was completely different from before, as he spoke excitedly. With your martial arts skills and medical skills, you are definitely not an ordinary person. You must have a remarkable background. If you don't tell me today, I won't let you leave. Feeling his day's number and seeing the current state of the Qin family, how could he not be worried? If he didn't hand over the Qin family to trustworthy hands, he couldn't rest in peace. Grandpa, please don't get upset. Lingu was truly afraid that he might have a heart attack and die on the spot, as heart problems were the most difficult to treat and the most fatal. Lingu's medical skills could only provide emergency treatment to save him, but if his condition continued to worsen, even gods couldn't save him. Then tell me. Qin Tiangong continued excitedly. I trust you so much. I gave my beloved granddaughter to you as a wife, and entrusted the Qin family's business to you. Why aren't you truthful with me? It's not that I'm not honest, Grandpa. I have my reasons, Lingu said, in desperation. Qin Tiangong's expression instantly changed. Hey, it looks like you really are hiding something. Can you still pretend to be clueless now? Lingu, indeed. Wisdom comes with age. He had been deceived. I heard that you went to the northern border to defend the country, and retired without a penny, saying you made a mistake on an important mission. Qin Chang'an continued to probe. If your skills were ordinary and you didn't have these medical skills, I might have thought you were just an ordinary soldier. But now I can't help but speculate. Could you be a warrior of the north? Lingu shuddered slightly. Qin Chang'an could guess his identity, which was beyond his expectations, but also within reason. After all, this old man was too shrewd. However, even such a perceptive person like Qin Chang'an only guessed that he was a warrior, not realizing that Lingu's meridians were damaged and his strength severely declined. Based on Lingu's performance in Yunchun before, he was far from the level of a warrior king, so Qin Chang'an only thought he had exceptional talent and improved rapidly in this period. Hey, it seems I guessed right. Qin Chang'an saw Lingu's subconscious reaction and felt he guessed correctly, looking a bit smug. Tell me, what are your difficulties? Why can't you be honest about your identity? If you reveal your identity, maybe Mingu's ass won't look down on you. Lingu sighed slightly. Since he had been discovered by this old man, there was no point in continuing to hide. After thinking deeply for a while, he confessed, Grandpa, I can tell you some things, but you must keep them secret from me. If the secret is leaked, I will have to apologize with my life. Is it that serious? Qin Chang'an was slightly taken aback. Yes. Do you still want to hear? Lingu stared at him solemnly. At that moment, even Qin Chang'an felt immense pressure from his gaze. Haha, of course, I must listen. It must be heard. Qin Chang'an laughed. He was already on the brink of the grave, so what did it matter to carry a secret into the coffin? Most importantly, he wanted to understand the background of his granddaughter's husband, to see what kind of man he had chosen for his granddaughter. I am the Wolf King who retired from the northern border 3 years ago, and I am currently carrying a difficult mission on my back. What? Despite preparing himself mentally, Qin Chang'an was still shocked to hear Lingu's confession. 3.5 years ago, the president of the Dragon Kingdom Chamber of Commerce colluded with foreign enemies for personal gain, inciting war. The northern territories fought to defend the Dragon Kingdom's borders, resulting in the loss of tens of thousands of hero sons and daughters. The War Wolf Brigade also disintegrated in that battle. I am now hiding undercover in Yun City, waiting for the right opportunity to assassinate that country's demon. For the Dragon Kingdom, for the Northern Territories, for the fallen brothers, I seek vengeance. Since Lingu has confessed his identity and disclosed his ultimate goal to Qin Chang'an, to President of the Chamber of Commerce, Tang Ning. Qin Chang'an inhaled sharply, his expression incredulous. As a wealthy figure in Yun City, he naturally knew of such a prominent figure, and compared to the others' wealth and status, Qin Chang'an was insignificant. His grandson-in-law wanted to assassinate such a prominent figure. That's right. It's him. Lingu nodded. Do you know that he has close ties with many major clans and corporations? Even if you manage to successfully assassinate him, it could lead to severe turmoil in the Dragon Kingdom. At that time, the Qin family will also perish with you. Qin Chang'an's words made Lingu relieved. Even though he knew his mission's target, Qin Chang'an had never thought of disassociating himself from it. Of course, I am aware. Lingu nodded. That's why I already have a plan to bring him down from the position of Chamber of Commerce President, isolate him, and then kill him after. But Qin Chang'an's expression became slightly panicked. He stood up with his cane and paced back and forth before continuing. So you plan to use the Qin family to join the Chamber of Commerce and then take down Tang Ning? That's right. Lingu nodded, finding it easier to converse with this wise old man. You didn't lay out this plan from the beginning, did you? Qin Chang'an looked at Lingu with suspicion. As the Wolf King, he knew that deception and manipulation were possible tactics. Grandpa, please don't misunderstand. It was only after I married Mingu that I accepted this mission. Lingu quickly explained. If Grandpa doesn't want the Qin family involved, I will never involve them in any way. Qin Chang'an furrowed his brow, deep in thought. After a long while, he let out a heavy sigh. I have heard of some of Tang Ning's actions. That man indeed has a notorious reputation. It is rumored that in his youth, he killed his own brother to gain power, tearing the Tang family apart. Initially, in order to become the president of the Chamber of Commerce, he assassinated many who opposed him, his hands soaked with blood. I just didn't expect that he would deliberately collude with foreign enemies to start a war for the sake of wealth, causing rivers of blood on the Dragon Kingdom's borders. Alas, having such a villain in the Dragon Kingdom is truly unfortunate. Lingu listened silently, his anger burning once again. Sacrificing tens of thousands of brothers from the northern territories for one person's gain, causing the dissolution of the War-Wolf Brigade. This debt must be repaid. No one can rest until it is settled. Lingu, this matter is of great importance. It's not that I'm unwilling to help you, but I don't have the capability. Qin Chang'an also confessed. In any case, I will hand over the Qin family's industry to Mingu. This will not change. As for whether Mingu will help you or not, that will be her decision in the future. He had already planned to offload the burden and now simply pass the responsibility to his granddaughter. Grandpa, I understand. If Mingu is unwilling, I will never force her. After Lingu assured him, he requested once more. Please do not disclose any information from our conversation today. Qin Chang'an agreed with a nod. Finally understanding his grandson-in-law's true identity, Qin Chang'an's mood became even more serious. Lingu was indeed a hidden dragon. It was just that he had concealed it too well. After chatting for a while longer, Lingu left Qin Chang'an's room. Qin Chang'an called in by law. Master, do you have any instructions? Find a lawyer for me. I want to make a will. Master, this is... By law was taken aback. Haha. Don't worry. I'm just being cautious. Qin Chang'an laughed. I can see that Jiali may have ulterior motives for getting close to me, but she saved my life, and the Qin family believes in repaying kindness. Therefore, I must protect her. That the foundation of the Qin family was built by our efforts over 3 generations, and it has been hard-earned to reach the current position. It cannot be coveted by outsiders. To avoid making mistakes in my old age, I must settle some matters now. After hearing this, Bai Lao quickly nodded and said, Master, you are wise. On the other hand, Lingu walked out into the living room and saw Qin Mingu and Qin Ruhan chatting with Lin Fei. The relationship between the 3 mother and daughters gradually improved. Seeing this scene, Lingu felt very pleased. Suddenly, he remembered Qin Yuxuan and wondered where she had disappeared to during this time. Lingu, let's stay at the Qin family tonight. Huh, okay. Lingu hesitated for a moment before agreeing to Qin Mingu's suggestion. He immediately thought about sharing a room and, if anything should happen tonight, if it didn't happen, it would be a disappointment to his grandfather. Heh. Brother-in-law, your expression seems like you have a guilty conscience. Qin Ruhan quickly walked over and stared at Lingu. Lingu blushed slightly and quickly turned his face away, saying, I don't know what you're talking about. Qin Mingu also felt a bit awkward and said, I'll go talk to Grandpa. If it gets late, you should rest first. Okay. After Lingu replied, Qin Ruhan smiled and said, Okay, I guess I won't have a chance again. Lingu couldn't do anything about this younger sister-in-law. She talked too much. Even with such interference, how could he make a move? That night, Qin Mingu ended up chatting with Qin Chang'an until 11 o'clock before returning to her room. Even though Lingu was not asleep yet, he didn't want to disturb his wife's rest and dared not entertain any rogue thoughts. Although they slept in the same bed, the line was drawn clearly, and neither crossed the boundary all night long. The next morning, Qin Mingu sat up and lazily stretched. Lingu happened to open his eyes inadvertently and saw his wife's graceful figure, feeling a flame ignite in his abdomen. Her body's curves were so enticing, truly a man's ultimate temptation. What's more, her nightwear was slightly translucent, as if a light enveloped a piece of white jade. Trouble. Since retiring from being a gynecologist, his resistance to the opposite sex had weakened considerably. Moreover, he was full of energy as soon as he woke up, unexpectedly feeling a sensation. To make matters worse, Qin Mingu noticed his movements, and her gaze met his, their eyes locked. For Lingu, it felt like the air had frozen. Qin Chang'an's words echoed in his mind. Why think so much? Just go with your instincts. Lingu was unsure of what to do in the moment. If he didn't act decisively now, he might never get another chance. Whatever you want to do, start by brushing your teeth. At this moment, Qin Mingu took the initiative to speak. Lingu tensed up even more. What's going on? Did the Ice Queen and he end up thinking the same thing? Okay. I'll go brush my teeth right away. Lingu hurriedly climbed out of bed and walked into the bathroom. His heart was still pounding. Back when he was on a mission to blow up the enemy's fortress, His heart didn't race this fast. Is the iceberg lady really in sync with his thoughts? Does she also want a child? Lingu really doesn't know. The force and speed of his toothbrushing were much greater and faster than usual. After splashing cold water on his face, his body temperature finally dropped a bit, and he walked out feeling refreshed. Mingu, I'm done brushing up. Chin Mingu was wearing a thin nightgown as she passed by him, a refreshing breeze following her. This scent made Lingu very comfortable. Chin Mingu's long hair lightly touched his face, reigniting the flames he had just managed to suppress. Lingu sat on the bed, grabbed a bottle of cold water from the night before, drained it, but still felt hot. His heart was beating too fast. What to do? He had no experience in this matter and was afraid of disappointing his wife. The tension had escalated to this point, and backing down now would not only displease his grandfather and wife, but also make him look down on himself. Suddenly, the sound of water dripping came from the bathroom. Through the slightly translucent door, Lingu could see Chin Mingu bathing. She looked very graceful. Can it be that his wife was already showering early in the morning? Though she had done so before, it felt more special today. Time dragged on. Lingu felt like time had expanded endlessly, feeling lost. He kept his eyes on the time. At 7:38, Chin Mingu finally opened the bathroom door, wearing the thin nightgown with a fragrant body emitting steam, the scent reaching Lingu. Chin Mingu glanced at the nervous Lingu undeterred and sat calmly at the vanity. Sitting down, she casually adjusted her nightgown slightly before sitting, the curve of her hips catching Lingu's eye unconsciously making him swallow hard. Chin Mingu remained silent, focusing on fixing her hair in the mirror. This fool. Why wasn't he taking action? Though Chin Mingu appeared calm, she was getting somewhat anxious inside. This husband of hers, behaving like a fool. Did he expect her to take the initiative again? Don't even think about it. Lingu did want to act, but as he was about to stand up, he sat back down. What if he misunderstood the iceberg lady's intentions? It would be so embarrassing. Catching a glimpse of the idiot behind her, Chin Mingu saw him hesitating to act and was getting exasperated. No wonder he was kicked out of the army back then for being indecisive. Did he think he could be a general with this attitude? Fine. One last chance for you. Chin Mingu deliberately took out the yellow jade phoenix necklace, pretending she couldn't put it on. Lingu finally found an opportunity and quickly stood up, saying, Mingu, let me help you. After a moment of thought, Chin Mingu nodded. Lingu stood behind his wife, took a deep breath, and then clasped the necklace around her neck. In this position, any man with a lack of self-control might take the chance to embrace their wife warmly. Lingu, however, resisted the temptation. What a fool. Chin Mingu's patience had run out, so she stood up quickly, intending to change and leave. But as she turned to quickly with the floor slightly wet, she slipped and fell. Be careful. Lingu might be slow in some regards, but his reflexes were sharp as he quickly caught his wife's waist with one hand. Their eyes met. Lingu's gaze moved from Chin Mingu's enchanting eyes to her smooth cheeks, finally landing on her moist, petal-like lips. Unable to resist any longer, he leaned in for a kiss. Chin Mingu closed her eyes, neither resisting nor cooperating. She wanted to see how far this fool would go. In fact, she had already thought about it. She hoped to give birth to a great-grandchild for her grandfather while he was still alive. Then she planned to discuss with Lingu to take the Chin surname. After that, she would agree to have a second child, regardless of gender, who would bear the Ling surname. As she felt a sudden warm hand on her back, a strange sensation swept through her, causing her to lose all strength gradually. Lingu was ecstatic, albeit with a blank mind. He knew he might not remember what happened afterward, but his body instinctively lifted Chin Mingu effortlessly. Placing his wife on the bed, they continued to embrace with closed eyes, almost as if they didn't dare open their eyes to look at each other. Gradually, Chin Mingu felt like she was a small boat floating on the waves, transforming from the majestic iceberg lady CEO into a vulnerable creature in front of a ferocious beast. At a critical moment, a respectful voice came from outside the room. Miss, breakfast is ready for you and Mr. Ling. Startled, Lingu quickly ceased his actions and stood up awkwardly. Okay, I got it. Chin Mingu responded, but she didn't rush to leave. She knew it was not easy for Lingu to go this far, and she didn't want to give this fool another chance intentionally with her aloof personality. Well, Mingu, let's go out for breakfast. It's already past 8. Lingu's courage had completely vanished. Most importantly, There were family members waiting outside, and they didn't have time to linger. It was still their cherished first time, and he didn't want to rush through it. Sure. Chin Mingu made sure not to show any emotions, got up, and went to change in the bathroom. Lingu finally sighed in relief, feeling a mix of emotions. It was a shame. If they were in Yunshan community today, they might have completed the mission. Missing this opportunity, who knows when they would have another chance with such a warm atmosphere. Lingu now felt that this was even harder than the S-level mission in the north back then. After changing, they stepped into the living room. Qin Chang'an sat at the head of the table. Lin Fei and Qing Ruhan sat on the right side, but no one sat on the left. Ha ha. Come, sit down for breakfast. Qin Chang'an warmly greeted the couple, Lingu and Qin Mingu. As they sat down, he raised his eyebrows and asked Lingu, "How did you sleep last night?" Lingu hesitated for a moment, observing his grandfather's expression, sensing a double meaning in the question. "Fine. Almost fell asleep entirely," Lingu replied, which led Qin Chang'an to slap his thigh in regret. What happened exactly? Is it the Qin family's mattress or the Qin family's woman that's not good? Were we just that close to perfection? He chuckled, hearing the exchange between his grandfather and Lingu, along with seeing his grandfather's expression. Qin Ruhan couldn't hold back her laughter, despite trying. Qin Mingu shot her a cold glance. Although she wanted to stop, it seemed impossible. "Ha ha, sister. Don't blame me. This is just too funny. I can't. I need to step out for a few minutes to laugh before coming back to eat breakfast." With that, she left the table. Lingu, Qin Mingu. Lingu didn't dare to say, "Actually it's because the servants of your Qin family couldn't handle it." If he just slightly urged them to come out for breakfast, maybe his mission could have been completed. Although that might seem a bit short-lived, Lingu now feels that if he could complete the mission, he wouldn't ask for any enjoyment. However, Qin Mingu quickly changed the subject, saying, "Grandfather, the Dongcheng Zia family group is interested in developing in Yunchang. The projects they are launching have a certain relevance to our Chang'an group, and I want to cooperate with them." Zia family group. Qin Chang'an was stunned for a moment, then he sighed and said, "That is the wealthiest family in Dongcheng, and they even originated from Yanjing. Although their assets are not as much as our Qin family, their position in the southern business world is not inferior to us at Qin family." That's right, the chairman of Zia family group is also the vice chairman of the Southern Business Association, a member of the Dragon Country Business Association. Collaborating with them would also be greatly beneficial for the Qin family. Qin Mingu analyzed. Upon hearing this information, Lingu also became interested. He had discussed the matter of the head of the Chamber of Commerce of Qin Chang'an last night, and perhaps it was necessary for the Qin family to join the Dragon Country Chamber of Commerce. Yes, our Qin family wants to take a step further and join the Chamber of Commerce. It is necessary to set the rules of the game. Qin Chang'an also pretended to ponder, actually secretly helping Lingu. Qin Mingu also nodded in agreement with this view. Previously, when the Liu family and the Lin family united to target our Qin family, they often utilized the rules set by the Chamber of Commerce. Our Qin family was very passive at that time. If we could also participate in setting the rules of the business arena, we wouldn't encounter such troubles in the future. Qin Chang'an also nodded. "Mingu, what do you plan to do?" Qin Mingu responded, "Tonight, the Zia family will host an upscale banquet in Yunchang, inviting some entrepreneurs and representatives of major families in Yunchang. I plan to send someone to attend. This is a common way for foreign businessmen to enter the business world in Yunchang, and it is not uncommon." However, when Qin Mingu finished speaking, her gaze fell on Lingu. Yesterday, when she was shopping with Lingu, they received a call from Zia Xiaodia about this matter. But Lingu seemed to tremble slightly, not knowing what his wife was thinking. "Who will be sent?" Qin Chang'an asked in continuation. "Lingu," Qin Mingu said, causing the forks and knives in Lingu and Lin Fei's hands to fall onto their plates, making a series of clattering sounds. "Mingu, why send me?" Lingu asked with a wry smile. He was not accustomed to socializing in business circles and lacked experience in these matters. "What do you think?" Qin Mingu asked back. "You are the Qin family's son-in-law and Lin Ruoxu's brother. If you are not sent, then who will go?" With that, Lingu understood. So the banquet was organized by Zia Tia. "Ha ha, then it's up to you." Lingu. Qin Chang'an also affirmed, "From now on, It's time for us old folks to gradually hand over the reins to you young people to handle. I need to retire completely." Upon hearing this, Lingu also felt a bit restless. She was still relatively young and also wanted to represent the Qing family at public events, but ultimately, she didn't speak up. However, her expressions and gestures were all observed by Qin Mingu. Qin Mingu knew what Lingu was thinking, but this banquet was indeed suitable for Lingu to take his sister. It's better for his mother to stay out of it for now. So she took the opportunity to say, "Mom, since grandfather is planning to retire and enjoy life, many things in the Qin family may still require your handling in the future. You should start preparing." "Really?" Lingu immediately looked delighted, then felt she was getting a bit carried away, and quickly composed herself. "If needed, I will help you both because you are my daughter and son-in-law. And me. And me." Qin Ruhan, who laughed and quickly came back, also raised her hand excitedly. "Sister, brother-in-law, don't forget about me. I have undergone a period of business training, and now I can also take on important responsibilities. I want to help my sister and brother-in-law continue to promote the glory of the Qin family." "Ha ha, great." Qin Chang'an chuckled. Seeing this scene, he knew that his era was coming to an end. Whether he liked it or not, the Qin family would have to be handed over to the young generation. The only thing he couldn't let go of in his heart was not having seen his great-grandchild yet. After the decision was made, Lingu had breakfast and went alone to Yunnan Business City. Upon arrival today, he found that not only was the business doing better, but there was also a new beautiful female shop assistant. "Welcome." "Oh, it's Uncle Ziwei." Yu Tingting looked up and saw Lingu, appearing a bit shy. This was how a starstruck person reacts when meeting a crush, especially since Lingu was wearing the new clothes Qin Mingu had bought for him yesterday, elevating his overall demeanor. "Teacher Tingting, how come you are here?" Lingu maintained a polite tone and posture. After the incident with Luna, besides Qin Mingu, he didn't want any other woman to like him. In his heart, being liked by someone was actually a burden. Lin Qingshuan was like this. Luna was like this. Whenever he thought of these two women, his heart would ache. Since he couldn't give love to other women, he preferred not to have other women like him. I feel that being a preschool teacher doesn't have much prospects. When I saw Sister Ruoxu was hiring here, and that doing well could lead to a promotion to store manager in the future, I decided to give it a try. Yu Tingting still felt a bit shy. She didn't understand Lingu's thoughts and silently admired this man she had a crush on, with no intention of confessing. Now she has a new career plan. "Then you go for it. I believe in you." Lingu politely encouraged her. Yu Tingting's eyes became emotional, and she pursed her lips saying, "Yes, I will definitely work hard." Ling Ruoxu happened to be seeing off a customer and, upon seeing this, immediately walked over with a teasing smile. "Little brother, just one word of encouragement from you is worth 100 from big sister." Yu Tingting quickly lowered her head. "Sis, stop teasing me." Lingu hurriedly stopped Ling Ruoxu and quickly changed the subject, saying, "I came here today to take you to attend a banquet." "Hehe, you need to drag me along to attend a banquet? Drive your car here, and I'll go with you to have a blast. A partnership for eternity." Ling Ruoxu waved her hand generously. Although she wasn't planning on getting married, looking at handsome guys was still acceptable. The banquet is hosted by the Xia family, and Xia Tia specifically invited us, Lingu said immediately. Ling Ruoxu suddenly paused. Seeing the difference in expressions of the boss before and after, the curious Yu Tingting also wondered, who exactly is this Xia Tia? The change in Ruoxu's reaction to his name was quite drastic. Suddenly I remembered that my shop is quite busy, still in the process of hiring people, short-staffed. Let's visit the party later. Okay. Ling Ruoxu quickly turned around, wanting to slip away. How could it be that easy? Lingu hurriedly grabbed her arm, excitedly saying, "Sis, it seems like he has thought it through. He is determined to woo you, so give him a chance. I think he is better than you. Why do you think he is good? Have you dated him? Have you married him?" Ling Ruoxu asked excitedly. When she married Yu, wasn't that man also fervently pursuing her before? What happened after they got married? Such a difference. Anyway, she has developed phobia, but maybe feeling too agitated. Ling Ruoxu quickly apologized. "Little brother, I'm sorry. Sis didn't mean to tease you. I understand that you and mom are worried about my future life, but I can take care of myself, so rest assured. Rest assured? I can rest assured. But Mom cannot let go of this worrying. Lingu continued excitedly. She just wants you to have a good place to belong, to have a husband and children to take care of you in your later years. Every day you don't get married is a day she worries, and you don't want Mom to worrying about your health, right? Lingu suddenly looked despondent. How could she not understand her mother's thoughts? If she were in her place, with a daughter over 30 and still unmarried, she would definitely be anxious too, right? But she also couldn't just rush into a marriage to appease her mother. Ouya is a cautionary tale. Sis, Ziachiad is really good. I can see it in his eyes. Lingu continued to persuade. Let's take a step back. I'll go with you. If Ziachiad isn't suitable, you can still find other men at the party. The most important thing is your attitude. If you actively search, Mom won't worrying so much. Oh. Lingu sighed deeply. Okay, can I go now? Done. Lingu breathed a sigh of relief. He had originally wanted to invite Yu Tingting, but thinking of Lin Qingshuan and Linana, he thought better of it. To avoid misunderstanding, Yu Tingting, who was waiting for him beside, would have gone with him if Lingu had invited her, even though she knew she would be like Cinderella. However, Lingu did not invite her. When she saw Lingu and Lingu finish their conversation and leave, her mood could not be worse. She thought to herself, Yu Tingting, what are you thinking? He already has a wife. Tingting. Tingting. Lost in thought for a moment, Lingu called several times, and Yu Tingting finally responded, Oh, Sister Ruoxu, I'm here. Lingu didn't handle her own emotions well, but she could easily see through others' emotional affairs. Even with closed eyes, she could see that Yu Tingting's crush was her own little brother, which was probably why her relationship with her cousin couldn't withstand tests. Ah, such a tragedy. Tonight, will you come with us? But, Sister Ruoxu, can I enter? Of course you can. If you can't enter, then I won't enter with you. But, what about the shop? Closing for one night won't kill us, and you'll still get pay. A woman must live freely. Carpe diem. Lingu was quite casual. Yu Tingting actually found her quite charming. Perhaps it was because of her tomboyish personality that made her an easy target for criticism. Okay. Then I'll follow you, Sister Ruoxu, to see the world. Yu Tingting nodded. Since they had decided to attend the party, the two women put some thought into dressing up. The shop closed at 4 in the afternoon. By 6 o'clock, Lingu came to pick up his sister, only to find Yu Tingting also dressed up, looking far more beautiful than usual. She was not a super goddess, but she was on par with women like Zhang Milan. Sis, you look beautiful tonight. After complimenting Lingu, Lingu smiled at Yu Tingting. Miss Tingting, you look good, too. Thank you. Yu Tingting quickly expressed her thanks, but noticed Lingu's gaze had already moved on. What's going on? Is it because of her bad relationship with his cousin that Uncle Wei doesn't acknowledge her anymore? Lingu, noticing the situation, quickly took Yu Tingting's hand and smiled. Tingting, let's get in the car. Tonight, we are going to enjoy the wine and check out handsome men. Yes, let's. Yu Tingting obediently nodded and got into Lingu's Maserati, along with Lingu. After about an hour's drive, the trio arrived at Yunzun Hotel. The Zia family had booked this hotel for tonight's party, and the price was reportedly quite high. The hotel's reception and service staff already knew Ling siblings, so there were no dramatic scenes as in novels. They went straight into the party. Yu Tingting felt her horizons expanding and realized she might not be good enough for Lingu, so she warned herself not to think too much. Tonight, Lingu also had another task, which was to represent the Qin family and discuss a project collaboration with the Zia family. The Zia group showed a strong intention to root itself in Yun City, with numerous projects across various fields, involving a total investment amount of over 2 billion. Therefore, the party attracted many Yun City entrepreneurs for potential collaborations. After arriving at the hotel, Lingu did not accompany his sister and Yu Tingting. Instead, he intended to first fulfill his wife's mission. However, as he approached the exclusive business room assigned to the head of Zia Group's project, he found the competition was fierce, with a long line outside. Hey, nephew. Lingu was about to join the queue, but was surprised to hear someone calling him from behind. Turning around, who could it be if not Zia Qian? Zia Qian was dressed in a suit today, tied up his long hair, and was neatly groomed from head to toe, looking completely different from the last time they met. Lingu couldn't help but marvel at the tremendous power of love. Just because Ling Ruoxu didn't like unkempt men, Ziachia immediately changed his image. "Are you looking for my sister?" Lingu asked, ready to tell him where Ling Ruoxu was. Ziachia quickly waved his hand. "No. No. No. Let's make a deal, you and I." "What deal?" Lingu furrowed his brows. "Are you representing your family's company to discuss a cooperation with the Zia family? If you get your sister to come, I will definitely give you the contract," Ziachia said craftily. Knowing that Ling Ruoxu wouldn't pay him any attention if he visited her without a cause, he devised a plan that positioned the interaction as work-related to make Ling Ruoxu come to him instead. Since he said he's going to do business, his father and uncle would be happy and wouldn't object. "All right." Lingu thought for a moment and agreed. After all, he didn't want to wait in line and engage in business negotiations he wasn't good at. Now, he could use the opportunity to help matchmake between Ziachia and his sister, killing two birds with one stone. In front of the Cloud Respect Hotel, another Porsche arrived. Uji stepped out of the car and casually handed the security guard a tip. The guard nodded and quickly went to park the car for him. "Darling, I wish you success in securing the project contract tonight." Zhang Milan walked to his side and gently linked her arm with his. Since being with Uji, this woman's dressing style had become even more seductive than before. Attending the party tonight in a silver evening gown, with a plunging neckline that reached her belly button and a pair of high heels that made her half a head taller than Uji. However, it had to be admitted that her figure was indeed good. So even though Uji was not interested in women anymore, he still kept her by his side. Firstly, it boosted his reputation. Secondly, it disguised the fact that he was no longer capable. HMPH. As long as the Zia family knows who supports the Aang family now, I don't believe they dare not cooperate with us. Uji smiled arrogantly. Now, he was 10 times prouder than before. Besides taking over his father's company, it was also because Zhao Wuji needed him to strike at the Qin family, so he found his backer. "Darling, so domineering." Zhang Milan kissed his cheek. The two walked into the hotel and directly found the room where the person in charge of the Zia Group project was located, only to find it crowded with people. Uji frowned, about to find a way to secure a spot, but suddenly saw a familiar face and froze in place. "Ling Ruoxu, how come even you, a noble person, are here?" Zhang Milan also exclaimed. Ling Ruoxu saw them, but pretended not to and continued walking forward. It was Lingu who had asked her to help with the project. Initially, Ling Ruoxu had refused, but considering how much her younger brother and Chen Mingu had helped her, she decided to come after all. "Stop." Uji directly blocked her path. "A good dog doesn't get in the way. Move aside." Ling Ruoxu coldly retorted. "Ha ha. Move aside. Is this hotel yours? Or did you contract it?" Uji sneered. The argument between the two attracted the attention and curiosity of others. "Isn't that Aang, the head of the Aang enterprise? Who is the woman he's blocking?" "His ex-wife. I heard his ex-wife is very fierce and malicious." "Really? They're divorced, yet she still wants to bully her ex-husband. How can there be such a malicious woman?" Hearing these unfounded and chaotic remarks, Ling Ruoxu felt truly aggrieved. It was clearly Uji blocking her and trying to bully her, yet somehow it turned into her being malicious and the one bullying others. Zhang Milan, reacting swiftly, saw public opinion siding with Uji and immediately started acting pitifully, saying, "Let's talk this out. This woman is trying to cut in line. Uji is just holding on to her, and she's trying to start a physical altercation. If she wasn't used to acting arrogantly, how could she do such things?" These words caused others to further blame Ling Ruoxu, calling her shameless and telling her to leave. Some even called for security. Ling Ruoxu was enraged, her face flushed with anger. She had only approached because she saw Uji, intending to ignore him, not to cut in line. Her personality had always been assertive, so she immediately retorted, "Zhang Milan, Uji, you're a good match. Saying I hit someone, saying I'm cutting in line, show some evidence. And Uji, you're a grown man, with a woman by your side. If both of you are being bullied by me alone, then you're nothing but a useless coward, playing the victim here. Do you have no shame?" Uji was instantly infuriated, and his face turned red with anger. He raised his hand to slap her. However, before his hand could land, the on-site staff from the Zia group held him back. Sir, please don't cause a scene here. Let go. Uji seethed, his face darkening. He didn't care about the Zia Group staff. Do you know who I am? I am. Before he could finish, the representatives from surrounding enterprises gasped in shock. The Zhao family in Yanjing. They were a top-tier family in Longguo, far beyond the league of these people in Yunchuan. Plainly speaking, in front of the Zhao family in Yanjing, they were like tiny dust particles. Now, are you scared? He. Huji was very satisfied with the frightened looks of the others around, smirking triumphantly at Ling Ruoxu. Ling Ruoxu, don't think you're all that just because you have the Qing family to back you up. I could easily destroy you, but I want to slowly tow with you. Just wait. There will be a day when you cry. With that, he forcefully pushed away the on-site staff and swaggered forward. Flexing his muscles in front of Ling Ruoxu was one thing, but securing the project collaboration was another. He wanted to handle the formal matters first, then come back to teach Ling Ruoxu a lesson. The representatives from the surrounding enterprises didn't dare to intervene, fearing to offend the Zhao family backing Uji. Uji was extremely pleased with their compliant behavior, his expression proud to the extreme. Darling, you're so majestic. Zhang Milan also wanted to bask in the glory, deliberately pushing aside Ling Ruoxu and walking up to link arms with Uji. Just as the two of them were about to enter the room in style, the door suddenly swung open, and two burly bodyguards shouted angrily at them, "What are you doing? Who allowed you to barge in?" Uji was momentarily shocked but quickly straightened his chest. "Do you know who I am? I am. I don't care who you are. Get out." Before he could finish speaking, the bodyguards pushed him to the ground. Zhang Milan was caught in his pull and fell to the ground, losing all her dignity. This sudden turn of events left everyone in the room stunned. They had thought Uji was a king, but who knew he was just a bronze after all? Some of the men around couldn't help but enjoy the sight, noting that Zhang Milan might not have the best character, but she certainly had a great figure, quivering in all the right places, a feast for the eyes. "Damn it! Dare to push me! I won't let you off." Uji sat on the ground and cursed loudly. The bodyguards paid no attention to his nonsense. They were Ling Ruoxu's personal bodyguards for the day. "Excuse me, are you Miss Ling Ruoxu, representing the Chiagang group?" Yes, that's me." Ling Ruoxu was a bit surprised. "Our boss asked us to escort you in. Please." The two bodyguards bowed respectfully and escorted her inside. Ling Ruoxu felt both flattered and complicated. However, as she looked at the disheveled Uji, she pursed her lips and walked past him with a cold demeanor, walking with pride into the room. This scene shocked the business representatives around, whispering in amazement, "We thought the Ying Enterprise was the king, but it turns out the Chiagang Group is the real deal." In Yunchuan, the Chiagang Group rules. The reputation of the four major families in Yanjing means nothing here. Moreover, he's just a dog, after all. Hearing these comments, Uji immediately exploded in anger and pointed at a nearby enterprise representative, shouting furiously, "What did you say? Say it again if you have the guts. Which company do you represent?" "So, you don't know which company I represent?" The man he was pointing at asked in surprise. "Who knows which little company representative you are? Hurry up and tell me your name, or I'll make sure you regret it." Uji fumed. However, the man simply said, "That suits me fine," and walked away without another word. "Since you don't know me, what can you do to me? You bastard! Don't walk away. Have the guts to leave your name behind." Uji was furious, almost rolling on the spot. The people around couldn't help but chuckle at his outburst. Upon entering, Ling Ruoxu discovered that the main person sitting inside was indeed Xia Tia. But today, Xia Tia looked quite different from usual. After tidying up properly, he seemed to be in high spirits. "Ruoxu, you're here? Please have a seat." Xia Tia hurriedly welcomed her. His attitude was directly observed by Xia Shai Group's project manager Zhang Yang, and Xia Qian's personal bodyguard. Never before had the young master Xia behaved this way towards any woman. "Xia Tia, I am here on behalf of Chiagang Group to discuss collaboration," Ling Ruoxu said expressionlessly. "All right, where are your collaboration agreements and bidding information?" Xia Tia inquired. Ling Ruoxu was taken aback. She didn't have these things. "Didn't you tell me earlier that as long as I came, you would give me the contract?" "I did say that, but I still need to look at some of the data and information. Otherwise, we can still discuss the contract while dancing tonight. Then you can fill in the blanks tomorrow, We must have a detailed discussion alone. Ziyechia acted deliberately stubborn. He knew this was a way of flirting. Without creating some sort of situation, there wouldn't be a chance to be alone and for stories to unfold, right? Ling Ruoxu suddenly stood up, solemnly stating, Ziyechia, I know you like me, but we're really not compatible. It's me who's not up to your standards, so please don't put any more effort into this. Anyway, if you're serious about cooperation, talk to my older brother about it. I came up just to make this clear with you. With that said, she turned and walked away, not giving Ziyechia any chance. Ziyechia felt embarrassed and awkward. He forced a smile at Zhang Yang. Did I just hit a stumbling block? Zhang Yang honestly replied. Zia shout, it looks like Miss Ling really isn't interested in you. She doesn't seem like someone who is after money. If you want to impress her, you'll need to put in more effort. The more difficult it gets, the less Ziyechia wanted to give up. Pursuing a girl is like playing a game. If it's too easy to clear the level, it becomes boring and not worthy of cherishing and remembering. Ling Ruoxu returned to the reception. Upon seeing her, Yu Tingting smiled and greeted her. Ruoxu, have you settled things so quickly? Ling Ruoxu smiled bitterly and shook her head. Settled what? That Ziyechia isn't really interested in discussing business. There's nothing to talk about between him and me. Come. It's rare to be in such an occasion. Let's have a drink. Yu Tingting noticed that her mood wasn't great. She nodded and sat beside her, enjoying some drinks and watching the handsome men and beautiful women, quite content. On the other side, Wu and Zhang Milan were filled with resentment as they arrived at the reception. This is outrageous. This is unacceptable. Wu roared with anger. The Zia family dares to treat me this way. I won't let them off. He came sincerely to discuss cooperation, never expecting the Zia family to directly refuse to meet him, causing him embarrassment in public, giving him no face as the boss of the Yu family enterprise. Darling, the Zia family is a big player in Dongcheng. How can you not let it go? Zhang Milan asked following the momentum. Yu boasted confidently that the Zhao family of Yanjing would support him, but was it true or false? Humph. Just wait. I heard that Miss Zhao Wenjin will also attend the reception today. When that happens, I'll ask her to help me vent this anger. Yu vowed firmly. He was once a dog used by Zhao Wuji to deal with the Qin family, even having a private chat with Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji even chatted with him as if they were real brothers. Yu didn't know that this was just Zhao Wuji's way of buying loyalty, and he truly believed that Zhao Wuji treated him like a brother. Zhao Wenjin was Zhao Wuji's sister and one of the four beautiful ladies of Yanjing, with great influence and a remarkable status in the business world of Lone Wu. As long as she showed up, Yu believed that he could use her influence to make things difficult for the Zia family. I can't wait for that to happen. I'm so looking forward to it. Zhang Milan listened with excitement. Initially, she only wanted to be with an ordinary second-generation wealthy man, living a comfortable life without worrying about basic needs. But now, due to their common enemy with the Ling family, she ended up getting involved with Yu, the heir to the enterprise. The more powerful Yu became, the more excited she felt. HMPH. Lingu, just you wait. Even if you have a woman protecting you, I can still rely on men to eventually bring you down. You bastard. As the two were chatting, Uji's eyes swept over and saw Ling Ruoxu. Darling, what's up? Zhang Milan followed his gaze and was also stunned. Ling Ruoxu was chatting and laughing happily with her former close friend Yu Tingting at a table, which seemed so joyful. This stark contrast made Zhang Milan sour, feeling that she couldn't let them enjoy themselves like this. With her eyes rolling, she walked decisively towards the two of them. Yu was clueless about the woman's intentions and stood still to watch the drama unfold. Tingting, what's happening? How could you sit with such a witch? She's crazy and easily goes berserk to harm others. Zhang Milan maliciously slandered as soon as she spoke. Melissa, please don't speak like that. Yu Tingting stood up immediately to intervene. Ruoxu is a good person. Do you have some misunderstandings about her? Ha. Misunderstandings. She wants to seduce my man. Failing at it, she maliciously tries to harm him. She's a *tch. After spouting nonsense, Zhang Milan directly picked up the drink on the table and splashed it on Ling Ruoxu's face. Ling Ruoxu's anger surged instantly. She could tolerate words, but if someone dared to lay hands on her, she was willing to oblige. You will die this instant. Ling Ruoxu roared and stood up, delivering a heavy slap towards Zhang Milan. Ling Ruoxu wasn't one for unnecessary words when it came to physical confrontations. However, Zhang Milan was prepared, falling to the ground in advance, spilling the remaining drink on herself. Don't hit me. Please don't hit me. Zhang Milan panicked and shouted for help. Help, help. The people around the reception immediately turned their gazes in their direction. Lingu was also searching for his sister's whereabouts and heard the commotion. Uya was steps ahead, walking over with a fierce expression, kicking Ling Ruoxu in the back. Smack! Ling Ruoxu fell to the ground, feeling excruciating pain as if her organs had shifted. What's happening? What's happening? People around curiously exclaimed. Uya pointed at Ling Ruoxu angrily. Ling Ruoxu, you shameless woman. Listen to me. The past is behind us. Don't bother me anymore, especially don't touch my current woman, or I'll end you. With that shout, the crowd went into an uproar. So it's the old love meeting new hatred. Getting upset leads to violence. I heard that Asha's ex-wife was fierce and had violent tendencies. Seems it's true. How can such a woman mix in tonight's reception? Hearing these voices, Uya and Zhang Milan were delighted. Zhang Milan sent a wink to Uya secretly, feeling that their coordination was seamless. Uya also secretly gave her a thumbs up, appreciating her clever move. Now that they had control over public opinion, they couldn't let Ling Ruoxu, this disgraceful woman, get away. Ling Ruoxu fell to the ground, watching the pointing and whispering of the people around, feeling angry and helpless inside. She finally realized how terrifying the upper class could be. In the eyes of these people, Uya was a young and promising entrepreneur, while she was just a violent woman from the lower class. So the truth didn't matter to them. They only needed to follow what they saw, and the principle of seeking good fortune and avoiding disaster. Pleasing one side would be enough. However, she had to admire Zhang Milan and Uji's tactics and cooperation. As the saying goes, a picture is worth 1,000 words, and this dog pair's relationship seemed lasting. Together, they were not easy to deal with for her alone. At this moment, she also remembered her younger brother. If it came to a fight, she and her brother together could definitely handle this dog couple who couldn't fend for themselves. Damn it! Lingu also saw this scene and walked over with an angry face. But halfway through, he stopped in his tracks. What's going on? Zhang Yung saw the conflict here and led a group of people over, with Xia Jia following behind him. Because this event was hosted by the Xia family, the two of them were the hosts of the party today. Zhang Milan naturally knew then, and immediately started lamenting pitifully. Young Master Xia. Mr. Zhang, you've arrived just in time. I was just passing by, and this woman suddenly went crazy, pulling and slapping me. You must give me an account. The guests around were not business representatives, so they didn't know what had just happened backstage. They were mostly wealthy second-generation youth of the Cloud City, and most of them also knew Ji's identity. Thinking about this conflict, it was easy to guess which side the Xia family would lean towards, not to mention so many people witnessing Ling Ruoxu physically attacking someone. The next moment, Xia Jia indeed walked over furiously. Everyone was curious to see if he would team up with Uya to confront that shrew. However, Xia Jia directly delivered a fierce slap to Zhang Milan's face. Smack! There was a loud noise, as if something had cracked open. Fortunately, Zhang Milan's face was not surgically altered, otherwise, it would have been disfigured. Young Master Xia, why did you hit me? I'm the victim. Smack. Xia Jia dealt another slap. Zhang Milan was completely bewildered. Uya also didn't react immediately. He had not seen Xia Jia just now and was unaware of Xia Qian's relationship with Ling Ruoxu. Young Master Xia, how dare you hit me? I'm Uji's woman. Smack. Xia Jia delivered a third slap straight to Zhang Milan's face. This time, Zhang Milan's face was swollen and bruised, and she was momentarily dazed. After a while, she hid behind Uya, stomping her foot and yelling, "What's wrong with you? Someone is hitting your woman, and you're indifferent?" Ah, right. It was only now that Uya reacted. Because he didn't actually see Zhang Milan as his woman, he was shocked rather than concerned when she was hit. Now, just to save face, he stiffened his posture and said to Xia Jia, "Young Master Xia, I am Uya, the owner of U Enterprises." "Oh, so you're Uya." Xia Jia nodded with a strange expression. He had long known that this man was Ling Ruoxu's ex-husband, the man who had treated Ling Ruoxu so miserably that she even developed a fear of marriage. Meeting him today was just perfect. However, Huya didn't understand the meaning behind Xia Qian's expression. He thought this rich young man from the East City was simply familiar with his name. Since young Master Xia knows me. Then, boom. Before he could finish pointing at Ling Ruoxu, who was getting up from the ground, Xia Qia viciously punched him in the stomach. The pain made Uji's eyes bulge out. Young Master Xia. Why? Why did you hit me? Uye seemed as if he had experienced something unimaginable. The guests around were dumbfounded. They never expected the situation to escalate like this. Because you're a scumbag, Xia Qia delivered another punch. However, being an artist rather than a martial artist, he lacked the skills. Uye had already prepared for this, caught Xia Qian's fist, and then countered by hitting his cheek. Young Master Xia, don't come over. Xia Qia stopped Zhang Yang and the others, spat a curse, and stared at Uye. Today, he was going to battle this scum for Ling Ruoxu. No one in the audience understood why he was doing this, but Ling Ruoxu and Lingu did. So Lingu had refrained from joining the fight because it didn't belong to him. You, a despicable man, shall accept my righteous judgment. Xia Qia rushed forward again, wrestling with Uye. Zhang Milan wanted to help Uye, but her hair was suddenly grabbed. Turning back, she saw Ling Ruoxu with eyes slightly reddened. Ling Ruoxu's gaze was extremely intimidating, instantly making Zhang Milan shiver in fear, not daring to move. Didn't you just claim that I hit you? I hate being slandered the most in my life. Since you slandered me, I can't let you off without a dose of your own medicine, right? After saying this, Ling Ruoxu viciously slapped Zhang Milan in the face. Zhang Milan's cheek swelled up like a pig's head. Ling Ruoxu wasn't planning to let her go easily. She delivered several more slaps, causing Zhang Milan to fall to the ground without moving. Ling Ruoxu, I'll fight you. Zhang Milan burst into flames of anger, went completely insane, and wanted to have a fierce fight with Ling Ruoxu. Unfortunately, she was no match for Ling Ruoxu. After being kicked repeatedly by Ling Ruoxu and failing to stand back up, Zhang Milan lay motionless on the ground. Lingu found this scene quite humorous. Zhang Milan wanted to fight his sister. It was too early by several hundred years. Even he, the Battle Wolf King of the North, had a record of 17 losses and 0 wins against Ling Ruoxu. Ling Ruoxu then shifted her gaze to the fight between Xia Qia and Uye. Xia Qia was clearly in a disadvantaged position. He usually spent his time focusing on his camera, while Uye had some basic boxing training. He had already caused Xia Qian's nose to bleed with a few punches. Zhang Yang and the others, anxious on the sidelines, were not allowed to interfere by the young master, and they didn't dare to act recklessly either. Fortunately, after quickly dealing with Zhang Milan, Ling Ruoxu took action. She grabbed a fork from the table and stabbed it directly into Uji's buttocks. Uye screamed in pain, turning his attention back to Ling Ruoxu. You scoundrel, dared to mess with my sister. I'll kill you. Ling Ruoxu followed up with a kick to his vital spot. Uye let out a strange chicken-like squeal and covered his vitals in agony. Didn't you always publicize that I'm a shrew? You don't need to do that. I am a shrew. I am a lunatic. So what? Ling Ruoxu relentlessly continued her furious assault on Uye. The surrounding guests were dumbfounded. What a fierce and bold woman. Xia Qia was also stunned. What a bold and ferocious woman. After knocking Uye down, Ling Ruoxu tossed the fork to the ground, casually adjusted her hair, and prepared to leave the scene. Ruoxu. Once Xia Qia came to his senses, he hurried to the entrance of the banquet hall, caught her wrist, and said loudly, "Let go." Ling Ruoxu shouted, "Haven't you seen my true colors yet? I am a lunatic. I am a violent maniac. If you keep pestering me, I will disable you too. Do you believe me?" "No. I don't believe you're that kind of woman." Xia Qia unexpectedly gave Ling Ruoxu a hug. Although the two were in a secluded location, they were the center of attention just moments ago, and many people were still watching them now. Lingu, too, felt amused when he saw this scene, thinking that Xia Qia was more domineering than him. From childhood to adulthood, he had never seen anyone dare to hug his older sister so forcefully before. You. Ling Ruoxu's body trembled slightly, then she gritted her teeth and pushed him away forcefully. Are you crazy? Didn't you see me just now covered in bloodstains after beating Uji again? You still don't believe me? Are you blind? He deserved to be beat. I also hit him, although I didn't win. Xia Qia said excitedly. Initially, he had a lot of momentum in the first half of his sentence, but the second half made Ling Ruoxu burst into laughter. Xia Qia wanted this effect. He wasn't like Lingu, A tough guy, he had some skills when it came to flirting with girls. Xia Tiat then took Ling Ruoxu's wrist and said excitedly, "Alright. You said you're a bad woman, a demoness, but I'm not a good man neither. Didn't you see how harshly I beat up that woman just now? I'm a bad man. A monster man. Aren't we a perfect match?" Ling Ruoxu suddenly trembled, and tears welled up in her eyes the next moment. She was truly moved by this man at that moment. He was the heir to the prestigious Xia group, a man worth 10 figures, yet he was willingly falling for a woman despised by everyone. The next moment, applause could be heard around them, especially Zhang Yang, who was eager to clap his hands to bits. Mr. Xia had been hoping for his son to find a girlfriend soon, settle down, inherit the family business and stop being a bachelor at 30. He was getting anxious. Now, the young master had gone to such lengths for a woman. Marriage and inheriting the family business seemed imminent. Yu Tingting also envied Ling Ruoxu, tears glistening in her eyes. Why couldn't she have such a moving love story? Ling Yu also joined in the applause. Honestly, he wasn't sure if Xia Tia had moved his sister, but Xia Qian's actions tonight had definitely impressed him. On the other hand, Zhang Milan, at that moment, was getting furious and on the verge of losing it. She had been assaulted by a man and he was now using that as a bragging point to pursue another woman. Was there no justice left in the world? If that woman had been anyone else, she would have accepted it, but it had to be Ling Yu's sister, whom she detested the most. This is outrageous. Too much bullying. Zhang Milan was almost in tears from the anger, quickly helping up Hu Ji, who was lying on the ground with a bleeding butt, and said frantically, "Darling, today, we must avenge our grievances. You must." She was pinning all her hopes on Uji. Uji also ground his teeth and growled fiercely, "Rest assured, when Miss Zhao arrives, she will help us seek justice." He had placed all his hopes on a woman he had never met. If Ling Yu had seen this scene, he would have thought these two were quite ridiculous and funny. However, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them, as he was focused on his own sister. Ling Ruoxu, on the other hand, pushed Xia Tia away and ran out alone. "Ruoxu! Ruoxu!" Xia Tia shouted as he ran after her. Ling Ruoxu's high heels had fallen off, but she ran fast, tears streaming from her eyes. She was crying hard. She realized she was starting to fall for this man. How could he do this much for her? She didn't deserve it. Ruoxu! Ruoxu! Xia Tia was not only inferior to Ling Ruoxu in fighting, but he also couldn't run as fast as her. After all, Ling Ruoxu had been in the top 3 for both short and long-distance running events among Yun City's female students. When he chased out the door, Ling Ruoxu was nowhere to be seen. After catching his breath, Xia Tia sighed deeply and prepared to return to the banquet venue. However, at that moment, a shocking sight unfolded. A luxurious convoy leisurely approached the hotel. Leading the way were 4 black Land Rover SUVs, followed by 3 tricycles, each carrying 2 uniformed men. Then came a Rolls-Royce Phantom, the car in which the main guest was likely seated. Bringing up the rear were 8 more black Land Rovers. It seemed like the entrance of a high-ranking official, but even Xia Tia, of his stature, was shocked, not to mention the others at the hotel entrance. Hey! You guys go out and see. A super important figure has arrived outside the door. A convoy of over a dozen cars. What? Isn't this too exaggerated? Who's being so ostentatious and eye-catching? At the banquet venue, a group of young people went crazy and crowded towards the hotel door, fearing they wouldn't be fast enough to catch a glimpse of this important person. Setting aside the prices of over 10 luxury cars, and not to mention the expenses of having a large group of bodyguards accompany the person everywhere, even for those with such financial capacity, it was rare to make such a grand display. In today's harmonious society, there was no need for such ostentation. However, when these people went outside and learned the identity of the main guests in the Rolls-Royce, they fell silent, realizing the grandiose display was indeed necessary. Ling Yu didn't go out to join the excitement. Instead, he and Yu Tingting made a phone call to Ling Ruoxu, as they were both worried about her after she ran out like that. However, just as he failed to reach his sister, a high-end attired woman approached him. Behind her were the event manager and Tachon some-wearing ladies. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Ling?" The woman in the high-end OL attire asked with a straight face and without much deference. Ling Yu nodded and asked in return, "May I ask who you are? Our miss would like to meet you. Please come with me." With that, The woman turned and started to walk away, seemingly not expecting Lingu to refuse. However, when she heard a sorry from behind and Lingu saying, "I don't even know you or your miss, so there's no need to meet, right?" The people behind the woman were secretly shocked. They didn't expect that someone would refuse the invitation of that lady, especially a man. Even Yu Tingting was secretly amazed. The woman in the OL attire was already 10 times more beautiful than her, a preschool teacher whom even she had to serve. Who on earth was that miss? The woman in OL attire turned around again, slightly angry, and said, "Mr. Ling, my miss is the chairwoman of Enchantress Group, Miss Zhao Wenjun." What? Hearing that title, Yu Tingting shivered in fear. Even she, as a kindergarten teacher, knew about Enchantress Group very well. It was one of the top 500 global corporations, and their chairwoman was rumored to be a world-renowned super beauty. She knew she was insignificant in front of Lingu, but at that moment, she realized the gap in status between herself and Lingu was even greater than she had imagined. Everyone present thought that knowing the identity of that lady, Lingu would surely change his mind. However, to their surprise, Lingu remained composed and calmly refused. "I'm sorry, I don't know her, and I had other matters to attend to. Please excuse me." What's going on? Everyone present was surprised once again. The level of shock was several times greater than before. Previously, they thought Lingu didn't know that the lady was one of the 4 beauties of the Dragon Kingdom. That's why he refused. But now he knows, yet he still responded like that. Doesn't he know how many people in the world would pay a fortune to meet that woman? Doesn't he know how many men in the world would fall in love at first sight with that woman? Doesn't he know that the beautiful woman is a famous goddess on the Dragon Kingdom's rich list? Even Yu Tingting knew that when it came to the most charming woman in Cloud City, it was Lingu's wife, Qin Mingu, but in terms of charm in the Dragon Kingdom, even his wife would have to be slightly inferior to the chairwoman of the Qingshen group. The OL woman watched Lingu's back, lightly bit her lip, then turned and laughed coldly as if a cold wind. She had never encountered a man who was so ignorant of his own worth before. Humph. There are indeed many ignorant country bumpkin men in Cloud City. Outside the hotel at that moment, Huya and Zhang Milan also follow everyone out. Upon seeing the luxurious fleet of cars, Huya was excited and shouted loudly, "Miss Zhao! It's Miss Zhao Wenjun who has arrived. I knew she would come. Ha ha." After speaking, he ignored Zhang Milan and pushed his way over to the Rolls-Royce. "What are you doing?" Dozens of professional bodyguards immediately stepped in to stop these enthusiastic fans. "I want to see Miss Zhao," Huya declared loudly. The bodyguards sneered. "How could Miss Zhao just see anyone who wants to see her? Are you thinking too highly of Miss Zhao or too lowly of yourselves?" The surrounding enthusiasts also joined in mocking Huya. In their minds, Zhao Wenjun was like a fairy descending to earth. How could they, ordinary mortals, desecrate her like that? But Huya arrogantly retorted, "I advise you not to compare me with these rubbish. I am Huya, heir to the Yu group, and also a good friend of Wu Jijin's young master. Miss Zhao is naturally also my good friend." With that, the surrounding enthusiasts fell silent. While angry, they couldn't deny the authority Huya seemed to possess. The bodyguards, unsure if this was true or not, said, "Mr. Wu, please wait." Soon, a bodyguard approached the Rolls-Royce to report. Almost at the same time, the OL woman also came out of the hotel and quickly walked to the Rolls-Royce. "Do you see that? The beautiful woman there is Miss Zhao Wenjun's personal assistant, Miss Su Yingqiu. Even the assistant is so beautiful. What about the boss? I really want to catch a glimpse of Miss Wenjun's beauty." A group of men's eyes twinkled with expectation. To see such a legendary beauty with their own eyes, many men would give up a year of their lives. Unexpectedly, the door of the Rolls-Royce was opened the next moment. "Look, Miss Zhao Wenjun is coming out. Miss Zhao, I love you. I'm your loyal fan." The scene almost spun out of control. Seeing this, Xia Tia no longer thought Zhao Wenjun was exaggerating with dozens of bodyguards alongside her. He even worried that her bodyguards might not be enough to protect her and instructed Zhang Yun to arrange for security personnel from the Xia family and the hotel to come out together. With over 100 security personnel maintaining order, the chaos at the hotel entrance was finally brought under control. "Ha ha. Just you wait and see. Miss Zhao is going to meet me on her own initiative," Huya said confidently. Based on his relationship with Wu Jijin, Zhao Wenjun would definitely see him and help him vent his frustration tonight. Furthermore, as soon as the bodyguards went to report, Zhao Wenjun got out of the car. If she wasn't meeting him, then what? The surrounding crowd looked at him with envious eyes. For Zhao Wenjun to voluntarily agree to a meeting was an event of great honor for these ordinary rich kids. Darling, you're amazing. So dignified. Zhang Milan hurriedly came over to Uya, clinging to him tightly, enjoying the taste of being admired. Uya lifted his head, feeling proud. However, the next moment, they realized something was wrong. Amidst the 100 bodyguards clearing a path, Zhao Wenjun was walking straight towards the hotel, not in their direction. What's going on? It seems like Miss Zhao has someone else she wants to meet. The previously envious crowd began to gasp. They had wanted to get closer to Ya to get a better look at Zhao Wenjun, but now they realized they had made a big mistake. TSK. This guy has been feeling good about himself for nothing. Turns out he's a fake after all. Thought Miss Zhao was giving him face. Turns out he was delusional. Crazy? Delusional much? Upon hearing these ridicules, Guya felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Zhang Milan also became a little panicked, shaking his arm and saying, "Young Master Wu, it seems like Miss Zhao really didn't get off the car for you." "Shut up." Uya, embarrassed and angry, shook off Zhang Milan, and then ran towards Zhao Wenjun. "Miss Zhao, I'm Uya. I'm a good friend of Wu Jijin. I want to see you. I'm here." Uya shouted excitedly, wanting to rush within a 10-meter radius of Zhao Wenjun, but he was stopped by Zhao Wenjun's bodyguards. Although Zhao Wenjun heard the call, she showed no intention of stopping, continuing to walk towards the hotel entrance with Su Yinghu by her side. "Hey, I'm Uya. I'm here." Uya continued shouting, but was ultimately pushed to the ground by the bodyguards. Pointing at him, one of the bodyguards angrily scolded, "Stop trying to praise yourself. Miss Zhao has no time for you. If you cause trouble again, don't blame us for not being polite." Utterly humiliated, Uya was completely embarrassed. Zhao Wenjun hadn't even acknowledged him, and after reaching the hotel entrance, she nodded slightly at Zia Chia, the host of the party, before heading straight into the hotel. "Hey, the women of the Zhao family surely are proud." Zia Chia also laughed. Even he, as a young master of the Eastern City Zia family, seemed insignificant in her eyes. If it weren't for him hosting tonight's party, she probably wouldn't even bother to greet him. It's really surprising that there are such bigwigs in the hotel, making this famous beauty of Yanjing personally come and meet them. In the hotel, Lingu couldn't reach his sister on the phone and was about to leave. As he walked downstairs and onto the corridor leading to the lobby, he suddenly encountered a large group of people coming towards him. The display was extremely extravagant. There were 6 bodyguards in the front and, well, Lingu couldn't quite count the others behind. Faced with such a grand entrance, Lingu could only step aside and prepare to make way for them. Unexpectedly, the bodyguards in front suddenly parted, and he saw the beautiful young woman from earlier. This time, she was following another woman, and her previously proud demeanor had turned humble, indicating that the woman walking in front of her was her superior. "Lingu, hello." The woman in the center took the initiative to greet Lingu with a light smile. Lingu was slightly taken aback and subconsciously assessed this woman. She was beautiful. Beautiful enough to be astonishing. Apart from Qin Mingyu, he hadn't seen another woman who could rival her in beauty. Her eyes were boundless azure, sparkling with gem-like radiance. Her facial features exuded a stunning beauty surpassing her age. Her delicate facial lines were naturally beautiful, her lips like rose petals. She wore simple yet undeniably elegant attire, a purple Chanel dress paired with a snow-white velvet shawl, making her stand out like a peony among flowers. She was completely different from Zhao Wujin. If Xia Zhu hadn't mentioned this woman to Lingu earlier, he wouldn't have been able to connect her with Zhao Wujin based solely on appearance. "Hello." Since they had come face to face, Lingu didn't keep her at a distance. "Shall we chat? Perhaps it could be beneficial for you too," Zhao Wenjun said. She exuded a cool aura similar to Qin Mingyu, but with less coldness and more elegance. "Let's chat, but with so many people around you." Lingu gestured towards the bodyguards around her, looking slightly surprised. "You all step back, and Su Yinghu, accompany me to talk to Lingu," Zhao Wenjun ordered. Su Yinghu was immediately flustered. "Miss, do we have to talk to this man alone? I'm worried." "If you're worried, then forget about it." Lingu chuckled. "I have never come across such a high-profile woman, and I'm afraid we won't get along." Zhao Wenjun didn't react to the sarcastic remark. Su Yinghu immediately reprimanded, Mr. Ling, if you were a weak woman facing an average of 303 opposite-sex attacks, 27 kidnapping attempts, and 19 assassination plots per year, I believe you wouldn't say such things. Lingu hesitated for a moment, shrug. All right, my apologies for being unaware and speaking recklessly. He was not accustomed to Zhao Wenjun's level of beauty. How could he know about the challenges she faced in her life? However, flowers are easily broken, and that principle was clear. Lingu, please, Zhao Wenjun said. She walked past him directly, emitting a fragrant scent that was different from Qin Mingyu's fragrance, but equally refreshing. Lingu followed her and Su Yinghu into a luxurious suite. Zhao Wenjun sat elegantly, crossing her legs slightly, hands resting naturally on her thighs, reminiscent of a line from a poem, calm and graceful like a delicate flower in reflecting water, moving with the wind like a graceful willow. Seeing her in this light, Lingu finally connected her with Zhao Wujin. Indeed, they shared the same aristocratic upbringing. Sister Zhao, let's get to the point. What did you want to talk to me about? Lingu remained standing. Unlike other men, he didn't have any special feelings towards beautiful women except for Qin Mingu, of course. Seeing his continuous lack of respect towards the lady, Su Yinghu felt increasingly frustrated. The lady was not only one of the four beauties of Yanjing but also a billionaire goddess. Why did he feel he didn't need to show respect? Why this detached attitude? Lingu, I've come to ask you for something. Zhao Wenjun spoke, contrasting sharply with her lofty image. So when she spoke, it surprised Su Yinghu, who was no longer like a motionless figure. Oh, what a wonder, Miss Zhao, the admired beauty of all. What business could you have with a laid-back person like me? Lingu half smiled. He had no favorable impression of Zhao Wenjun, entirely due to her brother. Even if he didn't kneel and fawn like other men, he couldn't help but harbor some hostility. I'm asking you to spare my brother, to settle the past grievances with him. What? When Zhao Wenjun said this, Su Yinghu was directly shocked, her eyes filled with disbelief and amazement. In her eyes, Zhao Wujin was an extraordinary figure, someone who could outmatch anyone in the world, a man of immense wealth, intelligence, and surrounded by numerous talents. Who could stand against him? Now, Zhao Wenjun was actively seeking mercy for her brother. Lingu was equally surprised. He never imagined that Zhao Wenjun had come all the way to Yun City to ask for mercy on behalf of her brother. Nevertheless, even so, Lingu firmly refused. It's not possible. Zhao Wenjun had anticipated this, so she didn't get angry, and even threw out a condition that no man in the world could resist. As long as you're willing to settle the score with my brother and spare his life, I'm willing to agree to any one condition you set. Miss, have you gone mad? Su Yinghu, also taken aback, couldn't hold back and exclaimed, is it necessary to beg this man? Lord Wujin could make him disappear from this world with ease. No, Yinghu, you don't understand. Zhao Wenjun coldly interrupted her without explaining further, her eyes fixed on Lingu. I'm sorry, but it's impossible. Lingu saw her sincerity and the profound emotions between her and Zhao Wujin but still adamantly refused. Zhao Wujin killed Qing Zhuan and caused the deaths of so many others. I cannot spare him under any circumstances. Zhao Wenjun did not speak but quietly observed Lingu's eyes. After a while, she sighed softly, her scent filling the air. Lingu, I understand, but please remember what I said today. Whenever you spare my brother's life, I'm willing to agree to any one condition you set. Miss, Su Yinghu wanted to speak but dared not interrupt, so she stood there, feeling anxious. Lingu didn't respond further, he turned and left. He had no reason to spare Zhao Wujin, so there was nothing more to discuss. Miss, what has come over you? If Lord Wujin knew what you talked about with this man today, he would surely be furious. Su Yinghu finally expressed her pent-up feelings. Besides, a man as outstanding as Lord Wujin doesn't need anyone's forgiveness. It's others who come seeking his mercy. No, Yinghu, you don't know. Zhao Wenjun's gaze was layered with worrying. My brother can surpass anyone in the world, perhaps except for the man you just saw. My brother has had several consecutive failures, and I truly fear for his life if he fails again. What? Su Yinghu was shocked to the core. Was that man really that formidable? It was completely imperceptible. Miss, are we heading back to Yanjing? Upon leaving the hotel and getting into the Rolls-Royce, Su Yinghu asked. Zhao Wenjun nodded slightly. Su Yinghu also nodded, inwardly annoyed. Miss came all the way to Yun City by plane just to have a brief conversation with Lingu. But Lingu didn't even give Miss face. The convo would head to a villa on the outskirts of the Lin family first, where Zhao Wenjin would take a private helicopter back. Unexpectedly, as soon as Zhao Wenjin got out of the Rolls-Royce, she found an ugly man standing at the villa's entrance, waiting for her. "Miss Wenjin, Zhao Wuji is waiting for you in the study. Let me take you over," the ugly man said. Hearing the words of the ugly man, Zhao Wenjin hesitated slightly. She knew her brother was looking for her and it was likely to vent his anger. Su Yinghu wasn't worried about it. Even though she knew Zhao Wuji was extremely clever, he couldn't possibly guess the conversation between Miss and Lingu, right? "Miss, please don't put me in a difficult position," the ugly man said seriously. "Zhao Wuji is still my young master. I have principles as a handsome man." Su Yinghu rolled her eyes at the ugly man directly. Shameless. Zhao Wenjin nodded slightly and followed the ugly man into the study. Once inside, she went in alone. Zhao Wuji, who was reading in the study, immediately set aside his thick books, adjusted his glasses, and walked over with a smile. "Wenjin, you came to Yun City. Why didn't you tell your brother?" "Well, I wanted to surprise you, brother," Zhao Wenjin said with a smile. It was clear that the siblings had a very close relationship. This wasn't a surprise, it was a shock. Zhao Wuji pretended to be angry. "Your health has always been delicate. Don't make your brother worrying by traveling so far. If you have anything, just tell your brother. No need to burden yourself." Zhao Wenjin smiled faintly and said, "Brother, I understand, but isn't it inconvenient for you to move around in Yun City?" "Brother has no inconvenience. The local police can't do anything to me, and I haven't broken any law," Zhao Wuji said without changing his expression. Then he sighed. "I know you have your boundaries, but you are the most cherished little sister to me. If anything happens to you, it would break my heart." Zhao Wuji gently helped Zhao Wenjin to sit down. "Wenjin, you have been unwell since childhood, and no renowned doctor has been able to cure you. Brother came to Yun City to find a way to cure you." "I understand," Zhao Wenjin nodded. "Brother has always wanted to cure my strange illness, but I really don't want brother to have blood on his hands because of it. Brother, why not give up?" Hearing her sister's words, Zhao Wuji was momentarily stunned, his features twisted with pain and anger. "Give up? How can I give up?" Zhao Wuji's rare display of emotion before others. "After mother passed away, you became the most important person in my life. Brother is coming to Yun City to marry Lin Qingshuan and take her back. The divine doctor once said that your illness and hers complement each other. Only by living together can you both survive. Now that Lin Qingshuan is gone, only by obtaining the heart of the sun and relying on the power of that miraculous stone do you have a chance to live." Zhao Wuji truly despised Lingu. If it weren't for that man's presence, Lin Qingshuan wouldn't have left him. If it weren't for that man, Lin Qingshuan wouldn't have fallen off the cliff. That night, he never thought about killing Lin Qingshuan. It was just a ploy to use her to threaten Lingu. Killing Lingu was his true goal. However, his calculations had been wrong, and he never expected Lin Qingshuan to sacrifice herself to help Lingu escape. Zhao Wuji never showed his true emotions to anyone, including his father, stepmother, and Lin Qingshuan, because he never truly loved Lin Qingshuan. His true love was only his sister, born of the same father and mother. Marrying Lin Qingshuan was solely for his sister's survival. "Brother, I know you're doing this for me, which is why I feel pain and guilty. I don't want you to have blood on your hands because of me, and I don't want brother to be harmed because of me." Zhao Wenjin's emotions were also stirred. As one of the four beauties of Yanjing, she rarely showed her emotions in front of others. But Zhao Wuji was the most important person in her life. She came all the way to Yun City to plead with her brother's enemy, beyond the glory and status of being one of the four beauties, just to ask for leniency for her brother, because she knew the other party was the War-Wolf King of the Northern Territory. Fighting with him to the death could be the end for her brother. "Wenjin, you don't need to feel heartache for your brother, and you don't need to feel guilty." Zhao Wuji gently held Zhao Wenjin's fragrant shoulder and showed a gentle smile. "Ensuring your survival is the biggest challenge of brother's life and his reason for living. Please don't ruin my life's joy for me." He paused, his smile disappearing instantly, replaced by a gloomy and terrifying expression. "And don't ever plead with Lingu for my sake." Zhao Wenjin trembled slightly. She wasn't afraid of her brother, even if he turned into a demon. The reason for her shudder was the stark contrast between his cold and intimidating aura and his usual warm and gentle demeanor. "Brother, you know about it?" "Of course brother knows. Have you forgotten that brother is the wisdom supreme according to the sacred educator of the Dragon Kingdom. I know you went to Cloud Ascendant Hotel tonight to find Lingu, and I can guess what you said to him. Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth, feeling his dignity diminish to the ground. His dearly loved sister, seeking mercy from his most hated enemy for his sake. What could be more demeaning than this? He knew that to restore his dignity, he had to kill Lingu with his own hands. Zhao Wenjin also knew her brother's current mindset. She was unsure how to proceed, as the more determined Zhao Wuji was to kill Lingu, the greater the chance of being killed by Lingu himself. Despite her brother's strength, the enemy was equally powerful. Brother, I'm sorry. I understand now, Zhao Wenjin promised. However, Zhao Wuji looked into her eyes, suddenly released her, and his gaze turned angry. In the next moment, he pulled out a small knife from his body and fiercely thrust it into his shoulder, the blood splattering onto Zhao Wenjin's clothes. Brother, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Zhao Wenjin's eyes widened. Sometimes she couldn't predict her brother's thought process. Wenjin, this is the punishment for you seeking mercy from Lingu this time. If you dare to plead with Lingu again, next time, brother will stab his own heart. Zhao Wuji could see that even after saying those words, Zhao Wenjin would likely still seek Lingu's help, so he had to persuade her with his life, because for a man, dignity was often more important than life. Brother, I really understand. Despite being an ill woman, Zhao Wenjin was not soft-hearted. She felt for her brother but didn't break down in tears. Understanding her brother's determination, she knew she couldn't plead with Lingu anymore, and it wouldn't make a difference. But she truly didn't want her brother to die at the hands of Lingu. As the chairman of the prestigious Qingcheng group, she was at a loss for what to do. After the wine party ended, on that evening, Lingu returned to the Qin family estate. Due to family reasons, Qin Mingu had no intention of returning to live in the Yunshan neighborhood with Lingu recently. On the other hand, she also felt that Qin Chang'an's health was deteriorating day by day and wanted to spend more time accompanying the elderly man. Knowing that Lingu brought back the contract from the Zia Corporation, Qin Chang'an was very pleased. Ha, good. This son-in-law is getting better and better. How about joining the Chang'an group and assisting Mingu well? Lingu immediately looked at Qin Mingu. After having a heart-to-heart talk with Qin Chang'an, he now also changed his plans and wanted to try to join the Chamber of Commerce to make contact with Tang Ning through the Qin family. So if Qin Mingu agreed for him to join the Chang'an group, he would be willing to assist his wife, even though his experience in the business world was almost zero. Since you brought back a business contract worth over 1 billion, I appoint you as the Deputy Minister of the Business Development Department. Qin Mingu was not vague either. She had long wanted Lingu to join the Chang'an group, making it easier for her to carpool with him to and from work. All right. This time Lingu did not refuse. Ha, you young people chat. I'm going to rest in my room. Qin Chang'an's attitude was completely different from before. He basically didn't want to deal with business matters at all. Stretching lazily, he stood up. Meiji Li quickly came over with a cane. However, Qin Chang'an said, Li, you rest well. We'll talk after you're feeling better. Mr. Qin, I'm capable. Meiji Li insisted on accompanying him back to his room, and Qin Chang'an agreed. Lingu and Qin Mingu watched this scene without saying a word. Even though Qin Mingu found Meiji Li annoying, she trusted her grandfather's thoughts. He didn't want to interfere in the affairs of the younger generation, so how could she interfere in his affairs? Moreover, although she was wary of Meiji Li, the girl hadn't done anything yet, so she couldn't just treat her like fifth aunt, who was quick to judge and condemn. How did your sister and Zietiak get along tonight? The two remaining people, Qin Mingu and Lingu, then started discussing Lin Ruoxu's love life. Unconsciously, this Ice Queen was beginning to thaw and learning to proactively show care for her family. However, she hadn't noticed this change in herself. Lingu replied, sister still didn't give Tia a chance, even though he publicly beat Uji for her tonight. It seems her emotional baggage is still heavy. Qin Mingu nodded, analyzing for him. It's inevitable. She feels that their mismatched backgrounds make marriage a huge burden. After experiencing the Yang family's issues, she now has a fear of business families, especially since the Zia family is higher up than the Yang family. She simply can't bring herself to enter that world and wants to snuff out her emotions before they bloom. Lingu nodded. Mingu, perhaps you're right, but I hope that Tia and your sister can work together to overcome everything. I can see that he genuinely likes your sister. Chin Mingu smiled briefly before her smile faded. Deep down, she had doubts about whether setting up Jia with Lingu was right. Although she found it tiring to be with Lingu and saw it as a burden, she was already too deeply entrenched in this marriage to abandon it. So, as Lingu said, they had to work together to overcome all difficulties. Do you know why I appointed you as the Deputy Minister of the Business Development Department? Chin Mingu suddenly asked. Lingu shook his head. Because Fifth Aunt has transferred all her shares in the Qiangan Group, worth 500 million, to someone else. What? Lingu felt regret upon hearing this news. It was clear that this was related to a slight against Qin Chang'an due to his marriage into the Qin family. Lingu had read those popular son-in-law novels over the past few years where the male lead, after marrying in, was looked down upon and had to turn things around aggressively. But when it came to his situation in the Qin family, he found it to be completely different from the novels. His mother-in-law didn't make things difficult for him, and his wife always stood by his side. Although some aunts didn't want him to stay in the family, they rarely directly belittled or mocked him. Now, even Qin Zimai, who disliked him the most, had distanced herself from the Qin family. Lingu hoped that these aunts would continue to stay in the family, even if they looked down on him or mocked him, rather than cutting ties with the Qin family altogether. Someone took over her shares, a young second-generation rich kid. I'm worried he might have some connection with Zhao Wujian, is trying to infiltrate the Qiangan Group. That's why I've arranged for him to take over the business development department. As she said this, Lingu understood. Mingu, are you asking me to keep an eye on him? Exactly. Qin Mingu was satisfied with his understanding. Although the business development department is important, it's not a core department of the group. Even if he tries something, it won't harm the foundation of the Qiangan Group. However, if he is indeed a traitor, we need to deal with it quickly. Got it. Lingu nodded. The next morning, Lingu officially joined the Qiangan Group and entered the business development department, only to find that there were only 5 people in the department. Excluding the department head and deputy head, there was only one business development specialist and 2 clerks. Since the Qiangan Group was well known, they rarely needed business development, so keeping this department was more of a formality. What's more, besides the new department head and Lingu, the other 3 were women. Therefore, on the first day of work, Lingu took on most of the heavy tasks in the department. Of course, being so friendly as the new deputy head, he received unanimous praise from the other 3 female colleagues in the department. Psst, psst. Near the end of the workday, as Lingu was tidying up his workspace, he suddenly heard some whistling behind him. When Lingu turned around, he saw the new head of the business development department, Li Pakan. This middle-aged man in his 30s had a large belly and looked somewhat greasy. Clearly someone who often indulged in alcohol and lacked exercise. He had a very familiar air as he approached Lingu. Do you have time tonight, buddy? Li Pakan asked, with a sense of camaraderie. If it's personal, I might not have time. Lingu's attitude was clear. Although Qin Mingu had asked him to keep an eye on Li Pakan, he didn't want to have too much contact with him under the guise of work. Then let's consider it work-related. Li Pakan came over a bit slyly and said to Lingu, What work? Lingu raised an eyebrow. He felt that Li Pakan didn't seem like a reputable person. Li Pakan then smirked and said, I'm new to Yun City and don't know where there are places to have fun at night. Can you show me around? He even gestured with his hands to indicate he was looking to meet women. My goodness, he really was a lecher. Although such people weren't good, they were easier to handle than cunning ones. Lingu shook his head. Director Li, I think you've got the wrong person. He was a decent man, after all. Ha. Now there's only the 2 of us left in the office. What are you pretending for? You're not trying to tell me that you're a serious person, are you? Li Pu Cheng laughed heartily, nudging Lingu with his shoulder. Lingu's expression became even more lecherous. Lingu was also at a loss. Seeing this guy's expression, did he really think he was pretending to be serious? Moreover, are we going on a business trip, right? This is business, so don't shirk your responsibility. At most, the boss will take care of all expenses. Li Pu Cheng patted his chest. Lingu was speechless, unable to avoid it, so he said, President Li, I have to discuss this with my wife first. Her word is final. Ha. You've actually stepped into the tomb of love. Fine. Just say it's a business trip, and if that woman dares to say something, just divorce her. Li Puchang said nonchalantly. Ling Yu's mouth twitched slightly. It seems this guy really didn't know his wife was Qin Mingu. Then I'll make a phone call first, Ling Yu said. Then walked aside to dial Qin Mingyu's number. Then tonight I'll have Ziwan drive me home. Qin Mingyu's response was direct and straightforward. After all, she knew her husband was still a virgin. Where could he go to cheat? Oh. Okay. Then I'll accompany him and find out about his background. Ling Yu was also worried that Li Puchang might have some connection with Zhao Wujin, even though the preliminary judgment didn't seem likely. Qin Mingu responded casually before hanging up the phone. Even though his wife was a bit cold, Ling Yu felt a bit warm inside. It seemed his wife still trusted him a lot, unlike when they had just gotten married and were always suspicious. So, President Li, shall we go to the Heaven nightclub? After hanging up the phone, Ling Yu walked over and said. Li Puchang laughed even more mischievously, no longer resembling a businessman with manners, but more like a rogue. He nudged Ling Yu again and laughed. You were pretending to be serious just now, indeed a veteran. I told you. Which man is truly serious? I can see right through you. Ling Yu smiled helplessly and didn't bother to explain. In fact, he had visited the Heaven nightclub once before for a night scene. It was Qin Mingu who asked him to take care of Shangyi. Come, take my car. I'll save you on gas money. Li Puchang was quite enthusiastic. Having promised that all expenses would be covered by the company during this business trip, he wouldn't let Ling Yu spend a single cent. Not only that, he didn't put on any airs, and despite being a minor shareholder in the group, he let Ling Yu drive for him without any fuss, as if they were good brothers, ready to go out and have fun together. Along the way, Ling Yu chatted informally with him, and managed to learn some basic information about this guy. He was indeed a businessman who had come down from Yanjing to Yun City, and he came from a pretty well-off family. Definitely a rich second generation. Ling Yu was on guard. When learning he was from Yanjing, he couldn't help but wonder if he was sent by Zhao Wujin. But seeing his sincere attitude and lack of defenses, Ling Yu felt he was sincere and not someone who could be a spy. Hey, brother Ling Yu, this place is pretty good. When they arrived at the entrance of the Heaven nightclub, Li Puchang seemed very satisfied with the environment, and he even stood on his tiptoes, resting his arm on Ling Yu's shoulder and said, You must be a regular here, right? Can you introduce some pretty ladies to me? Ling Yu couldn't help but smile wryly. This was only his second visit. How could he be considered a regular? However, he did know who the top girl was here, so he immediately said, The most beautiful lady here should be Liu Yi. But her appearance fee is very expensive. One appearance from her would be considered a huge honor. Is it that exaggerated? Li Puchang's eyes lit up with anticipation. Hey, I like high-class goods. Then tonight I'll definitely be honored to meet her. Upon seeing the greed in his eyes, Ling Yu realized that he was a person who was driven by lust, not just acting. Where did Qin Zimai find such a top-notch person to take over her shares? Hey, gentlemen. Have you booked a room? Just as they entered the lobby, a flashy female manager came smiling over. This level of treatment was different from Ling Yu's previous visit. After all, Li Puchang, although not very good-looking, was dressed in a way that indicated wealth and status. On the other hand, Ling Yu was dressed plainly, so the female manager immediately treated him as Li Puchang's lackey, focusing all her warmth on Li Puchang. Li Puchang didn't hold back, taking out a stack of money and stuffing it into the manager's chest. Oh, you're really naughty. The female manager scolded Li Puchang playfully while also taking the initiative to kiss his cheek, thinking that this rich man was a real big spender. We haven't booked a room, but I want to request Miss Liu Yi. Please arrange it for me. Li Puchang declared, showing his veteran status in the nightclub scene. Hearing him specifically asking for Liu Yi, the female manager hesitated before saying, Sir, Miss Yi has already left. What? She's gone? Li Puchang was greatly disappointed. Ling Yu was also a bit surprised. After all, it had only been a few months. To think that even the top girl had changed jobs. Did that mean business was not as good as before? Yes, she's gone. Miss Yi is so beautiful. She caught the eye of a wealthy man and is rumored to be marrying into a prominent family. After mentioning Liu Yi, the female manager's eyes sparkled, and she continued, But in our nightclub, a super goddess has arrived, even more divine than Miss Yi. Really? Li Puchang's disappointment turned into anticipation. After all, if having Liu Yi on stage was considered an honor, then having an even more divine woman would surely make all men envy them. Hey, can I even fool you on such matters? The female manager continued. In the past 3 days, countless rich young men have been mesmerized by this super goddess, coming from various major cities in the southern continent just to fawn over her. That's why tonight, Heaven Nightclub is organizing a special event just for her, to see which mega-rich bachelor can win the favor of this ethereal beauty. As she heard about the super goddess, Li Puchang became more and more itchy with curiosity, and he eagerly asked, "Then let me see what she looks like." The female manager waved her hand. "Hey, that would be causing trouble. We don't even know what she looks like since she's been wearing a veil all the time. She's very mysterious." "Are you kidding me?" Li Puchang's eyes widened, finding it hard to believe. She doesn't show her face at all, yet she has the ability to charm so many men. "Hey, boss, you're in the dark about something," the female supervisor exclaimed triumphantly, saying in succession, "That fairy exudes a sense of holiness. Isn't that what you men like the most? Not only that, she is also proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. And she plays the flute so well." "Hold on a second." Hearing this, Li Puchang couldn't help but interrupt, raising his hand. "Playing the flute well? Weren't you just saying no one has let her perform yet?" "Hey, you." The female supervisor lightly slapped him and said, "I'm talking about the actual instrument." "Ha ha. She's truly talented." The female supervisor patted him and said, "If you guys want to participate in Miss Fairy's exclusive performance, then come with me." "Of course we have to go." Li Puchang quickly asked the female supervisor to lead the way. As a tycoon of his class, what kind of women and entertainment hadn't he experienced? The only thing he hadn't experienced yet was a heavenly fairy flying in the sky. So if there really was a celestial being here now, he would definitely spare no expense to win her over. Lingu could only follow along for amusement. The two arrived at the top floor of the Heaven nightclub, which was different from the entertainment box format downstairs. It was a grand hall type of venue, magnificent and grand with bright lights. There were many VIP booths in the hall, accommodating hundreds of people. These men were all eagerly waiting, clearly anticipating the appearance of the female lead. Since they hadn't reserved seats in advance, Lingu could only sit in a corner with Fatty Liang. However, the female supervisor didn't neglect them, and immediately called 7 or 8 young ladies to accompany them for drinks. Most men would choose one to accompany them, but Li Puchang wasn't that kind of man. He didn't want to make choices, he wanted them all. In no time, Lingu was surrounded by women. "Hey handsome, care for a drink?" Two women, one on each side, draped their arms over Lingu's shoulders, urging him to drink. They were both attractive in appearance and figure. For a man with weaker self-control, this would be an instant charm trap. But Lingu politely declined, moving their hands away with a smile, saying, "I'm here with the boss, and I'll be driving later. Can't drink. Just keep my boss company." Little did he know, Li Puchang thought he was being uptight, so he pushed the two women towards him. Lingu felt like he fell into a trap, their perfume sticking to him all over. How would he explain this to his wife later? "Hey, buddy, in a place like this, we're brothers, not boss and subordinate. Anyway, money's on me, so play however you want," Li Puchang cheerfully said. The two women leaned into Lingu's arms. Lingu was surprised by Li Puchang's generosity and loyalty. Was he trying to win him over? But it wasn't that Lingu couldn't relax. He genuinely didn't like this kind of display and feeling of being touched by women. Lingu couldn't stand the unwanted attention from these women, so he pushed them away and sat next to Li Puchang, saying, "Boss Li, it seems like many people are here for this so-called fairy miss tonight. How much do you think it would cost to win her over?" Besides changing the subject, Lingu also wanted to gauge this guy's financial strength. If he was really a Zhao Wuji undercover agent, the money for acquiring shares must also come from Zhao Wuji, so his spending limit wouldn't be too high. That to his surprise, Li Puchang solemnly said, "Crude." Lingu was stunned. The surrounding young women were also surprised. "Didn't you hear? This Miss Fairy sells her skills, not her body. She's here to find kindred spirits for her art. I plan to win her over genuinely. If Tane could get her to perform, she would have been bought long ago." Li Puchang's words left the young women astonished. Secretly despising Li Puchang, Lingu had already seen through this lewd man's intentions. Pretending to be serious was one thing, but now, acting all clueless, was he figured out that he was indeed a spy sent by Zhao Wuji and couldn't spend much? Or was he wary and pretending to be this way on purpose? After some thought, Lingu quickly smiled and said, Boss Li is right, but I personally detest this kind of act of selling skills, not the body. Oh. Why is that? Curious, Li Pokeng asked. Boss Li. Think about it. If she really wants to sell her skills, wouldn't she go to a talent show or variety program? Why come to a nightclub to perform? Lingu analyzed. What kind of place is a nightclub? It's where men spend money for fun. She's here to fetch a good price, pushing this facade along. Applause erupted around them. Lingu's words might not have been clear to Li Pokeng, but they struck a chord with the women. They despised women who acted holier than thou, but were enviously popular. Ha ha. Well said. Li Pokeng laughed and handed a stack of cash to Lingu, saying, Take this 20,000 and spend it first. I'll reward you handsomely if you can win over this fairy miss tonight. Lingu was momentarily stunned but smiled and said, Thank you, Boss Li. After a few more words, although he hadn't discovered Li Pokeng's true background, he now had 20,000 to spare and an excuse to evade the women. Lingu used a restroom break as an excuse and slipped away quickly. However, the next moment, he froze. From the corner of his eye, he saw young dandy seated in an elegant booth. Wasn't that Nangongwu, that guy? How could he be here in Yun City? Nangongwu was also low-key even though he was a top-tier Dragon Country elite. He only had a close bodyguard with him, didn't call for female companions and was sipping red wine while gazing at the central stage, clearly there for the same reason as the fairy miss. Lingu had extraordinary perception abilities and noted that on the upper level of the hall, there seemed to be someone else secretly observing Nangongwu. The two-tiered venue had an open layout without a middle partition, reminiscent of an ancient amphitheater. Lingu shifted his gaze upward and saw a man and a woman standing behind a railing, covertly watching Nangongwu, seemingly discussing something discreetly. Is that him? The young master from the Non-Gong family? A woman in blue whispered from behind the fence. Exactly. The man nodded proudly. Rumors say that the young master from the Non-Gong family is extremely charming, loves one after another. We've managed to lure him over through a beauty trap, and if we can invite this young master back, we'll definitely receive a hefty reward. He actually brought a bodyguard with him. The woman in blue furrowed her brows. Hey, if he had brought multiple bodyguards, maybe we wouldn't have to be cautious, but since he only has one, we might need to use our wits. Teak martial arts tournament is coming up, and whoever is protecting the Non-Gong young master up close must be a super skilled martial artist from the Non-Gong family. The woman in blue nodded in agreement. The Non-Gong family is incredibly wealthy, and even their organization, the Holy Fire Organization, would have to be extremely cautious if they were to lay hands on the young master. All of this was observed by Lingu. Despite the distance and noise at the venue, he couldn't hear their conversation, but through lip reading, he could vaguely tell that these two were targeting Nangongwu. Just then, another important figure entered the hall, a person with grandeur. Escorting him were a man and a woman. One was the manager of the nightclub, and the other was a female supervisor. Yun Su. This way, please. The manager greeted with a smile, leading a man in his 30s to the main table. Isn't that Su Guanglian, the heir of the Su family from Nanzhou Shencheng? Li Pokeng, who was socializing with a few ladies, saw the arrival of this young master and was astonished, his demeanor becoming uneasy. He was determined to win over the goddess of the night tonight, but now seeing such a formidable opponent, he suddenly lost all his confidence. The Su family in Shencheng was not only the wealthiest family in Nanzhou, but also a member of the National Chamber of Commerce. The head of the Su family was also the president of the Nanzhou Chamber of Commerce, making their family an extraordinary presence in Nanzhou. Indeed, that's Yun Su. One of the ladies beside him chimed in. Yun Su has been coming to our Paradise nightclub to patronize the new courtesan for the past 2 days. Seems like he's set on winning her over. Another lady added, Mr. Li, tonight you and the other young masters may find it difficult to compete with Yun Su. Li Pokeng sighed deeply, realizing that with Su Guanglian's presence, his chances of winning over the beauty tonight were slim. Lingu had returned, and witnessing Li Pokeng's despondency, he understood the prominence of Su Guangliang and was now filled with curiosity and anticipation for the upcoming courtesan. What kind of woman could attract both Nangongwu and Su Guangliang, such prominent figures? At this moment, someone suddenly screamed, Look, the celestial courtesan is making her entrance. The venue erupted in excitement. All eyes almost simultaneously turned to a golden winding stairway. Standing there was a slender beauty, illuminated by the spotlight like the sole focus of the galaxy. Her appearance resembled an unparalleled beauty from an online game, dressed in a traditional style gown of light blue and white gradient, with a pure white split skirt revealing her legs. Her slender legs radiated a captivating beauty under the lights, leaving men drooling. Her waist was delicate, almost too fragile to touch, yet her bust size was impressive. She was indeed big where she should be and small where she should be. With her face covered, only a pair of lively eyes were visible, leaving her features a mystery. But based on her figure and her speaking eyes, she was enough to drive men crazy. Even Lingu had to admit that her charm was no less than Zhao Wenjin's. In Lingu's mind, a sudden thought surfaced. The sacred woman, with an aura of sanctity, she might be the same sacred woman who had previously injured the snake spirit. Next moment, with a graceful leap, like a spirited fairy descending from the heavens, she landed lightly on the stage. As she landed, her skirt fluttered, revealing her pristine legs, driving men wild. Wow, the Celestial Maiden has arrived. Celestial Maiden, I love you. The venue erupted in ecstatic male exclamations, overwhelming like a flood, engulfing the venue. It wasn't until the Celestial Maiden sat on a chair, unveiling a gujian, that the cheers gradually subsided. The Celestial Maiden, though veiled, somehow conveyed a sense of smiling, with her beautiful eyes and eyelashes that seemed to captivate men's souls. Lingu finally realized why this woman had captivated so many in just a few days, being acclaimed as a courtesan surpassing Liu. Her charm didn't stem from her looks, but radiated from within. Could this be the sacred woman? How did she end up in such a place? The Celestial Maiden made a hushing motion, and the ecstatic men fell silent. This ability was almost terrifying. The next moment, with a stroke of her jade finger on the guzheng strings, a beautiful melody flowed out from her fingertips. Graceful and ethereal, like moonlight dancing on ripples, it instantly transported the audience to a serene grassland, leaving them in a state of blissful tranquility, intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. The Celestial Maiden's gaze then swept across the venue slowly. Lingu felt as though her eyes lingered on him longer than others, even making eye contact. But the next moment, her gaze moved away. The music continued, and after her performance, the men in the audience seemed entranced, taking a while to respond. It was only when the female supervisor of the nightclub led the applause that the rest followed suit. The applause crescendoed. Another group of men became fervent admirers of the Celestial Maiden. Excellent. An extraordinary performance. A celestial melody. Such music should only belong in the heavens. Celestial melody. Celestial Maiden, I love you. Will you spend the night with me tonight? Faced with these declarations, the Celestial Maiden did not respond. Instead, she motioned for the female supervisor to come to her. As the female supervisor approached, the Celestial Maiden whispered a few words to her, causing the female supervisor's expression to light up. The next moment, the female supervisor enthusiastically announced, "The Celestial Maiden has said that tonight, among all of you, she will choose a man of her liking to spend the night with, sharing a blissful evening together." Wow! With the last four words, the men in the venue went wild. Many of them blushed, some with eyes gleaming. Previously, they had come here to accompany, without the expectation of the Celestial Maiden making an appearance, let alone mentioning spending the night with a man. Gradually, many men, much like Lingu had just mentioned, became very displeased with her, feeling she was deliberately inflating her value. However, tonight, she was finally willing to make an appearance, and since the opportunity was clear and present, if they couldn't seize it, they couldn't blame anyone but themselves. "Director Li, your chance has come." Lingu lightly patted Li Poking's shoulder and said. Initially arrogant and confident, Li Poking now seemed dejected, saying, I never expected a mere city like Yunchan to have hidden talents. It seems I have no chance with this goddess." Lingu could see his genuine disappointment. In other words, his financial status must be decent but not top tier. Looking at it this way, he might indeed be an undercover agent sent by Zhao Wuji to Chia Gang Corporation. But Lingu thought that not being able to win over this goddess might actually be a good thing. Even if she is not the sacred fire priestess, she is definitely not someone that Li Poking's level of man can handle. Great. The goddess performance is like celestial music, absolutely elegant, transcending to the peak of artistry. This performance should truly only exist in heaven, How rare it is on Earth to witness such excellence. Just as everyone was still excited, a man stood up in the center of the hall, applauding and walking up to the stage uninvited. The men around were angered. They didn't expect to be preempted. This man had quite the audacity, daring to mount the stage without invitation. But as they recognized him, nobody dared to speak up, only whispering to each other. That's the Su family's eldest son of Shen Chen, Su Guangliang. His father is the chairman of the Southern Zhu Chamber of Commerce, with vast influence. Who dares to offend him? Well, it seems like tonight we are destined to be supporting characters. As Su Guangliang proudly walked onto the crimson stage, extending his hand towards the goddess, saying, "Goddess, I am Su Guangliang. Might I have the pleasure of tasting wine with you tonight, and talking about life?" The men in the audience dared not speak loud. If the goddess accepted, they would have come here in vain tonight, with only envy left dry and bitter. But with Su Guangliang's status in mind, even if the goddess was arrogant, she probably wouldn't dare to refuse, right? On the high fences, the woman in blue and the mysterious man frowned, wondering how the goddess would reject Su Guangliang. After all, their target tonight was not this man. At a critical moment, a disdainful voice rang out, "Ha ha, Su Guangliang, you are too forward with the beauty, aren't you? Wanting to shake hands upon the first meeting, wouldn't the second meeting be to take her to bed? Don't they say, never touch hands with a woman?" Many gasped in shock. No one expected someone to speak to Su Guangliang like this. Su Guangliang naturally felt offended, sensing a challenge to his dignity as the Southern Zhu's leading son. But when they realized who spoke those words, they all breathed a sigh of relief, for it was Nan Gongwu, one of the four major families in Yanjing. This is getting interesting. Who would have thought that a nightclub beauty from Yuncheng could attract the top two giants of the Dragon Kingdom? It's truly surprising. This is intense. The ultimate victor of the goddess's affection is uncertain. Amidst the discussions, Nan Gongwu also walked up the stage proudly. Su Guangliang stared him down, but he couldn't do much against him. In terms of background and family influence, the Su family, as the leading family of Southern Zhu, had to yield to the Nan Gong family. And Su Guangliang knew the personal bodyguard with Nan Gongwu tonight had an illustrious background as a master martial artist. Even in a fight, they might not emerge victorious, so he could only watch as Nan Gongwu also extended his hand to the goddess, arrogantly saying, "Goddess, solely by your demeanor and gaze, you are more charming than my last 100 girlfriends combined. May Nan Gongwu be honored to be your friend." Now, the audience's focus was even more intense. Two tigers fighting will result in a wound. How will the goddess choose? But at this moment, the goddess also stood up, slightly bowing to Nan Gongwu. "So, you are the Nan Gong's esteemed son. Your reputation precedes you. Today upon meeting you, it is indeed extraordinary." Upon seeing this scene, Lingu sensed trouble. The goddess's appearance in Yuncheng likely aimed to capture Nan Gongwu. Is she now playing hard to get? If Nan Gongwu spends the night with her tonight, he might be lost. At this juncture, as master and disciple, Lingu must find a way to disrupt their plans. Seeing this, the men who initially thought they had no chance suddenly became active. As the saying goes, when the snipe and the clan grapple, it's the fisherman who profits. Perhaps the goddess might worry about offending neither of the top two giants and may choose someone else in the end. So, more confident men stood up, introducing themselves loudly, hoping the goddess might choose them. "Director Li, everyone is putting themselves forward. Why not join in?" Lingu said to Li Pakeng. He hoped some man could win the favor of the goddess, disrupting their flow, even though the chances were slim since the initiative lay with the goddess. But the more men introduced themselves, the more time Lingu might have to figure something out. However, at this crucial moment, Li Pakeng faltered, waving his hand, in front of the Nan Gong and Su's eldest sons. "What am I? It will only be embarrassing if I stand up." Lingu felt helpless. He was usually reliable, but he dropped the ball at a critical moment. Seeing that the goddess's gaze was about to turn their way, Lingu had to stand up and say, "Goddess, I am Lingu, an employee of Chiagang Corporation, conveying greetings from our director Li." This statement led to surrounding men mocking him. Nevertheless, Nan Gongwu's eyes lit up. He had come to Yuncheng to find Lingu, and upon hearing about the superb goddess, he naturally sought out the beauty first. Little did he expect his master to be present tonight. "So, you're from the Chiagang Corporation. I heard that it's the leading enterprise in Yuncheng. What a pleasure to meet both of you tonight." When the goddess spoke, The men who had just ridiculed Lingu were dumbfounded, as if they had been slapped in the face. None of them would ever receive such treatment. The goddess did not engage in conversation with the super-rich and the magnates present, so why would she initiate dialogue with the employee of Chiagang Corporation? What's going on? Lingu was also quite surprised. Just now, when this fairy lady looked at him, she did indeed linger a bit longer than others, making him speculate, could she know him? Mr. Ling, I wonder if you had any feedback on Fairy's performance just now. The next moment, the fairy lady actually took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Lingu. The whole scene exploded. The fairy lady had never taken the initiative to strike up a conversation with any man, not even when Nangonwu and Suguanglian took the initiative to chat with her. She didn't let them comment on her performance either. Not to mention that she even referred to herself as fairy. Could that be her name? Only Nangonwu smirked. Unexpectedly, this fairy lady had quite a sharp eye. Looking past him, Nangon's young master, to his own master. All the fools in the room, didn't they think highly of themselves? Little did they know that Nangon's young master's master was the most esteemed figure in the room. While Nangonwu could hold his tongue, Suguanglian couldn't. Hearing fairy speak like that, he immediately coldly sneered. HNPH, fairy, don't elevate those lowly people. Just a mere employee. What do they know about music and art? Yeah. What do those lowly people know? Fairy lady asking him. It's like casting pearls before swine. Many men around also fervently joined in. At this moment, Lingu became their common enemy. Even the mysterious couple on the fence were very puzzled. Why did the fairy lady take the initiative to talk to that man? Their target tonight was Nangon's eldest young master. Did the fairy lady change her target without authorization? Suo, you're mistaken. To everyone's surprise, the fairy lady actually defended Lingu, saying, Fairy is here to perform, just hoping to find kindred spirits in the vast world. Regardless of one's status, as long as one understands fairy's music, they are fairy's confidant. Suguanglian was not a fool from a wealthy family, and upon hearing this, he quickly responded, Fairy lady's zither playing is ethereal and enchanting, like pearls falling on a jade plate, taking our souls to a mysterious sanctuary, immersing us in a blissful state. This piece is truly celestial music, and the fairy lady is a performer of heaven. With this rainbow of compliments, the scene became quite extravagant. The fairy lady blinked her eyes and simply replied, Suo, you flatter me. Hearing the two of them exchanging words, Nangonwu felt anxious. If he lost to Suguanglian tonight, wouldn't his title as Dragon Country's romantic young master be lost? Li Poking sighed. In terms of background, he wasn't as good as Suguanglian, and his tongue wasn't as eloquent. Tonight, he could only watch with envy as others received attention. Just then, Lingu let out a cold laugh. She wants feedback, not flattery. This remark hit Suguanglian's ears and pierced sharply. Do you want to die? Suguanglian stared at Lingu fiercely, his eyes showing murderous intent. A mere employee of the Chia gang group daring to go against their Bajio, Su family's eldest young master, simply didn't know the word death. Even if their Chia gang group's president came, wouldn't they still have to show great respect to such a super rich young master? Suo, please calm down. At this moment, the fairy lady called out to Suguanglian and then turned to Lingu, asking, I wonder what feedback Mr. Ling has on fairy's performance. This was the second time she took the initiative to ask. Everyone was truly puzzled. Why was she so eager to get Lingu's feedback? Even the mysterious couple on the fence were confused about what was so special about Lingu. Lingu's expression turned slightly unfriendly. He was a straight shooter, not a bootlicker, let alone a flatterer. Please go ahead. Despite seeing through his expression, the fairy lady still extended her hand and asked, All right, in my opinion, the fairy lady's zither performance was actually not bad, at an above-average level. Lingu said immediately. As soon as he spoke, Suguanglian let out a cold snort. What do you mean by above-average level? Are you saying the fairy lady has any shortcomings? Once the words were out, Suguanglian himself realized and immediately froze, his face tensing up as he tried to explain to the fairy lady. Fairy lady, I didn't mean you lack anything. What I meant was, the more he explained, the more unclear it became, because this flatterer had already fallen into Lingu's trap. Many people in attendance were already stifling laughter. Nangonwu burst out laughing directly, never expecting that his master had such a playful side. The fairy lady's eyes showed a hint of displeasure, but her tone remained courteous. If Mr. Ling thinks my performance is lacking, please clarify and enlighten me. Li Pakan was a bit jittery, not expecting he had misjudged. Earlier, he thought Lingu, who was diligent and hardworking in the office, was an honest person, but now it seemed he was quite audacious, truly keeping his true self hidden. However, all the men present tonight were admirers of the fairy lady. If Lingu couldn't provide convincing criticism, they definitely give him a hard time. Indeed, all the men in the room now glared at Lingu, finding him quite unpleasant. But Lingu remained calm, with a faint smile, as he stepped forward and said slowly, I dare not claim to impart wisdom, but sharing my honest feelings is acceptable. I hope the fairy lady can take the advice and further elevate her performances in the future. Hiss. Everyone gasped. Even though Lingu's words were polite, they still felt he was too arrogant. In their ears, the fairy lady's performance was flawless, and they didn't believe this Chia Gang group employee could find any faults. Firstly, the fairy lady's musical style does not match. Lingu continued. Look at the venue. It's full of lights and revelry. Don't you think the guzheng and the environment are incompatible? The guzheng belongs to classical music. If the fairy lady chose to perform in a bamboo forest or by flowing waters in the mountains, it would definitely be marvelous, but you chose to perform at a nightclub. It's simply not a good match. It's a negative feedback. Once he said that, the men on site suddenly realized, indeed, the fairy lady had no way to refute it, had to swallow the humiliation, and with a smile said, Mr. Ling is absolutely right. Fairy cannot perform the wild DJ style, yet insisted on performing in such a place to please the audience. It's truly making a fool of oneself. You understand it perfectly by saying so. Lingu didn't let her off just because she had yielded, and continued, the second point where it's amiss is your overall demeanor. What? Everyone was slightly puzzled again. What was wrong with the fairy lady's demeanor? Even the fairy lady pricked her ears, watching how this man continued to ridicule her. Humph, since you said you came here to please the audience, you're admitting that you're just a performer. Yet, you're putting on an aloof attitude, like a celestial being. I see you as a self-proclaimed star, wanting everyone to go out of their way to please you, right? When Lingu dropped these words, many people felt like he had hit a nerve. The men present were all experienced with nightlife affairs, used to romance and seduction. They were all wealthy and powerful, accustomed to using money to make women submit, not used to being treated like lapdogs. Only people with masochistic tendencies would enjoy that, right? The ladies present especially resented the aloof attitude of the performer, seeing as they were all in the same line of work, selling smiles for money. While they were humble, she acted superior, demanding respect and submission. How could that not stir jealousy within them? So when Lingu spoke, the applause in the room was thunderous. Many even joined Nongongwu in shouting loudly, well said. Seeing Lingu's critique being supported by the majority of the audience, Su Guangliang couldn't even try to flatter the performer anymore. The performer couldn't help clenching her fists, trembling slightly. Damn it, how dare that man insult our Lady Saint? I'll kill him. On the sidelines, a mysterious man wanted to jump down to harm Lingu but was stopped by a woman in blue. Warning, the Lady Saint did not give orders. Dare you cause trouble? The man had to desist reluctantly. What Ling Xiansheng said is absolutely right. Miss Xianer finally released her clenched fists and, regaining composure, said, it seems that my performance with the instrument and the song selection tonight were big failures. My performance style is not suitable for this occasion. No, not only were the instrument and song selection a failure, but your playing also had issues. Lingu cut her off before she finished. Hissing. Many people gasped again. While Lingu's previous critiques were about her choices, this time he was pinpointing technical problems in her playing. Uncultured, Su Guangliang couldn't hold back anymore and was about to make a scene. He was genuinely attracted to Xianer's celestial aura, believing she was a true phoenix. How could he let Lingu pluck the feathers of the phoenix he admired? Su Deshao, please, don't act recklessly. Unexpectedly, even before Nongongwu intervened, Xianer stopped Su Guangliang again. She then looked seriously at Lingu, slightly angry, saying, please, Ling Xiansheng, enlighten me. Her eyes seemed to say, if you can't point out the true problem in my performance, I won't spare you. Everyone was focused. Li Pakan trembled more and more. Mother, if Lingu messes up, he'll be in trouble tonight too. He thought he brought a rookie wingman to flirt with girls, but ended up with a difficult white dragon. This surname Ling guy is too bold. However, Lingu remained calm and composed, saying, "If I'm not mistaken, Miss Xianer's piece is about love, supposed to be beautiful and sweet. But from your performance, I only felt the beauty, not the sweetness." Upon hearing this, Xianer suddenly froze, not blinking. Lingu continued, "I guess Miss Xianer has never experienced love, never felt the sweetness of love, hence why she can't portray that emotion in her performance." Doom. Xianer suddenly stood up. The audience was amazed. Before Lingu's words, they thought Xianer's performance was flawless, but now they realized there were numerous flaws. "Ha ha, well said." Non-Gongwu clapped enthusiastically, enjoying seeing Xianer's frantic reaction. He, the famous flirt, had countless girlfriends. Which woman dared to not give him face? This woman, acting aloof and pretending to be a fairy, was now being criticized by her mentor, and it pleased him. Li Pokeng also clapped. The majority of the audience also cheered loudly with him. Ling Xuansheng truly understands music. Every critique is a gem. Xianer learns a lot. When Miss Xianer spoke, the room fell silent. Xianer will be waiting for Ling Xuansheng in the Lian Xiaoyifan tonight. Please don't scorn Xianer. I hope you'll offer your guidance. With that, she left the stage in cold demeanor. Now, the excited men in the room suddenly cooled down. They had forgotten the main goal of the night, which was not to critique the performer but to take her home. They hadn't imagined that, in the end, the man Miss Xianer chose was not Non-Gongwu or Su Guanglian but Lingu, a junior employee of Chiagang Corporation. What is the lady saint doing? The mysterious man was also confused. Miss Xianer came to Heaven nightclub for a reason. It was to capture the attention of Non-Gongwu, who was coming to Cloud City, to ensnare the super playboy and gain some benefits, right? How had the plan changed suddenly? Get him. Su Guanglian, who had been overshadowed by Lingu all night, finally lost his temper and ordered his 8 followers to surround Lingu. Li Pokeng was terrified. The ladies around him were also anxious. They were afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. Fortunately, before they could act, Non-Gongwu laughed and said, "Su Guanglian can't handle losing, turning red like a bear, and still want to fight for a woman." He didn't disclose Lingu's identity, except for the warning Lingu gave him in Y country and some private reasons. So Su Guanglian didn't know why Non-Gongwu was defending Lingu and gritted his teeth, glaring at Non-Gongwu. "Non-Gongdashao, what do you mean? Are you willing to hand over Miss Xianer and give her to this trash?" Su Guanglian knew Non-Gongwu's character well. He was Dragon Country's #1 playboy, with hundreds of girlfriends, often fighting with others for women. Was he changing his ways today? "What do you mean by handing over?" Non-Gongwu chuckled. "Miss Xianer chose him herself. You're just sore loser, resorting to crude tactics. This young man is not like you, doing things without class. You." Su Guanglian was so angry that his face turned red, but Non-Gongwu didn't care at all, turning to Lingu and saying, "You're really good at picking up girls. From now on, you'll be my master in flirting. Master, go and enjoy a moment with Miss Xianer. I'll take care of things here for you." Lingu sighed, feeling a bit trapped. He wanted to help Non-Gongwu, prevent him from falling into any traps, but now succeeded in entangling himself. But the Wolf of the North would not fear a woman. Most importantly, Lingu felt that this Miss Xianer was like someone he knew. Even if the idea seemed absurd, he wanted to discover her true identity. So, after some inner struggle, he turned and left the scene. The VIP room for an enjoyable night is the most elegant room at the Heaven nightclub. This is also the exclusive room for the Orin of the Heaven nightclub. Without the permission of the Orin, no one else can enter. However, Xianer didn't expect that when she entered this room and sat at the dressing table about to remove her veil, she heard footsteps behind her. Who's so bold? Xianer didn't turn back but stopped removing her veil, her cold gaze fixed on the mirror. "Miss Chin, it's me." Soon, a man appeared in the mirror. He looked refined, wearing golden glasses, resembling an obedient son of a noble lady. Miss Xianer's eyes darkened, showing some weariness and anger. "Zhao Wuji, not only did you dare to intrude into my room, but you also call me Miss Chin. Do you not fear death?" Faced with Xianer's threat, the man not only wasn't scared but had a smile on his face, nudging the glasses on his nose bridge and walking over. "So the holy lady knows my name. What an honor. I thought you took my money twice and forgot about me." "Stop." Xianer halted the unexpected visitor, her eyes showing menace. That moment, Zhao Wuji finally stopped in his tracks, feeling goosebumps rising. He realized he was walking on a tightrope. If she wanted to kill him, it would be effortless. If you can't give me a reason to spare you within 30 seconds, the world will never hear about Zhang Wuji again, Xianer continued. Heh. Zhao Wuji didn't tremble but teased. Miss Qin, your expression is truly ever-changing. Completely different from when you were charming in the lobby just now. Crack. Xianer's hand landed on a lipstick on the dressing table. A bead of sweat immediately formed on Zhao Wuji's forehead. He knew that martial artists could turn anything into a weapon, and a lipstick was no exception, so he quickly changed the subject. If I die in this room, the fact that Lady Linfi is naturally infertile might be exposed. Xianer paused, lightly tapping the lipstick on the table before asking, I don't know what you're talking about, but I've asked Lingu to come to my room. He should be arriving soon, right? I heard there's a feud between you and him. Zhao Wuji smiled wryly. Miss Qin is well informed, but that's your supposed brother-in-law, so it's natural to care about him. Xianer cut him off. If you keep talking nonsense, you might not leave here alive. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Zhao Wuji adopted a more aggressive tone. But the Holy Fire Organization took my money, yet failed to deal with Lingu. If that gets out, it might tarnish your reputation. Don't try to scare me with that. Xianer's eyes turned even colder. Leave me out of the mess with Daoshai. I won't stand for it. All right, I'll leave that topic be. Zhao Wuji got to the point, throwing his chips on the table with a hint of threat. If Miss Xianer doesn't want her identity exposed and wants to get the Sunstone, it's best to strike a deal with me. After a moment of silence, Xianer lightly placed the lipstick on the table before asking, aren't you afraid Lingu might barge in at any moment? Speak freely. With more cold sweat on his forehead, Zhao Wuji was caught between a rock and a hard place. The titles of the four young masters of Yanjing and Zhang Wuji were prestigious to common folks, but in the presence of the war god of the north and the holy lady of the holy fire, they might not mean much. Nevertheless, Zhao Wuji chose to sit down, cross his legs, and slowly said, I believe Miss Xianer must have her reasons for inviting Lingu, so I propose, let's collaborate to take down Lingu. I guarantee not to expose any of Miss Xianer's information and might even help you destroy the evidence. Xianer's eyes flickered with a hint of threat but quickly regained composure. After a while, she asked, how do you know so much about me? Zhao Wuji, interesting enough. Those are things I care about. Let's not beat around the bush. Miss Qin. Zhao Wuji's demeanor changed once again. He appeared more relaxed and confident, saying, because of my sister's health condition, the Zhao family has been keeping an eye on the Sunstone for over 20 years, and we have been monitoring the Qin family. Lady Linfi was actually placed into the Qin family by us. She doesn't even know herself, so we are well aware of her background, and she's not capable of bearing children. So when Miss Qin unexpectedly appeared, we were surprised and naturally kept a close eye on her movements. If our information is correct, both Miss Qin and the Holy Fire Organization are interested in the Sunstone. Turning his attention to Xianer, Zhao Wuji proposed, by getting the Sunstone from the Qin family, we can eliminate the biggest obstacle, Lingu, for both sides by working together. Isn't that beneficial for us both? Xianer listened silently, a slight curve appearing on her lips under the veil. At that moment, outside the room, Lingu had approached the door. As he was about to knock, a familiar voice came from behind him. Lingu, aren't you afraid of trouble looming over your head? Hey. Lingu frowned, swiftly turning around to see an outrageously ugly man. Mosu, just a friendly reminder. Miss Xianer isn't a virtuous woman. Also, you already have a wife. Having clandestine meetings with other women at night doesn't seem appropriate, right? Mosu said, tapping his ear. Lingu then noticed two bodyguards tied up on the corridor floor, their mouths taped shut. They were supposed to be guarding the room, but were now subdued by Mosu. Is Zhao Wuji inside? Lingu asked directly, his eyes glinting with hostility. Who knows? Mosu shrugged. Maybe he's already left. So, you stopped me now to fight? Lingu inquired. Oh no. Mosu raised his hands quickly. I don't want to fight you. How about we just chat? I might have some interesting things to tell you. Then go ahead. If I'm not interested in your next statement, I'll barge in. Lingu's tone was cold. Ha. In that case, I must reveal something sensational. Mosu pulled out a lump of earwax, casually wiped it on his pants, and grinned. Your cousin's son isn't actually his own. Want to guess who the biological father is? Lingu shuddered abruptly. Keon indeed mentioned this matter to his cousin, but at that time, Qin Mingyu had cautioned him not to pursue the truth, regardless of whether Keon was telling the truth or not. If it were Keon saying this now, Lingu would pay it no mind. But how did this grotesque man know the secret? And he even knew who Xiao Wei's biological father was. How about it? Interested? Mosu saw Lingu's reaction and said triumphantly, No, I'm not interested. Lingu chuckled. Isn't Wei's father my cousin? Could it be you? Mosu was taken aback, surprised. How did you know it was me? Who told you? Lingu still chuckled. You pretend quite well. Too bad you can't fool me, and this topic doesn't interest me either. The words of Qin Mingyu echo in his mind again. As long as he didn't investigate the truth, then his cousin is indeed Wei's father. This is also the theory of Zhu Dingyu. Lingu knocked on the door directly. Mosu, not expecting this topic to not interest him, sighed, and reluctantly had to confront Lingu himself. Luckily, his phone buzzed with a message just in time. After glancing at it, Mosu smiled, turned, and left. Lingu kept a wary eye on his figure, already guessing that Zhao Wuji must have left. Sure enough, after the automatic door opened, Lingu walked into the room, finding no one inside. It seemed Zhao Wuji had left through another door. The next moment, Miss Xian's voice came from the bathroom. Is it Mr. Ling? Yes, it's me. Following the sound, Lingu saw an enchanting figure bathing inside through the glass. The room's design allowed for almost full visibility of the person bathing from the outside. For most men, this situation would have been arousing. After all, the person inside was Miss Xian. However, Lingu remained unaffected. He felt that the figure inside was somewhat familiar, yet it seemed impossible. He had only just met Miss Xian tonight. How could he find her familiar? Mr. Ling, please wait a moment. Xian will be ready soon. No hurry. Lingu casually responded, taking the opportunity to survey the room meticulously. 1. To see if Zhao Wuji had indeed left. 2. To check for any hidden threats in the room. Despite not being reminded by Mosu, he knew that this Miss Xian was not to be underestimated. She was highly likely a saintess. Lingu wondered why she had suddenly decided to abandon her agreement with Nangon Wu and come here. Click. The bathroom door opened the next moment, filling the room with a heady fragrance. Lingu quickly turned his gaze towards the bathroom, curious to see what Miss Xian looked like and if she was the woman he suspected her to be. When he saw Miss Xian's true face, he was stunned. The sensation was similar to when he first saw Qin Mingyu, and even seeing Zhao Wenjin didn't captivate him as much. This woman was beautiful, not resembling anyone he knew. Individually, her facial features may not have been flawless, but together they were perfect. Seeing her face was like witnessing a fairy in a celestial realm. Mr. Ling. Miss Xian walked over, one hand holding a towel, the other gesturing lightly in front of Lingu. Oh, excuse me. Lingu finally snapped out of his reverie, feeling uncomfortable. Apart from the fact that she didn't match the face he had in mind, her beauty was overwhelming. Moreover, her captivating eyes seemed to have an enchanting power. Additionally, there seemed to be something unusual about the fragrance around her. Mr. Ling, if you have the patience, can Xian change into another outfit before we continue? Miss Xian blinked at him. Please go ahead. Lingu responded. He had regained his composure, realizing that this woman definitely had intentions of seducing him. Otherwise, why would she be bathing and changing clothes at this time? Miss Xian smiled and walked towards a wardrobe. The next moment, she unbothered by whether the man behind her was watching. The towel slipped off her body, revealing her alluring figure under the light. However, Lingu didn't look voluntarily, and upon noticing the towel falling, he turned his head away. He would not do anything that would betray Qin Mingyu, especially since he was aware of her motives. Miss Xian looked back to find that Lingu had already turned away, feeling a hint of resentment. She couldn't understand why this man wasn't interested in her. What did she lack compared to Qin Mingyu? Mr. Ling, thank you for waiting. Soon after, Miss Xian was dressed in an ancient-style outfit and approached Lingu slowly. Miss Xian, why is your attire so unusual? Lingu inquired. He suspected that it was related to her special identity. I've always liked the ancient style since I was young, so I prefer this kind of attire, Miss Xian replied. Is there something wrong with how Xian dresses this way? It looks good. Lingu nodded. Then, Can Xianer play a piece for Mr. Ling and receive some guidance? Miss Xianer suggested. Lingu chuckled. Miss Xianer, please don't overestimate me. I was just talking nonsense earlier. Mr. Ling, why would you say that was nonsense? Your comments are not only recognized by everyone, but also by Xianer. Ignoring Lingu's refusal, Miss Xianer sat in front of the guzheng and began playing. The music was beautiful. To savor Miss Xianer's music alone provided a different kind of enjoyment compared to appreciating it together. Her guzheng playing alternated between high and low tones, seemingly able to carry one's soul away. Lingu's eyes gradually became vacant, as if he were a body without a soul. Mr. Ling, Mr. Ling. Miss Xianer stopped playing at some point, stood up, and slowly walked towards Lingu. Lingu still showed no reaction. Leaning down, Miss Xianer gently touched his handsome face, sighing fragrantly. If only you liked Qin Mingu, how good would that be? Then, you wouldn't be my enemy. Her jade-like hand slowly reached towards Lingu's neck, intending to strike, but she suddenly found her wrist tightly held by someone else, unable to exert any force. You aren't ensnared in the illusion? Miss Xianer looked surprised, gazing at Lingu in disbelief. Miss Xianer, your technique is indeed superb. Lingu's gaze had returned to normal, with a hint of coldness. First, you use the fragrance to get into my breath, then the melody to lead me into the illusion, and then plan to take advantage and kill me. But it's a shame. I have special breeding techniques to counter toxins, and your cultivation is not enough to trap me with melody alone. He was the direct disciple of Shen Guihui physician. During his time in the northern region, he learned the turtle breath technique and the breathing techniques of 1,000 turns. If not for these, how could he have faced biochemical weapons on the front lines repeatedly and still be alive now? Seeing Lingu's murderous gaze, Miss Xianer was flustered. She couldn't believe her signature skill had no effect on this man. Who exactly was he? No wonder even Zhao Wuji had to unite with her to take on this man. Swoosh! Lingu paid no attention to Xianer's demeanor or what she was going to say. He took the initiative to act first, intending to subdue her before speaking. When he used to carry out missions in the past, he had faced many cunning female agents who would use their vulnerability to gain sympathy from men and then take advantage of the situation to strike back. Lingu would not make such a mistake. However, to his surprise, Xianer's martial arts skills were quite formidable, and he made an error in his capture technique. Xianer somersaulted in the air, her beautiful legs drawing graceful arcs as she used spinning to break free from Lingu's grasp. Upon landing, the fabric strip on her sleeve moved like a poisonous snake, quickly entwining Lingu and restricting his movements in turn. Lingu had never underestimated his opponents, but he realized that he had underestimated her. This was the Holy Fire Saintess, who had almost killed even a snake spirit. After restricting Lingu's movements, Xianer reached out to grab his spine. This was a technique commonly used by assassins, where breaking a man's spine would lead to rapid death. In a critical moment, Lingu unleashed a terrifying potential, forcibly cutting Xianer's fabric strip with the metal button on his clothes, narrowly avoiding being overpowered before she could break his bones. In an instant, both of them exchanged attacks and defenses, each harboring a sense of wariness towards the other's strength. But when they meet in narrow circumstances, the brave prevail. Xianer's special skills failed to ensnare Lingu in her illusions, causing her to feel apprehensive and lacking a strong desire to engage in a fierce combat. In fact, she hadn't really decided to kill Lingu, which made her a bit slow in her actions. On the other hand, Lingu was concerned that she might have ambushes or reinforcements, so he had to defeat her quickly to avoid future troubles. As the situation developed, Lingu launched 3 consecutive attacks with all his might. Xianer resisted fiercely, but eventually revealed some vulnerabilities. Finally, Lingu used a powerful capture technique to pin her hands behind her back. Xianer's eyes flashed with a moment of panic, then immediately turned seductive and said, with a smile, "Mr. Ling, what do you plan to do with Xianer? Are you not afraid your wife will be jealous of how you treat me?" After capturing her, Lingu remained calm and decided to clarify some things. Although Xianer's expression seemed both annoyed and resentful, it could easily melt the hearts of most men. But Lingu was an unyielding man who remained composed as he asked, "Miss Xianer, I have a few questions for you." "Go ahead and ask. After all the mistreatment you've given me, how can I refuse your questions?" This playful yet resentful expression on Xian'er's face could surely touch any man's heart. However, in front of Lingu, she failed to elicit any response. Continue in his questioning. Are you the holy maiden, the one who nearly killed the serpent spirit? So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Do you want to kill me here in this place? Xian'er replied in a challenging manner. Lingu was well aware that this was a society governed by law, not a fantasy world. His previous actions had been mostly in self-defense and with the help of Qin Mingu and Yizi, allowing him to handle things effortlessly. However, dealing with Xian'er would surely bring about trouble. If she truly belonged to the Holy Fire Organization, he would even be against the entire group. Without deep enmity, Lingu clearly lacked the resolve to take such action. I will take your non-denial as an answer to that question, Lingu said without dwelling on the matter. Moving on to his next question, were you deliberately lying in wait here, waiting for Nangongwu to fall into your trap? What is your true objective? Heh. Since you already know, why ask again? Xian'er replied evasively, displaying a certain level of wisdom. The Nangong family is the richest in the Dragon Kingdom. Who wouldn't want a share of their wealth? Is that all? Lingu found it hard to believe her response, given that they were from the Holy Fire Organization, not mere kidnappers. Don't you believe it? Didn't you witness our previous abduction in country Y? Xian'er mentioned and that event deliberately to imply that they were motivated by money. Lingu remained somewhat skeptical, knowing that continuing along this line of questioning would not yield definitive answers, so he promptly moved on to his third question. Miss Xian'er, how did you get the 2 small scars on the back of your thighs? Hearing this question, Xian'er, who had been calm and collected, suddenly became nervous. However, she quickly chuckled and said, I thought Mr. Ling was a gentleman, but it seems you were peeking at me while I was changing clothes. Do you find my body attractive? That's not considered peeking. You stripped right in front of me. Lingu didn't anticipate her sudden removal of the robe. Although he quickly turned away, he inadvertently caught sight of the bite marks on her thigh. Given her fair skin, the 2 small dark spots were particularly noticeable. It reminded him of when his cousin was bitten by a snake on this same part of the body on a previous occasion. Lingu had initially thought that Xian'er's figure resembled Qin Yushuan's, but dismissed the idea when he saw her face. However, the unexpected encounter with these coincidences left him uncertain about Xian'er's true identity or whether she was indeed Qin Yushuan. Do I have to tell you how I got bitten by a snake?